Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series. Chapter 55, Tangling Devil's Snare. Chapter 55, Tangling Devil's Snare, translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcácer. Sheehan glanced back. To his horror he saw Phelps had fallen to the back of the pack. His eyes were desperate, frantic, and even contained a chilling bone-deep unwillingness. Sheehan felt an enormous tugging at his heart. Previously, before entering the realm, wasn't I the same being chased by that group of hooligans? Reflecting on that, Sheehan immediately darted to Phelps's side and pulled him by the arm, dragging him as they advanced. Phelps had a grateful look while continuing to run for his life. At this time, Deke also rebounded back as he lent an arm to the other support contestant. As the saying goes, when there are winners there are losers. The last supporter naturally fell behind. Before he could say anything, a massive shadow with a tail cast over him before a pungent odor pierced into his nose. The rest of the black figures caught up, before a painful shriek turned to mournful wails. Lastly was the piercing sound of flesh ripping and muffled sounds of bones breaking. At this moment, the frantically running Phelps managed to cough out his words under the heavy panting. "Seaman, continue running. Don't look up or don't show any startled expressions. The following things I'm about to tell you are extremely important. I reckon we'll definitely die here. I'm afraid the reason why the metals professor and Fanu have brought us here was to use our lives as bait for the snares and mechanisms here. Fanu doesn't know that I know about these high-level beasts. That's why he could spew such lies. He doesn't know that during my stint at the pet shop, I acquired much knowledge. They are not Chinese crocodiles but black serpent alligators. They were using the stream's temperature to hatch their eggs. They are extremely aggressive and violent, and will wildly attack anything that approaches them. But Fanu and him would have to waste much time clearing up these beasts, and definitely won't catch up to the bank's syndicate." Presently, sounds of the black serpent alligators pursuing had vanished. Everyone halted as they panted heavily, drinking some water to recover their strength. Phelps kept his lips sealed. But even though Deke and the others weren't aware of Fanu's deceit, they were not fools. Thinking back carefully, a raging suspicion formed in their hearts. Naturally, the metals professor had caught onto the awkward atmosphere of his party. He quickly offered. "Next, me and Fanu will lead the way." After speaking he immediately advanced. At present, their retreat path had been obstructed by the black serpent alligators. They couldn't even retreat if they wanted to. Therefore, they reluctantly continued forward. After walking for nearly an hour, that warm stream had ended. Even stranger was the fact the glowing lining on the walls had died out. Ahead of them was an unfathomable darkness. Walking till here, the most loyal Deke halted and muttered to the metals professor. "Professor, we shouldn't carry on." The metals professor turned around, glaring grimly. "With me and Fanu leading the way, what are you scared of?" Previously the contestant whom Deke rescued had already touched death's doors. Faced with another immense danger, he couldn't care much about the metals professor's authority as he argued. Did others lead the road previously? Didn't someone die in the end? "Professor, if you have the relevant information please take it out for us to discuss. Truthfully speaking, everyone is already prepared to die in this realm, but we at least want to die with a reason." The metals professor deathly stared at him for a full 5 minutes, like a wolf eyeing a sheep. Beads of perspiration dripped profusely from that contestant's forehead. At this moment, Phelps stood out with a cold voice. "What he says is right." Deke didn't have any expression, he only hugged his bow and sat down, using his body language to express his frustration. Sheehan shrugged his shoulders, unfolding his hands and laughed. "This desolated place is already so dangerous. To walk into that darkness is essentially taking our lives for granted. I don't approve of staying here, but I feel we need something to illuminate the area." "No lights," Fanu coldly replied. "Ahead of us is the Devil's Snare district. They are immune to all damages, the tighter one resist, the tighter it will grip. But once you don't struggle, it will release you. But once it interacts with any light forms, its horrendous vines would be agitated and crazily surge forward, tightly seizing you. When that happens, there is no hope for escape. You should all be aware of the storyline scenario, right? Dumbledore similarly used those vines to guard the Philosopher's Stone. But the devil's snare growing in Hogwarts' cell was transplanted at the last minute. Its scale is only a tiny fraction. Therefore, after exposing to Hermione's magic illumination, it instantly withered. But over here, the devil's snare have grown for thousands of years. If anyone dares to shine a light at it, he would instantly receive the scariest retaliation of the devil. Phelps suddenly interrupted. Devil's snare are plants with stubborn invasive personalities. In the storyline, the devil's snare was placed underneath the Cerberus nest. It used the Cerberus excretion as food. But in this place, what is the devil's snare going to eat? After saying these words, Fanu's glare was like two needles piercing into Phelps's face. Phelps then ignorantly released a grin. It's a beetle. That beetle appears like that of the Egyptian scarab. They use the devil's snare as a nest to protect their larvae. Moreover, there's a stream here. These beetles can hunt for marine organisms. Their excretions can support the devil's snare existence. If we charge in, most of us would be able to survive. But, there will be one or two covered in these scarabs, enduring the agony of parasitic eggs laid in their organs, before they turn insane and die. After Phelps released this statement, unless the other three were idiots, they would rather directly die here than suffer such torture. Obviously they weren't willing to take a step forward. The metals professor then stepped forward as he stared at Phelps. Well done, you did well. If not for your warning, then we would have lost another brother. Even though Fanu possessed extensive knowledge, he hadn't considered that part. Since that's the case, leave the responsibility of paving the way to me. He then whispered towards Fanu. Call Ironhorn out, use it to lead. Just a mere devil's snare would not be able to resist its sheer brute force. Metals professor then waved his hand, most probably casting an illumination spell. Concurrently, everyone could see a layer of black threatening movements covering the cave's ending, occupying at least thousands of square meters, scattering out on both sides. It was hard to determine any distinct characteristics, but more specifically, magnifying a cancerous cells in the human body by 100,000s of times should to its features. As the light shone onto the devil's snare, it started boiling up like a viscous liquid boiling. Following that, countless stocky black tentacles danced around frenziedly. It really looked like a hellish image, like the end of the world. And on the ground before the devil's snare, thousands of black dots swarmed around, probably the scarabs that Phelps mentioned. That bone-plated Stegosaurus was extremely violent. Upon being summoned, he roared out, shaking the place, as it stomped the ground with its enormous hoofs. It was like a sports car accelerating at full throttle. After Fanu and the metals professor boarded it, it charged forward fanatically. The floor shook beneath Ironhorn's acceleration. Thump 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 as it trampled over the ground. This historic beast mindlessly buried its head forward as it charged. Sheehan and the rest didn't dare to delay, they hurriedly followed. That devil's snare was actually that frightening. After the Stegosaurus' ridiculous beastly strength could only penetrate for 50 meters before being tightly coiled and bound by the powerful vines. At this time, the metals professor cast a powerful magic ability as a bright glow appeared, shining on the devil's snare as its vines squirmed violently and emitted white fumes. Ironhorn was able to charge a further 10 meters. Yet the metals professor was not of the same caliber as Dumbledore. The bright light could only persist for 5 to 6 seconds, before the devil's snare coiled back. They could only rely on the Stegosaurus' repeated aggressive struggling, before finally breaking out of the devil's snare encirclement. But the Stegosaurus, Ironhorn, also suffered greatly as numerous bone plates were ripped off as it leaned on the ground and wailed incessantly. The metals professor, who cast close to 20 glows of light, was also mentally drained. He violent panted. Even if he had some MP left, it was only a slight trickles. Even the 4 men following behind suffered a casualty. While Deke was following the Stegosaurus, an accident occurred. Several scarabs dropped from the Stegosaurus and broke through his defense, causing him to fall to the ground. He could only do his utmost to prevent the scarabs from entering his body. Seeing that he was about to be engulfed, the support contestant he rescued darted out and released a fireball to slay the scarabs. Instead, that fireball agitated the devil's snare. Instantaneously, that contestant was gripped by the devil's snare vines. Although he followed Fanu's advice and didn't resist, the surrounding scarabs swamped him like insatiable ants. Chapter 56, White Stone Warriors. Chapter 56, White Stone Warriors. Translated by Chua, edited by Tn and Alcasar. The blood caused these scarabs to go into a feeding frenzy as they excitedly charged from all sides towards their meal. This was the main reason for what Fanu suggested earlier. Advancing in the darkness would not agitate the devil's snare, thus its vine would release people relatively quickly. But once someone was unluckily bitten by a scarab, then undoubtedly he would become a magnet and attract every single scarab. Then the rest could swiftly make their way through. After rushing out of the devil's snare range, everyone felt a new lease of life. Ahead of them, the walls of the cave once again glowed. Everyone discovered the pathway ahead led to many different sides. It was so huge, like an artificial maze. Strips of metallic padded, wooden railway tracks seemed to be ignoring gravity as it floated, twisting and intertwining at random. It was like the entire earth or the world had been cut apart into the form of a Rubik's cube. Just ahead of them, a metallic track existing for millennia spread across them peacefully. Its corrosive and rusty metallic surface clearly indicated, nobody has been here for God knows how long. Gigantic protruding fossils pierced out of the cavern walls like a human rib, orderly and symmetrically extending to a distant location. A drip of water traversed through their ears and faded away. An unfathomable reverence was bred in the hearts of everyone present. Let's take a rest. The metals professor took the lead in sitting down. I've already checked, this place doesn't seem like anyone had passed through. He heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like we've managed to overtake the bank syndicate. Xian was still measuring the railway shuttling throughout the cave. He couldn't help but extend his hand to feel it. The track was extremely solid, and one could clearly sense the concept the ancient architects were designing. Rough, direct, durable, even after rusting, the crisp snapping sound it gave off indicated no dampness within. At this moment, his nightmare imprint transmitted a trade offer. The initiating party was actually the metals professor. Xian looked through. He was actually gifting 5,000 utility points. Without hesitation, Xian accepted it. Who wouldn't accept a free gift? This is for everyone's bravery. Naturally, after receiving this welfare, the tense and awkward atmosphere became lighter. Such generous upholding of promises were commonly seen. The effects it resulted were pretty good as well. The metals professor satisfiedly nodded his head and spoke. Our current location is the Abyss storage warehouse of Gringotts Bank. But it has already been abandoned for a long time. Reaching here, we are halfway done. Fanu then rolled open a tattered parchment, using an emotionless tone to speak. The goblins stored the Philosopher's Stone in one of the 3 major secret warehouses in Gringotts Bank. During construction, in order to guard against robbery, they utilized an extremely mystical, intricate enchantment superior to that of a modern-day fingerprint or pupil tracing lock. The only key to unlock the secret warehouse is the gene of the constructor. Of course, this includes his future generations. Hence, the unlocking personnel of this Gringotts secret warehouse has been passed down through generations. Nobody can ever replace them. Therefore, robbing through ordinary means to plunder the Philosopher's Stone is virtually impossible. Even Voldemort acknowledges this fact. However, the designer at that time also considered a practical question. The future can never be anticipated. If one day the contractor's bloodline is terminated, no more heirs, then wouldn't the secret warehouse be forever locked? Therefore, they installed 2 doors to this secret warehouse. The front door is a magic gene lock, while the back door installed a complicated and dangerous mechanism. Once a scenario whereby the bloodline is terminated, there's still an assurance of the objects placed in this secret warehouse would be retrievable. Because Gringotts had been constructed a long time ago, even those goblin caretakers of Gringotts had forgotten about this matter. But Voldemort managed to understand this through several fragments of ancient documents. The metals professor managed to acquire a first-hand document after a painstakingly long search. Therefore, being able to arrive here is considered as half the battle won. Naturally, these items that the metals professor exhibited were legitimate and the probability of overstatement was little. Xian linked this to the piece of information he obtained from Goblin Infinite. He could definitely verify many things. As Xian thought about it, his heart suddenly gushed with that mysterious sensation when he first approached Gringotts, and it was even stronger than before. He could feel a peculiar feeling in his nightmare imprint. After inspecting, he discovered that severed finger, or known as the key, was actually burning hot and vibrating intensely. If not from the interspatial area being stable, others would have discovered his abnormality. Luckily, this strange state lasting only 10 seconds before fading away. By first offering several benefits before absolutely confiding in his methods, it undoubtedly enhanced the cohesiveness of the party. They started to head into a nearby archaic cave. The one leading this time was Fanu, who was holding onto a map. After circling around for 10 minutes, everyone felt a confused and disorientated feeling. At a fork ahead, Fanu suddenly paused, raising his brows as he carefully examined the parchment. It was at this instant, Xian felt a wave of powerful threat incoming. He obviously wasn't foolish to release any warning sounds, but quietly prepared in his heart. After half a second, Deke shouted out in panic. "Careful, danger." As Deke's voice faded, the cave walls suddenly cracked open, spitting out rocks into the atmosphere. Following that, 2 at least 3-meter-tall white humans dashed out, heavily knocking against Fanu's sturdy body. Without releasing a sound, he was instantly thrown far away, landing and rolling a few rounds on the ground. Blood gushed out of his mouth, gorgeously forming a crimson arc across the air. The ambushers were 2 statue-like stone warriors. From top to bottom, they were made with white stone material. Their movements, although mechanical, weren't rigid. Holding a shield with their left arm, their right hand held onto a long sword. They quickly darted forward. Simultaneously, the metals professor's gown shook as his metallic glove hands waved swiftly in midair, drawing out several profound lines before 2 medium-sized fireballs appeared and whizzed towards the statues. As the 2 fireballs exploded upon impact, the 2 statue warriors stumbled back from the explosive force, as they lost balance and fell to the ground. But they rapidly got back up, and continued their mechanical movements as they approached. The front of their shields were burnt black, but there wasn't a single crack. Xian's eyes flickered as he pounced forward, chopping down on a stone warrior with his hatchet. Sparks sprayed put on impact, but he was merely about to peel off several small stone fragments of the statue. That stone warrior retaliated with a swing of its sword. Xian could only use his hatchet to block. Crack, a gloomy sound resounded, as that butchering bone hatchet disintegrated, shattering into dozens of fragments. It was utterly destroyed. Simultaneously, Xian received notification from his nightmare imprint. "Warning, your weapon's butchering bone hatchet durability is exhausted, it is destroyed. Please replace your weapon immediately." "Warning, your weapon's butchering bone hatchet durability is exhausted, it is destroyed. Please replace your weapon immediately." "Warning, your weapon's butchering bone hatchet durability is exhausted, it is destroyed. Please replace your weapon immediately." F******. This emergency was something Xian had never expected. To him, he had done his utmost in reacting in this battle of wits and bronze after infiltrating Symbiosis sect. He was indeed too occupied to notice such minor details. Who knew that such a problem would arise at this time? Several sharp fragments from his hatchet rubbed against his cheek, releasing a burning and sharp sensation. The other stone warrior raised its shield, and horizontally thrusted ruthlessly. Caught off guard, Xian was unable to dodge. It was like a gale engulfing his front, even his eyeballs were aching. He heard a buzzing sound in his head before losing consciousness. When Xian recovered his consciousness, an incomparably searing pain jolted through his body. His entire body had crashed against the cave wall 5 to 6 meters away before recoiling from the impact. His left cheek was totally numbed. Staggering as he struggled to get up, he limped several steps before vomiting a mouthful of blood. There were even a few teeth mixed in the blood. He then felt his legs turning flabby, completely unable to exert strength. The nightmare imprint transmitted a message, informing him of his current day's state, and his movement had plunged by 50%. Xian checked his battle log and discovered, this shield slap had actually depleted close to 120 HP. Firstly, it was because this was a surprise attack. He wasn't even able to activate his obsidian fossil anchor to enhance his physique by 10 points, therefore his defense was weakened. Secondly, that stone warrior actually managed to deliver crushing damages. This signified their strength was at least above 27 points. Lastly, that dazed effect was due to the ability of that shield slap. Chapter 57, Ice Rock Bar. Chapter 57, Ice Rock Bar. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcácer. Fortunately, the 2 warriors didn't pursue Xian, if not he would have met with a calamity. Resting for a moment, his dazed debuff slowly dissipated. Instead, he could see that the 2 statues were ignoring the assaults around them, only charging ferociously at Fanu. Xian was suddenly enlightened. Could it be that 2 statues could sense a related object on Fanu? Most likely it was that parchment, that is the only reason to explain their stubborn offensive. But the others were equipped with more abundance of battle experience than Xian. He could see the Metals Professor twin fireballs smoldering the stone warriors' faces, but it still couldn't attract their attention. Their keen senses detected a problem. Deke, with the highest agility, immediately dragged Fanu along and fled swiftly. At the same time, Xian charged forward to cover them and won them adequate time. The Metals Professor didn't have time to cast any more spells. He suddenly stood still and started chanting before his body rotated violently. At this moment, Xian finally understood why he was hailed as the Metals Professor. The metallic gown he was wearing suddenly metamorphosed into a butterfly-like wings, the air flickered with a metallic brilliance, whistling and slicing. It was like a berserk steel whirlpool engulfing the area. More strangely, that chaotic steel whirlpool started to drill upwards. Rocks fragments sprayed out, and after a drilling noise, several chunks of rocks embedded with Enkianthus asterisk fell to the ground. No one knew how long the Enkianthus had been suspended over there, but it smashed down with the rocks. TN asterisk is a kind of suspending flower. Looking at the chunks of rocks falling, it shouldn't be able to even touch the stone warriors. As long as the two stone warriors immediately stopped advancing, then this attack would be rendered utterly futile. But the two stone warriors completely disregarded the impending threat as they surged forward, allowing the rocks to pound against their heads. Bam boom. The two statues were smashed by the massive rock boulders, as they rolled to the ground. A distinct crack could be seen on their body, but they crawled back up and advanced with a staggering state. Naturally, this pounding had impacted the two statues greatly, but they very quickly used their shields to block the crumbling rocks as they continued striding forward. Fanu forced himself to sit up as he glanced at the Metals Professor before nodding his head. At the same time, a deafening roar reverberated throughout the cave. That humongous Stegosaurus appeared once again, but its wounds were not yet healed. But they had to admit, this gigantic savage beast originating from Jurassic Park was undoubtedly their best hope against the two hateful statues. Under the insane fury of Ironhorn, in a mere 30 seconds, the two massive stone warriors transformed into weird white stone fragments, as it dispersed over the ground. Their weapons gradually darkened, brittle, ultimately turned into dust and drifted away. More tragedious was the fact they didn't even drop anything, not a single item. That meant that all their efforts were in vain, and further signified that the meter-long wound which even showcased Ironhorn's organ was suffered in vain. Moreover, one of its eye could be described as blind. Fanu violently coughed, one could even see the cracks within his fingers were bleeding. He slowly raised his head and weakly spoke. "Sorry, Ironhorn may not be able to help us anymore for a long period of time." Metals Professor nodded. His pair of callous and icy eyes glared at Xian. Xian took a deep breath and nodded his head. "All right, I'll scout the front. But I don't know where to go." Currently, Xian had no choice because Phelps' Grey Wolf had already died previously. If he refused, then he would be going against the party. But he had confidence in his 31 points high physique, even if there were any snares he would definitely survive. If his hidden capabilities were exposed, he could simply flee within this enormous maze and no one in the party could catch up to him. Even if they could, based on the Metals Professor's exhausted state, how would he withstand Ambition's direct confrontation? Hence the party's allocation were as such: Xian leading, Deke supporting Fanu behind, Phelps took the third, and the Metals Professor as the rear guard. As they journeyed, they encountered those stone warriors on several occasions, but only single appearances this time, which lowered the difficulty level greatly. The Metals Professor and Deke could concentrate their firepower while retreating, and slowly torture one to death. After traveling around the maze for close to 3 hours, they were face to face with an extremely wide precipice. This precipice was majestically steep and vastly broad, even if one looked up they wouldn't be able to see the tip. The precipice was covered with greenish and gray rocks, exuberating a deadly yet solid emotion. Bizarre vague protrusions intercrossing shadows could be seen along it. They were like stiffened protruding arteries already rigid for 1,000 years long. Upon witnessing this magnificent precipice, both the Metals Professor and Fanu leaked out an unexplainable delight on their faces. They instantly commanded. "Everyone split up to search, one team on the left and one on the right. Once you locate anything suspicious, immediately notify me." During allocation, the Metals Professor and Fanu split into 2 teams. Probably to supervise and prevent anyone from betraying them once they discovered something. During the process of searching around the precipice, Sheehan constantly felt that peculiar sensation pricking him, becoming more intense each time. He also noticed there were thousands of bones, and according to the expert Fanu, the bones were mixed with goblins, humans, dwarfs, and other races. It was obvious a huge-scale tragedy happened here. After half an hour, the metals professor side-transmitted news. They hurried over to the assembling spot. There was actually a door carved out from a boulder against the cliff. What was more surprising was that the surroundings were carved with various bar decorations. Even that detachable stone door had exquisitely delicate ingrains and its doorknob. It was a replicate of the back door of an ordinary bar. Looking at this scene, a strong feeling emerged that any second now a beautiful maiden staff would appear and invite them in. Several unidentifiable characters were drawn on the door. Phelps sneakily whispered to Sheehan that it should be similar to the Hebrew language. It is a blend of the dwarves and reptilians. Its meaning was, icy rock bar, entrance to the land of miracles and death. We've reached it, we've reached it. The metals professor exclaimed with zeal. He turned around and waved his hands, shouting out with a hysterical roar. Just another 100 meters. We only need to open this damned door, before advancing for another 100 meters. My dreams can finally be fulfilled. I will prove to those fools, those arrogant and egoistic fools. In this damned realm, everything is possible. I believe, really, I have confidence we will succeed. The metals professor's excited roar echoed throughout the plains. Sheehan even noticed his eyeballs had distinctly reddened from the excitement. After a while, only did it vanish as it resumed to that cool, penetrative personality. Then, the metals professor turned around and ordered Sheehan. Go and open the door, now. At this time, his voice already contained a grim and chilling aura. Completely not allowing anyone to question. After Sheehan heard him, he deeply inhaled as he lowered and pretended to tie his shoelace before slapping against his shoe. Thus, he raised his physique to 31 points. He then looked back one last time, as he saw the excited, feverish, expectant look in the metals professor's eyes. It also contained a complicated precaution. He then extended his hand out and forcefully grabbed onto the door handle. The stone-crafted bar door was considerable elaborate, 3 lifelike lizard stripes were even engraved onto the door. In that era, every guest had the superstition that mixing lizard extract juice with hard liquor would create a miraculous Viagra-like enhancing drug. After Sheehan contacted it, he could feel the icy chill of the stone. The smoothness indicated the supreme craftsmanship as the dense engravings perfectly complemented the human hand texture. It also released a wooden textural comfort. The stone door was heavy, but Sheehan exerted force and pulled it open. But to his pleasant surprise, his perceptive sense remained docile. This meant that there was no dangers in pulling open this door. In this flashing instance, Sheehan's head was unprecedentedly clear as he instantly deduced several inferences. Primarily, this place should be very dangerous. Even the metals professor instructed others on such a small matter like pulling open a door. Secondly, the metals professor seemed to be very well versed in this situation. Even facts like walking 100 meters more before his dream is achieved could be mentioned. But yet he had no clue this door wasn't dangerous. This meant one thing, which is that the metals professor only had an extremely simple understanding about the affairs of this place. This logic was like everyone knew of a treasury in the bank, but from the entrance to the treasury, how many protective mechanisms were there, most people would not be clear of. Lastly, looking at his current situation, if there were dangers inside. Most likely it was him having to scout. He had to change this situation. Chapter 58, Metal Digestive System. Chapter 58, Metal Digestive System. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcácer. Trapped in this perilous situation, at the instant he pulled open the door he cried out loud and leapt backwards. He obviously didn't receive any injuries, but he purposefully bit his tongue and sprayed out blood. It appeared as if he was struck backwards by an immense force. When he landed, he rolled violently and feigned unconsciousness as blood streamed from his lips. If one were to carefully observe him, he would certainly be exposed. But Sheehan determined that the metals professor, in his current fanatical state, wouldn't be concerned about him and would only care about Fanu's condition. Therefore, he dared to pull off this performance. As expected, his gamble paid off. Only Phelps rushed up to examine his injuries. Instead, the metals professor urgently walked ahead and peered into the bar. he did not indicate any concerns about Xian's conditions. After confirming there weren't any dangerous snares at the entrance, he took the lead entering. Only Fanu looked back as he passively asked Phelps. "Still alive?" Phelps nodded, then Fanu's words were extremely succinct. "Carry him in." When everyone entered the bar, they couldn't help but gasp at the architecture of this place. Various races of guests, gorgeous female staff, big bearded dwarves, ale foam, copper kettles, old-fashioned rotary candlesticks, even bread, chicken drumsticks, and drinks on the table. Everything was imitated to perfection, as though the lively atmosphere lingered in their ears, as though the food and wine still released their sumptuous fragrance. It gave an illusion that time flashed back several millennia to the Europeans' legends, where God roamed the earth, and different races lived in harmony. Alas, these were all sculptures of rocks, carved out with icy cold boulders. Time seemed to have congregated in this instance, causing all the laughter and celebrations to freeze. For 1,000 years. After a brief search, they found the only other passageway. That was the flight of stone stairs up, at the side of the bar. These stairs circled a massive stone pillar and extended up. The pillar was incomparably solid, it gave off an aura of penetrating through the roof, the sky, and space itself. Everyone ascended to the second floor before they witnessed a spacious huge hall. This hall was so spacious, it was at least half the size of a football field. The 4 stone walls had a queer ashen color, giving off an impregnable feeling. Besides the entering door, everything else was sealed shut. A line of mysterious, powerful, and massive characters were carved at the center. Although Xian didn't recognize that line of characters, he could feel a certain respect and mystery from the pattern. Solely looking at those characters, their heart involuntarily beat faster and their blood flowed with somnus. This is the ancient Hebrew language. The semi-conscious Xian was carried by Phelps, hence he could hear his faint amazement. The original Dead Sea Scrolls learned in history class were written with this language. Greed is humans' original sin. The lost sheep, if unrepentant, requires blood to cleanse the filth in this place. Fanu slowly read out the phrase beside the metals professor. Instead, the metals professor ignored it as he eagerly continued up the lateral spiral stone stairs. But he was stopped by a firm stone door behind the pillar. 2 sculptures were erected at the sides of the door. It was a statue of a delicate dwarf slightly taller than 3 meters. The carvings were imitated to perfection, even the beard was extremely detailed. Their hands were equipped with a shield with a mysterious crest. One of them raised a massive warhammer. They had a ferocious glaring expression as though about to start battling any second. On the door, there was an extremely clear hole. This could only mean one thing. Even separated by thousands of years, it still meant that same clear reason. Key. Atop the keyhole were actually chiseled out ancient Hebrew characters. Xian persisted in his fainted state. In his ear, he could hear Phelps's recital murmurings, gently explaining. Speed, courage is the only way to open this door. Benevolence is my intention. But an arrogant person will inevitably fall into the abyss of suffering and despair. Sinking, forever. The metals professor closed his eyes. After reopening them he smiled evilly as he stepped forward, his cloak slowly lifting. That metallic textured cloak. Naturally, it seems like he didn't want to delay any further. Using his strength, he exerted force. But in the next second, his face immediately changed, as he disappointedly scolded. Why? Is there a strong arcane interference object here? All my active abilities cannot be activated. Everyone who heard it turned pale with fright, they likewise encountered the same situation. At the same time, the metals professor seemed to have activated a certain catch. From the back, a viciously glaring enormous dwarf statue dropped from the top. Its appearance showed off the perfect craftsmanship of its creator, even its beard seemed to be grazing against the air. In its hand was a golden warhammer, coincidentally sealing their exit route. Ahead was a difficult situation. Behind their path was obstructed. Following that, a strange glow appeared above the warhammer. It carried the density of a laser, but didn't release a penetrating or eye-glaring personality. It gave off a mild aura just to the warm winter sun. Clearly seen, that glow shot out from the warhammer, as he reflected unendingly around the entire hall. Even if it bypassed any one of their bodies, it didn't hurt them at all. When that glow shot out, the warhammer instantly lost its golden brilliance, returning to its stone appearance. Even though the statue looked perfectly imitated, it had lost its soul and spirit, looking just like a gloomy, lifeless sculpture. But because of this, the Symbiosis sect's escape route was utterly severed. They fundamentally didn't even had a clue on dealing with his massive dwarf statue. But now, even if they had a method, it was probably relying on violence if they became desperate. After a short moment, something strange started happening in the hall after the light beamed across the entire hall, radiating with concentrated illuminations lighting up the sky like a searchlight. Because the lights were soft yet bright, it was like a light cloud had formed and suspended in the middle of the hall. At this moment, the atmosphere was like walking into a pitch-black house, but yet a sun ray penetrated through a hole on the roof. When that happened, all the minor details, particles, and dust could be clearly seen. "What's that?" "Dragonfly." Deke suddenly pointed to the air and curiously asked. Under the illumination, there was indeed something slowly flying into the air, before more and more appeared. From far it looked like dragonflies, but it had a uniquely carefree laziness, occasionally flapping its wings, as it glided slowly against the air. A passional glow exuberated from the metals professor's eyes. He couldn't help but call out loudly. "That is the key to opening the door." As more and more of these objects appeared, everyone could see, flying in midair were actually ancient metal keys. These keys came in various sizes, big or small, long or short. Most of their colors were brown or silver. Behind the key grew out two dragonfly-looking transparent wings. That should be the main reason why they could drift in midair. Fanu retrieved his parchment scroll, carefully looking at it. The scroll records. In ancient times, dwarves and goblins loved to set up defense installations called metal digestive systems. Such defensive sets were relatively advanced, and even many great wizards who studied ancient civilizations greatly admire such design concepts. Hence, they even replicate such defensive models for themselves. Significantly, within the great wizards, this included Dumbledore. The metals professor slowly nodded. Our entire process is really similar to the way Harry Potter and his group acquired the Philosopher's Stone. This scroll is correct. Dumbledore had borrowed this defensive concept of the metal digestive system. And what we are facing is naturally the complete original version, thousands of years ago. Fanu kept his parchment, contemplating as he spoke. In the original storyline, the main key to important the door is hidden amongst all those winged keys. Harry Potter utilized his capabilities as a seeker as he rode his broomstick to capture that key. However, this agitated the other keys and resulted in numerous cut wounds on Harry. And currently, we do not require any broomstick to catch the key. According to the instructions on the door, after seizing the key we have to swiftly open it. Furthermore, we must prepare our minds to face death with courage. At this moment, Deke's brows twitched as he interrupted. "Do you guys feel that the illumination is a little dimmer? My eyes are extremely sensitive to light. It should have turned slightly dimmer." Chapter 59, Deadly Trap. Formidable Endurance. Chapter 59, Deadly Trap. Formidable Endurance. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. Sheehan gazed up, instantly sensing that these keys lazily floating in the sky had turned a little hazy. The metals professor pondered before crying out. "Not good. Probably 10,000 years of time has done much harm to the mechanism. Do you still remember the glow emitted from the warhammer previously? Based on modern-day perspective, that glow should be an unknown energy source. This source can activate the hall's surrounding mechanisms, casting such illumination to attract these winged keys out of hiding. Which goes to say, once the energy source is exhausted, then naturally the winged keys would go back into hiding. Which goes to say, to obtain another chance at capturing the key, we have to wait for that dwarf sculpture to once again accumulate enough energy in his warhammer. Who knows, maybe that thing requires 1,000 years to regenerate its energy, or maybe it will never regenerate even. Hurry, let's act." The metals professor released an unrestrained fierceness. "Time is precious, everyone together." Upon the metals professor's command, even Phelps charged forward. The hall was already so broad, and the widely scattering keys could number in the thousands. It seemed like searching would be a completely arduous job. Deke had the most adoration and respect for the metals professor. In addition to his superior agility, he took the lead in sprinting ahead. Everywhere he passed he touched against the dancing keys in midair. These keys were like seaweed in the sea, lazily drifting about in the sky. Once in a long while, it would flap its wings and continue to enjoy the gliding sensation. Over there! Deke suddenly shouted out, his voice contained a clear delight. Where Deke was pointing, a key that seemed different from others was peacefully adrift at the nearby distant. It had 6 wings, its composition was massive and the material looked exactly like the stone door. On it was even engraved several mysterious characters which should be Hebrew language. These characters really looked like those temple chanting scriptures. Moreover, this key appeared to be abnormally cozy under the light rays, it even lazily flipped over just like a big belly fatty sun tanning at the beach. Deke sprinted ahead, leaping up as he grabbed the key. Although it was impossible to use any abilities here, a contestant still vastly exceeds an average person's physical limits. With that leap, it was at least 2 meters high and he straightforwardly pulled the key down. He then directly darted towards the door. According to Deke's running speed, if he was empty-handed, he would only require 3 to 5 seconds to cover the entire 30 meters leading to the stone door. But when he grabbed onto the key, he realized that the struggling strength of this key was extremely appalling. Don't talk about running with it, even forcefully gripping onto it was a problem. His heart was a sea of excitement and anxiousness, immediately shouting out loudly, "I need help." Presently, Phelps was the nearest to Deke. With their combined strength, they managed to press the massive key to the ground before forcefully dragging it to the stone door. That key fluttered exasperatedly on the ground, but it was as hopeless as a large group of peddlers being swept away by the police. It could only stare in despair as it was dragged further away from its comrades. But at that instant, Sheehan could hear a queer buzzing in his ears. It was like 1,000 bees vibrating their wings. Looking now, they immediately discovered the initially lethargic winged keys had started to flap their wings at full throttle, angrily and impatiently pushing their way through in this enclosed space. As that stone key was pulled further, hundreds of other keys started to burst shuttle back and forth furiously in midair. The earliest was a brass key as it slashed across Deke's cheek, carving out a wound. Followed by 2, 3, 10 keys. What was more frightening is that countless amounts of winged keys turned berserk and frantically swarmed around them, like they were the core of a tornado. The keys were frightening in numbers, as they circled rapidly and devastatingly. The trajectory and speed of thousands of winged keys coincided together, like a catastrophic hurricane with sea waves and torrents as high as the heavens. Consecutively, even him who had been abandoned and idling by the side was caught up in the shredding fury. His hands and back appeared numerous cut wounds. In that instance, Sheehan suddenly received a notification from the nightmare imprint: "You received the attack of the winged keys. You receive 7 points in damage. This damage ignores any defensive abilities. Its precedence ranking, territorial precedence. You receive the winged keys attack. Your innate ability, endurance activated. Data conflict arise, determining precedence. Data conflicting, data conflicting. Continue determining. Determined complete. Your innate ability, endurance takes precedence, reducing any damage by 25 points. You only receive 1 point of damage." Sheehan scrolled through the notifications. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. Previously during his battle with Xiao Gun, his innate ability had already garnered his attention. But now, he deeply acknowledged the formidable strength of this endurance. It was even exempted from the damage of the ancient dwarf and goblin mechanism. One must understand, this metal digestive system mechanism is something that even the Grand Boss Dumbledore learns from. His eyes exposed a thoughtful expression, nevertheless it combusted with heavier passion as he once again resumed his unconscious act. At the same time, he noticed that Phelps had already let go and was frantically crying out. His body flesh had already been ripped hideously, and dripping with blood. "Deke! Let go, if not we will all die here." The metals professor raged out from a distance. "You cannot let go. Have you forgotten the words inscribed on the door? Courage." Deke gritted his teeth. He always had an exceptional respect and trust in the metals professor. Biting firmly, he dragged that key onwards for 2 to 3 meters before finally discovering his HP had wildly plunged. He could not resist any more as he finally let go. That massive key immediately fled towards its original position. Its 6 wings flapped particularly slow. It looked like flying consumed immense energy. Even after realizing something was wrong and they finally gave up capturing that winged keys, Deke and Phelps still died. Even their corpses weren't spared. Because after releasing that massive winged key, that didn't signify that the other berserked winged keys would halt their frenzy. That semi-formed hurricane winged key form continued its whirling frenzy. The hall's ceiling and group repeatedly released friction sparks, as the entire hall was dominated by this terrifying steel whirlwind. Even the desperate screams and mournful wails of Deke and Phelps was drowned out. Fortunately, the frequency of damage the Metals Professor and Fanu suffer could not be compared to Deke and Phelps, who were at the center of it. Thus they sustained light injuries. When that massive winged keys returned, that hurricane gradually turned gentle. Very swiftly, everything resumed its initial peacefulness. Only now, the floor was soaked with blood and mutilations. Flesh hung from some of the winged keys. Fragments of deathly white bones and hair added grotesque and horror to the image. At this moment, the illumination had turned darker again. Obviously the energy was becoming insufficient. Even these winged keys seemed to turn faintly discernible. The vicious nature of the Metals Professor flickered. He headed straight to Xian, grabbing him by the neck and pulled him up. "Get up, I know you just woke up." Xian shrugged his shoulders helplessly. "Boss, even Deke and Phelps has died here. Do you think I can make it? Don't overestimate me." The Metals Professor's voice turned gloomy. "This time, we three will go together." Xian's heart stirred, his eyes flashed with strictness. "All right." Presently, time was tight. The three joined forces and charged, seizing that massive winged keys and immediately retreated backwards. This massive winged key was extremely discontented at the treatment it was receiving. It furiously flapped its wings, trying to struggle, and wriggled out. But under the combined force of the three, it was quickly dragged to the stone door. Instantly forced into the keyhole by 6 hands. At the same time, the other gently floating winged keys started to twitch. 1, 2, 3, we'll push. The Metals Professor's voice was nervous and contained an impatient expectation as he exclaimed loudly. Instead, when they counted to 3, everyone simultaneously loosened their hands. That massive winged key regained its freedom and flapped its wings as it staggered out. If Fanu didn't react quickly and caught it, it would have flown away. Clank! A bronze winged keys rubbed across the Metals Professor's mask. Sparks burst out, casting a sinister glow on his gloomy and cold expression. That glow radiated against Xian's face as it would ignite his face any second. He glared at Xian and spoke fiercely. "Why did you let go?" Chapter 60, I bet Daddy here can last longer than you. Chapter 60, I bet Daddy here can last longer than you. Translated by, Chua, edited by, TN and Alcasar. Xian swung his hand and brushed off an incoming winged key. At present, it was close to the climax already. Xian wasn't planning to hide anymore. With a stern face he replied. "I saw your hands letting go, so I let go." Oi, this is like the Chinese saying, subordinates follow the examples of their superiors, that's all. The Metals Professor deeply inhaled. Based on our conjunction, the key requires a certain time to open the door. That is why we let go. We wanted to cover you and shield off the assaults from the winged keys. To prevent you from getting too hurt, and fail at the final effort. Xian laughed. "I am more suitable as a meat shield to protect you. How about you do it, boss?" Currently, the winged keys had started to merge into the form of that terrifying metal hurricane. Several winged keys had already carved out sparks against the walls. The Metals Professor hurriedly offered. "If you are willing to open the door, all my 10,000 utility points on me will be given to you." Xian shrugged his shoulders and directly refuted. "If I can open the door, all your 10,000 utility points will be given to me." Metals Professor, a dead man has no use for any amounts of utility points. You don't seem young, yet you don't even understand this logic. This door writes courage, speed, and sacrifice. Look at the keys behind. One requires courage to seize the head of the keys. After capturing it, he needs to swift speed to bring it back and open the door. Lastly, it signifies that opening it requires a person's life in exchange. Very sorry, even up till now, I do not have the passion for sacrificing myself for your noble dreams. The Metals Professor started trembling, raging but smiling instead. Very good, you are the first who dares to speak like that to me. Let me tell you frankly. If you don't open it, I'll kill you when we get out. If you open it, there's still a slight gambling chance that the mechanism may fail. Choose. Xian lowered his head and pondered a moment. He then raised his head sincerely saying, "I'll gamble." The metals professor snorted. But in that instance, Xian suddenly dived and rolled to the corner. The frequency of winged keys at that area was significantly lower. Concurrently, Xian laughed out loudly. "I bet Daddy here can last longer than you." This whole chapter sounds so dirty, the metals professor's pupils turned blood red. At this moment, if he could use magic he would have killed Xian 1,000 times over. Instead, Fan is still holding onto the key stood out. He firmly looked at the metals professor. The winged key started dicing at his body, leaving sorrowful cuts around. Yet he did not waver, firmly and resolutely speaking to the metals professor. "Looks like I'll gamble. I love you, Fuliana. If I die, remember to bury that guy with me." Following that, Xian heard his nightmare imprint transmitting, "Your vice party head, Fanu has initiated a trial against you. All of Fanu's attributes have been temporarily dropped by 5%. You've been expelled from the party." The reason why Fanu did this was because if he died, only Xian and Metals Professor Liana would be left in the symbiosis sect. If at that time Liana initiated a trial on Xian, then her attributes would be permanently decreased by 5% forever. Such love and considerations for the woman he loved, it could really be deemed as the most noble kind of live. After speaking, Fanu grabbed tightly onto the massive winged key and charged towards the ancient and mysterious stone door. In the instance the key slotted perfectly into the hole, it emitted a glaring light. The Hebrew characters on the stone door radiated out blood red, as though about to pop out of the door. The left and right ancient dwarf statue bathed in the bloody brilliance, activating a certain mechanism as the heavy weapon in their hands shuddered. Using force to behead down, Fanu was directly within the range of the two mercilessly fatal weapons. "No." Metals Professor Liana cried out sorrowfully. She no longer bothered to mask her voice, as that piercing scream of a woman caused even Xian go cover his ears. In a flash, under the might of the two formidable weapons, his body was reduced to a distorted mutilated wreck. The vibrant crimson blood fluids and flesh sprayed onto the ancient stone door. After that massive winged key absorbed the blood, it started to rotate. Concurrently, amidst the raging whirling whistling of the hurricane winged keys, a deep mechanical clicking boomed out from beneath the abyss of the stone door. Such a feeling was as though there was an ancient declining beastly creature violently coughing underneath. Next, that stone door slowly opened. The metals professor Liana venomously glared at Xian, gritting her teeth she cursed. You will definitely die terribly." Theoretically, her battle capabilities were at least a few folds higher than Xian's. Furthermore, the magic damages were the kind that Xian's innate ability was completely unable to resist. Furthermore, she was closer to the stone door. Once she exits this powerful arcane ability interference hall, killing off Xian was like nailing a needle onto a board. Therefore, by saying that, it was completely logical and simple for her, it was obviously not just a threat. After she spoke and about to raise her feet, she could see Xian's bent knee pushing off with force, leaping high into the sky as he pounced towards her. Actually, even though Xian was a contestant, it was impossible to cover an entire 7 to 8 meters gap under this immense hurricane, in order to battle her. He could at most shorten the gap between them. Furthermore, by directly pouncing like that, he was bound to knock against the dwarf statue by the side. Preventing the metals professor Liana from going through the ancient door was completely impossible. But when Xian pounced forward with great strength, metals professor Liana realized he was holding onto a 16th century European-style flintlock musket. The black callous barrel shockingly pointed over. The distance between them was merely 7 meters, this was completely within Xian's shooting range. CRRSSK, a coarse wound appeared on Xian's cheek. Fresh blood spurted out, but before it landed, it was licked away by the hurricane. Murderous intent frenziedly swept over, it was as vast and churning as a sea vortex. In this moment, she could hear the tidal waves of the vast sea crashing against her ears. And even smell the unique piercing fragrance of rum. Rum and songs activated. This hall only disrupted arcane abilities. It only suppressed abilities requiring mental powers, MP. Regarding an equipment ability like the rum and songs, it was completely irrelevant. The metals professor's HP had not dropped beneath 30%, thus the bonus 200% explosive strike was not activated. But apart from the gun's normal damage, it carries a further debuff of at least 2 seconds stunning. Ambition's immense crackling explosion resonated into the hall. Lyanna simultaneously reacted swiftly. Upon seeing Xian's movement, her metallic gown shimmered brightly, followed by a vapor fumes being released from her necklace. The fumes covered her body hazily. Undoubtedly, she had utilized the defensive abilities of her two equipments. Even if that was so, she felt a numbing in her chest followed by a pressurizing force. Initially, she was about to step sideways through the stone door, thus her body involuntarily stumbled across by 5 to 6 steps. The nightmare imprint's notification rung in her ears: "You've been hit by the enemy's lead bullet. Your metal armor absorbed 15% of damage. Your passive ability Metal Physique suppresses the enemy explosive strike rate. You receive the protection of the contestant's 40% damage limitation. Your equipment ability, Refraction Effect, enemy's long-range attack will be refracted, you will receive 73% of the damage. Your equipment ability, Spirit Haze activated. Enemy's long-range attack will be forcibly reduced by 15 points. Your total actual damage is 24 points. Effect, you will suffer the following abnormality debuff, Stunned Effect. Duration, 3 seconds. Subtracting your defense factor, your stun duration reduced to 2.76 seconds. Your passive ability, Anti-Corrosion activated. Lowering debuff duration by 70%. Calculating evaluation. Sorry, opponent's stunned effect takes precedence, your stun duration is 2 seconds. Xian knew his gunfire would not be lethal against the Metals Professor. But he had never expected the terrifying level of this woman's defense. 140 long-range damage was actually reduced to only 24 points. But what Xian needed was that precious 2 seconds. Before the smoke had dissipated from Ambition's barrel, Xian had knocked against the dwarf statue so it fell backwards. He sucked in his chest, bent his legs and rolled to the side before pushing forward, extending his hands as he rushed forward to the semi-open mysterious but delicate stone door. He smiled, exposing a set of reddened white teeth, releasing a brutal and sinister appearance. Let's see who is the first to collapse under the fury of this damned steel whirlwind. Metals Professor Fu Lyanna. Or you can try pushing me away right inside the core of this metal hurricane. My strength is only 13 points. Chapter 61, Beautiful Bones. Chapter 61, Beautiful Bones. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Elcassar. You fool. Metals Professor Lyanna released a frenzied laugh and said, "Do you think you have won?" Currently, the winged keys had already metamorphosed fully into a raging steel whirlwind. Even an immense and terrifying suction could be felt. Under such pressure, a contestant could forcibly stand still or move, but to battle it was simply inconceivable. Within the brutal whirling rampage of the winged keys, she extended out both hands and tilted her head. Then she plucked out a potion that emitted a faint dark gold brilliance. This is an extremely powerful potion exchanged with 10 potential points and 10,000 utility points. And can only be purchased after reaching officer status of the Nightmare Imprint's military ranking. After drinking, it will instantly restore my HP to the maximum, and create a temporary screen guard around me. The screen guard's HP is 3 times my maximum HP. That means my HP is now as high as 600 points. You can compete with me. You dare to compete? Now you only have a hopeless choice. One is to be obliterated into 1,000 pieces by this raging incisive whirlwind. Or 2 is after going out, allowing me to slowly carve out your flesh one by one. Instead, Xian ripped off his shirt, exposing his sturdy and muscular body. His bulging muscles seemed to be concealing explosive might within it. Although his body was covered in scars and cuts, obstructing the door entrance, Xian was just like a wounded ferocious beast. Savage, fanatical, blood-lusted. He licked at the blood stains around his lips, as the taste of blood further ignited his fiery gaze, filled with eagerness, insanity, and unyielding arrogance. I'll choose the third option, Metals Professor. I choose to stay here and watch you be shredded underneath this piercing whirlwind. I'll live on and you'll die. Lyanna erupted into a hysterical laughter. Her laughter carried a certain taunting. Even tears formed from the laughter. She removed the potion cap and poured it down her throat. Consecutively a faint dark golden glow could be seen traveling down. Even her abdomen was illuminated up, like she had just swallowed down the sun. Then the golden glow radiated throughout her body, forming into a layer of golden screen. It had the appearance of clear and crystallized water. At present, every winged key had utterly turned berserk, as the humongous whirlwind darkened as sparks sprayed out constantly against the stone surface. That piercing scraping sound could rip open a person's eardrum. The place had turned into a deadly blender. Xian remained silent, his lips slightly arching as he raised his left hand. Spreading out to the heavens, he then pointed his middle finger at the metals professor, a wicked taunt, just like how he toyed with the female staff in the bar during his voyages in the present world previously. In this moment, was the line between life and death. The metals professor clenched her fist. She didn't bother thinking further as she directed her venomous gaze solely towards Xian. She had to see this bastard torn to million pieces, mutilated and dying by 1,000 cuts, only then would her hatred be appeased. At this moment, anyone in the hall would similarly receive incessant frequencies of damage. Every second, they would equally suffer 2 lethal cuts from the winged keys. Because the winged keys had the territorial ability that could ignore whatever defenses, its special precedence ability was extremely terrorizing. Furthermore, its damaging frequency was rapid. This according to this world's difficulty, its damage wouldn't be exceptionally high, and few would exceed 10 points. Based on Xian's calculation, an average winged key's damage would be roughly 6 points. After getting implicated into the steel whirlwind triggered by Deke and Phelps previously, his HP was still lingering at around 280 points. But, he had an outstanding heavenly aid with endurance, therefore every second only claimed 2 HP. On the contrary, even though the metals professor's HP soared to 600 points, she had no means of negating the damage of the winged keys. Every second, she received at least 12 points. This undoubtedly meant that even if they didn't count their regenerative rates, the metals professor could only persist for 50 seconds inside this raging whirlwind, while Xian could hang on for 2.5 minutes. This time disparity had been calculated by Xian long ago, which explained his unperturbed composure. After persisting for roughly 30 seconds within the raging whirlwind, the metals professor started feeling something was wrong. Because her 600 HP had already been drained by half, she only had 240 points. Under normal circumstances, even if Xian had carried medicines which could restore his HP by 100%, he should have inevitably met with a crisis. He shouldn't be wearing that same indifferent and taunting appearance he had, and be steadily obstructing this ancient stone door. Her survival instincts welled up as she pressed her way forward within the raging whirlwind, spreading out her arms to push Xian away. Xian likewise wasn't able to deliver any attacks under the overbearing pressure of the raging whirlwind, but he folded his arms over his chest and coldly stared at the metals professor. This woman was a support class contestant. If her strength was mightier than his, then Xian would be speechless. The murderous piercing gale raged on, death threatened to viciously steal their breaths. Xian calmly gazed at the metals professor. Her dark golden screen guard had shattered, and blood-dripping gashes and lacerations formed. She completely disregarded it, her resenting green pupils steadily stared into Xian, and she suddenly roared fiercely. "I know, you must be those natural MT, main tank, core battle tanker, with innate defense ability. You must be." While speaking, the metals professor reached out her hand to Xian's face, as though about to probe out his deepest secrets from his soul. Yet the ruthless and merciless whirlwind started to be drenched with faint crimson. Xian could clearly see her hand disintegrating bit by bit. First the armor crumbling and peeling off, then her skin, then her eerie white bones, finally her scrawny bone finger was shredded and disintegrated into dust before drifting into the raging gale. Witnessing this tragic scene, Xian sighed. His heart surged with an unfathomable, dim melancholy. Hanging down his eyes, he prayed. Amen. Forcefully closing that mysterious heavy ancient stone door, Xian finally abandoned that raging steel whirlwind behind the thick stone door. His ears finally experienced peaceful silence. Leaning against the stone door, he sat down. Retrieving a bottle of water from his nightmare imprint he prepared beforehand, he gulped down as he shut his eyes and rested. While resting, he never once stopped reflecting. Even though the metals professor had indirectly died in his hands, Xian could firmly confirm that until now, she was the strongest contestant he had met. Even that mysterious woman, Z, that he encountered in the Caribbean Sea world was definitely weaker. Furthermore, Fana's strength was similarly terrifying. Single-handedly summoning out that humongous stegosaurus, even challenging a legendary mountain troll alone, there was a chance at victory. If the two of them weren't bent on renouncing close combat defense contestants, and completely used them as cannon fodder, Xian wouldn't have minded cooperating with them. It was a pity between Fanu and the metals professor, they couldn't trust anyone else. They were like moths flying into fire, diligently pursuing their own thoughts and dreams, yet neglecting and using everyone else as tools. Of course, a person like Xian wasn't content with being a mere tool, and a tool that could be sacrificed anytime. Therefore their internal contradictions were indeed conflicting. It belonged to the kind where either you die or I die. Just like an incomparable profound bitterness between a proletariat and a capitalist. Hence, it was determined that only one party would walk out of that immensely heavy stone door alive. Natural MT, main tank, core battle tanker, possessing innate defensive skills. Sounds pretty cool, I like that name. Xian splashed his face with cold water, shaking his head as he stood up. He was back to being alone. Against this metal digestive system, defense mechanism, he had to be cautious. Actually, strictly speaking, this should be built during the remodeling of Gringotts by those goblins. It should only have a 5,000-year history. Alright, using only to describe that was indeed a little unsuitable. A long pathway emerged ahead. It was at least 6 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters wide. The ground and ceiling was joined by pillars that occupied at least 5 square meters. Although this place was a victim of time, it still preserved its solemn, respectful dignity. Delicate relief sculptures and decorative designs filled the walls. And on both sides of the pathway, 3-meter-tall stone sculptures that were imitated to perfection were erected 6 meters apart from each other. The statues were either goblins or dwarves, lifting their torches majestically with different poses. As Xian cautiously made his way through, their torches would automatically ignite and extinguish after he walked through for a distance. Chapter 62, Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 62, Philosopher's Stone. Translated by Chua, edited by Tn and Alcácer. It was either the mechanisms were faulty or there wasn't even one, but Xian walked peacefully for roughly a few hundred meters. Ahead of him was another large stone door, with a grand and vast ancient epic war picture engraving. It clearly displayed the glory of the country, and its downfall. Once again, ancient archaic Hebrew was carved mysteriously in the middle. If Phelps was still alive, he would have understood the meaning, Door of Wisdom. Xian was about to approach the door to examine it, but was suddenly alerted when he slipped as though stepping on something. Instantly, the stone floor beneath him lifted up and rippled towards the stone door. This sensation was like something transporting him, and he completely had not anticipated it. Even his perceptive sensing didn't transmit any warning. Xian could only stare blankly as he charged head-on towards the door. Just when he was about to collide, the door abruptly croaked and rolled up as the fragments of rocks thumped onto the ground. Xian directly got sent in. The next moment, Xian felt like he was falling in midair, and he reflexly guarded his head. But this wasn't any test as he landed on the ground safely the next moment. Xian stood up and surveyed his surroundings. He sighed. A deep, profound sigh. Beneath his feet was a white tile, 3 by 3 meters in radius. Around the white tile were black tiles. This irregular color pattern had a charming effect. In front of him was astonishingly a rather familiar massive white statue. Indeed, it was the previously encountered stone warrior. Moreover, there was a king, queen, bishop, and knight. All these were arranged neatly and orderly in front of him. Where Xian was at currently, was shockingly an enormous chessboard. This was the final test of the metal's digestive system. A bloody magic chess game. Xian discovered that this area was similarly under an intense arcane disruption pressure, hence magic abilities were negated here. He attempted to advance, but was instead obstructed by a formless barrier. The weapons of the chess piece were enchanted, chilling rays streamed out illuminating up the blackened blood stains on it. Xian glanced to the extreme left and right borders of the chessboard. It was filled with heaps of white bones. Undoubtedly, one could only acquire the qualifications to proceed after defeating the opposing opponent. More frightening was the fact, there were completely no chess pieces on Xian's side. That indicated that living creatures had to act as chess pieces, using their life and blood for his chess game. Those who could even reach this stage were ambitious people who painstakingly fought their way here. But to win this game, some had to die. Some had to be used as pawns. Therefore, in this game of chess one not only had battle against the opposing statues. It was also a battle of wits, and a test of teamwork between comrades who risk through fire and water with you. When thinking of the difficulty of this, Xian's heart felt like a bottomless pit. He could only laugh bitterly. However, it wasn't completely right to describe his situation as hopeless. The designers of this test could never have anticipated such a freak who was able to withstand the horrific metal whirlwind in the previous test. The arcane ramparts here had been operating for over 5,000 years. If Xian was able to lure those frenzied winged keys here, then based on their terrifying might and ability to bypass defense, there was a chance of destroying that wall. Thinking of that, Xian became excited as he turned to climb out from the back of the chessboard. There was an obvious exit pathway, probably the designers were not sadistic enough to remove even hopes of escaping. His heart shuddered when he climbed up and looked to the other side. Because 3 meters behind the group of protective enchanted chess pieces, there was a tiny room. There was nothing in the room except an ordinarily looking stone platform. On that platform was a cluster with a messy thick canvas pouch. Behind the pouch was probably the main door that the goblins used. Atop the pouch, flashes of mystical brilliance sparkled out. No doubt. Similar to the movie itself, that thing was identical to the Philosopher's Stone Hagrid retrieved. That must be the Philosopher's Stone the crew suffered trials and tribulations for. Xian was considered far from the chessboard, the arcane disruption effects had faded. To verify the Philosopher's Stone, Xian simply activated his insight ability. Because of the far distance, Xian's insight ability failed consecutively and only succeeded on the 8th try. When the nightmare imprint related the report, Xian almost vomited blood. Philosopher's Stone Other Identity, Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. Object Rarity, Mid-Class Legend Grade, Main Storyline Object Usage Effects. Your intelligence is not adequate, unable to understand the mysteries of the Philosopher's Stone, Object Usage Requirement, Intelligence above 40 points. Object Nature, unable to trade after acquiring. This object is a main storyline object of the Harry Potter magic world. If unable to acquire the appropriate approval, unable to bring out of this world. Description: I swore not to tell you, Harry Potter was able to resist its enticement merely because he was young. What the? Xian's vision turned fuzzy, as though about to faint as he cursed out loud. 40 points of intelligence requirement, and only able to bring out of the world after earning approval. Whose approval? Most likely Dumbledore. Why did I risk my life for this unusable object? I can't even use this to win favors from storyline characters. The metals professor roughly could meet its usage requirements, but what can I do with it? Xian sighed dejectedly as he advanced. But he still planned to lure those winged keys first. Even though he couldn't use it now, he could hide it and think of other plans the next time he entered this world. But at this moment, a wave of immense warning surged from the front. Xian wasn't in the right frame of mind, but he hastily rolled backwards. The sound of wind was strong and swift, blowing ferociously towards him. Boom. From the corner of his eyes, right wall suddenly exploded out, rock fragments spraying everywhere. Amidst the settling dust, a 3-meter-tall spotlessly white horse rider with a gun charged forward with indescribable speed. Astoundingly, it was a knight from the magic chessboard. Fortunately his perceptive sensing warned him, thus Xian was able to dodge the knight's frightening thrust. But his calf was trampled by the horse's hoof, followed by a piercing pain at his heart and lungs. Xian's vision blurred. To think he was still praising the designer for his magnanimosity and kindness, he hadn't expected such an ambush right now. Xian seized the chance when the knight needed to rotate around, frantically hobbling forward with all his might. Instead, that grim galloping sound resonated over quickly. The channel was narrow and straight, there was completely no hopes of finding cover. The freakish might of the knight was terrifying, even Xian with his 31 points of physique didn't dare to be complacent. In this emergency, Xian caught a glimpse of the gigantic crack that the knight made in the wall previously. He had no time to hesitate as he crashed into the crevice. A whistling gale swept past his back, as the knight once again thrust past him. He could feel the ground beneath him vibrating. Xian didn't dare to lower his guard, as his skin erupted with clusters of goosebumps. There was still space ahead of him in this hole, immediately pounding forward with fists and kicks as he drilled another crack and forced himself through. In his hurry, he suddenly felt his extended-out leg suspended in midair. Panicking, he glanced down and suddenly took in a deep chilling breath. Beneath him was actually a bottomless abyss. Through the drizzles of bright rays emitting from the lateral rocks, he could see that the pathway he broke out from appeared like a slender sealed arch bridge from the exterior. It was like the longest rainbow spanning over uncountable length, joining up both ends of the precipice. Xian was about to turn back to find another way, but the ground started shuddering violent. Swinging back, he discovered that spotlessly white enchanted knight statue mercilessly dashing forward insanely. You. Xian pupils contracted. In this critical moment, he could only cover his chest as the knight collided against him head-on. The tip of the lance directly pierced towards Xian's chest, followed by a searing pain as Xian's vision turned fuzzy and blacked out. How was the wall behind him going to withstand such immense pressure? It instantly split into 1,000 cracks and shattered. It was like time froze at this very scene. The shattering wall behind him. Xian's cringed-up face and the blood spurted out his mouth. The emotionless unchanging glare of the night sculpture, the pitch-black bottomless abyss in the backdrop, and that stony arch bridge stretch across endlessly. Afterwards, time unfroze and returned back to normal. Amidst the chaotic uproar of clashes, that grim callous killer night, disintegrated wall fragments and the unconscious Xian dropped towards the endless, bottomless abyss. Chapter 63, Death Breath. Chapter 63, Death Breath. Translated by, Chua, edited by, TN and Alcasar. Dim fuzzy light, faint dripping sounds of the water. Xian's eyes burst open. He immediately tried to sit up, but an agonizing pain jolted from his chest, causing him to groan loudly and lie back down as he panted heavily. This feeling, this bone-shattering painful sensation, was enough to cause Xian to break out in cold sweat. His breathing slowly regulated back to normal after trying his best to stabilize it. Beneath his body, it felt like an elastic rope was supporting him from a peculiar swinging emptiness. He couldn't help but sweep his gaze through before shutting his eyes to adapt to that slight dizziness of his. Beneath Xian was still a bottomless pit. Roughly 50 meters beneath, a dense layer of fog concealed anything beneath it. Similarly, a layer covered above Xian. Currently, Xian was nestling on an enormous web. The threads were as thick as his fingers. The threads appeared to be formed by a deep black colloid condensations, extremely firm with a slight viscosity. Approximately 3 meters away from him, there was a gigantic tear on the enormous webbing probably created by that enchanted night sculpture. Its terrifying weight had exceeded the threshold of the cobweb, thus wasn't able to enjoy the same fate as Xian. A strange odor lingered in the air. Xian bit his lips, as he tried his best to free his left hand from the cobweb's tangle. Ultimately, he wasn't able to. Helplessly, he could only rip off his sleeves that were glued to the web. Fortunately to Xian's relief, the viscosity of the web only had a special interaction to objects like fur and pelt. He only felt a slight stickiness against his human skin. Therefore, after stripping, he was left with pants. Clutching his chest and enduring the pain, he gradually limped towards the precipice. In his lifetime, Xian had seen numerous lonely insect shells suspending on the cobwebs. They were the results of violent absorbing after the spider's anesthesia and digestive fluids. It was like an emptied water bottle. Xian didn't wish to suffer that same tragic fate. He seized the opportunity when the weaver of this gigantic web hadn't inspected its territory, to swiftly escape. Just a mere 20 meters, Xian used close to 10 minutes to climb. His forehead was filled with sweat, and his expression arduous. The main reason was because of that ridiculously savage thrust dealt by that enchanted night sculpture. Just based on pure collision strength, it definitely wasn't inferior to the mountain troll's original home run strike. Under normal circumstances, a contestant would normally have the heavy protection of the blood chest regulations when facing that enchanted knight. They would never have to face the full force of impact from that thrust previously. To be able to encounter it under such a situation, Xian's luck was considered pretty bad. Xian finally escaped this gigantic viscous spiderweb, as he stood steadily on a protrusion sticking out from the erected wall of the cliff. Breathing calmly, he suddenly felt an acute headache. Such a feeling was so abrupt, engulfing him without any prior warning. In an instant, it was like 1,000 blades were poking against his brain. His vision appeared spots of black, as a violent nausea feeling welled up. Soon after, a huge flock of shadow darted towards him from the distant fog below. Extremely nimble like a black storm, screeching noisily as it surged towards here. But at this time, that enormous cobweb displayed its immense usefulness. The clusters of black shadows collided straight into the web at exceedingly high speeds, causing groups of basketball hoops to appear on the cobweb, fluttering constantly while screeching in vicious despair. These clusters gradually became sparse and fallen, as Xian's acute headache was gradually relieved. Xian looked closely. These black shadows were shockingly those vampire bats they encountered previously. But no matter its size or aggressiveness, it vastly exceeded their initial slain counterparts. The fangs were more than 20 centimeters long, with dark yellowish strips of dripping mucus layering it. They were outrightly intimidating at first glance. Sadly, no matter how violently they struggled, their fur was tightly glued onto the viscous and elastic spider threads. Xian was able to strip off his clothes and escape with his slippery human skin, yet these bats couldn't possibly rip of their body fur to escape. Xian suddenly understood where his earlier headache came from. Naturally, it should be the powerful ultrasound waves they vampire bats released to probe their direction. Adding hundreds of vampire bats together, that combined invisible ultrasound wave was enough to cause an impressive assault on Xian. Fortunately, his high physique provided him formidable resistive defense. If Phelps was in his place, he would have instantly passed out due to his weak physique. Suddenly, a fit of turbulence appeared in the fog beneath. A gigantic shadow shot out with incomparable nimbleness. Although it couldn't fly, its sheer leaping force was shockingly frightening, scaling up the cliff rapidly as though flying. Every jump was silent and could cover 20 to 30 meters, just like a ghastly specter in the night. Within a short 10 seconds, this table-sized black figure arrived at this boundless spider web. It started to target those clusters of vampire bats orderly. Xian could clearly view from his angle, it was an enormous spider. It had 8 freakishly long legs, 4 pitch-black compound eyes surfaced over its head, giving off a burning shine like a black gem. Its body fur appeared like steel spikes, mixing together to form stripes of black and yellow like that of a fierce tiger. Its venomous fangs were sharp and curved, its tip glowed filthily in the darkness. Occasionally, beads of transparent liquid would roll down its venomous fangs, corroding deeply the rocks it dripped on. What was peculiar was that Xian couldn't sense any threat coming from this beastly spider. He could even feel a certain security and peacefulness. Xian desperately gasped. This was the first time he encountered this. But under such circumstances, even using his feet to think would expose this. Because, this hideously powerful spider had a perceptive sensing that vastly exceeded Xian's. It could even mislead his senses, and prevent him from wanting to flee. Subconsciously, Xian immediately activated Insight, finally obtaining some basic information: death breath, peak condition, species, 8 eyes giant spider, mutated, rank 3 legendary creature. Lifespan. Years strength. Points agility. Points physique. Points perceptive sensing. Points charm. Points intelligence. Points spirit. Points basic abilities. Points creature characteristics. Description: this is a perfectly mutated terrifying creature, from an 8-eyed giant spider and a jumping spider. It is known to have appeared during the flourishing era of the goblins and dwarves. While going through the list of information, Xian suddenly felt that key, infinite severed thumb, heating up. Concurrently, that horrifying spider, death breath, wasn't idle. It easily sunk its incisive, cruel, and venomous fangs repeatedly into the vampire bats, terminating their incessant fluttering. Its digestive fluids were exceptionally concentrated, as its results were instant upon pouring into its prey. Then it swiftly sucked dry the abundantly nutritious mix of semi-liquefied flesh and digestive fluid. Xian was always a crude and fearless person. But upon seeing this incredibly savage beast casually snacking with such brutality, he could feel his scalp turning numb. He would rather jump down into the abyss than become a meal. Analyzing his current state, he felt he hadn't reached a dead end. He could still slant himself and slowly climb downwards. Amongst ordinary people, perhaps only an expert mountain climber could execute this. But to a contestant, this wasn't difficult. A flicker of hope ascended into his heart. Instead, when Xian twitched his body slightly, death breath suddenly halted eating and raised its head. In a flurry, it nimbly shifted its inclination towards the cliff near Xian. Within the tranquil darkness, not even a ripple of movement was visible on the web. Those 8 viciously blazing compound eyes locked onto Xian. No a single action could be caught with Xian's naked eyes. It was hard to think that such a gigantic creature was able to execute such deft movements along this incomparably steep cliff. In this moment when 1,000 pounds hang by a thread, Xian suddenly recalled information on the death breath. Being alone was indeed a blessing. He immediately retrieved that severed finger from the interspatial room of his nightmare imprint into his palm. Simultaneously, that gigantic and savage legendary creature suddenly exhibited a lazy and gentle attitude. Turning and pouting its fat butt, it once again unhurriedly returned to deal with the remaining vampire bats, completely treating Xian as thin air. Chapter 64, Unknown Strange Object. Chapter 64, Unknown Strange Object. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N., XRCO, and Alcácer. Witnessing this outcome, Xian sighed in relief as his gamble paid off. Xian wasn't in a hurry to leave, forcefully find a spot to rest along the precipice. The abyss was really treacherous and enigmatic. Legendary creatures probably resided in divided territories. Thus, staying within Death Breath's territory meant its natural protection, allowing him to recover fully before proceeding. Death Breath's appetite seemed excellent. After consuming most of the vampire bats, it climbed towards the hole made by the night statue, munching bit by bit as it ingested the broken web threads before spitting and spinning new threads. After restoring completely, it glanced towards Xian. Seeing that Xian hadn't left, it actually leapt towards him with a vampire bat still lodged in its venomous fang. The bat had already been injected with digestive enzyme, as he tossed it in front of Xian. It seemed like it even wanted to feed Xian. Xian couldn't help feeling a sense of powerlessness as he gazed upon this blob of vampire bat. Light yellowish digestive fluids constantly spilled out from its ears, eyes, and nose. Looking at this scene, even a famished appetite would fly miles away. Yet only heaven knows the consequences of disappointing the spider's generous intention. Therefore, Xian could only hopelessly smile and extended his hand to pick the bat up. Unknowingly, the nightmare imprint suddenly transmitted information. Pointer, you discovered an unknown strange object. Pointer, you can trade this for rewards upon returning to the nightmare realm. Whoa! Xian never expected such a pleasant surprise. He immediately felt this bat wasn't that disgusting anymore, storing it into his nightmare imprint. Currently, he could feel deeply the inadequacy of his narrow deposit space. But now wasn't the time to deliberate over this. Instead, Death Breath slanted its head to observe Xian. Probably bewildered at his greed, not only sucking dry the nutritious juice and not sparing even the outer shell. After a brief moment, it no longer pursued this question, as it lazily proceeded to climb down the cliff, vanishing into the dark fog. Xian continued resting for nearly 4 hours. After a good nap, he was finally rejuvenated. The rocky wall was producing a faint flow, thus it wasn't totally dark. After eating a little from the food he stored in his storage space, he started to scale down the cliff using the unorganized cracks. As he gradually scaled down, vegetation like moss started surfacing along the cliff wall. Unknown whether it was due to that severed finger, Xian had met with no danger on the way. He similarly noticed that as he climbed lower, the temperature became higher. Finally, after experiencing an excruciatingly long climbing process, he could see the ground. If not for a contestant's digitized transformed body, even the #1 expert climber would be unable to persevere for that long. Xian leapt down from the cliff wall, rolling before he stood up. Although his chest was still slightly aching, it no longer impacted his movements. Countless towering stalactite shoots erected from the ground, ash-gray fungus crowded the dampened cracks in the ground and semi-moist moss covered the ground. This place was just like an enormous maze segregated by the uncountable amounts of frosty white stalactite. While advancing, Xian even noticed several mandrakes. These dangerous plants were known to be evil, their seeds were formed through the corpses beneath the ground. Their roots appeared in the form of boys or girls, releasing a deadly screech upon leaving the soil. Xian personally witnessed these mandrakes pulling themselves out from the soil, utilizing their fatal screeches to hunt. Even though Xian fled quickly, he still roughly lost 1/3 of his life. Fortunately, Xian had the severed finger as his guide. It could mysteriously lead him into the correct direction. Once in the wrong direction, its heat temperature would swiftly decline. After traversing for roughly 10 kilometers, Xian finally encountered his first artificial landmark. He could clearly sense many unknown dangers prying in the darkness, yet they always chose to wait silently. After walking for another 10 minutes and ascending an underground hill, everything became clear to him. Ahead of him was a plot of wide land. Large amounts of shortly constructed, simple sheds were scattered chaotically around the land. It was impossible to call it a small town or similar terms to describe this region ranging at least tens of square kilometers. It was simply an underground city or even a refugee camp, and of course dirty and disorderly. Even though their building style was simple and sloppy, nevertheless it resembled faintly the unique askew and disorderly style of Gringotts. Sheehan slowly prowled into the city. He reckoned he was the first living organism to traverse through this city. It seemed like time had froze in this city. With every trampling footstep, fine dust covered his shoes. On his left was a grocery store named Half a Copper. Within it was very likely the chaotic mess left behind during the evacuation. On his right was a pawn shop called Huge Diamonds. The knocked-over stools littered its interior as though it had been plundered. Sheehan gently coughed. Suddenly the houses within 20 meters radius crumbled and collapsed loudly, leaving a pile of ash in its wake. Every trace of living activity had returned to its origin source in an instant, turning into ashes. Presently, Sheehan felt an overlord presence from the pleasure of this reckless destruction. Moreover, the crumbling houses triggered a terrifying chain reaction, as other houses around it started to collapse frantically. Just in a few minutes, a tremendous heap of ash spiraled slowly from this plainer land. Cough, cough, cough. Covered in white powder, Sheehan frantically charged out 5 minutes later. Ignoring everything else as he buried his head and rushed forward for close to 100 meters. He then finally raised his head to observe around before kneeling on the ground pinching his nose, and retching for a long time. Finally his condition lightened up. If it lasted for another few minutes, he would have probably become the first contestant to be murdered by coughing due to dust irritation. He then raised his head, and was momentarily stunned. In his vision, an awe-inspiring tremendous path extended straight into the horizon. This path was constructed with crystals, and as broad as 100 meters. On both sides was a babbling stream with clear water, and over 10 massive towering pyramids. The appearance of these pyramids varied from the square temples of the Maya era and the triangular-shaped Egyptian pyramids. Enormous idol sculptures guarded each lateral side of the pyramid. The Mayan god was the graceful, yet malevolent snake deity, Kukulkan. The Egyptian idol was the mysterious and imposing Sphinx. God knows what secrets was hidden at the end of this path. It actually needed these tombs of glorified buried monarchs to guard the path. Sheehan glanced back, but only saw a layer of fog enshrouding the boundlessness. Nothing was vivid at all. Naturally, there should be an enchantment barrier, obstructing anyone's vision. If not for such grand and magnificent architecture, he would have already discovered them atop the hill previously. He tried walking backwards, but after a long while it was as though he hadn't advanced a single inch. Without a choice, Sheehan proceeded to wash himself up at the lateral streams before advancing forward. Not even 100 meters, that extremely familiar sensation welled up in his heart again. It was exactly similar to that sensation at Gringotts entrance. The only difference was, the sensation at Gringotts entrance was like a torrential flood, sweeping in and leaving quickly. But the current sensation was like raindrops, slow but persistent. Shit. Sheehan suddenly felt a chill. Is this because my perceptive sensing is being misled by others? There's actually a deadly trap up ahead. Coincidentally, his perceptive sensing had been misled not too long ago by that abyssal tyrant of a spider, Death Breath. After careful considerations, he felt this current sensation was different from the former. Furthermore, he had endured countless hardships to arrive here. If he didn't clarify this now, he would certainly regret it. Taking a deep breath, he continued to stride forward. The path beneath him was extremely dignified, crafted with deep black precious stones. Profound, deep and immersive. Walking on it felt like walking in the nighttime. Something else seemed to have surfaced along the path. Observing closely, they were batches of delicate relief sculptures. In order to gather any information on this mysterious place, Sheehan earnestly inspected them. He discovered that on the paintings, it drew out a massive and sinister human-shaped monster. It had 3 heads and 8 arms that looked extremely strong and robust. The 8 hands carried weapons that seemed exceedingly terrorizing, fanatically massacring the horrified creatures surrounding it. As he proceeded forward slowly, the engravings of that stout and strong freak unknowingly transformed into a hibernating state, lying on the ground and snoring. On its belly sat an extremely tall yet sturdy, outstanding man. His body from head to toe was enveloped by a cloud of mysterious fog. From all directions, he was surrounded by numerous formidable monsters. But with one wave of this mystery man's hand, he caused all the monster to evaporate into ash. One could imagine how unfathomable his strength was. The only puzzling aspect was, this mystery man was actually carrying an extremely tattered and shabby sackcloth bag. It was even loaded full and bulging. It was plain visible that the bag completely destroyed the imposing grandeur of the mystery man. Xian was bewildered by the underlying reason. Going by logic, such an artisan who could craft out this grand project definitely wouldn't make such an obvious mistake. The only plausible explanation was that the builder requested for this. His thoughts drifting away, Xian started to ponder about the hibernating fellow ahead of him. What kind of exquisite, refined and high-quality preferences was able to inspire this large-scale drawings? Chapter 65, Imperial Remnant. Chapter 65, Imperial Remnant. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N., XRCO, and Il Kasser. As Xian allowed his imaginations to run wild, he arrived at the end of the path. Welcoming him was a stretch of glistening huge lake, coincidentally shaped as a crescent as it surrounded the land ahead, forming a peninsula. 20 meters away, a humongous blue crystal statue was erected. The crystal sculpture coincidentally blocked off the pathway towards the back of the peninsula. 20 meters in front of the crystal statue was a formless repulsion pressure preventing entry, probably a magic barrier. This blue crystal sculpture had an appearance of a stern-looking goblin, but magnified by 100 folds. The carvings were meticulous, even the creases and wrinkles of the skin was distinct. It held a giant sword in its left hand, and a shield on the right. An immense formless oppressive force radiating over. Reaching here, Xian sensed an incomparably intense threat from the surroundings. Probably a formidable trap mechanism installed. Once activated, it would surely cause Xian to die a tragic end. A large monument stood beside the goblin sculpture. It was carved to look like an erected golden coin. The monument appeared to have corroded over time, on the verge of collapse. At the top, the ancient goblin imperial characters could be vaguely recognized. Even God can do nothing against this demon. We can only deceive to it, trick it, consecrating the delicate and innocent gold coins. Offering precious minerals to please it. Finally, dawn approaches. Unknownst why, the demon actually decided to fall into a deep slumber. It even prompted us to build an enormous imperial tomb. We gritted our teeth and endured, finally completing this work on the eve of the Empire's destruction. After the demon turned dormant, we followed the instructions of God and executed a legendary magic division sphere. Although this method was useless in exterminating its soul, it will split it into 10 portions. According to the ancient East saying, shackling its 3 immortal souls and 7 mortal forms. This magic division sphere sacrificed the lives of the 13 grand noble goblins, resulting in the other races seizing the chance to instigate a powerful uprising. We followed God's instructions, sealing a piece of the demon's soul into the altar, and the remaining 9 fragments separately into different locations. Although our empire was annihilated, although our civilization had perished. But we goblins have never regretted. Who asked you to take delight in robbing our money, while the other races only want our lives? Weirdly, Xian was able to read and understand the characters above through his nightmare imprint. He displayed total silence and incomprehensible expression towards the ancient goblin's logic. His suspicions had grown deeper, expressing great curiosity towards this demon. Extending his hand out, that severed finger became intensely hot, and slowly floated towards the distance. It then halted right in that goblin statue's face. Although in Xian's eyes, all goblins looked relatively alike. But he could vaguely make up that this sculpture had features that were exceedingly similar to Mr. Infinite, as though they were blood-related. The goblin sculpture suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the severed finger. Its pair of eyes flickered red glows. Xian could suddenly feel the biting cold chill intensifying. Obviously, the hidden mechanisms had been activated. In a flash, the goblin sculpture spat out the severed finger, stoning for a brief pause before its red glowing eyes vanished. The statue bluntly crumbled down, as the crystals crashed to the ground and dissipated into speckles of fine dust, drifting into the wind. The obstructed pathway was now freed. Xian, who was covered in dirt and dust, patted away the crystal dust over his body and picked up the severed finger key. He couldn't resist cursing at this Infinite's ancestor. After entering the front gateway, its interior greeted him with massive heaps of gold coins, glittering and sparkling gold in his eyes. Unfortunately, When he thought of gathering some, the nightmare imprint immediately presented him with a ruthless notification: retrieving these ancient gold coins will incur the cursed wrath of the ancient Goblin Empire. Do you wish to proceed? Yes/no. Sheehan had already encountered cursed objects before. In the end, that apparition from the Caribbean Sea world likewise fled after being defeated. Sheehan wasn't afraid with his haughty 31 points of physique. But adding on the words, ancient goblin, he would tread more carefully. Moreover, behind those words there was an additional empire, a vehement fearfulness of death soared within him as he instantly selected no. To Sheehan, this sort of tempting yet unlookable circumstance was extremely torturous but inevitable. Under normal situations, for contestants to reach this point, they at least required a 100-strong coordinated and bonded party. Every party member's focused basic attribute would have to at least reach 50 points. Then they could endure the trials and slaughter their way in. That party, they would definitely possess some methods to resolve this ancient Goblin Empire's curse. Instead, Sheehan relied on Infinite's severed finger to arrive here unimpeded and unobstructed. Moreover, this severed finger was acquired because Infinite dreamt of nightmares daily. It could be said that Sheehan did not contribute much effort in acquiring it. Therefore, being unable to obtain any rewards was understandable. After clarifying this point in his mind, Sheehan no longer felt any resentment. Instead, he was brimming with expectancy as he continued advancing. After passing through the sculpture's barrier, Sheehan saw a splendorous and majestic tall platform. The platform was segregated into 3 levels. The flight of stairs leading to it was astonishingly luxurious and extravagant. The stairs were constructed with marble, and the railings on both sides were crafted with gold, with flowery ornament carvings. After ascending the first level, a silver underbrush occupied his vision. Emerald and jadeite apple trees and golden apple trees, brimming splendor and majesty. The further he proceeded, the more astonished Sheehan became. It was like walking into the golden Garden of Eden heard of in the legends. He was utterly shaken by this elegant and mystical scenery. After traversing through this stunning imagery, Sheehan proceeded up. The second floor, he discovered 2 ferocious gigantic dragons arranged on both sides. Sheehan was momentarily shocked as he displayed a defensive stance. Even if such a stance was totally useless in the face of these dragons, who were at least above rank 7 legendary creatures. According to the Harry Potter's world, the left dragon should be the Romanian longhorn. It had greenish-black scales, and shimmering golden horn. It was a rare species only ate cooked food, similar to humans. Normally, after impaling their prey with their horn, they would use their dragon flames to roast their food. While the silver-blue fiery dragon that was extremely captivating on the right should be the Swedish shortsnout. They could spit out dazzling blue flames that were extremely scorching. Probably because Sheehan's arrival had broken through a certain spell, the twin dragons were long dead. He joyously rushed up to reap any benefits, but instead the 2 dragons crumbled to the ground. Turning into dust, not even a footprint was left. The full of expectations, Sheehan turned frustrated and dull. Coughing violent as he spat a phlegm into the pile of ash, considered as venting his anger. Finally, Sheehan reached the end of the platform. What greeted his sight was generous heaps of precious jewels, stacked like a pile of rubbish. Those precious gems dazzled together, their dense sparkling brilliance as thick as fog, causing one's vision to turn blurry. Of course, these precious gems contained an increasingly formidable curse. Curses like the ancient imperial curse, 1,000-year lingering vengeance, etc. But based on Sheehan's current prowess, once he violated anything, his life would instantly be decimated and not even the dust on his corpse would be spared. After much difficulty pushing his way through the heaps of jewels for 10 over meters, Sheehan finally saw the highest core location of this platform. There was a strange silver throne standing on that spot. He could faintly make up somebody sitting on it. His heartbeat sped up, as he urgently and hastily marched forward to have a glimpse at this person's appearance. Instead, he shockingly realized that the throne was facing away from him. Sheehan wasn't afraid as he took several strides up. He realized that as he moved, concurrently that throne would strangely rotate by itself. Currently, he was obstructed by a pile of jewels and unable to proceed forward. Even if he could think of any method to bypass, it only resulted in the same outcome, standing on the same place. Sheehan carefully observed and discovered, beside the throne, there was actually a translucent light blue goblin smirking as it pushed the chair. Its characteristics and appearance was exactly similar to that apparition in the Caribbean Sea world. Naturally, the earlier movements were due to its mischief. Sheehan immediately activated his insight ability. Nothing went wrong this time as its information straightforwardly appeared: tireless spirit of the artisan goblin species, ghost-type characteristics, forever cannot be attacked, nor can it attack others. Description: this is the mysterious spirit bred from the vengeance of the goblin who constructed this imperial tomb. After death, it didn't dare to profane the Demon King, and can only vent its resentment on the silver throne of the Demon King. If you cannot engage it, then you'll forever be unable to understand the ultimate truth. Chapter 66, That Demon. Chapter 66, That Demon, translated by Chua, edited by T.N., XRCO, and Alcácer. Forever cannot be attacked, but cannot attack others. Sheehan pondered on this aspect of the vengeful spirit, a rat pulling the turtle nowhere, feeling welled up in his heart. He began scurrying his body for items. Suddenly his attention caught a hidden item stored away in his nightmare imprint for a long time. Sheehan's heart stirred. The goblin's departed spirit. This item may actually be useful. The item that caught his attention was astonishingly that ancient gold pound he acquired back in the Caribbean pirate world. That gold pound was opportunely seized from Chris, marked out as a precious object. Its worth was high, and could be used to curry the favor of certain storyline characters. Sheehan's weakness was his pathetic few points of charm, but never forget his experiences with the respected Gringotts manager, Infinite. Goblins were the #1 creatures that were not influenced by the attribute of charm. A goblin apparition should still be a goblin, right? Sheehan neutrally pondered. He retrieved that gold pound, locking it between the cracks of his fingers. Ding! The coin spun out, rotating as it fell back into his palm. After that goblin apparition heard the distinct sound of coin, he swiftly turned his head over. Its original resentful expression had transformed totally into a passionate one. Sheehan speeded out his arms. "I believe we have something to discuss, respected goblin sir." Instantaneously, that goblin ragingly fumed out. "Sir? You called me a sir? Unmannered brat. I am Duke Pank Jinding, personally conferred. My title was the Imperial Emperor himself. Let me tell you, I'll definitely not change my mind. I'll always intercept anyone who attempts to approach this demon. Forever." Sheehan shrugged his shoulders, earnestly replying. "But I have no intentions to approach that demon. From the Tang dynasty of the East, I've endured untold hardships to arrive here. Actually, this is all to catch a glimpse at your greatness, O Duke." The pointy ears of the goblin apparition jolted up. He stroked his beard gently, coughing and rebutting Sheehan. "Stop trying to deceive me, you're obviously here for that demon." "Of course not." Sheehan resolutely and decisively replied. "Ever since I chanced upon this immeasurably valuable ancient gold coin, I was unable to find any information regarding its history. More importantly, I am completely unable to appraise its authenticity. Hence I even traveled through the earth, but only met with disappointments. But at that crucial moment, Gringotts manager Mr. Infinite suggested a terribly important news after receiving 30 pounds from me. Till date, the last remnant learned scholar of the goblin race should be located here, therefore I made my way here." To validate his statement, Sheehan once again fished out that exceptionally useful severed finger, attempting once again to exploit its potential. After Pank Jinding received and felt that severed finger, he nodded and placed it aside. Simultaneously, unable to conceal his excitement, as he started to wave his hands in excitement. "Infinite. Whoa. I know, he should be blood heir of the royal family. Although I don't have any good impressions of you, I have to admit your foresight and luck is relatively good." "That's right. Current standing in front of you is Duke Pank Jinding of the Goblin Empire. He also holds many other titles like Heraldry Grandmaster, Emblem Scholar, the prestigious Gold Purity Appraiser. Let's say, how about you bring that gold coin nearer a little? I can't see properly from here." Sheehan humbly smiled as he handed that archaic gold coin into the semi-transparent palm of Pank Jinding. The goblin's eye was ablaze with greed, brimming with focus. He immediately released a shocking gasp. "Heavens! This purity is stronger than every coin I've seen before. Looking at this beautiful shade of gold can bewitch anyone. It can possess the naked body of any goblin. Ah! Such a odd but exquisite carving. Such ingenious contours. Damned, why can't I find any memory that is relevant to such perfection? Damn it, I need to check the heraldry compilation. Sheehan emitted a timely gasp. I didn't hear wrongly. I really didn't hear wrongly. Pardon my boldness. Duke, you mentioned that the purity of this coin is stronger than any other gold coins you've seen before. Pank, Jinding angrily exclaimed out. That is without a doubt. I am convinced of this, really. I dare to swear upon the name of my 3,731-year-old Jinding clan on this, for the love of gold. Anyone who dishonors or questions gold should be hanged or burned at the stake. Relieved, Sheehan immediately relaxed his breathing and replied. Since it's like that, I have no worries. This goblin started to try biting the gold coin, although this was a completely futile action to an apparition, he impatiently asked. What are you worried about? I placed a bet with someone. That idiot thinks that this golden coin is just a piece of copper. Hence we got into an intense argument and even wagered our family property. Sheehan earnestly continued. I've finally met an authoritative person who can confirm and loudly proclaim that it is a golden coin. Therefore, can I raise an insignificant suggestion? To the respected Duke Pank, Jinding. Insignificant suggestion? The old goblin suspiciously asked. Sure, but that suggestion cannot involve my wealth. If I use this insignificant piece of ancient gold coin as a gift, do I have the honor of earning a personally documented appraisal certificate from the great Duke Pank, Jinding? Sheehan cautiously probed. Gift? I haven't heard such a sweet-sounding phrase in 10,000 years. Duke Pank raised his brows delightfully. Although your request is a little overboard, but luckily I have a kind heart and will agree to your request. After speaking, this goblin apparition decided to construct a certificate draft, but he couldn't find any paper or writing brush. He started to become jittery. Sheehan arched his brows up. Respected Pank, Jinding sir, you should know time is money. Since you've agreed to my request, then don't waste my time. I can only give you another 5 minutes, if not I'll have to demand my cute little gold coin back. Return. Gold coin. No. Pank, Jinding instantly shriek in agitation. Nobody can snatch away the gold coin from my hand. Especially this mystical, unknown, and precious baby. It is even more important than my life. Then you have to hand over my certificate. Sheehan similarly raged out. If not, you're a swindler. Swindle. Pank. Jinding's eyes suddenly brightened up. Perhaps that isn't a bad choice. Thanks for reminding me, young man. Ha 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 ha. His hysterical laughter echoed as he fled towards the side of the platform. After leaping out of the platform, his figure blurred and vanished into thin air. Following that, a resentful face floated up from where he vanished, soaring towards the sky. To Pank, Jinding, his sole existence as an apparition was due to his resentment against the evil deeds done by the Demon King. But to date, his thoughts were all transferred to that archaic gold coin that he hadn't seen before. His bitterness had successfully dissipated, and naturally regained freedom. This is the most concrete proof of the goblin's existence, that gold was placed above all else. At this moment, there was no more hindrances between Sheehan and the mysterious Demon King on the throne. Sheehan couldn't control his curiosity any longer as he stomped up to look at the golden throne. To his amazement, an undersized freak was wrapped in its black cloak. Roughly at 1.5 meters, even its head and face couldn't be seen. On his left shoulder blade, an old and filthy sackcloth bag was strapped across. Mixing the pair together, they released a crafty-looking wretched taste. This is the goblin's feared Demon King. This guy is just another ordinary goblin. And they said even God could do nothing against it. Sheehan couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't help but recall the previous image of that tall and suave person, simply waving his heads to exterminate his enemies. Moreover, that guy also carried a sackcloth bag. Sheehan really wanted to vomit blood. He anticipated that would be certain differences between the engravings, but his difference was as great as the heavens and the earth. Probably because of Sheehan's shocking reaction, his gasp minor movements caused that little freak wrapped in his black cloak to slant downwards. A cracking sound followed above that golden throne, before several broken dried bones crashed out. They dispersed into fine dust before they landed onto the ground. In a flash, even his black cloak dissipated into fine powder, only that golden throne remained. Witnessing the dried bones falling out, Sheehan instantly discovered the bones were frail and minute, obviously the bones of a tiny goblin. In his heart, he slowly pieced the unique characteristics and personality of the goblins, together with the information he had. Suddenly everything became as clear as water to him. He had found the truth to this story. 10,000 years ago, the last emperor of the Goblin Empire was an extremely narcissistic, licentious, and tyrannical man, who brazenly extorted taxes from his people. He also possessed several supernatural powers. Hence, after rumors of his vicious nature and ability spread through the land, everyone feared and revered him. That madman even forcefully constructed an extravagant and out-of-this-world imperial tomb, like Qin Shi Huang, building the Great Wall of China, ultimately triggering the furious anger of the nobles before the empire crumbled apart. Because the Demon King was originally a goblin, the latter generation's goblins spared no efforts to boast and wildly brag of him. After countless of alterations and dilutions, along with repeated craftsmanship and storytelling, it transformed into that story that Infinite spoke of. Regarding the monument erected at the entrance of the tomb, Xian scoffed disdainfully. Even such a tiny and wretched fellow was described as a merciless wicked tyrant by the picture carvings, then the exaggerated writings were only to be expected. After clarifying everything, Xian felt a rather dry and unsatisfied feeling. Brushing off the dust in his hands, he prepared to leave. The nightmare imprint suddenly transmitted a series of notifications, which instantly left Xian dumbstruck. Chapter 67, Huge Bumper Harvest. Chapter 67, Huge Bumper Harvest. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. After clarifying everything, Xian felt a rather dry and unsatisfied feeling. Brushing off the dust in his hands, he prepared to leave. The nightmare imprint suddenly transmitted a series of notifications, which instantly left Xian dumbstruck. Contest number 1018 has passed Gringotts secret test, Devil's Snare. Because your party members who have passed with you are all dead, their acquired achievement points have been transferred to you. You receive 2 achievement points plus 5 party members x2 equals 12 points. Contestant number 1018 has passed Gringotts secret test, Winged Keys. Because your party members who have passed with you are all dead, their acquired achievement points have been transferred to you. You receive 3 achievement points plus 4 party members x3 equals 15 points. Contestant number 1018 has conducted a complete exploration of the ruins of the ancient Goblin Kingdom alone. You receive plus 5 achievement points. Contestant number 1018 has conducted a complete exploration of Gringotts' deeply concealed secret. You receive plus 5 achievement points. Contestant number 1018 completed a glorious deed, uncovering historical secret. Completion rate 71.2%. Contestant number 1018 plus 1 legend * level. Yet to reach the requirements to obtain any rewards. TN, legend here refers to the story legends, folklore. Contestant number 1018 completed glorious deed, uncovering historical secret. Completion ranking, E. Contestant number 1018 receives 6 achievement points. Yet to reach the requirements to obtain any rewards. You accumulated a total of 43 achievement points from this experience. Your current total accumulated achievement points is 53 points. You have fulfilled the conditions to raise your Nightmare Imprint military rank. You can upgrade your military rank after returning to the Nightmare Realm. You accumulated a total of 43 achievement points from this experience. Xian stood stupefied momentarily at the spot for a moment before regaining his composure. After deep reflection of his previous encounter, he gradually started to understand the reason for such a harvest. Previously, he traveled together as part of the Metals Professor's party, hence the evaluation by the realm of the journey process was pretty good. Furthermore, the members in the party had all died, thus their evaluation and achievements had been transferred to him. His successful exploration of the remnants was hugely relied on Infinite's severed finger to pass through unhindered. It could be considered as cheating. But formerly, it was because of encountering that statue knight that he fell into the abyss, and ultimately he still met with the Demon King. Hence, it triggered the conditions for completing this glorious deed. Moreover, it was thanks to that archaic gold coin that released the miserable goblin apparition. Thus, the price he paid and the dangers he experienced wasn't small. Therefore, his ranking still managed to rise from the lowest F to E. According to the realm, taking away the rewards and only bestowing Xian with legend level and achievement points was considered fair. Apart from this, Xian curiously inquired on glorious deed and legend level to his Nightmare Imprint. The answer he got was glorious deeds are the ultimate secrets hidden within every world. It is extremely hard to be discovered and possess a certain uniqueness. Once a contestant accomplishes the glorious deed, then other contestants wouldn't be able to reach this objective. Under non-combat state, legend level can be used to raise the user's reputation in respect to any storyline character in any nightmare world. +1 legend level equals during raising of influence/reputation, the required reputation is lowered by 10%. Any transactions with storyline characters has a +10% discount. You obtained privileges to directly engage in conversations with certain noble storyline characters. Under combat state, +1 legend level will enhance your avoidability and accuracy by 5%. During test completion, +1 legend level can allow you to receive an additional evaluation. Strictly speaking, this generously dramatic increase of 43 achievement points allowing Xian to promote his military ranking, and that +1 legend level was already exceedingly good. Both in terms of long or short-term benefits were excellent. To receive these two abundant rewards, Xian was extremely satisfied. His previous trials and tribulations weren't a waste at all. Currently, the Nightmare imprint once again released notification. You can choose to sit on the Golden Throne, and immediately return to the entrance of the Gringotts secret room. Please note, once you activate this function, you'll be unable to return forever. The historic ruins of the ancient Goblin Empire would sink further into the ground, to be hidden forever. Xian scanned his surroundings. After confirming there was nothing left to reap, he sat on the Golden Throne and planned to return. Yet he had a nervous and fishy sensation crawling at his heart, as though he had missed out something. Persistently thinking, he still couldn't pinpoint the exact problem. Hence, he ultimately activated the teleporting function. A flash of white brilliance, an empty Golden Throne. At that instant when Xian's body was about to disappear, an object twitched violently. It was actually a sackcloth bag, that filthy, tattered, ordinarily looking sackcloth bag. The bag was initially straddled across the Demon King's shoulder, but it hadn't dematerialized. The sackcloth bag automatically opened up, sucking something into the bag, an infinite severed finger. The same finger that Xian handled over Pank, Jinding to earn his trust, and after confirming it, he placed it aside. At the exact moment the sackcloth bag opened, Xian arrived back at the underground basement in Nocturne Alley. He was trembling all over, that familiar and unexplainable feeling terrorizing his mind. Cursing out loud that he actually missed out such a thing. It was that exact peculiar sensation that caused him to choose Gringotts Wizarding Bank as his starting mission. He finally painstakingly reached Gringotts' deepest abyss. In his heart he was determined to solve this mysterious feeling tugging at him. Yet he never expected he would forgot his initial objective and casually teleported back. Back in the deep abyss, a violent earthquake was shaking the entire ancient Goblin Empire. It swiftly extended towards the Golden Throne area. At present, as those exquisite ornaments and precious treasures were wrecked by the earthquake were sinking into the crevices, one could clearly see, circling the Golden Throne was a layer of invisible protective screen, or one could call it a seal. This screen was draining power from the mysterious yet formidable massive ancient Hebrew characters. Explaining the characters, it would say, humankind is unable to contain this wretched soul. Amidst the violent shakes and crumbling into the deeper abyss, an enormous black hole spell circle appeared beneath. It possessed irresistible destructive strength, threatening to swallow everything in. Cracks started forming on the Golden Throne, even the ladder of ancient Hebrew seal was breaking apart. At the instant the seal shattered, that sackcloth bag hiding underneath the Golden Throne suddenly opened up. Aiming towards the cracks in the seal, an unnoticeable ray of light burst out through the seal, and vanished into the air. That ray of light was the severed finger sucked into the bag previously. One could clearly sense that the severed finger had changed. On its surface emitted an indescribable faint brilliance, like a dead object suddenly possessing its own soul. Like a stone dragon, a woman escaping from its painting, a spirit monkey exploding out of the rock star. In that instant the finger escaped, that tattered and worn-out sackcloth lost its luster, disintegrating into speckles of gray and finally dissipated. The author uses Chinese stories to explain the sacredness of the severed finger. Frustrated and sullen, Xian walked out of the basement. That black old man was still sitting at the same place. Upon seeing Xian, he snorted and brushed his hands, fiercely lashing out. I've already said I followed the Ministry of Magic's regulations. Why didn't you believe me? Dogs of the Ministry of Magic, You wasted your efforts inside that dusty fireplace, eh? Let me tell you, if you didn't have the Ministry of Magic as your backing, then Kabadaba will definitely gorge out your brains and boil it. Then, Kabadaba will store your brains into Kabadaba's bottles. Sheehan ignored him and directly exit. When the azure blue sky greeted his sight, he was momentarily lost and even felt a sudden sorrow. Staying too long in that dark and depressing abyss would really cause substantial traumatic damage to one's mental state. At present, Sheehan still had 2 hours left in his 7 days' duration. During this 2 hours, side missions were impossible to initiate because of his measly charm, and big missions he did not possess the time for. Like the final 2 missions to complete the Warm-Hearted Men milestone. No matter if it was stealing the crafting blueprints for the broomstick, firebolt, or acquiring the blood of a unicorn, they required a long time and planning. Merely 2 hours was not even adequate for the preparations phase. Bored stiff, Sheehan suddenly recalled that Beardy, Jack the Ripper. Sheehan was sure he didn't participate in the huge war between the Symbiosis sect and the Bank Syndicate. Wherever he went, that guy was adept at striking water to the left and right *, coincidentally avoiding this complicated mess. Looks like he had returned safely. TN * Chinese idiom meaning, everything going one's way. Because of the shortage of time, Sheehan could only test his luck at Diagon Alley. Perhaps he could encounter any storyline character that was compatible with him. Of course, Sheehan was relatively clear, right now the most possible place of receiving a temporary short quest was at Gringotts. Because only the beloved goblins disregarded charm and treated everyone fairly, that is if the other party had the adequate funds. That was indeed a missions haven for contestants who possessed terribly low charm. Chapter 68, It Is Him. Chapter 68, It Is Him, translated by, Chua, edited by, T.N. XRCO and Il Kasser. But unfortunately, don't mention magic pounds, even ordinary pounds were inexistent in Sheehan's pockets. He was as poor as a dog. Don't even mention the money needed to receive the mission, he did not even possess adequate fees to pay the security guards. As he was touring about in Diagon Alley, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a goblin. Likewise the goblin caught sight of Sheehan, their eyes locked. The goblin widened his round eyes, exposing an incomparably overjoyed expression. Pointing his finger, he yelled out, "He is here!" That expression was similar to a husband who had not seen his wife for a long time, full of delight and zeal. After yelling out, he pounced forward and grabbed onto Sheehan's thigh, dragging him towards Gringotts Bank. Sheehan suddenly recovered from the shock, a layer of goosebumps covered his back, he violently struggled to swipe off this goblin. Oi oi oi. I do have great relationships with every races, but not to such an intimate extent. Sir, please respect, oi. M************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Xian tried his best to struggle and shake off this goblin was really a stubborn piece of glue. Amidst the tussling, another few goblins ran over from afar. Similarly, those goblins were delighted as they simultaneously launched forward. Xian desperately shut his eyes, cursing in his heart that he had incurred the wrath of a certain goblin association. After a moment, another goblin came huffing and puffing down the street. He was wearing a green coat with a red tie, and even had two cute sticking-out beards. He looked rather noble, and delightedly walked up when he saw Xian. "Hey my old friend, are you doing well?" Xian bitterly smiled and shook his head. "Not well at all, Sir Infinite. Truthfully, I'm having a headache because of your friends." Infinite laughed out loudly. "Oh. It's because I have something urgent to find you. Therefore, I offered a huge sum of money for them to locate you. These little bastards didn't disappoint me. Of course, I'm extremely sorry for disturbing you. And of course, my apology won't be barely verbal." After speaking, Infinite hooked out a shriveled pouch. The surrounding goblins reacted instantaneously, surrounding him and arguing intensely about the money, its thickness and purity. Finally, the last one received his copper coin and satisfiedly left. Xian silently observed this commotion, then he leaned back slightly. "Mr. Infinite, what are you finding me for?" Infinite smiled widely. "Recently, you must have made a trip home, right?" Xian was slightly taken aback. "What?" Infinite comfortably sighed. "I can feel that the nagging curse on my body disappearing, it must be related to you. Well done my friend. Therefore, I want to invite you for a meal, really, a bowl of rice." Please don't decline, let's go. Sheehan originally wanted to discount the idea of this meal. Yet after considering how tough it was for a goblin to spend his money on others, it was like directly robbing Gringotts. Thus, he sensibly discarded that thought. As he followed Infinite into his small house, Sheehan immediately discovered it was literally just a bowl of rice. After everyone had sat down comfortably, Infinite walked into the kitchen and carried a thick black bread, as huge as himself. This black bread looked just like a stone. The Gringotts manager then fetched a kitchen knife, and started slicing off huge loaves and distributed to everyone. He then pleasantly declared, "Let's tuck in." Sheehan didn't have great hopes for this meal, still couldn't help releasing a deep sigh. But at this moment, someone knocked on the door. Infinite frustratedly ran to open the door. A frail and old goblin stood at the entrance, the goblin's slightly blackened skin and profound wrinkles. He looked rather crafty, his eyes constantly probed into the house. Then this goblin seized Infinite's hand and craftily smiled. "Hey, my friend. I am your neighbor, David." Infinite's expression was slightly dull. "Oh, David. What do you need?" "We are currently eating." David ecstatically replied. "That's great, yes, is the food ready?" "After eating last night, my house was left with a little salt. So I wish to borrow some roast meat today." Sheehan was speechless upon hearing this. There's actually such an outrageous person. Dared to request a freeload of this Gringotts manager, who is the last descendant of the goblin royal family. Instead, Infinite swallowed his saliva, struggling to churn out his voice out his throat. "I really don't have any meat, but I have a little bread." "Damn it, really only a little." David had already brushed away Infinite's hand and entered. "Although black bread isn't my favorite, but since the esteemed Mr. Infinite has warmly invited, I definitely dare not refuse." Hearing this old cunning David's sentence, Infinite's expression was like someone who wanted to give himself 2 tight slaps. David automatically sat at the dining table, and bluntly starting tapping on an empty plate. Helplessly, Infinite once again carried that huge black bread over. This was his family's livelihood for the week, reluctantly carving out half a slice for David. David very naturally pushed his plate with the semi-loaf of bread towards Infinite, then he casually snatched the entire bread chunk that David was holding. "Thank you for your generosity, my friend. Although this black bread cannot be considered tasty, it is enough to fill the belly." Infinite was trembling violently from head to toe, a phlegm was lodged within his throat as he croaked out, but not a single word was audible. Previously, Infinite had fainted abruptly before, therefore Sheehan kindly supported him to prevent him from suddenly fainting and injuring himself. That goblin David had started to wolf down his food, just like a hungry ghost. He actually consumed the entire thing, not sparing the crumbs after a short 10 minutes. Rubbing his belly and his skinny ribs, he scoffed in satisfaction. "Whoa, I haven't tasted the fragrant taste of food for a long time. The flavor of wheat is truly delightful." Although his old goblin portrayed such a vulgar behavior, Sheehan didn't know why when he looked at him, there was an amiable and kindred feeling towards him. He couldn't help but sat beside him, craftily asking, "What's so good about bread? How about I bring you for some steak?" Instead this goblin withdrew his body, folding his arms before his chest and prudently exclaimed, "What are you trying to do?" Sheehan's expression darkened, he was really speechless. "All right, I just want to treat you to a meal, that's all." "Meal?" His suspicions heightened. "You don't even know me, why would you treat me to a meal?" Sheehan smacked his forehead. All right, treat it as I said nothing." The old goblin flew into a raging fit, raging along with his uncontrolled saliva. "Since you said it already, how can I take it as you didn't? You're not thinking of anything, why would you treat me to a meal? Since you wanted to treat me to a meal, why did you let me eat this black bread?" Sheehan was stunned, slightly blank at this sudden raging interrogation. He raised his hands hopelessly and said, "So do you want me to treat you to a meal?" David opened up his mouth, as though he just heard a rhetorical question. "As a goblin, how can I pass on someone's invitation for a meal? Let's go, immediately." Sheehan had completely no rebuttal, he could only comply. "Let's go." Not long after the two left, Infinite suddenly blankly shook his head. "Shit, Lisa. Didn't a neighbor came to visit just now? But the question is, do we even have a neighbor?" His wife was slightly shocked. Haven't you already bought over the entire land surrounding here? Our last neighbor, Old Aries, had been chased away by you for close to 17 years already. I can definitely say that nobody visited. Was as a hallucination. All right. Recently the bank is pretty busy. Even my poor little finger was severed after an accident with shifting the safe. Luckily I didn't lose much blood, but worse still, I didn't receive any compensation for this accident. Based on this fact, I should raise my salary by 4 shillings. Heavens, someone must have been sneaking around here. The black bread roasted yesterday is only left with crumbs. Sheehan led this old goblin out to Diagon Alley. The greedy old goblin breathed in the fresh air deeply, and comfortably extending his arms to the sun while stretching his neck and butt. He really was like an old rat, with golden hair and beard, who just ventured out of his rat hole. Sheehan suddenly thought of something ridiculous as he couldn't help asking. This, David sir, you couldn't possibly have 4 syllables behind your name, right? The old goblin immediately split open his mouth in surprise and smiled. How did you know that? Sheehan silently observed his yellowish teeth and pointy beard. A voice sounded loftily in his ears, causing him to be immensely pleased with himself. Yes, my friend, please address me as Mr. David Beckham. TN, in the Chinese language, Beckham has 4 syllables. Chapter 69, Heavenly Servant. Chapter 69, Heavenly Servant, translated by Chua, edited by TN, XRCO, and Il Kasser. Sheehan once again sunk into deep thoughts. At this time, the two of them had walked to the exit of Diagon Alley, backyard of London's Leaky Cauldron. Sheehan suddenly recalled something. Hey friend, looks like you have to wait over here for me. Outside is the so-called Muggles' world. Goblins' appearance would definitely scare them, but that isn't the main problem. More importantly, the Ministry of Magic may be involved. I'll be back after 5 minutes. The old goblin snorted disdainfully. Don't belittle me, I know magic too. He then waved out a black splintered wand. Puff. His appearance metamorphosed into a wretched old man, but he was still wearing his dirty clothes. His skin was still as green as a goblin's. Glancing at himself, this old man lazily issued. Ha! I failed again. But don't you think this appearance is rather cool? After attempting a few more times, the old goblin finally succeeded in transforming into a shifty-eyed, pointy chin and sunken chin wretched old man. Coughing violently, he was quite pleased with himself. Let us go. Sheehan sighed and replied. Although saying this is a little overboard, but your actions have really wasted too much time. I have to leave already. Sheehan wasn't lying, he really received the warning from his nightmare imprint. You are left with 30 minutes before your deadline for this world. Please use your remaining time to return to the nightmare realm. If not, you will be forcefully extracted. Forceful extraction will have one of your equipments confiscated. Obviously Sheehan wasn't willing to give away his equipment for free. Therefore, he became anxiously urgent to hurry back to London's train station, platform 9 3/4. Even if this old goblin gave him an amiable feeling, he couldn't be bothered. Immediately flagging a cab, instead as the cab started moving, the goblin suddenly hopped on. He curiously asked, Where are you going? Sheehan was surprised at this old thing's agility. Yet he was rushing for time. Shrugging his shoulders, he apologized. Back to my hometown. A mysterious spell is oppressing it, I cannot bring anyone else. Looks like I can only treat you to your steak in the future. Please go home, Mr. David. The old goblin lowered his head, miserably uttering. Actually, I have no home. Ah. Sheehan was shocked. No way, aren't you Infinite's neighbor? 2 beads of tears rolled down the old goblin's face, he sullenly replied. When I woke up today, I realized I had lost my memory. The only thing I remember is my name and nickname, and that my house seemed to be around Infinite's area. Sheehan was amazed. Nickname, you have a nickname? Yeah. The old goblin's eyes sparkled. It's David Beckham. Sheehan was petrified. All right, what is your real name? Ah. Let me think. The goblin bit his thumb and pondered deeply. I've seemed to have forgotten. Frank. Franklin. Phelan. No, wrong, Foo. Maybe, maybe not. Forget it, just call me Jinquang. Jinquang. Xian recited it a few times. It seemed to sound strange, but after practicing it got better. Xian cunningly tried his luck. Since you have nowhere to go, how about follow me? Be my butler. A butler even has a salary every month, you know. The goblin named Jinquang tensed up. That serious expression coupled with his pointy chins and stubby cheeks caused one to be speechless. He suspiciously stammered. Why do I feel like I'm being deceived? Sheol felt a sense of helplessness in his heart, blaming his naivety for this futile attempt on a goblin without sacrificing anything. He replied. Then there's nothing I can do, I need to leave now. He hopped off the cab, and waved his hands to Jinquang. Goodbye. He then hastily sprinted towards the train station. Finally, when he was left with 5 minutes, he successfully boarded the Hogwarts Express number 5972. Instantly triggering the nightmare imprint to return to the realm. As his body gradually faded, Xian felt several reluctance in his heart. Suddenly, a milk carton smashed through from the outside. Although it was harmless and deducted his HP by 1 point, it initiated Xian's combat mode. Immediately, Xian's body turned solid. Xian was about to leap up and scold aloud, yet he saw the old goblin Jinquang miserably limping over. The goblin felt aggrieved. All right, if not because I have nowhere else to go. For the love of money. I would never have become someone else's butler. Xian burned with anxiety as he hurriedly exclaimed. Then hurry over here. My charm is low. Accepting a servant may require a long time. Time is tight. Jinquang's lips curled into a sinister, mysterious smile. Yet he replied blankly. Oh. Consecutively, Xian received the notification, storyline character, amnesiac goblin Jinquang is willing to be your servant. During the time paused in the nightmare realm and world, your servant will continue to leech your utility points as its salary. Inclusive of the time in the present world. The higher rank the servant, the more utility points it requires. Your servant is an assistant type, it will not participate in battles. It possesses 10 absolute HP points, but any form of attacks will only deduct 1 HP at a time. Upon death, 50 loyalty points will be deducted, previous ranking may drop by 1 to 2 ranks. Utility points needed for revival depends on the ranking of the servant and its equipments. Once the servant's loyalty level has dropped beneath defection state, the servant cannot be revived after death. Your current charm is a low 5 points. Once your servant loyalty level has dropped beneath 90 points, he will start to become passive and slackened off. Once beneath 90 points, there is a chance for defection. Note, the chances of acquiring a servant is relatively rare, please cherish your opportunity. Do you wish to accept this servant? Yes/no. Xian naturally selected yes. He normally prepared his mentality of failures, as such surprises were often sudden. Xian hadn't even selected yes, Jinquang had already naturally stood beside him, straightening his wrinkled chest and protruding belly. Yet to Xian's amazement, its loyalty level was actually a grand slam of 120 points. Because Xian had previously accepted another servant, that damned unlucky Charlie. Moreover, he hit it off pretty well with the summoner Phelps, thus he had certain understanding of loyalty level. Under normal circumstances, as long as the servant wasn't very terrible, 80 loyalty points was the average. If one wanted 90 loyalty points, then he had to spend extra meticulous care. 100 loyalty points indicated a high-rank character that had experienced several worlds and was investor over 5,000 utility points. 100 to 110 loyalty points was extremely challenging, it could mean that one had gifted at least 10 uncommon items or even black-grade equipment/items to the servant. Of course, such an expensive investment wasn't futile. Once the loyalty level reached 110 points, the servant will receive a passive ability called Loyal and Amp, Devoted. Its effect was to feed back 1/10 of its personal attributes to its master. But 120 loyalty level was completely unheard of so far. Until here, Xian felt a little concerned. Hence, he continued to examine the information of this servant. Jinquang. Assistant-type servant. This is an ordinary old goblin, because his memory ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### Current ranking 0, experience 1/1, 500, 000. After ranking up, every attribute will be upgraded. Certain potential points will be rewarded to raise its personal abilities. Current loyalty level, 120 points. Basic attributes, strength, 10 points agility, 12 points physique, 19 points perceptive sensing, 11 points charm, 1 point intelligence, 12 points spirit, 11 points absolute HP, 25 points. Servant special ability, loyal and amp, devoted, basic 110 loyalty points, feedback 1/10 of its personal attributes to its master. Assistant type servant special ability, spirit link, basic 120 loyalty points, servant can inherit matters except basic attributes, concerning its master. Inclusive of reputation, legend level, basic abilities, basic passive abilities etc. Assistant type servant special ability, absolute life, any form of damages dealt to characters with absolute life will only deduct 1 HP. Furthermore, there is a 3 seconds buffer period after the deduction of HP where no damage can be dealt. Characters who possess absolute life will be unable to deal damage to other creatures. Goblin race special nature, this creature will forever be unaffected by the basic attribute charm. Goblin race special ability, haggling LVL 15, during transactions/trades with any characters, taxes type fees will be exempted. Extremely huge chance of receiving preferential treatment similar to having maximum charm. Individual special ability, evil tyrant, ability class is unable to evaluated by the realm, passive, characters possessing this ability can forcefully interact with any intellectual storyline character, unavoidable by any means. This ability is ineffective of contestants/controlled units. TN, intellectual characters should be characters who can think for themselves. Individual special ability, swindler, ability class is unable to be evaluated by the realm, passive, characters possessing this ability can fish up certain benefits from any intellectual storyline character. Special ability. Special ability. Special ability. Special ability. Chapter 70, I want Chapter 70, I want translated by Chua, edited by TN, XRCO, and Ilkasser. Seeing all his attributes apart from his charm rising, Sheehan felt incredibly refreshed. No wonder he constantly felt an amiable feeling towards this old goblin, actually he was so useful. Furthermore, his abilities were extremely oppressive and cunning. For example, storyline characters who required a certain reputation level before interacting would be harassed by this goblin. Just think of the mental torture when they inevitably cannot ignore a person with only 1 point in charm. Sheehan couldn't resist recalling the previous storyline characters like M.O. Waller, Old Bill etc., these scum who made his life difficult because of his charm. He wished he could bring Jean Kwang along to engage them, to let them know the meaning of reversal of feng shui. Idiom, which means reversal of fortune / every dog has its day. After settling everything else, Sheehan gloomily discovered there was only 30 seconds left for the deadline. If he delayed any further, he would really get penalized. Therefore, he hastily selected to return to the realm. In a flurry, his figure turned blurry and vanished, finally leaving this world. When he materialized, he found himself in a mystical place. Beneath his feet was a transparent screen lifting his weight. His surroundings were covered with white puffy clouds and breezy sound of wind. Underneath him was a densely packed green forest, snow-white ice-capped mountains, and buildings as small as matchboxes from this height. It was like overlooking the ground from thousands of meters high. Rays of magical light streaked past him occasionally. This was purely a fantasy, simply breathtaking. Following that naturally was his battle process overview. The battle with the mountain troll / completing several missions / finally passing the 2 challenges in Gringotts' secret room / exploring the ancient goblin empire. Scenes flashed by like stop motion. Subsequently, the realms report surfaced. Setting, magical world of Harry Potter, difficulty, easy, D-class, pain limitations, 50%, additional enhancement to individuals' capabilities, 0%, current setting exploration rate, 27.31%, completed this world's milestone, Doting Men, received the title, Bowtruckle feedback, fast, milestone completion rate, Warm-Hearted Men, 2-4, remainder, Magic Sports Shop's final mission / Borgin and Amp, Burke's Magic Shop's final mission. Milestone, suspect, 1/10, remainder, slay 9 more contestants. Current world is free setting, you won't be able to obtain combat logs on contestant battles that aren't related to you. During battle with other contestants, if your perceptive sensing exceeds your opponent, you can suppress their perceptive sensing. They will be unable to obtain a detailed combat log. Mission content exploration rate, 63%, completed mission score, A, note, lowest is E, and highest perfect score is SSS. Although you only broke through 2 mechanisms of Gringotts' secret room, you successfully explored the 10,000-year-old ancient Goblin Empire. Scenario completion reward, free attribute points, 4 points plus 1 point, on account of +1 legend level, 500 utility points, 2 potential points. Current free attribute points, 5 points. You can allocate the free attribute points to your basic attributes, strength/agility etc., to strengthen your capabilities. 5 free attribute points. Xian was stunned amazed, he murmured to himself. I wasn't even involved in the main storyline, didn't even touch the Philosopher's Stone. How does this damned realm calculate? At this moment, a wretched old goblin hopped out abruptly, exclaiming loudly. Wow, this place is really beautiful. Following that, he started caressing around and even a corroded and rusty hammer appeared randomly. As he decided to pry open any bright and shimmering objects. A dark line formed on Xian's head, grabbing Jin Kuang's back collar as he pulled him back. His tone was rather annoyed, but it contained more of concern than anger. Oi oi, old thing. You'll die if you fall from this height. Jin Kuang danced and gesticulated for joy as he displayed his angry rebellion. Xian ignored him, and once again looked at the notifications from the Nightmare Imprint. Your achievement points have reached 53 points. You have met the Nightmare Imprint's conditions to up rank. After returning to the realm, please hurry and choose to raise your military rank. After these phrases disappeared, the scenery started to turn fuzzy and once again became dark. After regaining his vision, he was back in his little personal room. The old goblin Jin Kuang was exceptionally excited to be here, running around and touching anything he could see. Occasionally he would gasp and spit saliva on areas with stains before using his own fingers to wipe. Seeing such a behavior, Xian was slightly taken aback. Before returning, Xian didn't engage in any intense battle. He had received adequate rest and was very refreshed. He didn't have any desires to rest, and simply couldn't be bothered with that wretched Jin Kuang. He then retrieved his spoils of war from his Nightmare Imprint, making a stock check of his leisure objects. Object, Troll's Horcrux, Silver Storyline Class, Weapon, Troll's Legbone, Black, Object, Ghost Whetstone Object, Rotten Eyeball Object, Fanged Frisbee Scroll, Black Venom Food, Mars Bar Eye-Shaped Metal Dissolution Liquid Mixture Unappraised Object, a Roll of Thick Leather Unknown Strange Object, Vampire Bat Injected with Digestive Enzymes. Amongst these objects, the object, Troll's Horcrux, Silver Storyline Class, was something that Xian planned to keep. He considered on using it on Ambition or Obsidian Fossil Anchor to raise their class to Silver Storyline Class. From there, it would satisfy the usage requirements for the eye-shaped metal dissolution liquid mixture, and have a chance to raise it to LVL7. TN, in case you've forgotten the liquid mixture usage effects, smearing it would strengthen your equipment/weapon, 100% chance of raising to LVL4, 50% chance of raising to LVL5, 10% chance of raising to LVL7. Only effective on Silver Storyline class objects/weapons. Regarding the other objects, Xian planned to sell them. Currently, after subtracting the fees used for Insight as well as Jin Kuang's salary, Xian was left with roughly 3,800 utility points and 2 potential points. Most crucially, during his previous intense battle, Xian's butchering bone hatchet had been destroyed due to excessive resistance. Hence, he was back to square one, being empty-handed in combat. Ambition was a weapon that could be used once every minute, and definitely couldn't be used as a feasibly weapon of choice. Undoubtedly, Xian was in urgent need to find a replacement. Actually, to Xian, that butchering bone hatchet wasn't really handy. But since it carried an additional special ability, Resist, it was indeed a necessity for Xian, who engaged in long drawn-out battles. Xian's ideal trade-off would be weapons like nunchaku, boxing gloves, daggers who carried additional Resist ability. After his stock take, Xian decided to raise his military rank of his Nightmare Imprint. Then he would figure out a way to appraise his 2 unappraised objects. As he was about to leave, he saw Jin Kuang tugging at his shirt, looking rather pitiful. "Master?" Xian asked. "Yes, Jin Kuang." "Hungry?" I can buy food for you. I want. I am a guy, you want. Be obedient, I'll give you 300 utility points, go and flirt wherever you want. I want. I am only interested in females. I want. Jinquang then extended his hand out, pointing stubbornly at that scroll, black venom. Xian wiped his sweat. All right, take it. Oi oi, this thing is very valuable, what do you want it for? Jinquang remained silent, he slanted his head and stared at Xian. His grievous expression felt extremely wronged and displeased. Xian felt his heart thumping, he suddenly recalled that he managed to trick Jinquang into being his servant because he was a miserable goblin who lost his memory. He didn't even offer any sweet words, but was awarded with 120 loyalty points. This was extremely generous. And yet he didn't even display any sort of virtue and manners. Bring Jinquang into the picture, he was the goblin of goblins, an overlord amongst the goblins. Reminded of that, Xian hurriedly reached out for that black venom scroll, bowing as he offered with both hands. Jinquang coldly snored as he folded his hands over his chest, gesturing with his finger. Utility points. Although Xian felt very bitter within, he still forced out a smile and transferred 2,000 utility points over. Bowing politely as he asked, "Is that enough?" Jinquang snorted coldly, and swung away his head. Yet his lips curled into a vulgar and sinister smile. Xian shrugged his shoulders, turmoil in his heart. He is my servant, I cannot lower myself to his level, but he recalled Phelps telling him once, that when he took care of his summoned wolves, it was just like taking care of babies. Clearing their excrements, blood, sweat, and tears exhausting. He managed to calm down, secretly rolling his eyes before he left. Xian hesitated a moment after leaving. It was an entire 5 free attribute points. He pondered for a moment, and suddenly remembered about Mogentia. Thus, he immediately invested a point in his perceptive sensing, and the other 4 on his physique. Suddenly the nightmare imprint notified him, your basic attribute, physique has purely exceeded 20 points without enhancements from additional equipments. You receive an additional basic attribute reward. Please select within 10 seconds. A. Basic attribute reward. I. Passive, Steroids Fury, increase your damage dealt, damage increase is based on 6% of your maximum HP value. Increase of damage will not exceed 20 points. Doesn't count as a second attack and lowered by defenses. B. Basic attribute reward. I. Passive, Healthy Mister, plus 100 points to your maximum HP. Chapter 71, 2nd Lieutenant. Chapter 71, 2nd Lieutenant. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. XRCO and Alcázar. Naturally, Option A, Steroids Fury, was preferred by offensive-type contestants. Option B, Healthy Mister, was more suitably for defensive-type contestants. For example, summoners and support class contestants would choose Option B. Xian considered for a moment, he still believed that staying alive took priority. He particularly experienced that during the vicious hurricane created by the winged keys. Thus, he selected Option B. Following the direction of his nightmare imprint, Xian swiftly returned to the marketplace. When he was approaching the middle region of the district, he suddenly felt the ground beneath vibrating a little. The tile beneath him suddenly lifted him up, 3 red tentacles erupted from the ground, coiling and weaving around Xian, forming a sealed but spacious fencing. It was to prevent others from falling in. Using his hand to touch, he could feel a spongy texture followed by a metal core within. It was slightly warm but extremely solid. Riding on this elevator, Xian was lifted towards the summit of the realm. Upon reaching its goal, the tile beneath him dissolved into the lateral wall. Ahead of him was a hexagon-shaped metal tunnel. The metal tunnel gave on an unfathomable feeling, even time could not leave a mark on it. As Xian walked through, 3 beams of green rays burst out and started scanning him. Any unnecessary movements would surely result in instant death. At the end of the tunnel was a metal chair. The chair was embroidered with huge oval crystals. Xian sat down, a hologram screen ejected from the ground, serial no. 1018, analyzing, confirming identity. Your current nightmare imprint ranking is Recruit. Conditions met to promote your military ranking. Do you wish to promote? Yes/no. Yes. Your current nightmare imprint ranking is Private First Class. Conditions met to promote your military ranking. Do you wish to promote? Yes/no. Yes. Following that, Sheehan consecutively jumped 3 ranks. He directly leapt over the critical junctures of corporal, sergeant, and staff sergeant ranks. 50 achievement points was the doorstep of the second lieutenant rank. Sheehan's achievement value had already reached 53 points, and fulfilled the adequate requirements. This time promoting from staff sergeant to captain was definitely not a simple path. Even in the present world, second lieutenants makes up the majority of officers and were considered the lowest ranking for commissioned officers. It represented the transformation from a soldier to an officer. From here on, the lead will become the leader. All these promotions were directly announced by the hologram screen. Suddenly a disturbance static surfaced on the screen. After a brief moment, a hoarse voice transmitted over. "Whoa! Yet another guy who has passed through the preliminary refining. Kiki. Very well done, let me see. Contestant number 1018, congratulations on successfully become a second lieutenant." Sheehan amazedly replied. "Who are you?" Don't fret, don't fret. I'm not an enemy. In truth, I am also a human same as you, but instead I am from the future. Future. Sheehan was even more bewildered. The hoarse voice coughed twice before continuing. That's right. Actually, strictly speaking, your ranking is what we would have recruited you the previous decade. But based on your strength now, you don't meet our standards. Until you've matured further, you'll be naturally contacted again. Military recruitment. Sheehan felt a wave of fury rushing up. Thinking of the various dangers he had faced so far in the nightmare realm, his life hanging on a thread. You guys let me struggle between life and death, treating us just like ants. Is that called recruitment? Don't be agitated, young lieutenant. The voice sounded like it usually faced such scenarios, calmly continuing. To gain, one has to first lose. To enter this realm, one has to possess intense reluctance and indomitable willpower. They long for somewhere to vent their frustrations, but we can satisfy your wishes. Naturally, you'll have to fight for us. Isn't this just a fair trade? Let's take you for an example. Has the realm forced you to join? But, Sheehan was lost for words. The hoarse voice gently continued. If you feel that our actions are wrong, then we will give you a chance. Immediately leave the realm, and your nightmare imprint will disappear. All your memories will be erased. You can continue living as an ordinary person in the 21st century. No. Sheehan was appalled. He immediately raised his voice. I haven't acquired the regenerative medicine to treat Uncle Desai's fingers. How can I leave? Okay. The hoarse voice chirped. You see, between us is definitely a fair relationship. All right, I understand. I take back my earlier words. Sheehan dejectedly replied. Then award me my title. The hoarse voice lauded him. Very good. The next time I see you, I hope that you have reached a level that we can use. You must know, the place to earn the greatest achievements is on our battlefield. My last advice is solely for you. Young lieutenant, only few talented contestants can receive that privilege. Sheehan earnestly nodded his head. I will keep this to heart. Cherish your achievement points, like how you cherish your lover. Be as stingy with it, if not, believe me, you will certainly regret squandering in the near future. Sheehan suddenly recalled another matter. Earlier I've learned that achievement points can be exchanged. How about purchasing some? The coarse voice simply replied. I don't encourage such a behavior, that is a foolish idea. Moreover, you are only a second lieutenant now, you cannot engage in trades with others anymore. Hey-ish, let's put it like this. Soldiers would trade away their achievement points, do so only to increase their survivability chances and self-benefits. Regarding your current stage, I can only tell you that lieutenants who achieve their rank through trading will never receive our acknowledgement or commendation. And their promotion privileges are lesser. More importantly, it is so they can establish their own parties. I've said too much already. Good luck, young lieutenant, hope to see you again. Consecutively, Sheehan's ears resounded with notifications. You have been promoted to second lieutenant. Your nightmare imprint has received the following privileges. You can purchase the related military items within the nightmare realm. Your personal interspatial area has increased by 100%. You can establish a lowest grade party. Party cannot exceed 5 people. You can appoint an assistant. but his rank must at least by Sergeant/Sergeant, Reserve. Appointing will require a small fee of achievement points. You received a one-time privilege purchasement of military item for free. You receive the authority to initiate entry into the Nightmare Realm after 2 weeks in the present world. Initiating entry will provide an additional stay-over period of 180 minutes. At present, every completion of a Nightmare World would provide a 48 hours accumulative stay-over period. Warning: once your achievement points reduce to below 50, your acquired privileges will be taken away, your rank will be demoted. Sheehan glanced through this list and felt rather satisfied. Previously in the Pirates of the Caribbean world, he found out achievement points could be traded. It looks like those budding phase parties utilized this swift method to establish their party. He suddenly recalled something else, loudly inquiring out. May I ask how you determine the amount of utility points, potential points, and free attribute points after completing a test? The answer changed to the robotic, emotionless tone of the Nightmare Realm. Obviously, the person that awarded Sheehan had left. Calculating your privileges. Please pay 600 utility points, contestant number 1018. Your current ranking is Second Lieutenant. You only need to pay 500 utility points. Sheehan was speechless but still paid up the 500 utility points. In the realm, at all times it was efficient, heartless yet urging one to pursue his pinnacle. This was the heartless universal law from the beginning: how much you pay, that is how much you gain. It was that simple. It was that merciless and precise like a machine. Very quickly, Sheehan received an answer. How many utility points you earn as reward is related to your mission content exploration rate. The Nightmare Realm will evaluate and judge based on every single mission content against the ones that you have accepted and completed. How many potential points is related to the exploration rate of the world itself. Also, it is related to the completion score of your completed mission. As long as you manage to advance deeply into the exploration of various dangerous main storyline, important characters, or special scenarios, you will obtain additional free attribute points. Note: you can't have both fish and bear paw star. During a contestant's earlier phase, if he doesn't have the support of a mighty party, then trying to earn additional free attribute points would definitely restrict the amount of additional potential/utility points earned. TN * Chinese idiom which means you can't always get everything. Chapter 72, Origins of Strange Objects. Chapter 72, Origins of Strange Objects, translated by Chua, edited by TN and Il Kasser. Looking at these notifications, Sheehan's former confusion was swept clean. He felt that the 500 utility points was not wasted. He then examined his unknown strange object, vampire bat injected with digestive enzymes. In the end, he was shocked to discover two options: A. Sell it and earn 5,000 utility points. B. Offer it to the realm and earn 1 achievement point. The implied meaning of this was an unknown strange object was a classification that was rarely seen. It was like mutated species after reaction with nuclear radiation, those hybridized species. Hence, the realm didn't contain the relevant data, and was research-worthy. If it was before his promotion, Sheehan would really have chosen that 5,000 utility points. But after hesitations, he selected achievement point. Next, he browsed through the related military ranking merchant. But he realized the amount of purchasable merchandise hadn't greatly increased. It was only extra bandages, medicines and several related military medals. Medals could be bought with achievement points, using it will raise one's reputation/impression level. It ranged from 1,000 points to 5,000 points, and was extremely useful. Taking Sheehan for an example, if he used it on Hagrid previously, then his impression would have soared to an unattainable value. Thus, he wouldn't have the need to work so hard. Facing this dazzling array of merchandise, Sheehan was really moved. The most enticing one was undoubtedly that cell restoration dosage that could instantly restore 100% HP and simultaneously increase all attributes temporary by 3 points, duration, 1 hour. Next was the medal. Yet the former required a whole 10 achievement points, and the latter required 5,000 utility points plus 2 achievement points. To Sheehan, surviving in a crisis was not difficult, he could surely find other alternatives. Instead, that one-time free purchase was reserved to treat Uncle Daysai's crippled fingers. Hence, after considering deeply, he could only endure the temptation. After settling all these complicated matters, Xian once again descended the ordinary marketplace. The next thing to do was naturally to use that item, Troll's Horcrux, Silver Storyline Grade. Following the Nightmare Imprints Guide, Xian arrived at the West Military District of the Realm's Transaction Hall. Here was a layer of inlaid sealed telephone booths along the wall. After a contestant entered, the door will automatically close. He can work privately in that secret confined space, and not be bothered by anyone else. The prerequisites of upgrading a black-grade equipment to a silver storyline class was possessing its own soul. The item, Troll's Horcrux, possessed the sealed Troll's soul. But whether it succeeds depends on the compatibility of the Horcrux and the equipment. If the compatibility was low, then the chances of success would be lower. Even if it succeeds, certain mismatch and laughable attributes would appear like a long-range weapon possessing close combat abilities. Undoubtedly, Troll's Horcrux possessed the brutal and crude soul of the troll. The compatibility would certainly be disastrous with any black-grade magic-type equipments. Besides, the only black-grade equipments Xian possessed were all pertaining to physical aspects. Therefore, there was no such worries. After a series of examinations, Xian discovered that the Troll's Horcrux had the most compatibility of 95% with the black-grade weapon, Troll's Legbone. It had a compatibility of 86.7% with the black-grade, Obsidian Fossil Anchor, but only 65% with Ambition. Naturally, based on this calculation, the best option would be to integrate the Troll's Horcrux with the Obsidian Fossil Anchor. Ultimately, Xian still had to spend an additional 1,000 utility points and 1 potential point to successfully merge the two. Sadly, he had to wait 32 hours to retrieve the acquired attributes upgrade. Xian pondered a moment before renting a personal stall for himself. He then projected the 3D images and information of his selling items, and indicated that he would approximately be back after 15 days in the present world. Xian's actions were like throwing out an advertisement. Afterwards, he planned to return to the present world and return after 15 days. Moreover, he had 48 hours before being forced to leave after the next mission arrives when he returned to the realm. The law of time and space in the realm was different than the present world. If contestants sincerely wished to purchase anything, he would naturally wait patiently and prepare adequate utility points. After making up his mind, Xian returned to his personal room. On returning, he directly bumped into Jinquang. This Jinquang seemed extremely busy, his head and face covered in dust as though he came out from a fireplace. This nose was greasy. It was unknown what he was busy with. Xian only wished this wretched goblin wouldn't find him trouble. If he was happy, then that was good enough. Why would Xian bother him? Instead, he heard Jinquang calling master. Thus, he could only compliantly run over to him. His heart was thumping as though he was afraid. Xian bitterly smiled. Jinquang, I really don't have any money now. Jinquang shook his head and replied with his piercing voice. Master, just now I overheard others talking. They said they found information of a contestant in the present world, and wants to get rid of him. You must be careful. Xian's heart shuddered. Truthfully speaking, to acquire that glass of Mount I pulp liquor, he had gotten himself involved with that political conflict in Singapore. That consequence left him slightly worried. Presently, after he heard Jinquang's warning, he replied hesitantly. There's so many people in the present world. Moreover, a contestant cannot wear his equipments and cannot activate abilities. To ambush any contestant should be pretty tough. Jinquang stealthily slipped away. Time is money, my master. The conversation with you has already caused me to lose at least 30 pennies. Initially, Xian didn't place much emphasis on that news, yet the more he thought the more he felt he needed to value this problem. In the present world, his most crucial innate ability, endurance, would be dormant. Unable to bring his equipments out, being ambushed and finished off by 5 to 6 regular gunmen would certainly be normal. Previously he had slayed Xiao Gun and earned several benefits. If killing contestants in the present world was similar, then he believed those influential and powerful contestants in the present world would be obsessed with that. If that was the case, Xian's agreement to be Li Xianhai's chauffeur/bodyguard was extremely unwise. If there was really a contestant who harbored evil intentions, then his actions in the auction house previously would have garnered unwanted attention. Although the probability wasn't high, he still couldn't be complacent. After settling his plans, Xian proceeded to return to the present world. Presently, after realizing that the stay-over time spent in the realm was accumulative, he didn't want to waste the precious time here sleeping. Very quickly, he traversed through the barrier between the realm and the present world. He was back in the grand mansion of Singapore's rich tycoon, Lee Seon Hai. The next day, Xian put forth his resignation request to Lee Seon Hai. To Lee Seon Hai, the previous auction house incident was just a mishap that could happen the next year. Such an assassination attempt was definitely intolerable for the second time. Following the stability of the government and uprooting of his enemies, the chances of this happening again was close to zero. Of course, based on his financial powers, he had more than enough to spare to breed another 100 Xian. Hence, if Xian wanted to leave, he wouldn't stop him. Under Xian's request, he opened a Swiss bank account, passing him the bank card with $500,000 inside. Once the bank card was withdrawn from, it would be untraceable. It was fast yet reliable, and normally drug deals employed such methods. After waiting for another day, one had to admit Lee Seon Hai's network was exceptionally terrifying. In a mere 2 days, he directly sent Xian his required Britain's Chivas, Royal Salute whiskey, Russia's Berejinka vodka, and France's Crystal Champagne. Also through that same network, Xian managed to find several threads regarding Barcelona's Cava sparkling wine and France's Shark cognac brandy, pertaining to certain purchasing connections for such luxurious goods. After that, Xian left Lee Seon Hai a note before disappearing into the public. As the saying goes, a snake has its own path while a mouse its own route. Speaking about smuggling, Xian was naturally as smooth as the river streams. The only difference was previously he was the one smuggling others, while now he was the smuggled goods. After he hastily disguised himself, he found the most common smuggling ship headed for Hong Kong. For an international port like Singapore, there were at least dozens of smuggling boats daily. At least hundreds would enter and leave illegally. To exactly pinpoint all these illegal activities was something only God was capable of. TN, * Chinese idiom, everyone has their own ways of surviving, Chapter 73, Try Touching Me. Chapter 73, Try Touching Me, translated by, Chua, edited by, TN, XRCO, and El Kasser. After several days of billowing stormy seas, Xian discreetly arrived at Hong Kong. Others may have become seasick during the voyage, yet Xian's spirits remained flourishing. Xian firstly cashed out some Hong Kong dollars from the black market before making his way to the first-rate luxury goods assembling plaza. In there, he arrived at Briller Shopping Street, where he managed to successfully acquire the Barcelona Cava sparkling wine. Regarding the final France Shark cognac brandy, it was indeed quite unique. Such a brandy was relatively special and could not be purchased with money. This was because such an alcohol was created by mixing shark brandy and Donetsk meat together. Its validity only lasted 2 hours, anything after its taste will degenerate, and couldn't be hailed as a shark cognac brandy. Therefore, to sample that alcohol, Xian needed to patronize distillery of that alcohol. Actually, to mix the two ingredients wasn't easy, but it also couldn't be described as difficult. The only problem was demand for such alcohol wasn't high. Hence, the bartender had to possess the specific knowledge and experience to be able to mix out a glass of finest rate shark cognac brandy. But which bar could provide this final glass of brandy, Xian had no clue. But Hong Kong was a long-established place, no matter if it was the hippie-filled Lan Kwai Fong or the pleasure-seeking Wan Chai, Lockhart Road, or the Kowloon District, Tsim Sha Tsui, they all contained uncountable amounts of bars. Xian wasn't in a hurry, neither was he lacking in finances nor time. Hence, he slowly gathered information from the various bars and bartender. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. After searching for an entire day, he ultimately managed to squeeze out news from a veteran bartender for $100, who was able to personally mix the shark cognac brandy. He had no clue, but nearby there was a bar named Scotland Bagpipes. The boss, Peter, was personally demonstrating mixing, and his mixing skills were unequaled. He was also known to be amazing at mixing weird and rare alcohols. But the boss had a peculiar personality, only showcasing his abilities once a month, and at most 3 cups per time before auctioning them. It was definitely not negotiable, but more importantly, he doesn't care if others belong to the black society or not. As long as he decides not to, nobody can force him to it. After hearing this, Xian only laughed and replied, "My only worry now is that he doesn't mix." Nightfall, 10 p.m. Xian arrived at the Scotland Bagpipes. It was situated in a small alley, dense vines tangled the walls, zero neon lamps and no ear-splitting rock music. The outside of the bar was designed like the bow of a ship. Pushing the door to enter, the melodious music of a saxophone drifted into the ears. Sheehan scanned his environment. The walls were built with rough logs with photos nailed into the logs. Most of the photos exhibited a lone person against the scenery, which probably detailed the owner of the bar and his traveling endeavors. A bear pelt was hung on the right wall, real, authentic bear pelt. It was probably a hunting prize of the owner. Sheehan casually sat on a stool, gesturing for a glass of beer. The bill was rather costly, actually thrice of a usual bar. Using the same price, he could frequent the opposite strip club for the same glass of beer while enjoying a heated-up and sexy striptease. Sheehan silently sat, appreciating the peaceful and graceful atmosphere. His heart gradually quietened down. The other patrons were the same, hence Sheehan didn't attract any attention from others. At roughly 11, welcome cheers and claps resounded from the bar counter area. Sheehan raised his head as he saw a middle-aged European male behind the counter. The man had long golden curls, his expression deep, and once could see an old scar extending from the neck downwards to the chest. Perhaps due to excessive drinking, the scar had turned red and swollen, exactly like a furtive centipede. The man smoothly handled his mixing tools. His movements were graceful like moving clouds and flowing water. With casual tosses and passes, the shimmering shaker spun in mid-air, spraying out a glistening, dreamy-like sparkle. He raised 3 fingers up high, signaling 3 cups of shots. With a flurry of flowery moves, the 3 uniquely shaped cups were placed onto the counter. Brilliant colored liquid rippled within the cup, like an abundant fantasy. The bartender smiled and walked out, humbly bowing. The old rules: state your bids. First round, scorching lips, lowest 500 Hong Kong dollars. The guests started bidding feverishly. Finally the cup was stolen for $1,000. When the name for the glass boomed out, Sheehan's heart faintly stirred. Because the words, Shark Cognac Brandy, which he had been bugging him for the past few days, were spilled out from the bartender's mouth. Second glass, Shark Cognac Brandy, lowest price 1,500 HDK. When the name resounded out, it was welcomed instantly. $2,000. Another person raised the price, swiftly inflating it to $3,000. The price for that cocktail was basically through the roof. Initially another person reluctantly bid $3,500, which caused the majority to give up. But at this moment, screeching breaking sound pierced into the bar. Following that, the doors were swung open, as a sexy leather-dressed young lady charged in. Her chest valley was deep, yet she appeared pretty and charming. She looked like a mixed blood from a wealthy family. After barging in, she roared out, "Whoa! I've finally reached $5,000. This valuation could silence the entire audience. The young lady was about to snatch the cup. But from the corner of a bar, a lofty and gentle sound floated over. 10,000 American dollars. Undoubtedly, the person who spoke immediately became the focus of attention. Yet Sheehan had already felt detached from this society long ago. Slamming his hands on the table, he drank a mouthful of beer and shouted out, "If nobody else wishes to raise, then please deliver the shot here, waiter." Although the young lady was astonished that someone wanted to snatch what was hers, she smiled coldly after regaining her composure. 10,000 American dollars and you want to snatch my thing? 50,000. 100,000 American dollars. Sheehan dimly replied. The young lady became hesitant. Although she was from a prosperous family, her upbringing was refined. If she reacted impulsively and wasted over 100,000 American dollars on a cup of alcohol, then she would certainly be rebuked heavily by her dad. Unknown if she was nervous or furious, the swollen chest was bobbing gently. This underripe fruit that was already matured was illusionarily alluring. Her pitch-black eyes rolled, craftily yelling out, "Who knows if you really have 100,000 American dollars? The Scotland Bagpipes doesn't accept cards." Sheehan bent forward and picked up a silver pin-locked briefcase. Treating it as though nothing, he flung it on the table and bluntly opened it. Green greasy notes were wrapped in bundles. "I invite you to check anytime. You have 10 seconds to produce $100,001 notes. If not, please hand the mixer to me, thanks." This young lady had spun a cocoon around herself. Although she could definitely afford it, who would even bring a briefcase of dollar bills around? Hence her expression turned rigid and green. The nearby bartender was confused, but after peeping at the boss's emotionless face, he gritted his teeth and retrieved the mixer. Then he headed towards Sheehan. But at this moment, the young lady sneered and waved her hand. Bam! That cup of shark cognac brandy was struck out by her. Sheehan's pupils contracted. He never anticipated such unruly behavior from her. In his rage, he slapped the table and stood up. The glass in his hands was shattered by his sheer force, as vicious glass shards mixed with beer sprayed out in all directions. In this instance, all eyes were glued onto him. Sheehan's face was covered by the shadows and slowly strode towards the sneering young lady who had her arms folded on her chest. He grimly issued, "Well done." The young lady replied contemptuously, "Moron, what do you want? What do you want to do? Try and touch me." Suddenly, two guests arose from the side. They were both huge and sturdy brutes. Obviously they were her envoys or bodyguard, as they walked up fiercely. If I were you, I would obediently scram. Sheehan spreaded out his hand and grabbed onto the nearest male's hair, raising his knee as he smashed his face down onto it. Simultaneously, the other male roared out and lifted a beer bottle before crashing it down onto Sheehan's head. The bottle shattered instantly, shards flying about. A stream of blood slithered down from his head. As though nothing happened, Sheehan loosened his hand, letting the clump of hair and scalp float down. That heavily injured male bluntly crashed to the floor, had already lost his consciousness. Chapter 74, Black Iron Title. Chapter 74, Black Iron Title, Settling a Debt 1, translated by Chua, edited by T.N., XRCO, and Alcácer. The other male was alarmed yet furious, bending over to pick up a stool. But how would Sheehan give him this chance? Stomping his leg forward, the male instantly felt an insurmountable force against his waist. Directly flying off as he smashed against 2 tables and 3 persons, before landing on the ground rolling. His waist felt numb from the intense pain. This was already Sheehan showing mercy. At this moment, the young lady finally became frightened. It was like a wild beast prancing towards her. Blood trickled down his forehead slowly as Sheehan roared loudly. "You, what do you want?" Sheehan gripped her hand. By now she was screaming loudly and crying hideously, her other hand frantically clawing out. Sheehan mercilessly slapped her. Her struggles became more violent. Another slap. This moment, her voice turned husky, her movements sluggish. The bar was in chaos. Some called the police, some secretly left, some shouted out furiously. But after that fiasco with the 2 bodyguards, nobody dared to approach Sheehan. "Let go of her." Suddenly a strong and pressuring, fuming voice penetrated over. Sheehan swung his head slowly, and was greeted by a double-barreled shotgun from the boss, Peter. Sheehan disdainfully laughed. "You won't dare to shoot. If you have the guts, then you wouldn't stay here and build this small bar." Sheehan gripped the young lady's neck, and casually tossed her aside. It was exactly like tossing away a sackcloth. Another crashing sound sounded out as 3 tables were overturned. Sheehan regretfully shrugged his shoulders. "You should really slim down." Then he folded his arms, turning to face the speechless bar owner, Peter. "You can tell, right? I'm a vicious and merciless scoundrel. If I were you, then I'll definitely consider keeping this $200,000 and mix another cup of shark cognac brandy. This is the fastest way to get me to scram." While speaking, Sheehan sat himself directly at the counter. Then he tossed the briefcase over. Peter shook his head. "Oh no. It's hard to believe you're here just for a drink." Sheehan earnestly replied. "The truth is indeed mysterious, sir. Why not put down that shotgun, and try serving a shark cognac brandy to me? What will you lose? Don't tell me you're still insistent on your damned 3 glasses rule. I believe that is just your way of earning more." Boss Peter was rendered speechless. Currently he didn't know what to do. 20 seconds later, a glass of shark cognac brandy was delivered to Sheehan's front. Sheehan suspiciously examined the alcohol he crossed the ocean for, and drank it at one go. In his ear, the heavenly sound of the notifications rang in his ear. "You've drank shark cognac brandy. You successfully completed the milestone, Alcohol Master." You receive the Black Iron grade title, Alcohol Master. Upon drinking any alcoholic drink, your explosive hit rate increase by 6%. Duration, 60 minutes. Additional restoration of 10 HP. Sheehan breathed out in satisfaction after seeing the effects of the Alcohol Master. The most pleasing aspect was definitely the additional restoration of 10 HP when drinking. This effect appeared to be chicken ribs, unless a contestant was a drunkard, who would bring alcohol with them during skirmishes. Furthermore, the healing effects wasn't instant. But because Sheehan possessed the sole equipment, endless spirited vodka, by drinking it he would be able to restore 25 HP, but now he could restore 35 HP instead. Of course, the next critical news was that titles actually had classifications. Moreover, Black Iron grade should be the most basic. Sheehan quickly inquired to his nightmare imprint. He received a crucial piece of information: grades above Black Iron can only be obtained through synthesization. After his goal was fulfilled, he didn't stay and prepared to leave. After exiting the bar, Sheehan discovered that it was drizzling outside and a Maserati was parked outside, probably belonging to that rich Missy. The distant roars of a Ferrari could be heard, and arrived at the bar in a flash. Dazzling bright lights blinded Sheehan, as droplets of rain were like densely packed needles weaving through the sky. "That's him." A guest pointed towards Sheehan, exclaiming. Before the Ferrari died down, a graceful figure clad in white trainers dove out from the car's window, swinging a horizontal kick at Sheehan. A perfectly stretched leg produced a kick that was explosive yet precise, piercing through the wind swiftly. Sheehan couldn't be compared to an average person. Even though he wasn't equipped, based on his strength, 12, physique, 24, and perceptive sensing, 13, alone, he was multiple times an average man. Sheehan raised his hand to block. Instead, the trajectory of the kick abruptly rose, slamming directly onto Sheehan's neck. If he was an ordinary person, then Sheehan would instantly be thrown off the ground. But to the beastly Sheehan, who possessed the 24 points of monstrous physique, this kick could only sway him a little. The white elegant figure slapped the hand on the ground, borrowing the recoil from the kick to spin around in midair, before swiftly releasing another kick. Sheehan managed to block once, but the third kick brought along a dancing beautiful onslaught, stomping onto Sheehan's knee. The angle and force was perfect, causing Sheehan to lose his balance and fell to the ground. Sheehan's heart pounded, suddenly realizing that perhaps this was a legendary martial arts expert. The other possibility was the opponent was a contestant. Yet Sheehan could sense that, although this female's battle technique and experience seemed abundant, she was lacking the vicious murderous intent of a contestant who has battled between life and death. Hence, it was totally not threatening to him at all. Although the female distorted his balance, the contestant's formidable might was displayed. While falling, he pressed his right hand on the ground, and easily side-flipped to the side without crashing to the ground. While panting, suddenly the female's leg was swinging towards his face again. This dressed in white trainers, the female's kicks were just like a spinning wheel, unceasing and continuous. Every movement complemented each other, as she stormed in like a torrential rain, leaving no room to breathe. The kick viciously banged against Sheehan's left cheek. A hidden immense force directly threw Sheehan over, his shirt soaked by the muddied ground as he rolled over. Concurrently, a fit of cheers and claps resounded from the side. Those bar guests rushing out were praising little Missy Jean. That female humbly smiled, brushing her ponytail, looking extremely pleased with herself. Yet Sheehan didn't feel a tinge of embarrassment, he only felt this Missy Jean indeed had rather practical close combat abilities. A sudden flash of inspiration appeared in his eyes, the previously complicated, grappling, components were suddenly understood. He didn't feel any special feeling from being kicked down, but instantly got up as he taunted this Jean Missy with his middle finger. Jean Missy felt her heart tense up. Formerly, her kick had already exhibited her complete strength, and it was already enough to break 5 boards during training. A normal person would definitely have fainted after receiving that to his head. She never expected this guy to actually stand up again, and even taunted her obscenely. She fumed in anger, furiously charging towards Sheehan before releasing a backflip kick. Sheehan's strength vastly outweighed hers, easily blocking as he was only forced half a step back. Again this woman began her relentless tidal onslaught with her daunting kicks. The onlookers gasped in awe, cheering loudly. Truthfully, Sheehan took delight in this outcome. Anyway, his thick physique was impregnable, but more importantly he could learn certain battle insights from this battle. To Xian, this sudden comprehension could be the reason for victory in a future life and death battle. Then wouldn't delaying his time here be worth it? As the battle gradually prolonged, the onlookers started to feel something was wrong with this fight. Even though this Jean Missy still dished out tiger-like ferocious kicks at Xian, her panting completely sounded like a princess who received 3 customers. Apart from the panting, the sweat beads on her forehead were distinct. But this was actually a normal process. In the present world, once a fight broke out it would probably end within 1 or 2 minutes. Anything longer than 5 minutes was already a war of attrition. What's more, this was a woman who was born with inferior physique and stamina. Chapter 75, Street Racing. Chapter 75, Street Racing, Settling a Debt 2, translated by Chua, edited by T.N. XRCO and Il Kasser. Actually, Missy Jean had reached her limits 2 minutes ago, and was only enduring based on her willpower. The strength from her leg was declining rapidly, which Xian naturally could feel. After completely analyzing her battle techniques, he felt rather dry. Blocking the last time, he turned and walked away. This was his way of letting this Missy Jean save her face. He believed this woman would not pester him. Seeing Xian leaving, Missy Jean felt her vision blurring, finally relaxing her close to exhaustion feeling. According to logic, this matter should have been put to rest. Yet in this moment, someone sprinted out of the bar, frantically crying out, "Don't release that murderer." Jessica was beaten dead. That sentence was like a stone causing 1,000 rippling waves. After Missy Jean heard that, her eyes turned bloodshot as she glared at Xian's leaving back. Dashing forward, leaping, spinning 360 degrees in the air, she aimed her right leg and viciously chopped down towards her opponent's head. This taekwondo move could actually only be executed by a 7th-grade black belt, and wasn't something Missy Jean was capable of. But after hearing the grave news, she exceeded her limits and released this deadly strike. Yet in this instance, Xian suddenly turned around as though his back grew eyes. The glaring headlights shone in, yet Xian's eyes seemed to be combusting with flames. His pupils dilated, as though he was not affected at all. At this instance, Missy Jean felt an insanely chilling murderous aura, sinisterly pressing against her. She screamed wildly, her muscles tensing and even her bowels seemed to loosen up. Concurrently, Xian released a punch colliding against her incoming leg. Fist and leg collided. Based on logic, the fist should be disadvantaged. Instead, Xian remained unmoving while Missy Jean's face turned ghastly pale as she groaned sorrowfully before crashing to the ground. She clutched onto the collided leg, her body convulsing excessively and her lips trembling on her pale face. Suddenly, a miserable-looking young lady rushed out of the bar, holding her left arm as she snarled, "Jean, get away from that man. He's a devil, a scoundrel. The one that spilt your drink is me, leave Jean alone." Her body drenched in blood, she pressed on forward and obstructed Xian in vain. Xian sneered and casually scoffed. "If I intended to kill, then you guys would have died 1,000 times already." After speaking, he lackadaisically strolled away. The police sirens abruptly halted his movements, as he arched his brows. Police could only meant trouble. He shot his gaze towards that Maserati sports car, and asked Jessica, "That's yours?" With her pale face exhibiting her agony, she still maintained that haughty character. "Why? This bumpkin has never seen one before." Xian impatiently shackled her neck, dragging out towards the Maserati. "Cut the crap. You'll be my guide, do a good job and I'll let you leave." The surrounding onlookers gasped in astonishment. "I don't lack money, and I have no grievances with her. I'm just using her to shake off the police. If there are no accidents, she will be back in half an hour. But if you guys dare to utter rubbish to the cops, then I believe you know what will happen." Finished speaking, he immediately entered the car and sparked the engine to life. 2 puffs of fumes exited the exhaust, as the powerful Maserati left stupefied onlookers far behind. The car was extremely powerful yet stable, Xian couldn't help whistling in delight. Finally, he turned to address the bloodied Jessica. "Oi, which way to Yaomi T?" TN, also called Waterloo in Kowloon, Hong Kong. She remained silent, her face terribly pale, and she continued to grip her left hand tightly. It seemed like she suffered a heavy knock after being thrown away by Xian, shivering and curling up in the front passenger seat. Droplets of tears rolled and splashed onto the seat, fearful and in pain. Xian couldn't bear watching this miserable scene. Scooping out his endless spirited vodka, he tossed it over and impatiently demanded, "Drink." Jessica glared at him with rage, and she was about to fling the alcohol cup out of the window. Xian instantly jammed on the brakes, snatching it back as he forced the drink into her mouth. This young lady started coughing violent, her pale face regaining color. Xian ignored her, leisurely scrolling through the car audio system for a nice song. Jessica's face became terribly red from the coughing, and finally managed to squeeze out an angry hiss. "Idiot, are you trying to kill me?" Xian ignored her, swiftly stripping off his outer coat. Very quickly and simply he ripped off several strips of cloth. Then he chopped a thick chunk out of the nearby tree bark, and cruelly forced Jessica to the side. Pressing onto her left arm, she probably fractured her arm. Cleanly and smoothly, he wrapped up her injured arm. Jessica was just an ordinary girl, her life was probably at most 50 HP. Moreover, the endless spirited vodka could heal 35 HP, and she was rejuvenated back to her optimum condition. Of course, the fractured arm was impossible to be mended in such a short time. But to Jessica, after drinking the vodka, her injuries had closed up and wouldn't feel any pain if she didn't touch it. She was back to usual. Xian selected a home saxophone music and started the engine again. He impatiently snarled, "No more pain, right? Hurry up and lead the way, Yaomati 18th Street. Once we reach, I'll immediately let you go." Jessica's face was still filled with shock as she observed her securely bandaged arm. She immediately yelled out furiously again, "Why is it not painful suddenly? What the heck? You scum, you must have placed a shake-head pill inside." Ecstasy is called shake-head pill in China. Xian was extremely speechless. He smacked Jessica's left arm, causing her to shriek out in agony. Her face cringed and she cried out, "You bastard." Xian gently replied, "Yaomati 18th Street, lead the way, don't make me say it the third time." Jessica angrily replied, "Left turn and increase your speed, there'll be a sign ahead." Xian nodded his head. "Put on your seatbelt and close your eyes." Jessica suspiciously asked, "What are you trying to do?" Xian's tone turned cold. "I've never lied before. Just now I told them I'll release you after half an hour, then I will definitely do so. Because you dragged and delayed for so long just now, this wasted time has to be compensated. You're crazy." Jessica's first word was clear, but onwards it turned into a soft squeak from the fear, and the roaring engine drowned her out. 10 minutes later, the Maserati executed an extremely beautiful drift before directly stopping at Yaomati Street 17. Faint white fumes were emitted from the wheels and the exhaust. After that street racing, Xian felt extremely refreshed as he hopped off the car, closing the door behind him. Next, an ashen-faced Jessica struggled out of the car and seemed like she was about to vomit. "You're free. Also, remember to give your friend a call. If not, if I hear the news tomorrow that a certain someone was kidnapped, then I'll surely expose that false news." An old restaurant was situated here, its sign read, "Gel Tasting Residence." Because their signature dish was fish maw and flour gel. Because the signboard was worn out, the tasting word was covered in dust. If one was careless and read it, he would read the shop name as Gel Oral Residence. It was a wonder why the boss hadn't repaired it. Tn is the Chinese word for tasting, but the was covered in dust, and only the is left, which means mouth or oral. Xian frequently heard of this place as a seaman previously. His comrades praised the dishes here, but Xian always never had the chance to sample. Thus, he specially traveled here to satisfy one of his life's regret. Xian ordered a plate of finest flour gel, fish maw, one chai wing, a vegetable dish, pig organ soup and plum cereal prawns. The dishes were served quickly, and indeed its reputation didn't disappoint. Xian rummaged through the dishes, joyfully enjoying his meal. While Xian was wolfing down his meal, a young lady tiptoed in. She glanced at Xian and exclaimed in astonishment, You still dare to have a meal here?" Xian was currently drinking his soup, and instantly sprayed it out in shock from her voice. Oi, can't you ask a smarter question? If not at a restaurant to eat, then what? Why haven't you left?" Jessica became frantic. But you should have clearly fled, and run off quickly. That's a criminal, thanks." Sheehan gently replied. I'm just a person who wants a drink, why should I run? Furthermore, I don't want any trouble, this doesn't mean I'm scared of trouble. Even if I sat here, would the Hong Kong police come and catch me? Chapter 76, Monstrous Fighting Spirit. Chapter 76, Monstrous Fighting Spirit, Settling a Debt 3, Translate DBY, Chua. Edited by TNXRCO and Alcácer U. For the first time Jessica couldn't find the words to say. She had experienced tremendous fear and shock today. After seeing the steaming food, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She sat down opposite Sheehan. What's so nice to eat over here? As long as you agree to something, then this missy here will overlook your barbaric behavior. I'll even bring you to those international shop for lobsters. Sheehan grimly uttered. I refuse. You. Jessica turned flustered again. This was the first time encountering such an unreasonable person. You haven't even heard me yet but you refuse. Sheehan rebutted. How long have we interacted for? What do you see in me? Isn't it just a street race for you? You. I'll give you money all right. State your price. Jessica powerlessly bickered. Sheehan laughed coldly. Do I look like someone who lacks money? Jessica immediately recalled his overbearing attitude when he tossed out $200,000 American dollars just for a glass of shark cognac brandy. She turned silent. At this moment, the waiter served a dish over. Thinking that Jessica was Sheehan's partner, he served her a bowl of rice. The sweet and sour meat had an alluring appearance. Jessica was so famished she couldn't resist taking one bite, her eyes popped out widely. This damned sweet and sour taste, such crisp texture, and the meat is so soft and tender. What an amazing blend of flavors. After that piece, she couldn't help scooping up the rice. Her actions didn't stop there. After consuming several sweet and sour pork, Jessica started aiming the surrounding plum cereal prawn. This prawn, so fresh and meaty. The wonderful plum, garlic and scallion fragrance mixing perfectly with the prawn and the plum. This sweet and sour taste, yet the freshness of this prawn is still distinct. Amazing. At present, Sheehan was only a 20-year-old youth. In the nightmare realm, he wrestled with live, pressured daily, and didn't have any leisure hobbies back in the present world. He realized this similar age Jessica didn't really have a bad personality, she was only a little spoiled. Hence, he didn't repel her away, pointing at the veggie pork soup. Drink. Frankly speaking, the soup had a terrible appeal. Normally, Jessica wouldn't even take one glance at it, but after feeling Sheehan's piercing gaze she didn't dare refuse as she embarrassedly scooped a little and drank. Her eyes popped open. The sweet, crispy yet delicate seaweed. This thick pasty-looking soup is actually so smooth. The white peppercorn taste is strong yet doesn't conceal the pork taste. What a refreshing soup. After finishing the ladle, she couldn't help but reach out for another mouth. But Sheehan obstructed her, turning to the boss. Get her a spinach pork liver soup. Jessica immediately yelled out. No, I only want this. I've never liked pork liver. Sheehan turned a blind eye to her resistance, firmly replying. You just got injured, spinach pork liver soup can enrich your blood. Jessica was originally very reluctant and trying to steal a mouthful of soup. But after hearing Sheehan's words, it was like she was jolted by lightning. She peacefully sat upright on her stool. Until the steaming spinach pork liver soup was served, she slowly drank. Her tears incessantly flowed out of her reddened eyes, and dripped into the soup. Oftentimes, a careless word or incident can thoroughly destroy a woman's heart. Although Jessica was a rebellious young woman, deep in her heart she yearned for warmth and love. Yet the people around her constantly neglected that, and their concern was always full of insincerity and motives. To her, Sheehan may seemed like a crude and emotionless passerby, but his random caring action was filled with sincerity and thoughtfulness. It directly pierced deep into her heart. At this moment, Sheehan was full. After paying the bill, he stood up and was about to leave. Jessica immediately raised her head and asked, Where are you going? Sheehan laughed. Of course, to home for a rest. Oh right, your friend should be here soon. Hurry up and go home, remember to visit a doctor tomorrow for a proper dressing. After speaking, Sheehan walked away leaving this young lady as she stared longingly towards his back. Next, Xian cautiously operated and continued staying in Hong Kong after making sure the uproar at the bar wasn't divulged. Actually, it was considered overly cautious. These sort of fights broke out frequently. The Hong Kong police couldn't even solve their murder cases. Why would they put this matter to heart? Hence, Xian utilized his former relations to begin his search for Uncle Desai and the rest. He was constantly concerned, moreover that night was stormy and the sea was churning. There was a great chance of the ship capsizing. This continued for several days, and after dragging for another week, he casually located a building. Hastily dashing down the stairs, he returned to the nightmare realm. The first crucial matter was naturally the attributes of that new, obsidian fossil anchor. It was like this sprinting behavior through the marketplace to the Western Military District was common to the contestants. Some even wished sinisterly in their hearts for the anxious figure to fail. Xian couldn't care less. He straightforwardly entered an empty service space, and requested for his previously fused equipment. In a brief moment, an entirely new ornament surfaced into his view. Monstrous fighting spirit equipment rarity, silver storyline class equipment, strength/agility/physique, +2 equipment, charm -5, trolls are originally hideous and vicious creatures. Their souls carry a dislikable aura, equipment passive ability, pain accumulation, every time you receive damage, your physique will temporarily increase by 5 points, duration, 300 seconds. Once this effect is stacked by 2 layers, maximum, the troll's soul will surface bestowing his life to you. Your HP will receive an additional 50 points, and your close combat abilities raised by 15%. Equipment passive ability, Troll's Spirit, causes your attack interval to increase by 5%, but increases your accuracy by 8%. Can also cause enemies to be repelled. Equipment requirement, physique must be at least 25 points. Equipment position, accessory. Material, obsidian weight, 104 g. Description, although the troll is inclined to offense and not defense, this sole accessory is immensely formidable. Evaluation, Scarface Harry's print has been completely erased. Your enemies will tremble in fear. Try giving it a nickname, like, Troll's Testicle. Equipment battle score, 28 comparing to the previous, Obsidian Fossil Anchor, this equipment negative aspects were compounded to 2. Charm -5 and time interval between each attacks increasing by 5%. But the enhancements were extremely clear. The 3 close combat attributes of strength/agility/physique +2 was exceedingly worthwhile. Furthermore, there was an additional bonus of 50 HP and 15% attack bonus. Calculating this, Xian's peak life points was as high as 530 points. He also had a terrifying 19 defense points. Naturally, Xian was relatively pleased with this time's fusion. Hence, he unhesitantly fished out his hidden item, eye-shaped metal dissolution liquid mixture. He then bluntly used it to improve the silver storyline class equipment, Monstrous Fighting Spirit. After a continuous unbroken flashes of light, Xian received the notification, you can immediately retrieve this equipment, but the effects of the eye-shaped metal dissolution liquid mixture will not be fully extracted. Hence, the item will only receive an ordinary improvement. You can choose to store his equipment into a petri dish, postponing the retrieval of the equipment. But the eye-shaped metal dissolution liquid mixture will be fully extracted and receive the maximum improvement. Warning, because the eye-shaped metal dissolution liquid mixture is not stable, the time needed to produce the maximum effects has increased. Xian wasn't very disturbed by this notification. He wasn't a person that purposely pursues perfection. If he could receive the maximum effects, that would be great, but if not, then it didn't matter. Ultimately, once he entered any world, he needed to collect back the monstrous fighting spirit. Never mind it having an ordinary improvement. If for the sake of a bigger bonus effect he subjected his life to tremendous danger, then there would be foolishness beyond hopes. After settling this matter, Xian returned to his personal room. Once inside, he got a huge shock. The goblin Jinquang was bluntly sleeping on the floor. Flowing beneath his yellowish beard was a streak of glistening saliva flowing down. He was having such a sweet rest and even emitted faint snoring sounds. Yet his whole room had transformed into a miserable filthy garbage chute. Dark spots bleached the surrounding walls, and there was even a simple stove made with red bricks by the side. Over it, an old aluminium kettle was steaming and releasing a popping noise. Bottles of beers were pushed to the corners, along with soft drink cans and waste paper thrash. Who knew what other scraps of rubbish was around? Xian felt his vision blurring. He pressed his temple as a headache formed in his head. God, how did my place become a scrap house? The goblin Jinquang opened his eyes, wiping off the saliva as he lazily replied. Master, if you touch these treasures I painstakingly gathered, I will feel very hurt, all right. Xian felt his brain aching, no, his brain exploding. He directly stomped onto the rotten mess, loudly shouting out. Throw them out immediately. Now. Chapter 77, Untitled. Chapter 77, Untitled. Translated by Chua. Edited by TNXRCO and Alcasar. The goblin shot Xian a heartbroken and grievous look, after his loud rambling. A surge of terrible premonition welled up in Xian's heart. He was stunned as the nightmare imprint transmitted the notification. Warning, your servant, old goblin who has lost his memory, loyalty level is plunging devastatingly. Warning, because your charm is only 2 points, your servant's loyalty level is now a dangerous 80 points. Warning, because your charm is only 2 points, your servant's loyalty level is now a dangerous 75 points. Please raise back the loyalty level to 100 points within the 24 hours buffer time, if not your servant may defect. Ah! Xian howled in horror as though stabbed by dozens of daggers. He urgently rushed to pick up and organize the rubbish on the floor, restoring them to their original state. After the kettle finished boiling, he hastily poured a bowl of water for the goblin. Yet the damned loyalty level didn't change one bit, and he could only endure as he gritted his teeth and handed 1,000 utility points to tap on the goblin's biggest weakness. The loyalty level between them finally rebounded back, and Jinquang happily laid back down hugging his tattered sackcloth bag to sleep. Xian sighed deeply and wiped off his cold sweat. He only dared to lament to himself secretly in the corner. What kind of servant is this? I'm the king's servant, while he's the granddad. Xian sat down with an ugly expression as he gazed upon Jinquang. This filthy and wretched goblin had a face full of smiles, who knows what kind of dreamy fantasy he was in. He even smiled until his crooked yellowish teeth were showing. Xian sighed again, as he began skimming through the messages left for him. Previously, before leaving the realm, Xian had established a merchant stall and probably attracted several onlookers. It was impossible for contestants to directly contact another in the present world, thus they could only leave messages. Currently, Xian was browsing through these messages. Hey friend, your stuffs are dope. 1,500 utility points is a legit pricing. I'll exchange my light blue accessory with you, of course you need to add on some cash. Bro, my wallet is a little tight recently, some discounts please. Kiddo, I'm the boss of the Mocha gang. If you're smart you'll tactfully hand over these things. After reading all these fraudulent messages, regrettably there was nothing of use to him. It seems like trading himself is the more suitable trend. Moreover, he already stated when he would be coming back, thus there should be people waiting. As Xian was about to leave in a hurry to set up store again, he accidentally chanced upon a torn paper bag. It was the kind of scrap wrinkled paper bags used to wrap exercise books. Xian dismantled it and consecutively received a notification: you discovered a poison, black venom powder. This is a new venom created from the simple witchcraft of Hertz Roar, blended with several vegetation herbs. He will smear the black venom powder over the weapon, and every successful attack will poison the opponent. Poison damage every 3 seconds for a duration of 15 seconds, every poison damage is 9 to 18 points, depends on the opponent's resistance. Usage: this powder can be applied on your weapon for the black venom effects. Every successful attacks will result in 50% chance of the opponent inflicted with the black venom poison. This bag of poison can be used 3 times, each time lasting 30 minutes. Warning: every pulse of poison damage may result in an explosive strike. Warning: ultimately, David Beckham is the one writing the final description. Warning: this poison belongs to the goblin Jinquang. Any attempts to expropriate it will be determined as stealing. Xian looked at this list of information, his eyes flickering. This thing appears to be very useful. He surveyed in surroundings, quite wittedly but sinisterly stashing this bag of poison into his clothes. Nervously waiting for the nightmare imprint's notification, but nothing came in the end. Xian instantly laughed out hysterically. So it is indeed like that, I am his master. His things are mine. Therefore taking my own thing doesn't count as stealing. After obtaining some cheap thrills, Xian sneakily slipped out as he finally relaxed. It didn't matter if Jin Kwang discovered his item went missing. Xian finally understood the servant was immeasurably crafty, using loyalty points to weigh is totally unreliable. Thus, he needed to deal with the goblin using seemingly unreliable tactics. As long as he shamelessly blamed Jin Kwang on having bad luck at being robbed, as long as he wasn't caught in the act, then this bag of poison is his. When Xian returned to the marketplace, he discovered a disheveled mess. Many contestants were cursing phrases like, bastard green dwarf, despicable profiteer, red handkerchief thrash. In his amazement, Xian inquired around, and all these victims produced an object that was actually totally similar to what he stole from his table. Xian's heart was thumping wildly, looking closely indeed that black venom powder. But their powder had an additional descriptive line beneath, this poison has a 5% chance of success when smearing onto the weapon. Because the writer shamelessly added several ink dots, it really looked like it wrote, 50%. Furthermore, the last description was done in such a careless and lewd manner, it wasn't very visible at all, no wonder so many people got cheated. Xian appeared very composed, but his heart was beating excessively. What kind of ancestor have I brought back from the realm? He immediately made a resolution, unless he had no choice, he would never divulge his relationship with the goblin Jin Kwang. Even with a myriad of thoughts passing through his mind, he wasted no time as he hurriedly displayed all his merchandise. Naturally, several individuals were camping here. Upon seeing Xian setting up, they directly circled around. Previously, Xian only displayed the 3D images, but now they could examine the real goods. The most striking sellable was obviously that black-grade weapon, Troll's leg bone. This didn't mean that other contestants haven't gotten any black-grade loots, but because of the dynamics of parties in the realm, most of the time such weapons were hot property and digested internally, definitely not for selling externally. Some contestant caught sight of that unappraised black item, a roll of thick leather, and roughly guessed Xian managed to have the good fortune of reaping a certain party's loots. Thus, they fought to negotiate, trying to get several bargains. Instead, Xian wasn't a simple person, he also harbored hopes that these items would thoroughly replenish his dried-up wallet. How would he easily submit? Thus his answer was short and stern. Those that wanted to stand on his liberties, Xian's reply was one word, scram. Those valuations that were slightly reasonable but still cheap, Xian still replied with one word. Buy. Under the incessant haggling with a bunch of flies, Xian felt himself getting bolder. He figured a method to get it done once and for all, directly marking up the black-grade weapon. Troll's leg bone now had a 50,000 utility points high valuation. Using this figure to send a message to these profiteers, he wasn't someone foolish with finances. After a bunch of scoldings and cursings, in a mere 10 seconds, this vendor transformed from a bustling chaos to a deserted remoteness. But Xian didn't mind. He knew that this Troll's leg bone possessed a terrifying strength, and even contained a controlling ability to deal with long-range aggressors. It could be said this object was a rare commodity worth hoarding, as it made up for a deficiency in the users. He wasn't afraid of not selling it off. Once those unscrupulous fools left, it created a peaceful environment for the sincere buyers. Not long later, a person dressed in a cloak approached. He had a rough voice and icy cold piercing vision, with a black mask on. Earnestly conversing with Xian. Let me see that leather, it's a practical object. Xian could sense an eerie chilliness near this person. He very refreshingly tossed out the unappraised object, a roll of thick leather, out for him. That person remained indifferent, but humbly replied. I can appraise this object, but my pricing isn't low. Upon hearing this, Xian felt a headache. His financials were already in jeopardy, how would he find money to appraise this? He shook his head directly. That contestant stared blankly. You actually don't want to appraise it? Xian couldn't be bothered to engage him. He obviously couldn't leak out that his pockets were in a crisis. He bluntly waved his hands away firmly, using his body language to speak up for him. That contestant was stunned, distracted for a moment. He replied. All right, I'll lower the price. All right. 3,000 utility points, only 3,000 utility points. Chapter 78, Rank 6 Scroll. Chapter 78, Rank 6 Scroll. Translated by, Chua, edited by, T.N. XRCO and Alcasar. Xian felt his heart constricting because of this good deal. If he really had 3,000 utility points, he would unhesitantly produce it for appraisal. The realm customs was to swiftly change an unusable resource into a battle capability. A exceedingly rare item if unusable, was still considered as trash. The problem was, Sheehan really couldn't produce 3,000 utility points. You should go. Sheehan tried his best to maintain composure. His heart was berating himself. I must never let others know I lack money, I can never let others know. If not, those treacherous cheap sluts will flock up here and pressure me to death. That contestant was at a loss. He could only grit his teeth and attempt. Don't you know that such a black-grade material can be used to craft out black-grade accessories/equipments? The faster you appraise it and get someone to craft an equipment, the more secured you will be in your next world. Sheehan maintained his resolution. You should go, I have no interest today. That contestant turned dull and blank, murmuring a little before sighing. All right, I really couldn't tell that you're actually an expert. Bring it here. This time, Sheehan was the stupefied one. Bring what? That contestant flared up. Of course it's to help you appraise. If not for my appraising training lacking a little, I'll definitely not do this for free. Are you Leetuk or Maddox's friend? Only they know I'm stuck at this bottleneck. Sheehan surged with delight, he never expected such fortune. As he was about to produce the roll of thick leather, a sharp treacherous voice pierced his ear from the side. Wait. I'll give you 1,000 utility points to appraise it. This voice was rather familiar. Looking closely, why is this old man with a western dome hat along with such a despicable tone so familiar? Isn't this my own servant, Goblin Jin Kwang? The goblin probably used magic to change his appearance again. Holding a huge cigar, he urged. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. The other contestant laughed out coldly. All right, I'll leave it to you. Give him 1,000 utility points, I'll see if your black-grade leather can really be appraised. Naturally, he started suspecting Sheehan and Jin Kwang were collaborating to swindle. He never expected Jin Kwang to walk up disdainfully, as he caressed his shriveled wrist. Then a faint white glow formed in both hands, slowly pressing down onto the leather. That contestant's eyes popped out widely. He recognized the distinct glow of an appraisal skill, instantly rushing up to interrupt. Wait. 5,000 utility points. I'll give 5,000 utility points. If you still refuse, then never mind. Such an unexpected twist of fortunes. Sheehan's dried wallet had received a plentiful donation. This astute Jin Kwang laughed evilly as he reaped a small fortune as well. Sheehan asked him if he really knew appraisal techniques. Very pleased with himself, Jin Yuang bluntly replied yes. But his next words caused Sheehan to break out in cold sweat. But I cannot guarantee the results of the appraisal. For some unknown reasons, after Jin Kwang released that statement, Sheehan suddenly recalled that huge mess of rubbish in his room. He couldn't help pinching himself. With a grateful attitude he started examining the attributes of that appraised material. Troll's back leather origin, Harry Potter magical world class, living material rarity, black material, protein/tannin weight, 7.14 kilograms. Usage, can be used to manufacture boots, clothings, defense tools etc. Description, looks like the rumors of the troll not bathing is real. God, what is with this awful stench? Evaluation, contestant/storyline characters with the relevant skills possess capabilities to process leather. Of course, when your military rank reaches a high level, then you can directly process this in the realm. More critically, directly manufactured equipment in the realm will only produce basic attributes for the equipment. There will not be additional bonuses. At this moment, those sincere procurers of that black-grade weapon, Troll's leg bone, gradually approached. Even Sheehan knew that before entering another world, one should definitely exchange any possession for items that could enhance their battle capabilities. Likewise, those contestants were no fools. After affirming that Sheehan was a damned brat who was like an unmoving boulder, these desperate contestants finally yielded. They displayed many different items, and was one even a silver storyline equipment. Regrettably, the most notable aspects of that silver storyline equipment was MP plus 25% and intelligence plus 7. Sheehan looked on with tears streaming down his cheeks. Wouldn't HP plus 25%, physique plus 7 be better? He immediately declined, but still felt a throbbing heartache. The most shaking object was a scroll. An outstanding rank 6 scroll. This was the first time Sheehan witnessed a scroll with ranking. The previous scrolls Sheehan acquired were all determined by their color coding. Apart from that, was that one time he activated Insight on Jack Sparrow back into the Pirate of the Caribbean world, personally witnessing that rank 7 special passive ability, Authentic Luck. Yet this scroll has only one rank lower than that main lead, its rarity was unfathomable. Sheehan requested to examine it, the buyer straightforwardly delivered its information. Uruk-hai Research Notes, Badly Damaged, Chapter 3 page 6 and Chapter 5 page 4, TN, Uruk-hai is a Lord of the Rings orc creature, author, John Ronald Riel. Saruman ranking, rank 6 usage effects, allows you to learn the active ability, Uruk-hai Gene Mix, usage requirements, strength 15 points, perceptive sensing 10 points, physique 20 points. Additional explanation, Uruk-hai Gene Mix. Employing various sorcery materials to create different Uruk-hai genetic fluids. Drinking it will result in a temporary bonus for the targeted basic attribute. Different mix of materials will result in different bonuses. Because the Uruk-hai genetic fluid can be oxidized extremely easily in the realm, its expiry date is only 120 seconds. One has to use to upon creating. Pointer, one strengthening effect of the Uruk-hai genetic fluid can only exist in the user at one time. Additional pointer, learning this scroll requires 5 potential points. Realm evaluation, D-class notification, to use it, a genetic examination is required. Like dripping blood to recognize the master. Description, this is the torn pages from the research notes of the Lord of the Rings character, Saruman the White. After Saruman realized the orcs in the dense Fog Mountain rage was declining, he started cultivating them in Isengard. Ultimately, he created a hybrid between orcs and human, most probably Dunland people, blood-linked Uruk-hais. These are the notes left behind from researching on these Uruk-hais, although tattered there are still benefits to be gained. But the most suspicious point to Sheehan was that rank 6 scroll actually only earned a D-class evaluation from the realm. The seller had an unyielding attitude, only exchanging 1 for 1, the scroll for the weapon. Sheehan was slightly confused, and couldn't help thinking of his own servant Jean Kwang. That wretched swindler was actually a shamelessly useful slut. Especially those few individual ability of his, although a little dubious yet was incredibly useful. Jean Kwang. Jean Kwang. Sheehan called out but nobody answered. He instantly sacrificed his killer move. Jean Kwang, someone dropped their wallet. 5 seconds later, a wretched old man sprinted over, he was huffing and puffing, and his eyes shone with greed. I love that phrase. Whose wallet, where did it drop at? Sheehan changed the subject. Help me see if this scroll can be exchanged for my weapon. Jean Kwang scanned the scroll for a moment, instantly snarling out a long severely violent head shaking. Time is money, my friend. This sort of deceptive crime will land you in Azkaban. That contestant raged out. Rubbish. Jean Kwang snorted and replied. Do you dare to let others touch your scroll? That contestant's expression changed, sighing as he loosened up. Jean Kwang directly snatched it over, whiffing it and throwing towards Sheehan. That arrogant spitting of saliva and rampantly excessive hand gestures caused that contestant to yield. Sighing deeply, he used this rank 6 scroll along with 5,000 utility points and 13 potential points to trade for Sheehan's black grade weapon plus 2 black venom poison bags. Of course, this unlucky bastard was tricked by the vicious 5% scam of the black venom poison. The overjoyed Sheehan realized why the contestant was willing to suffer losses after the deal was done. As his hands interacted with the rank 6 scroll, a notification traveled to his ears, an unexplainably wicked energy binds itself onto you. You interacted with the Uruk-hai Research Notes, Chapter 3 page 6, Chapter 5 page 4, determining. Your physique is 28 points, your innate ability is endurance. The compatibility rate is 87.33%, probability of perfect learning is 83%. Sheehan instantly understood after the notification why a rank 6 scroll was only given a D-class evaluation. He reckoned it was because of the compatibility. From his own perspective, the nature of this note seemed to be suggesting a support class ability, useful for intelligence and spirit-based contestants. Instead, the hidden requirements was towards a high physique and defensive nature innate ability. This narrow target audience caused a large number of contestants to be incompatible, naturally it was given a D rating. This is just like a Mercedes-Benz who possesses excellent top-notch functionalities, but compared to a Cherry QQ, the latter was more popular. To most people this was just a pleasant image that was simply unattainable. Chapter 79, A Different Scroll, A Different Ability. Chapter 79, A Different Scroll, A Different Ability. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N. XRCO and Alcasar. Looking at the rank 6 scroll, Xian examined it carefully first before expending 5 potential points to learn it. During the process of learning, Xian instantly understood why the requirements on physique was so high. As the scroll vanished, an unbearable fiery sensation engulfed his body. His HP was clearly plunging desperately, the agony tore through his mind ferociously. This was probably the prerequisite struggle against the evil spirit for learning the skill. If one didn't possess adequate HP, then learning this would have been fatal. After the learning process ended, Xian finally understood the difference between a rank scroll as compared to a color-categorized scroll. Because after grasping the Uruk-hai research notes, Xian firstly received, rank 6, Black Art Mix Technique, damaged. Suddenly, a loud announcement from the Nightmare Realm disclosed an entire skill tree. The branches of the skills were as follows: Tier 1, Integrating Knowledge LVL1. The next branch is segregated into 3 branches, all connected to the second tier branch. Tier 2, Uruk-hai Gene Fluid, Strength of the Bear's Flesh Mix LVL1. Tier 2, Uruk-hai Gene Fluid, Speed of an Eagle's Corpse, Unlearned, Unactivated. Tier 2, Uruk-hai Gene Fluid, Intellect of a Fox's Tail, Unlearned, Unactivated. The remaining skill tree was left with 4 tiers, and a long list of, perhaps unlearned or yet to be activated. Integrating Knowledge, a passive ability to enhance other tiers, enhance the effect's duration of all medicines. Uruk-hai Gene Fluid, Strength of the Bear's Flesh Mix, a powerful medicine extracted with a giant bear's soul essence, grants users temporary +2 strength. Medicine will expire in 120 seconds, buff duration after consumption is 15 minutes. Consuming the medicine can be done from the Nightmare imprint, instantly gaining the buff effects. Pointer, mixing the medicine requires the essential materials and medium. Essentials, giant bear flesh powder, water, test tube. Xian was surprised. He instantly checked with his Nightmare imprint, discovering that water and test tubes could be easily purchased cheaply in the realm. On the contrary, that giant bear flesh powder required a special method to create using bear's flesh. It wasn't very unaffordable, but required 1 achievement points for 5 batches. After the warning previously, Xian didn't dare to spend his achievement points carelessly. Fortunately, the method to create the giant bear flesh powder wasn't difficult. Moreover, it could be attempted personally in any world. Hence, Xian shelved the idea for when he returned to the present world. +2 strength was relatively beneficial. To Xian, who commanded the front lines, strength not only aided him with extra combat abilities, more importantly it prevented the terrifying crushing damages. Xian then decided to tour the realm, but sadly couldn't find any suitable weapon for himself. After considering a little, Xian expended another 3,000 utility points and 4 potential points to activate the other second-tiered mix abilities, Speed of an Eagle's Corpse, and Intellect of a Fox's Tail. The former added a temporary +2 in agility, while the latter a +2 in intelligence. The required materials were a raptor's flesh powder and a fox's flesh powder. Next, Xian began training in the realm. After using up an entire 30+ hours, his perceptive sensing +1, basic close combat and basic endurance raised to LVL3. He also consumed nearly 2,000 utility points for the training. Naturally, towards the end, pure training would become more difficult and will cease to improve upon arriving at a bottleneck. Xian also constantly checked the marketplace, but came back empty-handed. Finally, when his stopover duration was exhausted, he returned back to Hong Kong. While searching for the whereabouts of Uncle Desai, he also hunted for raptors, bears and foxes. But to purchase these illegal uncommon goods required special delivery from other parts of the country. Although Xian was quite loaded, he couldn't find any sellers. It was really the case of, not everything could be bought with money. Of course, the thought of visiting Hong Kong Zoo had crossed his mind. But such an action would result in capturing the attention of the entire world, with the modern-day news coverage on the internet and the newspapers. Moreover, animals mysteriously dying or went missing would also create massive unrest. Furthermore, Xian recently found out the dangers of other contestants in the present world. If not necessary, he would never lay hands on the zoo. Then, Xian's mind formulated 2 choices. These 2 individuals should possess the capabilities to assist him in acquiring the needed items. Number 1 was obviously that Tycoon Lee Sionhai from Singapore, but it wasn't confirmed that he would cooperate. More crucially, if other contestants were to suspect the terror attack on Singapore, then he could easily trace it back to Lee Seon Hai. Hence Sheehan's best hope was to look for that rich mixed blood, Jessica. Didn't she want him to help her street race? Coincidentally, that paved the way for him to request for her help. As for the earlier uproar, if she really wanted revenge, she would have already alerted the cops, and not the current tranquil environment. More critically, Sheehan wasn't even scared of her vengeance. He could simply walk out of any problems anyway. After a day of rest, Sheehan stealthily hid himself peacefully in the corner of the Scotland bagpipes. The boss, Peter, wasn't around. Perhaps hiding and slacking off somewhere else. Instead, the bartender was extremely fearful of Sheehan, not even daring to meet his gaze. After a brief half-hour, that trademark drifting pierced the air before the familiar Jessica strode in arrogantly along with that Jean Missy. Jessica's right arm was still wrapped in bandages while Jean Missy was limping. Following closely behind them were 4 men in suits and shades, probably the extra protection due to the aftermath. Jean Missy immediately snapped at Sheehan. "You still dare to appear in front of me?" She sighed. "Please tell that to me after you recover, all right?" Shockingly, Jessica was the first to laugh out, exposing her glorious white teeth as she sat in front of Sheehan. "Hey, your medicine is very useful, even my private doctors were surprised." Her appearance today wasn't very barbaric and actually had a pretty daughter from a humble family feel. Sheehan glimpsed at her swelling chest, his heart heated up a little, tempted to reach his hand out to rub it. Instead, his voice was gentle. "Didn't you need my help for some street racing?" Jessica gleefully replied. "Yes." "You're willing to agree?" Sheehan tapped the table with his fingers. "If you help me find some things, I'll help you this once." Jessica immediately offered her finger, her brows raising joyfully. "Deal, then that's that." "Speak." "What thing?" Sheehan pondered a little, before hooking her finger. "You cannot tell anyone else about what I want. If not, our deal is off." "Okay." Jessica directly replied. Sheehan then proceeded to divulge everything he required to her. The more she listened, the more her eyes grew wider, as she asked in surprise. "What do you need these for?" Sheehan already anticipated this, fishing up that unique wine cup in his chest, the endless spirited vodka. "This is a secret." Jessica glanced at his hand, and understood. "Wah. So it's actually your drink?" Sheehan smiled. "Making this is rather troublesome. Because you've already drank some, I need some materials to replenish it." Jessica nodded her head heartily. "All right." She immediately hooked out her handphone, tilting her head as she spoke. The receiving end of the line was probably her butler, directly acceding to her request. Then Jessica sealed the matter with a short text message. "You'll get it the next afternoon." She was resolute. Sheehan unfolded his hands, speaking out with charisma. "Then, you have my services anytime." Jessica's brows were bending with immeasurable joy. Complementing it was her high nose bridge and dark blue eyes. She carried an unripe grace in her voice. "Tonight at 9, Eddie and the rest have organized a street race. I've never won once." Sheehan slowly sipped on his brandy, gently issuing. "Everything has its exceptions. Roaring engines, fanatical cheers, streetlights, cars, pedestrians, signboards, a world where high speeds assaults your vision." This was the genuine sensation Jessica was feeling in her Maserati. She frenziedly yelled and shrieked, not solely because Sheehan was in a huge lead riding this Maserati, but because this high velocity and thrill was an unprecedented feeling for her. Also, a passionate fervor derived from victory. Chapter 80, It's My First Time. Chapter 202, It's My First Time. Settling a debt. 4, the reason Sheehan exhibited such talent on the tracks was because of the evolution of his body thus far. An ordinary person wouldn't have been able to maintain their optimal focus under such high speeds, moreover the other participants weren't professionals. Therefore, his victory was utterly convincing. The Maserati roared thunderously, executing a beautifully perfect drift across the tracks before halting abruptly. Jessica took off her shirt as she stepped out of the car, her chest inflated as she yelled out in excitement, brandishing her shirt in the air, taunting the other racers as they arrived. After collecting a thick roll of cash, Jessica's excitement didn't subside. She whistled gleefully, dancing around Sheehan. "Let's have some fun at the bar." Sheehan faintly replied. "Sure." As he spoke, he stomped the gas pedal. Jessica flipped her hair as she excitedly looked at Sheehan, reaching out her fingers to caress his facial line. She gave off a soft, gentle giggle. "Can you not be so cool?" As she giggled, she reached in and lightly tapped on Sheehan's cheek with her purple lips, her hand brushing against his thigh. At that point, she was only wearing her bra, allowing her perkiness and abundance to spill over onto Sheehan's arm. Immediately, his body shook from the sudden harassment. He was at the age where males were brimming with passion and vigor towards women, hurriedly turning his steering wheel as he came to a stop and hopped out of the car. "What are you trying to do?" Jessica also got out, shooting an unsatisfied, strange look at Sheehan. Her figure was fiery hot, giving off the air of a car model. Sheehan glanced at her, only seeing her purple high-waist shirt slung over her shoulder. The crack between her black lace bra was pretty tight. It seemed as though it wasn't affected by the Earth's gravity, having a firm and well-developed, dazzling appearance. That deep gorge between her bra was particularly deep, probably because Sheehan accidentally pushed it away previously. Jessica was probably feeling rather angry and humiliated. Her chest gently bobbed, naturally that plump and firm bosom faintly bounced, adding onto her sexiness. Sheehan's breathing turned heavier upon witnessing this alluring scenery, his hands slightly jerked a little, thirsting to wantonly experience himself the shocking elasticity of that beautiful firmness. Jessica stared at Sheehan with a displeased look, retrieving a thin lady cigarette between her slender fingers as she deeply puffed, releasing a purple spiraling smoke, as she leaned against the car hood. That movement caused Sheehan to involuntarily look down. Her waist looked extremely thin yet not fragile, releasing an implicit charm within. Her flawless snow skin was fully exposed except her abundant bosom. This sort of appeal was like eating a bowl of delicious noodles and slurping it down delightfully and slowly. Her body proportions were flawless, releasing an extremely mind-blowing sex appeal from her waist down. Sheehan's vision couldn't help sweeping towards her firm buttocks, a region where guys love to grovel over and smack. He couldn't help admitting that the butt in front of him was extremely enticing. That curved line couldn't help causing others to turn hard below. A deep crevice in the middle of the close to perfect circle. The tangent line of the swelling cheeks were roughly 75 degrees from the thigh. Rumor has it women who has such a butt were frighteningly wild. That deadly weapon was something Sheehan heard of only during his days joking around as a seaman, but he hadn't experienced before. Yet now he was genuinely certain that such curves were the epitome of perfection. No balls. Jessica exhaled a fog of smoke. Normally, an average male would have charged up instantly. Yet Sheehan caught onto a slight craftiness Jessica had in her eyes while she was getting restless. His eyes sparkled, shrugging his shoulders as he bluntly made his way back into the car. "I have no interest in girls who haven't matured." Jessica was stupefied, even her cigarette dropped to the ground unknowingly. She leapt back into the car, flaring up. "Not matured? Are you blind?" Sheehan unfolded his hands, grabbing the beer by his side to drink, but was instantly snatched away by Jessica. This mixed blood gnashed her teeth and issued. "What I have my eyes on, I will definitely get it." After speaking, she pounced forward, pressing onto the lever of the seat as their seats inclined backwards. Sheehan's vision turned blurry, his entire face buried in two shockingly elastic objects, choking on the overwhelming charming fragrance. Following that, he felt two slender arms tracing along his chest as it caressed their way downwards. This appears to be my first time." Sheehan feigned shock. "What? Don't tell me you're a male chicken." Jessica stared at him blankly. Jin Kwang laughs from a distance. Of course he is referring to his first time being pushed down. What do you think he was implying? Very swiftly, the sports car started shaking slightly. Occasionally, moans, cries and the heavy breathing of a young lass could be heard. After a moment, the door was finally opened. A refreshed Sheehan was currently buttoning his shirt, his sturdy chest had many lipstick imprints. Jessica was leaning against the seat, her eyes watery and her face fully red. Her snowy white skin was fully exposed, even the twin glorious peaks. Suddenly, Jessica hugged Sheehan from the back, biting his ear and giggling. "Hey, you're pretty fierce, eh?" Sheehan turned his head, looking at the naked overflowing spring presented to him. He had been restrained for far too long, an intense fire combusted in his belly again. After scanning her sexy purple lips, he couldn't endure any further. I can be more fierce. She then reached out for her head. Hey, what are you doing? MMPH, MMMMMPHH, MMH MMMMMMHHH. The next day, Sheehan successfully acquired his needed supplies. Looks like Jessica's network, or rather her dad's network, was really astonishing. But this was also because these Easterners had peculiar tastes. Anything under the sky could be taken as food. But to Sheehan's dismay, he realized the probability of processing the materials was terrifyingly low. An entire cupboard of raw materials, yet the resultant resource was shockingly inadequate. Summing everything up, the giant bear flesh powder could only be used once, while the other two received zero success. After a period of 1 month stay in Hong Kong, Sheehan finally collected an adequate supply of his essential spell resources. The most was the raptor flesh powder, roughly 15 packs, while the fox was the least. Finally, he received the return warning from the realm. Sheehan hastily rushed back to the realm, bursting with anticipation as he returned to the military district. Whether or not the eye-shaped metal dissolution liquid mixture was perfected integrated into the monstrous fighting spirit, it was all determined by this very moment. The moment he received the accessory, a thick silverish glow dazzled out, blinding his eyes, causing Sheehan to shut his eyes. After a brief moment he opened it again. To his disappointment, a massive +5 upgrade pasted onto his vision. Damn. Sheehan sighed as he shook his head. Yet the next notification from his nightmare imprint actually provided an immense joy. Your +5 monstrous fighting spirit was perfectly upgraded. What? Sheehan was surprised. Shouldn't a perfect upgrade directly raise the chances of LVL7 from 10% to 100%? Looks like a huge deviation formed from his knowledge. As his hand interacted with the monstrous fighting spirit, a notification emerged. Pointer, your silver storyline accessory, monstrous fighting spirit, +5 upgrade, acquiring the attribute, all damage received lowered by 4%, every +1 level, the decreasing damage increases by 0.8%. Pointer, your silver storyline accessory, monstrous fighting spirit, +5 upgrade, triggered a correlated factor. Please draw an additional special bonus when your monstrous fighting spirit reached LVL4. Pointer, you received a perfect upgrade effect. Your +5 accessory can receive any bonus from the special effects list. Pointer, you can draw one bonus from the following special effects list as the additional special bonus gained when your monstrous fighting spirit reached LVL4. Duration of 10 seconds, if there is no selection then the realm will randomly allocate a bonus. A. Additional 1% explosive strike rate. B. Additional 1% avoidability. C. Additional 5% basic movement speed. Rare attribute, 5% chance of appearing when equipment upgraded to +4, D. Additional 1% resist blocking rate. E. Additional 1% accuracy. F. +3 to random 3 basic attributes, miracle unique bonus for an accessory upgrade. 1 in 1,000 chance of appearing when an equipment upgrades to +4. A truly unique additional bonus, G. When the user slays his opponent, receive an additional 30% utility points, only if the enemy drops utility points, rare unique bonus for an accessory upgrade, 5% chance of appearing when equipment upgraded to +4, F. When the user displays his ability, replenish 10% of his consumed magic power, very rare unique bonus for an accessory upgrade, 0.5% chance of appearing when equipment upgraded to +4. A truly unique additional bonus, H. Chapter 81. Equipment Ordering. Chapter 81, Equipment Ordering. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N., XRCO, and Alcázar. After browsing through the long list of bonuses, a memory struck through his mind like a falling meteor, the highly sought-after, golden shell pocket watch he got from the Terminator world. Although it only added one physique, on hindsight now, Sheehan could tell his customers were targeting those few private bonuses when an accessory is upgraded. More critically, the amount needed to upgrade an equipment differs. Sheehan previously already noticed that the utility points and potential points needed to upgrade a silver storyline weapon, monstrous fighting spirit, was terribly frightening. It required 2,500 utility and 1 potential point. On the contrary, that golden pocket watch only required 500 utility points. His customers were all eyeing to acquire the watch to upgrade it to +4. Even if they didn't receive the satisfactory bonus, they could roughly pay to demote it to +3 before trying again. Thus, it was a lower-risk investment to draw out that formidable Miracle Private bonus. Undoubtedly, Sheehan immediately chose the Miracle Private bonus for his accessory, +3 to 3 random basic attributes. He was praying excessively not to draw until charm, for the reason. It was needless to say, even if his miserable charm added 3 points, what could it actually do? Perhaps several storyline character would roll their eyes at you instead of plainly ignoring. During the instance of randomization, Sheehan didn't come across the word charm. He was relieved, but he was not sure if he should cry or laugh. Because the 3 random +3 attributes had actually 2 repeated ones. The repeated attribute was shockingly his perceptive sensing. The other basic attribute was agility. Presently, the monstrous fighting spirit were as follows: +5 monstrous fighting spirit equipment rarity, silver storyline class equipment, strength/agility/physique +2 equipment, charm -5 equipment passive ability, pain accumulation equipment passive ability, troll spirit increases your attack interval by 5%, but increases your accuracy by 8%. Upgrade, +5, effect, all damage received lowered by 4% +4 accessory upgrade private miracle bonus, unique perceptive sensing +3/perceptive sensing +3/agility +3, accessory upgrade miracle attribute, equipment battle score, 48. Looking at the capabilities of his monstrous fighting spirit, Sheehan had no doubt this was definitely a peak top-notch existence amongst its same equipment class. Its attributes were so ridiculous, it could very well achieve the standard of some dark gold class equipments. Probably this monstrous fighting spirit was already an accessory that had a terribly low drop rate, and Sheehan coincidentally possessed the rare, eye-shaped metal dissolution liquid mix, therefore it resulted in such an OP outcome. At present, Sheehan's perceptive sensing had reached a horrifying 23 points, and his physique an incredible 27 points. In the next world, it would be extremely hard for others to probe out his real strength. At this moment, the entire nightmare realm emitted out a dim red glow, flickering dangerously as though the voltage wasn't stable. The tensed-up Sheehan instantly received a notification: your military rank, 2nd Lieutenant. You can receive information on the next adventuring world. Your military rank, 2nd Lieutenant. An emergency aid mission, uncommon, has surfaced. Do you wish to join the rescue? If the rescue succeeds, you will earn additional achievement points. Accepting countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. Pointer, once you receive information of the next adventuring world, you will not be able to participate in the emergency aid mission. Obviously, this emergency aid mission should probably have a high difficulty, but its rewards would be generous. Moreover, when Sheehan completed the Harry Potter world, it could be said that he received a tremendous all-round upgrade. Although his combat capabilities had declined due to his butchering bone hatchet shattering, his survivability had at least been raised by a mighty twofolds. Therefore, when the countdown reached 3, he immediately accepted. In 30 minutes, you will be forcefully transported into the respective world for your emergency aid mission. Because this emergency aid mission is too sudden, unable to disseminate any relevant information. 30 minutes. Sheehan's eyes popped opened. One must understand, apart from his powerful ambition, he hadn't bought a single handy weapon. Ambition's slow attack speed signified it couldn't be claimed as a main combat weapon. Going into a mission empty-handed was not a brilliant move. Hence Sheehan immediately rushed towards the marketplace, with a suitable weapon and regeneration medicine/food as his main purchasing priority. After a short string of negotiations and bargain, Sheehan managed to acquire a U.S. Army Excellent Bandage, effects including bleeding stoppage and restoring 80 HP in 10 seconds. Cannot be disrupted during the duration. He also got a sandwich which would heal 50 HP in 30 seconds. The 2 items costed him 1,000 utility points. Time sped by in a flash and Sheehan became increasingly panicky. Jumping from stall to stall, shaking his head and sighing. Suddenly, a newly established stall attracted his attention. White class weapons were displayed over the stall, but all carried attributes of accuracy or increased explosive strike rates. There was also a fixed valuation. A pair of boxing gloves caught his fancy, but its attributes were far from pleasing. The contestant of that stall noticed Sheehan's hesitation, and tried probing him. "Hey brother, is there nothing you require here? What are you looking for?" Sheehan was slightly taken aback. "There's others. the contestant conceitedly replied. Nope, but if you are willing to offer a reasonable pricing, then I can make an order. Xian asked curiously. Order? I can choose the attributes I want. Yup, but I can only supply standard weapons, and the quality is limited to white class. Regarding additional attributes, it requires additional fees. That contestant offered proudly. Then when can I receive the goods? Xian urged anxiously. That contestant seemed to have dealt with customers like Xian before, he laughed. Just in a few minutes. 5 minutes later, Xian forked out 3,000 utility points and 1 potential point, in exchange for a pair of white brass knuckles. It contained an additional, resistive block, passive ability. Under Xian's intense request, the knuckle was manufactured exceptionally hard, and had an additional attribute of raising its durability by 50%. Although it didn't enhance his combat capabilities, equipping it was enough to raise Xian's overall combat capability by over a 1/3. In addition, this contestant complimented him with a white-grade ordinary shotgun, and 40 rounds. After pondering for a while, Xian decided to invest his remaining utility points and potential points into his rank 6 Urukai research notes. First, he raised, integrating knowledge, from LVL1 to LVL3. Instantly, the medicine fluid mix created had its expiration increased to 200 seconds and the buff effects increased to 45 minutes. Next, he raised the second tier, Urukai gene fluid, strength of bear's flesh mix, from LVL1 to LVL2. Thus the resultant strength gain increased from 2 points to 3 points. Thus, his utility points returned to the shabby 3-figure amount, and not a single potential point was spared. Seeing that it was about time, Xian went ahead and located his famous servant, that ancestor goblin Jinquang, hoping that fellow would make some preparations. At least he wouldn't be loitering and thieving around the marketplace. Moreover, he invested quite a lot on him so far, he couldn't just leave him hanging around. Who knew when Xian walked into his private room, he was stunned-rooted. A short iron tin dragging itself around, he had no idea where this wretched goblin found this iron suit from. Twin glimmering eyes leaked out from the cracks at the top of the tin, before a timid voice emerged. Master, swear to gold that you cannot deceive me. Will it be dangerous this time? Xian was speechless, he rolled his eyes and raised both hands. All right, dear David. I don't know if there will be dangers, but one thing is for sure. You will definitely not be exposed to danger. Several minutes later, a flash of light pierced down from above the realm directly onto Xian. Xian's figure gradually turned faint, disappearing from his private room. Xian was startled awake by a violent shake. Opening his eyes, he realized this was like back in his uncle's boat, Fu Yuan, inside a hurricane. He could feel his body being tossed around by an immense force and wave. Two were tightly fastened onto his body, an icy cold metallic sensation brushed his cheeks, probably wearing a helmet. Chi chi chi, faint audible sounds could be heard. A slight medicinal scent filled the air, probably oxygen spraying out from the four corners by artificial oxygen tanks. The entire room was dark, the only light source was a red lamp above. The red lamp constantly flickered with a tempo, just like a steady heartbeat. From the corner of his eyes, Xian suddenly saw a screen at the front of the cockpit, astounding it was the pitch-black and boundless cosmos. Beneath them on the left, they were closing on a gigantic earthen-yellow planet at high speed. By their side were several spaceships flying by. They had a steel-flowing outline, a curved broad belly like a container variation spaceship. Dense red emission spurted out of the thick ventilation exhaust, leaving a long trace, carving out a long scar across the mysterious pitch-black backdrop. Chapter 1, Spraying and Evading. Chapter 1, Spraying and Evading. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. The steady flight was suddenly disrupted by an incomparably violent vibration. A green light radiated out, exploding into his vision instantaneously. The entire cosmos universe was dyed in dazzling green, even his contestant physique and twin pupils were thoroughly engulfed by this array. Afterwards, splatters and fragments of green starch diffused into the air like clouds and mist, ultimately dissipating completely. Simultaneously, Xian could hear a zhi, indescribably corroding sounds from the top of his cabin, similar to the sizzling sounds made from a red-hot heated-up cooking pot. It was clear the external metal was being corroded through at a rapid speed. Fortunately, his perceptive sensing didn't indicate any warning, thus this should be fairly safe. The green light flashed again, this time Xian could clearly see. Shockingly, a clump of massive acidic fluid shot out from below, its surface rippling like a vortex, boiling with bumpy grooves and holes. Within the jadeite green liquid, a transporting-style spaceship cracked and exploded at the side. Raining over it like rain, the greenish liquid overwhelmed the entire spaceship body, corroding it thoroughly before it became a ball of flames. A magnificent firework exhibition in the mysterious vast cosmos universe. Ship channel is under attack from acid splashes from spore cannons. Ship channel is under attack from acid splashes from spore cannons. Warning, please alter direction. Warning, please alter direction. When the electronic synthetic female voice resounded, Xian had already discovered there were 11 others inside the cabin. They were similarly tightly strapped to the cabin, their faces solemn and deadly silent. They were all wearing an advanced conjoined battle armor and helmets. Xian further realized they were all brimming with vigilance after surveying the environment, as if there were zero mutual recognitions. This internal distrust meant a higher difficulty governing the mission. At this moment, a bright influx of light formed to Xian's left as another person appeared out. Although his entire body was covered in advanced battle armor along with the helmet, Xian was still able to pinpoint his identity. Because the weapon on him was too distinct, a golden-crafted rifle butt and a golden-crafted gun barrel, an apathetic, condescending posture. This was indeed the trump card gunner of the symbiosis sect he met in his previous world, Mojentia. If Xian didn't recall wrongly, he was the only one left from the symbiosis sect. After his appearance, Mojentia first swept through his surroundings. Reckoning that others recognized his trademark rifle, they whispered quietly to themselves. Finally, Mojentia's gaze settled on Xian. Pausing for a moment, a disbelieving message was transmitted through their nightmare imprint. Seaman. Such a message required expending utility points, but the amount needed was lesser based on a higher military ranking, finally free at the officer ranking. Xian knew that Mojentia possessed formidable perceptive sensing, if not acknowledging him was of no meaning. We meet again. Mojentia sighed deeply. You've gotten stronger again. Looks like your perceptive sensing received a tremendous boost. I can't even probe into your details now. Luckily, we are not standing on the opposite side this time. Xian smirked cunningly. Not intending to take revenge for the metals professor. Mojentia gently replied. Killings between each other a common aspect in the realm. Moreover, the sole person the metals professor trusted was Fanu. Why would I want to take revenge? But I only speculated you would be able to retreat in one piece. I never expected they would actually die in your hands. They died to greed and arrogance. Xian humbly sighed. Right, why did we meet again so coincidentally? Mojentia leaked out a slight suspiciousness, but remained patient. Currently amongst everyone in the cabin, they should be contestants who possess a definite power and hadn't joined any particular party. These contestants are similar to us, perhaps their party lead had died or their parties were wiped out. The remaining should be those hermit freaks with insane strength. This damned realm really advocates forming parties, thus they initiated such special mission to congregate these zero-obligation contestants to form parties. Of course, these special missions have a higher difficulty, and only formidable contestants can participate. If not, the later one goes, the harder it is for a solo traveling contestant to survive. Xian nodded his head humbly. He had clearly experienced in the Harry Potter world, the flaw of stubbornly persisting as a solo traveler. Citing a concrete example, just that milestone enough was enough to strike off the entirety of a contestant's staying time frame. If he didn't receive the symbiosis sex aid, then it was even impossible to tread on the introduction of the milestone. Mojentia stared into Xian's eyes and continued. We were previously from the same party, furthermore you're a close combat combatant while I'm a long-distance combatant. Our battle styles complement each other. I reckon the realm has already calculated such segmentations when creating this temporal group. Therefore, the chances of us collaborating with each other is at least over 50%, until here, Mojentia glanced at Xian again. Frankly speaking, my previous two parties both had a fatal flaw, a shortage of that crucial cornerstone in rallying the team at the most critical moments. To accomplish this hurdle, one needs to have both superior intellect thinking and innate combating talents. Thus, I'm really anticipating working with you. Xian's vision flickered slightly, and smiled. You overestimate me. And the previous people disliked working with me because of my strong character. Monisha replied bluntly. To traverse towards the correct path, one definitely requires an outstanding and strong leader. Of course, strong doesn't equate to imperiousness or greed. Xian smiled gently as he squinted his eyes, issuing a polite laughter before following up with a silence. What was needed to be said had been said, the rest was up to the battle. Mojencha had already personally experienced that incident with Xian casually offering him Venter's blood key. His performance helped him determine that Xian was a shrewd person who understood the logic of keeping and letting go. At present, their flight direction was gradually stabilizing gently, as though it shrugged of its enemy. Beside them were two lucky spaceships continually pressing forward. At this very moment, a violet-brown dull fog spread out from the distant front. The transportation ship hastily diverted, while the two orange combusting tails at the back carved out two arching trajectory trace. Two malevolent and abnormal-looking monsters flapped their wings out, as they darted out from the violent clouds. The two monsters had an upper body similar to a giant moth, but sharp hooking teeth erupted from their wings and mouth. Their wings were coated with a membrane, and had a long tail which split into many fleshy sections. A deep cavity could be seen on one of their swollen glands on the back. The surface of their body was laced with a strange glistening mucus, like a layer of crystal, probably the main reason they could survive in this cosmos space. Although their transportation ship was advancing with its utmost speed, the combustion exhaust flames had turned from orange to a thin light blue. As the two monsters frantically drilled forward, the concave gland on their back released out a light green lumpy viscous fluid. The liquid looked like it had a life on its own, aiming directly for a transport ship. It left a scorched burnt trace on the solid metal exterior, before rebounding and headed for the other ship and finally disappeared. Instead, this caused the contestants to band together. One must understand they were currently trapped in outer space. Once their ship got destroyed, then death would be the only option. They quickly discovered that their transportation ship sped up into a curve, directly diving towards the periphery of the earthen yellowish planet. Initially, the planet only occupied half of their cabin window, but now it covered the entire horizon of their main front screen. Looking at the way things were going, before the other two ships were shot down, they could definitely make a peaceful landing. Following the repeated attacks from the winged beasts, one of the ships was riddled with holes. Finally, its metal had reached its limit, folding in before a spark ignited the entire body. Having lost control, a tremendous explosion scattered out debris and flaming seat compartments. There was even human body as the chaotic mess floated towards the icy-cold mysterious cosmos universe. Xian glanced at the two winged beasts, viciously and frenziedly cutting towards them. His vision turned piercing, as he communicated through this nightmare imprint to Mojencha. Do you have any method to attack the two beasts? Monisha was surprised. He was about to reply no, but he suddenly caught a glimpse of Xian's gaze, and hesitantly replied. Yes, but that is my deepest hidden killing move. But I feel using it on these two beasts is not worth it, nor do I feel the need to. Xian smiled reservedly. Very well. We've taken the first step towards mutual trust. It seems that you have quite the reputation amongst these people. Why not ask them if they have any methods? Chapter 2, Relieving. Chapter 2, Relieving, translated by Chua, edited by XRCO and Alcácer. After Mojencha heard his suggestion, he knew that Xian intended for him to take the front lines and attract their attention. Normally, he wouldn't be willing to let others use him in such a manner, yet he also understood the terrifying level the metals professor and Fanu had reached. Yet, in the previous world, the one that caused the death of the metals professor and Fanu and survived, was this man called Seaman, the seaman who had an innate defensive ability. This cruel reality further established Mojencha's belief, this person must be made a friend, and not the enemy. After putting to rest his thoughts, Mojencha coughed loudly and attracted the attention of everyone else. He raised his voice. I am the Golden Alaska user, Mojencha. Everyone probably have heard of my name before, right? Is there anyone able to attack the two beasts outside? After he issued the statement, at least 5 to 6 others displayed an astonished expression, beginning whispering in each other's ears. Seated in front of him, a male wearing a leather jacket frowned. I can, but firstly it isn't enough to kill them, and I feel there isn't a need to. Let the other transport ship distract them, wouldn't it be better? This will secure our safe landing. Mojencha laughed coldly, and ignored him. Opposite, a female very resolutely offered. I reckon I can communicate with the pilot first. If there is a need to retaliate, then we would definitely do so. But first I need to know the reason. Obviously this woman's prime ability should be her charm, but naturally she didn't receive a resolute answer, because Mojencha himself did not understand what Xian was coming at. But Mojencha understood one thing, and that was Xian wished to attack the pursuing twin beasts of the back. If he couldn't even accomplish the first request of seamen, then his personal worth would no doubt decrease. Mojencha acted decisively, drawing out his golden Alaska and aimed towards the 3 safety straps before releasing fire. He then reached out for the metal safety belt and exerted force lightly. A piercing metal cranking sound resounded, as he pulled off the metal safety straps that were binding him, finally standing up. "What are you trying to do?" Several stunned voices probed out. Disregarding them, Mojencha directly strode towards the little shuttle at the pilot cabin, releasing a robotic yet frustrated tone. "Hoy! Mate in front. The 2 alien freaks have already annihilated at least 20 of our brothers, and they look like they're about to succeed again. Are we just gonna stay here stupidly?" The pilot snarled back. "Do you think I don't want to wreck their ass? I swear on my son's baseball cap. If this was a Valkyrie, anti-fighter spacecraft, then I would serve these 2 spore wyverns a taste of 8 rounds of HALO, high-altitude long-operating, cluster rockets. But this is a bloody transport shuttle, although it is a specially enforced transport shuttle. Rather, you better King scram to your seat and buckle up." Mojencha shrugged his shoulders dejectedly. "All right, looks like the only thing we can do is pray for them." The pilot cleared his throat and suddenly issued. Wait, I remember while reinforcing this shuttle, that old Nick seemed to have installed a machine cannon. But the shuttle took off before there was time to link it to the firing system. But if you have confidence in yourself, then I can open the firing compartment. You'll still have to operate it manually. Truthfully, I don't suggest you doing that." Mojencha exposed a crafty smile. "Just wait and watch the show." The pilot extended a thumbs up without turning to him. Pressing somewhere, a long drawn-out "chi" sound emitted from the ceiling rampart. Another pilot chair rotated as it descended. Mojencha arrogantly took his seat, and ascended with the chair. The male in the leather jacket looked on disapprovingly, yet he didn't dare to voice out. Mojencha's golden Alaska was a rather impressive deterrent. In a flash, illuminated tracer rounds were fired out from the hood of the transportation shuttle, directly piercing the body of a predatory spore wyvern. The unprepared spore wyvern immediately lost balance and started rolling in mid-space, screeching out in agony. Huge greenish sticky fluid gushed out from its wounds, leaving speckles of green traces floating in space, before utterly vanishing. The pilot released an excited cheer. "Whoa, wow, well done, you really didn't disappoint, mate. When we're back I'll treat you to a drink, and introduce Marie to you. She has an impressive fertile chest." Following that, the illuminated tracer round swerved against the other spore wyvern. It was still chipping away at the other transport shuttle, but probably was now on guard. It instantly glided its wings and evaded, but several holes appeared on the membrane of its wings. It then nimbly shifted its trajectory, easily turning towards Xian and the rest before surging forward. But at this crucial moment, the illuminated rounds disappeared. Mojencha had actually halted fire at this moment. Unless the weapon was faulty. 100 meters away, the audience could vividly see the distorted wrinkles and repulsive skin of the spore wyvern, its artillery gland swelling up greatly. Suddenly, a concentrated burst of bullets pierced out, like an energy whip lashing against the monster's body. The concentrated depleted uranium ammunition pierced into its body mercilessly, releasing splatters of greenish fluid. The wyvern flipped several rounds before darting away, relinquishing itself to furious roars from afar. As the 2 spore wyverns congregated together, the pilot let out a contented sigh. Gritting his teeth and uttered, "Trash, do you still dare to follow?" After speaking, he pushed a piloting gear. A daring fiery red glow formed around the exterior of the shuttle, indicating their arrival into the planet's atmosphere. The 2 spore wyverns were only accustomed to space warfare, and only spiraled 2 rounds before drifting away. The ceiling chair rotated back down, and Mojencha leapt off. His sneer sweeping around untamable, as he returned to his former seat. At this moment, the pilot communicated loudly. "Hello. Is this 003, are you guys fine?" No, it wasn't God's glory that saved you from your impending demise. It's old Nick's half-hearted cannon installation, and a brave soldier on our side. Whoa, I can see your fumes discharging from your engine. Yes, the hydraulic pressure system should be failing, right? Looks like forced landing is your only option. I wish you the best of luck. After speaking, that shuttle shot downwards, dragging along a trail of dense black fumes. But it looks like the emergency landing wouldn't be a huge issue. Every contestant looked rather disappointed. Undoubtedly, if they could land together with that transport shuttle, then the soldiers within would have become a formidable reinforcement for them. Only Sheehan glanced at that leaving transport shuttle thoughtfully. Very swiftly, their shuttle penetrated through the atmosphere, filtering past a bare mountain range and a yellow sandy yet rocky beach at high pace. 3 minutes later, a small-scale base built with steel infrastructure appeared ahead. The base was extremely striking amidst the rolling yellow Gobi Desert. Each of the 4 corners were equipped with 6 installations of air-to-air missile turrets, scanning around repeatedly. The pilot glanced back and leaned back. Lads, welcome to Planet P. In view that the area is swarmed with those damned insect breeding, small spore towers and deadly beasts like the roach snakes/exploding floaters, thus that base ahead is your destination. Later, a commander will announce your mission orders to you. After landing, you have 1 minute to leave the shuttle. Oh right, that courageous soldier, I haven't heard of your name yet. Mojencha's lips cracked open, exposing his pearly white teeth. I'm Mojencha Ramu. It was a joy riding in your aircraft. The pilot squeezed his eyes, turning over and tossing an iron harmonica over. Mojencha received it with one hand. Pass this item to Dundee, the pilot of the other shuttle. You did well, lad. I'll thank you on behalf of the other passengers on that shuttle. If you have the time, come back to the base to find me. Mojencha received a notification. You received 1,000 utility points. You received the item, Pilot Special Harmonica. This harmonica is manufactured with various junk and waste, although it isn't worth much, it is original and ingenious. At present, the transport shuttle had already started descending over the top of the steel-constructed base. Within the base were at least 30 rides of SCV, space engineering cars, traveling back and forth around the entire base, their electric torches raised over them as they engaged in various reinforcements or engineering works. The glaring sparks forged into everyone's vision. Obviously, they appeared to be anxiously reinforcing this base. 3 bunkers were constructed next to the 5 meters tall steel-reinforced walls, while 2 other bunkers were currently under construction. These bunkers provided reliable cover for weaker gunmen. While being assaulted, they could still carry out repairs. Moreover, every bunker could dish out huge amounts of damage in a short span of time. Chapter 3, Power Struggle. Chapter 3, Power Struggle, translated by Chua, edited by XRCO and El Kasser. The engine exhaust of the shuttle was finally facing the ground, the orange flames gradually extinguished, smoothly landing onto the terrace. The feeling of being unable to control their own lives wasn't a bearable one. The contestants flocked towards the cabin door, trying to beat each other to escape this feeling. A military officer in an ash-blue uniform with a huge beard was impatiently waiting with his arms folded, pacing back and forth outside. Freeing themselves from the cabin, they could finally breathe in the fresh cooling air. Although they felt pretty confident of their safety previously, they could now clearly see the shuttle's metal shell had been dreadfully corroded, like the skin of a fermented steamed bun. Some badly affected areas had its first layer of armor thoroughly corroded through, even the internal armor appeared huge froths of depressions. An awful stench continued to be emitted. Several SCVs by the side drove past swiftly, raising their electric torches as sparks burst out from the repair works. That military officer roared out furiously. "Where are y'all looking at? Boys, the general headquarters had sacrificed 4 transport shuttles to escort you here, not for you to chat amongst yourselves. I am Lieutenant Colonel Tommy Kevin. But I prefer others to call me by my call sign. Yes, that call sign that causes all to tremble, Steel Whip. Honestly, I don't get why the higher-ups would delegate such a tough mission to these bunch of feeble newbies. Look at your crooked postures and lazy expressions. Even your weak movements are enough to cause my blood pressure to raise by 30 millimeters of mercury, used for counting pressure. Hence, I wish to hurry up and settle this matter before my blood pressure kills me. Adjutant, I give you 10 seconds to appear in front of me, and another 10 seconds to inform these rookies what they need to do. Another militant wearing spectacles rushed out. "Nice to meet everyone, I am Captain Crespo. 2 hours ago, we received a distress call from the West Whiskey Outpost. They have been surrounded by those damnable insects, requesting for reinforcements from the Roughnecks." Sadly, the West Outpost was already fallen and that bogus intelligence was from a radio operator that had his brains sucked dry. TN, Roughnecks are the rescuing team name. Your mission is to conduct a rescue for the Roughnecks. Under such circumstances, casualties are unavoidable. Yet Lieutenant Johnny Rico is a rare talent. If he dies, your mission is a failure. Apart from him, Sergeant Dizzy Flores, Sergeant Levy, that silly cock-comb hair in the film, Commander Rasksack are all rare talents. It is best if you can safeguard their lives. If they can be extracted out without harm, then a hefty commendable rating can be expected. In the original movie, the main lead Dizzy Flores and Commander Rasksack had died there. Naturally, the difficulty of the mission was needless to say. Concurrently, Sheehan and the rest received the notification from the Nightmare imprint. Time, Galaxy Era Year 383, April 17, 10 in the morning. Location, Planet P. District 6. Steel Whip Homini Base, latitude 43.19 degrees, longitude 91.02 degrees, setting, Starship Troopers difficulty, medium, C-class, pain limitation, 30% extra enhancement bonus, 0% current scenario exploration rate, 0% additional description, peaceful setting, contestants will drop nothing when killed. Digitalization of character initialized. Contestants can communicate with their Nightmare imprint to check on their personal attributes. Additional description, you have currently established a temporary combat party. Whenever a member dies, 1 achievement point is penalized, maximum penalty of 6 achievement points. When everyone assembles together in the party, combat ability plus 10%. Once 50% of party assembles, combat ability plus 8%. When at least 2 assemble, combat ability plus 4%. You automatically grasp the related language, enabling interactions with world characters. After leaving the world, it will be erased. Current world is linked to an uncommon emergency aid mission, unable to activate any milestones. Mission accepted count, 1 main mission, rescuing Roughnecks. Mission summary, Lieutenant Johnny Rico must not die. Mission failure results in -5 achievement points as well as 3 points of your current highest basic attribute. Mission explanation, if Dizzy Flores, Levy, and Commander Rasksack live and successfully escape, rewards will be received. If all 4 escape together, you will receive additional rewards. Even if Johnny Rico dies and your party is exterminated, the penalty for achievement points will still not exceed 6 points. Inclusive of party members' death. Warning, contestants who are unable to fight alongside Johnny Rico will be determined as mission failure by default. Your appearances have been set, restoring automatically after returning to the present world. You can engage in relative adjustments on your appearance in the Nightmare realm. For any queries, you can inquire through the Nightmare imprint, and answers will be given. Your weapon and related abilities have been disguised and will not attract the special notice of storyline characters. For example, Mojencha's Golden Alaska will look like an ordinary rifle to the storyline characters. Your special armor will raise 1 to 2 defense, but will decrease your movement speed. Please determine if you want to continue wearing it yourself. After this list of notifications, several contestants started whispering amongst themselves. Tommy Kevin furiously roared out. "Silence, silence. You bunch of dregs. Maggot-like scums, shut your damned mouth. You have an hour of rest and preparations now, then a Terran vulture will send you to your destination. At the central hall there's a military official called Anzi. Any needs you can. Look for him. Now, immediately disappear from my sight, scram." Although every contestant wanted to deliver a sound beating for this explosively temperament guy, they knew that was just a dream. Their attention was immediately directed to Anzi, and started marching towards the central hall of the base. When they left the storyline characters, a little guy clapped his hands loudly and exclaimed, "Hey! Guys, don't mind listening to me for a moment. I am Harnick, Crazy Harnick. I reckon some have worked with me before, right? We all probably all lone travelers who have lost their original parties. Moreover, on hindsight, every comrade's sacrifice will carry an immense loss. In the long run, since we've already formed a temporary party by the realm, if we complement each other well, then there's a huge possibility of us becoming partners in the future. Hence, I suggest that everyone firstly announce their strong points and personal combat style. This will assist us during battle. Mojencha hugged his golden Alaska indifferently, yet he transmitted a message to Xian. This guy's nickname is Monkey. His party had been utterly ruined by the metals professor previously in the Lord of the Rings world. But his agility is relatively high, and his innate ability is Phantasm, allowing his avoidability to greatly increase. Previously when I released a burst fire towards him, although it successfully landed, but the only one that landed out of the three was still ineffective due to slipping effect. His capabilities are pretty outstanding. Xian slightly frowned. Such a high passive evasion. After the contestants heard Harnick's words, they deeply had the same sentiments. But only this crazy Harnick first spoke out, and some even regretted losing the opportunity to shine in this party. The bulk of them naturally found a secluded area to congregate, and started conducting introductions. Firstly, was naturally that vocal Harnick. Following the customary regulations, he first introduced his position in the party. Reconnaissance, scout, assassin, damage dealer. He then displayed his personal list of abilities. Wiping Throat LVL5 allowed a backstab ability. Its damage was so terrifying that even Xian felt a chill. After Crazy Harnick, a huge brute stood out. He removed his helmet, his left eye was covered with a black eye patch. He looked like the one-eyed Sagat from Street Fighter. Xian instantly noticed Mojencha's brows tightening. This one-eyed male had a hoarse voice. I am Qiaoer, Executional Qiaoer. Party position, super long-range firepower output. Strong points, sniping. Mogencha quickly acknowledged the terror of this guy. I encountered this fellow during my stint with the Symbiosis sect. Venter from his perfect condition received a shot from that guy, and actually was instantly reduced into a critically wounded state. After that, at least 5 members from the sect died under his hands. Looks like Crazy Harnick wants to elect Qiaoer for captain. Following that, the others introduced themselves and 2 people left an impression on Xian. One was the leather jacket male called Henrik, a rarely seen support class. He introduced himself as a field controller, indicating that his ability is oil techniques, creating a huge surface of oil to cause enemies to slip. Chapter 4, You're Stronger Than Him. Chapter 4, You're Stronger Than Him. Translated by, Chua, edited by, XRCO and Alcasar. The next person that left a deep impression on him was the woman, Tulip, that spoke out at the start. She had extraordinarily good looks, yet her manner of speech was emanating great shrewdness and experience, an orderly HR style of a typical multinational company. Her charm was currently 25 points, and could engage in interactions with most storyline characters. Her summoned creature was an huge Alaskan bear, and simultaneously release long-distance combat assistance. When Mojencha stood out to introduce himself, Xian had noticed that Qiaoer and Harnick frowned to each other, as if understanding a common enemy. Naturally, Mojencha's appearance had caused them some pressure. Crazy Harnick couldn't help inquiring. Mojencha, you betrayed the Symbiosis sect, aren't you afraid the metals professor will slaughter his way in? Obviously, Crazy Harnick purposely tried to sneak in a blow towards Mojencha to suppress his position amidst the party. Instead, Mojencha wasn't interested to bother with reporting to him. He merely shot a stiff look before sitting down while hugging his gun. At this point in time, only Xian and another was left. That guy hadn't spoken up once since the cabin, constantly hanging his head down as though he had suffered some calamitous setback. Xian had decided to go last, hence he firmly gazed towards the ceiling, while the decadent male was fixated on the ground. Slowly, he walked out. His movement was like a rumbling tank, slowly releasing his hollow voice. I am Reef, party position, close combat defender. Close combat defender. The instant this word left his lips, it was greeted by a series of gasps. One must understand, those who were willing to say those words were similar to the likes of Qiao Gun, signifying he would hold the front lines in a battle. It couldn't be false, because a lie would indicate joking around with his life. Crazy Harnick and Qiaoer's faces turned uglier. Those who had already experienced several worlds before deeply understood the importance of a close combat defender. Which goes to say, if this Reef guy wanted to challenge for the party leadership, then they would no doubt be at a disadvantage. Following on, the next things Reef mentioned added fuel to Crazy Harnick and Qiaoer's despair. Because the ability that Reef divulged was actually his innate ability. A-grade innate ability. Steal, reduction in damage received by 22%, causing abnormal debuff durations to reduce by 50%. He was actually similar to Xian, having a defensive type innate ability. A mighty contestant. Seeing this genius talent, Crazy Harnick and Xiaoer immediately discarded whatever ambitions they had in their heart. They shifted their focus on how they could enhance their authority within the party. Such a contestant was an unparalleled freak who are hailed as MTs, main tank core master tanks. He would certainly become a core existence in the party, unless he opted out of it himself. But who would give up the grand position as a party leader? A great innate ability. Xian's heart welled up with an unfathomable confusion, filled with envy, disappointment and dejection. But he immediately suppressed his emotions. Mogensha had long been observing Xian. Seeing his unchanging expression, he admired him secretly. He then issued a message through his nightmare imprint. Seaman, don't be unduly humble. Actually, based on your innate ability itself, you are much stronger than him. Xian didn't expect Mogensha to offer him this consolation. Surprised, he replied. How is that so? Mogensha, who had an extensive knowledge, grinned and replied. This thing called innate ability is not something that can get stronger by its grade. Reef's innate ability seems pretty formidable, but its grade is already A-. Any further upgrade is unlikely. Let's not talk about A- upgrading to S grade. Even for AB grade to A, the requirements are extremely demanding. To upgrade one not only requires hard work, risk and a huge amount of time, it even requires luck. Let's cite a simple example. If the metals professor trying to steal the philosopher's stone is considered 1 difficulty, then Reef's innate ability trying to raise from A to S is at least 2.5 difficulty. Until here, Xian had roughly understood Mogensha's theory, yet Mogensha continued speaking. For you, primarily your innate ability had not yet been awakened in the present world. Once it awakens, your innate ability will receive a further improvement. Following that, you can still raise it from C+ to B+, then B+ to A+, 2 entire upgrades in strength. Calculating, you will have a frightening 3 times upgrading chance. Hence, once you reach Reef's level, your innate ability will definitely vastly exceed his. Furthermore, you who was able to take down both the metals professor and Fanu, I believe that Reef's current aptitude now is only a short-term problem. Xian's lips slightly curved up. His heart's residual concern had been appeased by Mogensha's words. In his heart, he recalled the incident regarding the winged keys in the Harry Potter world. Winged keys attack disregards any defense, its attribute possessed the domain precedence. Conflict surfaces, determining precedence. Determining results. Your innate ability, endurance, takes precedence. Even a domain precedence property couldn't go against an innate ability. It actually still contains 3 upgrading opportunities. What kind of surprises would you delight me in? Concurrently, when everyone was being shaken by Reef, Tulip exclaimed in astonishment. Reef. Why would you have abandoned your party? Didn't your Sphere party already complete the history storyline War in Pirates of the Caribbean? Even your party has expanded to 40 strong. Reef bitterly shook his head saying, there's no more Sphere in the world anymore. He then returned to his earlier dejected state and remained silent. Xiaoer's eyes leaked out a wild overjoyous expression. Obviously, even if Reef's ability was outstanding, without any fighting spirit, it was totally useless. Hence, Xiaoer took the initiative and spoke out. Very good, our temporary party actually possessed such luck. There's actually a MT, since everyone has introduces, let's decide on our next course of action. Tulip snatched to speak next. I will mingle with the storyline characters, let's see if I can gather any hidden information. Crazy Harnick nodded and replied. Based on my experience, the military occasionally possess some one-off props or even sell certain weapons. But since the commander of this base doesn't have a favorable impression of us, we have to first increase our reputation from cold to amiable before being able to purchase anything. The remaining people all competed to chip in their ideas. Suddenly, the dejected Reef by the side interrupted them coldly. There's still one more who hasn't introduced himself. Although Reef didn't seem like he bothered to participate in the decision-making, his words carried a decisive tone and weren't something the rest could neglect. The people speaking were stunned, their faces exposed their awkwardness. Amidst their excitement of having a mighty close combat defender like Reef joining the party, they actually forgotten Xian. It can be seen that Xian didn't really have a presence with his low profile. Similarly, even Mojencha was curious what manner would this seaman introduce himself with. He was convinced that this seaman style was a low-key tiger that disguised as a pig. The fearsome metals professor and Fana most likely fell short because of that. Hence he knew Xian wouldn't be one who would publicly announce his status, yet hiding his true potential excessively would demote him to the tail of the pack. He could even be abandoned by the party. Yet if he elevated himself too highly, it didn't suit his style. Facing such a difficult option, what path would this seaman take? At present, Xian had already stood out, firmly and calmly introducing. I am Seaman, nice to meet y'all. My party position is battle support. Additionally, a strength-type close-range combatant. Support. The bunch were rather amazed to hear Xian's introduction, which also included Mojencha. Because in their eyes, it was mostly intelligence or spirit-based contestants who provided support in a battle. Henrik was exactly that type. Instead, Xian, who hailed himself as a strength-type close combatant who could provide support, was really a unique, unprecedented individual. Under the suspicious gaze of the audience, Xian very composedly explained the 3 Urukai gene fluids out to them. It was instantly greeted with a series of gasps. One must understand, these contestants previously belonged to a party. This signified their difficulty in passing through worlds would be lessened, but also meant a shortage of equipment for themselves. Xian's Strength of the Bear's Flesh mix could already enhance 3 points of strength. This was equivalent to a bonus from a dark blue class equipment. Xian's Rotten Bone Ring only increased strength/physique +1 and could already be considered a high-quality equipment. To an incredible 30-point strength contestant, the enhancement would be an entire 10%. Moreover, how many people could even achieve 30 points in strength? Chapter 5, Jinquang's Prestige. Chapter 5, Jinquang's Prestige. Translated by Chua, edited by XRCO and Alcácer. Granted, throwing out other factors, more importantly, an equipment rarely concentrates their bonuses on one attribute. For example, Strength +3 or Intelligence +2 equipments were fairly rare. That meant, Xian's other 2 Urukai gene fluid, resulting in Agility +2 and Intelligence +2 could be seen as a pretty good light blue equipment. Furthermore, he could change it based on an individual specialty, and compensate their deficiencies. This party had a full 10 people. With Xian's existence, that undoubtedly equated to providing 10 extra dark blue/light blue equipments. His support for the group was certainly immeasurable. Even that depressed and dejected Reef looked at him with brows raised. He suddenly chipped in. Don't tell me your ability was acquired from the Lord of the Rings world. Right. I remember witnessing that wizard Saruman using such dosages. Of course those dosages were much stronger. Xian laughed. He neither acknowledged nor denied. Just based on his mixing ability was able to attain the approval of everyone, what more his status as a close combat strength-type contestant. This signified that he would normally charge the front lines with Reef, and this further implied that he could temporarily take over Reef's defense position occasionally. It was not an overwhelmingly remarkable position, but still was a very crucial member, like Bowen from the basketball team Spurs, a defensive small forward. Low-key, but definitely a necessity. It could be said that Xian had solidified his position in the party. At least he wouldn't be inferior to the likes of Mojencha and Xiaoer, the 2 marksman beasts. But what caused the contestants to be perplexed was that Xian was equally docile as Reef. After introducing the specialties and abilities, he went back to a corner silently. It seemed like he had no intentions to challenge for leadership. This allows the likes of Xiaoer, who constantly thought of seizing power, to praise the Lord, thankful that these 2 important and rare talents were delivered to him. These contestants were no rookies. Even if they hadn't personally experienced something, they had witnessed enough to replicate the same actions. After a brief discussion, each contestant went off to accomplish their allocated duty. For example, the speedy crazy Henrik went off to probe the surrounding terrain. High charm individuals like Tulip went off to interact with storyline characters, while Henrik started to duplicate magic scrolls, at the same time preparing the essentials for his field control spells. Long-range combatants like Xiaoer and Mojencha toured about, studying the terrain, adapting themselves to the overgrown environment of this planet. These crafty guys had to evaluate survival techniques or places to take cover, and gather adequate resources. Xian explored the entire center hall. The place was similarly constructed with steel. From afar it looked completely like a gigantic steel fort. Dim lighting flickered internally. Occasionally, busy SCVs would rush out, and several workers were hard at work inside. Along the surrounding steel walls were screens connected to the main system, and soldiers were busy copying data from it, before running off urgently. That military official named Anji was exceedingly hard to locate, and finally found in the corner room of the third level of the center hall. This Anji actually had an appearance of an aged-old, icy-cold old hag. One could imagine the extent of cold shoulder a low charm Xian would receive. Although when she saw Xian, her eyes leaked out a certain amazed expression, legend level +1, but still directly ignored Xian. She waved away her left hand, chasing Xian out of her cabin like a pesky housefly. Xian wasn't frustrated, being neglected by storyline character was common to him. As the saying goes, habits breed familiarity, hence it didn't affect him. His only goal for attempting was only to confirm if there was anything on sale. Of course, Xian had a strong personality of retaliation. Therefore, his next step was to bluntly summon out his servant. As the saying goes, 1,000 days of training soldiers for a day of usage, wasn't now a golden opportunity to try out Jinquang's 3 prodigious abilities, Evil Tyrant, Swindler, and Haggling. The summoned goblin Jinquang was currently brushing his teeth, his mouth was filled with froth, gurgling and spitting as saliva and white bright froth spilled onto the ground. Surveying his surroundings, as he hurriedly scurried to a corner like a mouse and covered himself with a giant board. Jinquang was now a silly-looking tin can, with his crafty eyes sneakily exposed by a small crack, scanning around. Witnessing this greedy cheapo so fearful for his life, Xian was really speechless and unfolded his arms. "Come out, there's business waiting." Once he heard the word business, the goblin's green pointed ears twitched, ferociously charging to Xian with his pitiful tone. "Time is money. Master, recently the market is in a slump and the expenditure here is so high. Quick, direct me." Xian urged him as he pointed to the nearby room. "There's a cash cow inside." "Cash cow," Jinquang excitedly yelled out. "I really adore that term, really adore it. I can already hear the wondrous sound of gold coins through the cracks of my fingers." After finishing, this green shorty produced his broken old wand, and cast a camouflage spell on himself, turning himself into a wretched old man in a tuxedo. Bringing Xian along as he kicked open the door, and stomped directly into the room. Naturally that old hag, Anji, immediately screeched out in a high female pitch. "Heavens! I must be dreaming. I give you 2 filthy rats 3 seconds to get out of my sight. If not, the soldiers will seize your necks and throw you out." Jinquang ignorantly coughed, clearing his throat as he spat a thick phlegm onto the floor. He then wiped his fat lips with his greasy sleeves. Standing tall and lifting his head high in reply. "Madam, I previously conducted an audit, counting the taxes of your current business state. Simply put, even if you embezzled a penny, I'll be able to expose your corruption as proof, and successfully prosecute your crimes." Anji flared up furiously in a piercing voice. "You, on what authority?" Jinquang rummaged through his bosom, finally hooking out a cluster of messily folded documents. Licking his finger as he swiftly browsed through the documents, before retrieving a paper. On it was shockingly written, "User is related to matters of national interest. Independent Commission Against Corruption, ICAC, Roma Noctis." Behind it was a fresh red seal. Seeing this object, the domineering Anji became sluggish. "How is it possible you have Mr. Roma's cert?" Jinquang replied arrogantly. "This isn't something you need to know. Madam, if you continue dishing out excuses, then I will use obstructing of official duty to prosecute you. Also, this low-life female creature, you dare to use such an attitude towards a living legend like me?" Xian stared as though his eyeballs were about to roll out. Actually, legend level, such an illusory attribute could be used in this manner. Under the bombardment of Jinquang's saliva, this Anji finally became terrified. Probably she was also unclear about matters concerning her accounts. Xian could only sneak in a forced smile. "This, mister, I have to settle hundreds of accounts for the soldiers daily, it is hard not to have errors." Xian and his slut Jinquang, one with 2 points of charm, the other with 1 point. The old hag Anji inevitably couldn't get along with the two. In her heart she should be wildly cursing in resentment, wishing for these 2 trashy scumbags to leave her sacred office. Yet she still had to put on a respectful and cheery front. It was really a torture to her. Jinquang rudely smacked his butt down onto Anji's big sister's spongy cortex chair. He even forcefully rocked it. Anji was so furious she was trembling incessantly, yet her eyes betrayed her smiles as she pulled out the accounting books for Jin Kwang. Although Jin Kwang hadn't learned auditing, he was naturally sensitive to numbers. Every sentence caused Anji to break out in cold sweat. He repeatedly tapped onto the table, ordering Anji to open up the accounts of the higher-ups. Anji's heart was a mess, her ashen face rigid as a corpse. She could only obediently fulfill Jin Kwang's request. Simultaneously, a list of 3D merchandise appeared in front of Xian. It was shockingly a long purchasing menu. Amazingly, he could even purchase the items that required the highest prestige, worshipped. Xian was so overjoyed that he looked at Jin Kwang's adorable face and even wanted to kiss him. But the frightening monetary value of the purchasable immediately ruined his happiness. For example, amidst the worshipped class items in Steel Whip Base, the item that Xian wanted the most was Ghost Covert Special Forces Battle Equipment. This equipment set was installed with cloaking, lockdown EMP, nuclear missile deployment, 3 excellent functions integrated into one. Even though this equipment set couldn't be brought out of the world, but trying to die in it would be considered difficult. But that terrifying 10,000 utility points, 30 potential points valuation in Xian's vision, caused him to shudder. What was worst was that it required an additional crucial item called Overmind Kernel. Chapter 6, District Storyline. Chapter 6, District Storyline. Translated by Chua, edited by XRCO and Alcasar. Xian innocently gazed at Jin Kwang, that complaining and pitiful expression. Didn't you have a high chance of receiving the same treatment as one who had maxed out charm? Jin Kwang grudgingly folded his hands, rebutting in grievance. Master, that is the exact pricing that a 50 points charm contestant with a cold impression ah. You must understand, others wouldn't even have the chance to see the menu under the cold impression. To even see the purchasing menu for worshipped impression level, they must first raise their reputation to worshipped Xian was enlightened. Although he couldn't pull a fast one because of the pricing, yet Jin Kwang had provided him a tremendous superiority already. At least he could learn of the items he could purchase. He was about to ask Jin Kwang how did he obtain that Mr. Roma's certificate, but instantly recalled that Jin Kwang, this slut, probably used some form of counterfeit deceitful trickery. If not, how could he deliver such tricks? Hence, he didn't bother wasting his breath. While still scrolling through and understand the merchandise on the menu, a piercing alarm shook his ears. The sound was terribly penetrating, threatening to slice through his ears. Even Jin Kwang was terribly startled as he darted towards a corner like an endangered dog, hiding beneath the writing desk. Consecutively, notifications rung in Xian's ears. You've been drawn into a district storyline, Arachnid's Ambush. You can choose to stay in base and not participate in this storyline. You can also choose to defend the base and participate in battle, which would expose your life to immense danger. Of course Xian wouldn't cower when faced against such matters. He retrieved the sandwich that could restore HP from his nightmare imprint and tossed it to the rat-like timid Jin Kwang. In a serious tone he ordered. Stay here and don't go out, be careful. Jin Kwang's eyes became teary. Master. I must compose a poem to praise you. This magical infused sandwich is at least worth 5 gold coins. Xian sighed powerlessly and shook his head, before heading out in wide strides. As he walked out, he felt the ground vibrating slightly, even the lights were dim and flickering in the base. Soldiers were running around frantically, dust scattering about the dim atmosphere. Seeing such a scene, Xian straightforwardly mixed out a dosage of Strength of the Bear's Flesh mix, and gulped it down. His current strength was enhanced to 18 points. Suddenly, Xian could hear a continuous, unceasing whistling sound. Turning his head, he discovered the 6 missile turrets in each of the 4 corners were repeatedly dishing out twin bouts of missiles. The missiles had automatic guided trajectory, and left behind a long trace of grayish emission. In the distant sky dome, black spots emerged and quickly filled the area above the base. Clearly examining, they were abhorrent flying beasts with viciously sharp-bladed exoskeletons. Compared to those spore wyverns in space, these winged creatures had a slightly tinier build. They possessed bony bat-like wings, with razor-sharp claws, swooping in at high speeds as they brought blood carnage onto the group of soldiers. Apart from that, their razor-sharp claws weren't used just for combat. This is one of the species of the Zerg race in StarCraft, Mutalisk. Numerous surface-to-air missiles exploded out, every missile having its own target. Scourges turned into blood explosions, but such assaults were far from enough. Several scourges dove down acutely above the base, slashing soldiers into two with their razor-sharp claws. Even the steel-armored SCVs couldn't avoid disaster. Countless casualties filled Xian's sight. All of a sudden, a scourge caught sight of Xian and plummeted down. Its small crimson eyes beamed viciously, as though inciting a kamikaze. Xian's agility wasn't high. He didn't have time to evade this abrupt incoming charge. Besides, Xian didn't even plan to dodge. After sensing he had been locked on, he directly pulled out his white-class average shotgun, waiting for the perfect chance when it entered his range before emotionlessly pressing the trigger. Boom. 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 Even if a white-class weapon didn't contain additional effects, an attribute of a shotgun was still its repelling effect. This was confirmed. Charging straight into Xian, the scourge wasn't better off under the consecutive explosions from the shotgun. Its flight displayed clear reluctance, and it released muffled wails. The second before the assault, Xian had felt several parts of his body sensing distinctly the impending danger. The 23 points of perceptive sensing was exhibited to great effect, turning round immediately. Although he was swept off his feet from the collision, and his advanced body armor damaged with fresh blood spurting out, it was only superficial wounds. Xian instantly did a roll before regaining his balance, charging straight towards the beast. It was currently flapping its bony wings to ascend, before Xian crashed head-on against its stubby neck with a freakish shriek. Tumbling across the floor, its incisive exoskeleton thumped repeatedly, brewing up a cloud of dust. Mercilessly unyielding, Xian raised his fist, the cold glint of his steel knuckles shone. Unrestrained, savage punches pounded against its head, greenish fluid erupted out as bone fragments sprayed everywhere. This unlucky brat tried its best to flap its wings and struggle, but was gruesomely beaten dead ultimately. After finishing it off, Xian received the notification, base reputation +10. He could still hear the indescribable rumbling and bombings. The scourges were still relentless, covering the entire earth. He deemed that this battle would certainly be a drawn-out one over an hour, hence he retrieved the black venom powder he stole from Jinquang, smearing it on his weapon. Abruptly, a cry echoed through the sky. An ordinary foot soldier was directly smacked down on the ground by an abnormally sized scourge that was 3 times its counterparts. This peculiar scourge had red stripes over its body, its appearance exceedingly ferocious. The soldier desperately crawled away but was easily caught by scourge by his shoulder, deeply piercing in. Then it seemed like it wanted to capture him alive. The other scourges surrounding them frenziedly swooped around, probably trying to cover this enormous scourge. Their wings tearing through the sky with mutual collaboration, combining into an unbearably sharp screech. 2 missiles turret were blazing in wild flames as several suicidal scourges drilled into them. Several SCVs rushed into repair. Simultaneously, one of the nearby completed bunkers spat out several long tongues of flames. From the barracks, foot soldiers clad in NBC, nuclear/biological/chemical, battle armor streamed out. They held on to C-14 Impaler Gauss rifle, and begun utilizing their impressive firepower to exterminate the aggressors. Although the casualties were high on the scourge's side, they managed to disperse the firepower, allowing that gigantic scourge to frantically flap its wings and escape with its captive. Even if the soldiers wanted to rescue him, the soldier caught beneath the claws were shielding the scourge. They could only shout out anxiously and hope for a miracle to happen. At this moment, a figure shot out from the side building roof, heavily crashing against the body of the gigantic scourge. The gigantic scourge had freakish strength, wrestling fiercely under this situation, intending to forcefully drag the now 2 people with it. Yet the figure that surfaced out was stubbornly raising its body. Boom, boom, boom. As the shotgun released a torrential outburst against its head. Even if a large portion of the steel balls were deflected by its ridiculously firm exterior shell, a small portion managed to infiltrate through the cracks on the armor. It shook its head and struggled in agony, frenziedly roaring out. Greenish fluid erupted out, raining down towards the ground. Presently, the one who dared to take such risks was indeed Xian. After finishing the rounds of his shotgun, he delivered his thunderous punches. Muffled dull sounds resounded from every thump of the shark's steel knuckles. After slaying the previous scourge, this enormous scourge wasn't placed significantly in his eyes at all. Every punch sank into the deep cracks formed by the early shots of the shotgun. His powerful 18-point strength could be clearly seen, the body of the scourge gradually infused with a death black, naturally that black venom was in effect. Xian consecutively delivered 5 to 6 punches, before arching his elbow and drilling it down. The enormous scourge released a mournful shriek, unable to maintain its balance anymore, stumbling through the air as he knocked against the steel railings of the base. The beast suffered a crushing defeat. The firm railings emitted a cringing sound, directly distorting inwards before snapping. Tum. The snapped railing was blown several meters away. Chapter 7, Hidden Mission. Chapter 7, Hidden Mission. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcácer. The collision dealt the most damage to the enormous scourge. A clear crack split open on its exoskeleton, expulsing its dark purple flesh. Xian knocked his head against the nearby barack, his helmet shattering into pieces. The excessive blood flow indicated his severe injuries. The soldiers nearby gasped in horror, yet they weren't aware that Xian's HP was out of this world 530 points. Moreover, he had the terrifying 19 points of defense, complementing his innate ability. Hence, this could only be considered superficial to Xian. Instead, that unlucky soldier that was kidnapped by the giant scourge was heavily injured. His shoulders were wounded badly, and after the drop from the sky, the extent of his injury was unimaginable. Fortunately, Xian shook his head before rolling towards him. Based on the current age technology, he could be saved as long as he was alive. Naturally, if this soldier lived on, then Xian's reputation would definitely soar greatly. Undoubtedly, because of that possibility, Xian was bent on preserving his life. The giant scourge fluttered several times before getting up again. One of its wings was torn through, and it couldn't take flight, its eyes exuberating with malice as it focused on Xian and charged in. Xian was originally able to dodge, but doing so would expose the poor guy. A second later, he heavily collided against the giant scourge once again. A spiky outgrowth penetrated through his armor at the abdomen, leaving a huge bloodied hole. With his face twitching, Xian swung in an oppressive punch, viciously smashing against this crippled beast's eyes. Green fluid exploded out everywhere. Even if the beast had thick skin, it still released an awfully miserable groan and retreated 5 to 6 meters, its wings constantly flapping onto the ground, churning out huge gusts of dust. Even if Xian could be considered to have a thick impregnable body, the giant scourge's impale into his abdomen was extremely vicious, leaving significant damage. Another few more strikes could not be tolerated, yet he still had to protect this injured soldier and not evade. As the saying goes, fury rises from the heart and evil from the guts. Xian glanced at his surroundings. He couldn't resist reaching down habitually, already prepared to activate ambitions to give his beast a taste of the Caribbean Sea. But at the crucial moment, da-da-da, the continuous and familiar sound resonated into his ears. A string of fiery bullets, one directly pierced into the scourge's body, lodging deeply within, this time igniting its entire body aflame. Another bullet, as though released at the same time, landed onto the thick pipes beside, ripping several holes as a colorless gas dissolved out. The last bullet instead refracted against the steel wall above, before landing onto the power button of the barracks. The barack's steel door instantly opened from inside, coincidentally blocking Xian's front. The giant scourge roared in anguish amidst the flames. The only thing it could attack was Xian. Instantly, it charged towards him, yet when it moved it directly struck against the pipe that was emitting the colorless gas. Its body was already combusting in flames. In the next second, an intense explosion triggered. It directly fried its outer carapace, the fiery flames licking in. Xian, who was merely 5 to 6 meters away from the explosion, was fortunately covered by the barack's doors, hence he could only feel the intense heat. He wasn't the least bit injured. This precise planning, formidable field awareness, the 3 bullets were not inferior to 3 contestants acting at the same time. Apart from the golden Alaska Mojentia, who else was capable of this feat? Seizing this breathing space, Xian carried the injured soldier and dashed out. But in order to maintain his farce, he didn't do it abruptly. After distancing himself from the range of attacks of the giant scourge, he even panted heavily as though he couldn't support any more. At this moment, several fighting soldiers felt a certain relief, beginning to engage in firepower reinforcements. The bullets shot out from their C-14 Impaler Gauss rifles, but landed onto the giant scourge without much effect. Obviously that beast had primary defenses against long-range assaults, and Xian's close combat assaults dealt substantial damage to it. But it seemed like these storyline soldiers had abundant combat experience. Furthermore, a freakish gunman like Mojentia was covering them as well. Therefore, they slayed it without much dangers. After slaying the giant scourge, Xian received an increase in 300 points of reputation. In addition, for saving that soldier, he received 500 reputation points. Apart from that, he received an item called Arachnid Nucleus, Medium. This thing wasn't edible, it didn't trigger any functions. Yet according to Mojencha, it could be exchanged for reputation points with military officials. Mojencha had already slayed several arachnids, yet the arachnid nucleus he gained had a small at the back. After the giant scourge's disposal, the other suicidal scourges gradually lessened. It seemed like no backup was coming, and the remainder was quickly exterminated by the guided missiles and rifles. Xian suddenly voiced out to Mojencha. "How many arachnid nucleus have you collected?" Mojencha directly replied. 7 to 8 pieces. Xian looked at him intently. "Give it to me. In the future, any arachnid nucleus as well." Mojencha hesitated for a while but refreshingly declared, "All right." At this moment, a shadow flashed out from the entrance of the steel base, sprinting over like a monster. Behind him was a faint afterimage. It was the fastest guy in the party, Crazy Harnick. His body was covered with greenish fluid, emitting an awful stench. His right chest had a shocking fuzzy strip wound, probably resulted from the claws of a beast. Harnick panted heavily, coughing out blood before looking at the two. "Hurry to the west post to assist. Tulip managed to acquire a hidden mission. After it completes, I reckon it will aid us greatly." This information no doubt pumped adrenaline into them. Xian glanced at Mojencha after listening before hurrying over. What was unexpected was that 2 other machine gunners clad in battle armor also agreed to aid them. Asking them carefully, the actual reason was because Xian had rescued their squad leader, Santis. After pressing onwards for the west for nearly a kilometer, they finally heard sounds of battle, increasing their pace over. From far, it could be seen 2 massive metal tanks were treading slowly with their belt wheels. Its exteriors were riddled in scars, the metal armor had folds and creases, even both main cannons were distorted, thick smokes funneling out from its engine. It seemed like being able to move was already a miracle. Reef's left hand clutched onto a black glowing dagger, his right hand lifting a weird monster skull. Leading several people as they attacked and defended in front of the tanks. Assaulting them were hundreds of wolf-dog-like creatures. The creature had a well-developed front claws, its entire body seemed to not be covered in skin, exposing its red flesh, its flesh and vein lines were distinct. Sharp spikes sprouted from their head and backbone, their claws nastily sharp. Its head was similar to an anteater. 3 to 4 creature amongst them had a build that was larger by 2-3 times. Their 4 remarkably sharp spikes erupted out, roughly signaling their commanding presence in the pack. Mojencha halted with a taking aim posture, before transmitting a list of information to Xian through the nightmare imprint. TN, remember Mojencha had a true insight ability, Zergling unit property, ground forces, living organism length, 1.2 meters, weight 52 kilograms, strength 11 points, agility 19 points, physique 2 points, perceptive sensing 0 point, charm 0 point, intelligence 0 point, spirit 0 point, arachnid ability, carapace LVL 0, a tougher carapace enhances survivability, arachnid ability, sharp claws LVL 0, sharper claws will aid in swiftly slaying enemies, Zergling special ability, junior genetic modification. Allowing creature to receive 30 additional HP, Zergling special ability, metabolism drive, active, user movement speed permanently increased by 33%, Zergling special ability, adrenal hormones, inactive, description, adept in pack battles, best at tearing through whatever is in their path with their sawtooth edges and sharp claws on their arm, including any stable forts. Author's notes, hey, just wanted to clarify. This world is a combination of Starship Troopers framework plus StarCraft 1 forces. Because Starship Troopers movie uses huge bugs. Next, there are people asking about intelligence/spirit. Intelligence attribute is not considered intellect, IQ, it is like magic ability/power. Chapter 8, Primary Collaboration. Chapter 8, Primary Collaboration, translated by Chua, edited by TNXRCO and Alcasar. Naturally its poor HP should be its weakness. Xian instantly made this judgment. Suddenly, a deafening heart-shaking gunshot resounded from afar. Mingling amongst the Zerglings, one of the giant Zergling boss's brains suddenly exploded. Greenish fluid filled the sky. Even with its brain spewed over the ground, the boss remained tenacious as its 4 powerful legs dashed about chaotically, kicking up a huge dust storm. Even the nearby small Zerglings were not killed or injured. It directly charged for a few hundred meters before collapsing to its death. This bullet from nowhere was probably Qiao's doing. That guy who was about to contend against Mojencha for team leader seemed like he was rather formidable as well. Such an incredible and deadly concentration of firepower would certainly prove to be an enormous threat, especially during battles against other contestants. A hidden assassin who could deliver fatal attacks anytime, even if he didn't open fire, his presence alone would be a constant thorn in the flesh. Others wouldn't be able to fully concentrate on battling, constantly afraid of sneak attacks. Mojencha was high kneeling on the ground, his incomparable precision techniques were on full display as he pressed the trigger. Once again his signature firepower boomed out. A round accurately pierced into a Zergling's eyes and lodged into the body. Another round struck against a Zergling's incisive claws, allowing the desperate Tulip who was about to suffer a blow to escape. The last round had an effect that even Xian hadn't seen before. When the final bullet was released, a light blue helix trajectory followed it, the tip was fused with light blue glow. It directly headed straight for the dagger in Reef's hand, causing the dagger to jolt with electricity in a flash. The next second, the furious Reef drilled his weapon heavily into a Zergling. The Zergling roared in despair, flying backwards from the impact of its frail abdomen being struck viciously. The dazzling light blue electricity sparkled, frying and cracking open the Zergling's pitiful body as its blood fluids burst out. The electricity dispersed towards the surrounding Zerglings, causing to crawl back in retreat as they wailed in their paralyzed state for a few seconds. Obviously it wasn't only Xian that improved. Even Mojencha himself managed to acquire certain benefits from Venter's blood key. Reef glanced back towards Mojencha and offered him a thumbs up. Mojencha returned the good gesture, and carried on releasing his burst shots, striking down another 2 Zerglings. Xian wasn't idling either, he speedily concocted several dosages, tossing towards the contestants in the battlefield. In exchange for that, the few contestants traded over several utility points, roughly from 200 to 300. Compensating the cost of Xian's mixing resources. Reef was drenched in blood, looking rather pathetic. Xian lifted his white-grade shotgun as he charged forward. Boom boom boom. He forced back the Zerglings ahead of Reef, he then stood in front of Reef to substitute him. Consecutively, the other 2 machine gunners clad in battle armor rushed forward to aid, their twin machine guns spat out long fiery tongues of flame. Da-da-da. Following the crisp sounds were flesh and repulsive blood fluids, quickly massacring the remainder of these arachnids. Xian sighed in relief, but observed that neither Tulip nor Reef had relaxed. They glanced back towards the base, before examining the turtle-like engulfed in flames and smog tanks. Their expressions were rather sullen. Reef sighed and issued out in his deep voice. "I'm afraid there's another wave." Mojencha interrupted him. "What's happening?" Tulip frowned and replied. "I discovered a hidden mission. Its details mentions that they haven't received any signal from the Bering base, which is 400 kilometers away. For 5 days, they wished for us to investigate. Following the mission pointers and exploring to the west side, we discovered human troops being surrounded and attacked by arachnids. We stepped in and finally forced the arachnids back, but they are left with these 2 heavy tanks. Afterwards, throughout the journey retreating back to base, we encountered waves and waves of arachnids attack, each wave stronger than the other. Thus, we are afraid there's another wave coming." Simultaneously, Xian and Mojencha received the notification. Your temporary party member contestant number 33091 requesting to share the mission, rescue. You received the shared mission, rescue. Mission contents, escort the survivors from Bering Base back to Steel Whip Base. Because Steel Whip Base is also susceptible to Scourge's assaults anytime, before returning to base, you will not receive any assistance from them. This shared mission to the contestants had great flexibility. This was because they could definitely abandon the 2 snail-moving tanks and swiftly retreat to their Iron Whip base, avoiding any potential risks. Since it didn't involve any penalty, it indicated how difficult this mission was. The final waves of attack would surely be devastating. Currently, Xian's eyes flickered, wanted to speak but controlling himself. As they marched on for roughly 500 meters, yellow dust clouded the distant atmosphere. Approaching nearer and fast, an earth-shaking black string of horde could be seen rumbling in from the horizon. Seeing this image, Reef instantly declared, "Run!" This mission cannot be accomplished now. Tulip yelled back in shock. No. Reef forcefully continued. Then summon any of your creature companions to guard the front. If you think that just pure charm can call the shots in the group, then you're being naive. A high charm contestant can only add flowers to the group. Only individuals who can directly aid in combat can be hailed as charcoal in the snowy weather asterisk. TN, asterisk Chinese idiom, provide the crucial help in the hour of need. Tulip's eyes burned with reluctance, but Reef's influence wasn't something she could refute. She could only grit her teeth and summoned out her creature companion, Alaskan giant bear. The giant bear was 2 meters wide, and 5 meters tall. Black shiny fur, fierce ivory fangs as it released deafening roars from its throat, appearing terribly vicious. At this moment, even the support contestant Henrik and Crazy Harnick came sprinting over from the steel whip base. They brought along 2 armored machine gunners, unknown how they even recruited those 2. The reinforcements slightly relieved the audience. Instead, Mojencha noticed Xian and transmitted a message through the nightmare imprint. Why the previous soldier I rescued, he should be a SCV controller worker. His relations isn't bad, and can be proven based on the 2 machine gunners that followed us. Therefore, the possibility of me returning to the base and borrowing 2 SCVs, the engineering repair cars, is high. Although the steel whip base doesn't have any manufacturing plants for these tanks, but undoubtedly these 2 siege tanks can definitely be repaired by the SCVs. As they repair while traveling, this will certainly increase the movement speed of the heavy siege tanks, and even recover their battle capabilities, greatly lowering the mission difficulty. Mojencha's eyes sparkled as he listened, and frowned. Then why? Xian gently replied. Because this would fulfill the benefits of the party, but doesn't suit my benefits. Moreover, a party that doesn't experience blood and fire, risks and dangers, completely doesn't have any investment value. As the 2 continued their conversations, the arachnid horde swept in from the distance, hiding the sky and enveloping the earth. Very rapidly, the first line had arrived 20 meters away from the retreating party. The aggressing wave again primarily consisted of zerglings, but their quantity was so horrific that it would cause anyone to turn petrified. At this moment, the newly participating support contestant Henrik took the initiative. A mediocre-looking book appeared on his right hand, but as the pages flipped open, 10 centimeters above it floated out numerous mysterious symbols, repeatedly churning and skipping about. Then he started to chant aloud several cryptic sentences. When the last sentence was completed, the route behind the group suddenly floated out black glow. Oil technique. As Henrik pointed, the places floated out and appeared huge clusters of black oil, forming a 10-meter long, 5-meter wide area. The fiercely pursuing zerglings instantly slipped and toppled over, their limbs frantically dancing about trying to grab any footing. In the end, they could only roll about in the black oil in futile. The second-tier zerglings trampled over their counterparts as they charged in, but followed the former as they tumbled over the internal black oil regions. At least 20 zerglings were trapped in this oil technique field, yet some zerglings emotionlessly trampled over their unlucky friends as they pounced in ferociously. It was easy to tell that this magic could only persist for a temporary duration. But as the oil region accumulated enough zerglings, Henrik's finger was already carving out a curve in midair. Wherever his fingers passed through, was shockingly trails of ignited flames. He then pushed out his palm bluntly into the empty space. A raging fireball roughly half a meter was formed and directly shot towards the black oil field. Chapter 9, Rupture. Chapter 9, Rupture, translated by, Chua, edited by, TNXRCO and Alcasar. Even though Henrik's fireball didn't seem threatening in the least, the few zerglings that received it instantly exploded. Flames tore out in all directions, lighting up the entire oil field. The flames surged across both sides like a tidal wave, forming into an impressive firewall, fire blazing as it released spirals of thick fumes. The zerglings at the back either had to continue advancing and dive through this sea of flames, or make a huge detour to the sides. This undoubtedly provided much buffer time to the entire party. Yet the sheer quantity of zerglings was uncountable, so much that it could neglect any form of barriers. Over the sea of flames, zerglings repeatedly replaced their fallen comrades as they sacrificed their roasted bodies. If one had to describe this advancing wave of beasts, it was like an arachnid tide. A tidal wave but with repugnant bugs. That short 100 meters of escape route had now turned into a bitter struggle against death. The 4 machine gunners that came over to aid were killed, and the first casualty of the party emerged here. A contestant was carelessly struck down by a zergling, and in a flash was completely drowned out, even his cries could not be heard. It was like a rock falling into the vast ocean. Tulip's Alaskan giant bear similar was reduced to a cannon fodder, even if its mighty swipes could instantly delete a zergling, the sheer overwhelming amounts of zerglings simply swarmed over it. Its flesh and fur were swiftly clawed and minced by the merciless zerglings. If not for Tulip utilizing her unique chain weapon to retrieve the item, Bear's Horcrux, when the bear died, then her bear wouldn't even have any hopes of reviving. But this allowed her to be the first one to escape back into the base. During the battle, Xian's performance was extremely adequate, not disappointing anyone and not surprising anyone either. On the contrary, Mojentia and Qiaoer exhibited their vast potential. Especially Qiaoer, whose last shot was obviously infused with an ability. Its might was more explosive than a heavy cannon, producing a massive 100-square-meter pit on the ground. That single attack cleared close to 100 zerglings at a minimum. If not for such a terrifying attack, perhaps their party would have sustained another casualty. Once the two heavy siege tanks crawled back to base, the base's huge doors were shut tightly. Several SCVs rushed over, hastily conducting repair works on the two tanks. Ear-piercing welding sounds arose, following the blinding sparks. Every armored gunner was concurrently rushing towards the perimeter of Steel Whip Base, as the 5 fortifications started operating, frenziedly exterminating these stream of arachnids. Every contestant received the notification, Hidden Mission, Rescue, completed. Bearing Base survivals have safely arrived at Steel Whip Base. You receive achievement points +2, potential points +1. At this moment, the Constants naturally would give up such a good opportunity as they flocked towards the top of the base walls, roaring loudly as they to vent their former frustrations. Once anyone killed of an arachnid that dropped keys or arachnid nucleus which could be used to exchange for reputation points, they immediately kept it into their nightmare imprint. Nobody wanted an awkward situation of fighting for loot. As for Xian and Reef, contestants who lacked long-distance combat methods, they picked up the Gauss rifles and started firing. Such a densely packed sea of zerglings ensured their bullets would never miss. But probably because they were using weapons specially made for the humans, the arachnids they killed could only raise their reputation, and not drop any keys. Based on Xian's miserable 2 points in charm, killing off an ordinary zergling only earned him a minute 2 points of reputation. Yet Tulip had roughly 25 points charm, and could gain 7 points of reputation each. The difference was that vivid. Fortunately, Xian was considered a party member, and every arachnid his members slayed would earn him 1 reputation point, thus his increase was still pretty fast. Suddenly, he could see his reputation additionally increase by a list of +3/+3, he instantly understood that Mojentia had shared half of the reputation points over after slaying these arachnids. This was already the limits of this temporal party. With Mojentia's assistance, Xian's reputation soared at an exceptional pace. Suddenly, Xian noticed his reputation leapt by +15, and then the strings of +3/+3/+3 had abruptly halted. It should be that Mojentia had downed a certain high reputation foe, and received its violent backlash or retaliation. Xian was about to discard his weapon and charge up to see, but only heard a strange sound from afar. It was as though something was breathing heavily. Following that he felt a bone-chilling sensation across his left. Without hesitation he dove towards the right with all his might. Not even a second later, the place where he was standing previously was engulfed by a rustling sound, like rain pouring down from above. Closely following that was a huge puddle of deep greenish fluid. It looked like horrifying acid, even the metal railing that it splashed on was frothing in bubbles. Originally sleek and firm, the steel railings quickly corroded into a clump of twig-like object, and finally rotting fully. As the wind raged on, the dust was carried into nothingness. F******. Although Xian managed to anticipate the danger with his perceptive sensing, several droplets of the green fluid had sprayed onto his skin as it started festering. His nightmare imprint directly notified him of his acidic venom infection, causing damage over time. Every 5 seconds meant 3 HP lost, duration for 15 seconds. Simultaneously, he could hear the surrounding perimeters of the base echoing with blood-curdling shrieks. Naturally, even the gunners suffered casualties. Xian gazed towards the exterior arachnids. He could see several clearly larger arachnid creature closing in from the outskirts. Their carapace appeared brown, looking a little half-human, its symmetric ash-gray spur over its massive tail continually pierced into the ground and pushing forward, allowing it to wiggle and advance. Its head had two obvious cheeks, spitting out and delivering the acidic juices with its muscular cheeks, as it inhaled and exhaled, secreting out disorderly. That should be a hydralisk. Sheehan had previously recognized it through a picture exhibited in the base. It was a higher-level arachid over the zerglings. Its secreted acid was extremely repulsive and deadly. Once a pack of hydralisk opens fire, even a steel-structured fort would not resist, and could easily catch fire and explode. More importantly, with the firepower cover of these hydralisks, the ferocious zerglings were able to fanatically claw at the metal wall. Once they breach open a hole, then the entire base would be in a catastrophe. But at this time, Chiaoer sniping once again displayed its mighty benefits. Following the deafening gunfire, a hydralisk instantly exploded into mutilated fragments and died. If not, it would at least be struck far away, and unable to continue battling. Of course the arachnid's sheer quantity remained boundless, the sniping frequency wasn't as fast as rifles. After enduring another few minutes, a metal bunker on the far left side of the wall could no longer resist under the combination of the hydralisk and zerglings. It combusted and finally exploded. The few gunners hiding within didn't even get the chance to recover from the explosion and were immediately torn apart by the rummaging vicious zerglings. Following closely, the steel wall on the right starting swaying, releasing a cringing sound amidst the rhythmic and concentrated clawing of the zerglings. Solely hearing it could cause the heart to palpitate. The magician Henrik was coincidentally standing above that steel wall. He didn't even have a chance to react as the steel wall groaned and collapsed. The sea of zerglings rushed in, pouncing ferociously like a tidal wave, crumbling everything around him. Henrik roared thunderously, his body erupting out a cluster of scarlet flaming hoops, wreaking havoc all around him like a violent storm. The nearby zerglings were instantly engulfed and turned into ashes without making a sound. Yet this spell had exhausted all his MP, as he sluggishly knelt to the ground. The unceasing waves of zergling poured in like a raging waterfall, without the slightest hesitation nor fear. They carried an insane bloodlust, rummaging through everything cruelly. But in the nick of time, a sudden muscular figure appeared from the nearby roof of the metal wall. A silverish glowing huge shield was firmly locked in his left hand. The shield had a strange shape like the skull of a long-faced creature. His right hand was a dagger with black lingering over it. It was indeed Reef. A layer of glow covered his entire body, as though an invisible armor flowing over his periphery. He bluntly leapt down from his 4-meter tall, his twin legs aiming for the core middle region. Although this wasn't a great height, his landing was sublime and peaceful, completely capable of comparing to a transformer jumping from a skyscraper. His landing created a huge resounding impact, causing the several zerglings still in mid-air with their bare fangs exposed to be blown away, crashing 7 to 8 meters away to the ground. Go! Reef's bloodshot eye penetrated towards the magician Henrik as he yelled out. Chapter 10, Never Giving Up. Chapter 10, Never Giving Up. Translated by, Chua, edited by, T.N., XRCO, and Alcácer. Henrik grit his teeth and attempted to stand after hearing Reef's bellow, but immediately fell back down. The frail physique of a support contestant was revealed. A clear gruesome wound could be seen on his calf. Half of it had been chewed up by a zergling. Blood gushed on excessively, forming a blood puddle. If not for Reef delivering out his powerful repelling attacks, the two of them would have been swallowed by the arachnid wave. Hurry up to the middle of the hall, Reef. We'll cover you. Crazy Harnik and Chiaoer were currently shouting towards him. Henrik is a lost cause, don't risk your life for him. Reef flared out. No. I've sworn before that I'll never abandon a party member. At present, the remaining zerglings had frenziedly charged forward, enveloping over Reef and Henrik. In this breaching space, they formed into an immense chaotic ball of zergling. A short 3 seconds felt as long as 3 years. But when they thought hope was lost, Reef's voice suddenly roared out in berserk. Never. These 2 words were earth-shattering towards the heavens, clearly displaying Reef's emphasis on loyalty. The earth started vibrating before a formless shock wave swept out, slicing everything in its path with Reef as its core. The earth-shaking vibration expanded over hundreds of meters, sweeping through the 50 HP weak zerglings, producing shocking results. The zerglings exploded into greenish blood pools instantaneously. Even 2 to 3 hydralisks were not spared. Their carapace were shattered beyond recognition, dripping with greenish blood, totally stunned on the spot. In that instance, everyone was stupefied. Xian couldn't help but recall his encounter with that ability, which is how, it was obvious that in both destruction might and range, it far exceeded it. Immediately after, the magician Henrik released another of his oil techniques, successfully hindering the incoming Zerglings from approaching. A group of SCVs speeded over, activating its emergency engine as it managed to shift a metal fence over the breached gap, temporarily patching it up. From the central hall, another 100 machine gunners rushed out in a straight line. With this huge amount of manpower reinforcements, they finally had some breathing space. However, as long as the tremendous amounts of Hydralisk were not taken care of outside, then even this group of reinforcements would soon be wiped out. Once there wasn't enough suppression power slaying the Zerglings, then undoubtedly another infiltration would be inevitable. But at this very moment, a clear hydraulic pressure sound of metal clanging against each other echoed through the base, along with the ear-piercing whistle of steam discharge. Turning around, a surprise awaited them. In their vision were two brand-new refurbished heavy siege tanks majestically stationed in the middle of the base. The two previously collapsing shambles now had new thick and strong wheels, heavily cruising over the ground. White steam eagerly spurted out of the air vents. Their Mjolnir artillery cannons revolved around, and angled 30 degrees up, the pitch-dark cannon holes facing the sky. Boom. Boom. Their gigantic cannons resounded, as the earth tremored along with it. These two heavy siege tanks escaped from the powerhouse-bearing base, their technology was advanced, and their firepower maximum. With every volley of gunfire, they could clear an area of 30 square meters. Neither the Zerglings nor the Hydralisks could withstand it. When the heavy siege tanks entered siege mode, their range was incomparably terrifying, at least thrice of a Hydralisk. It was as though its firing range encompassed the entire assaulting battalion of arachnids. After a consecutive firing of 10 cannons, at least 30 Hydralisks and close to 100 Zerglings were decimated under the irresistible might of the cannon, greatly reducing the pressure on the machine gunners and the fort. The wildly aggressive Zerglings at the steel perimeters were being slaughtered. Under this turnaround, semi-armored SCVs even dared to speed out and conduct emergency repairs onto the steel forts. The flares of the Gauss rifles as well as the fiery tongues of the machine guns intertwined. Obviously the defenders were slowly regaining ground in battle. Only the arachnids maintained their berserking red eyes, determined to die rather than retreat. Through Qiaoer's meticulous assaults, the exterior Hydralisk fell one after another, reduced into pools of blood. Even the heavy siege tanks had started to target the exterior Hydralisk. Once the arachnid force lost their long-range capabilities with the Hydralisk extermination, their persistent efforts at destroying the base were now futile. Yet these Zerglings were operated by beastly instincts, never ceasing until death. When the battle of the base had concluded, the dense air polluted with an awful nose-piercing stench, probably the odor from the arachnid's body fluids. If not for that thick smoke diluting it, it really gave off a nauseatic sensation. The front line's armored machine gunners had slowly scattered about, holding their bloodied helmets beneath their armpits as they congregated to have a smoke. Laughing and playfully teasing each other, loud, rough, and vulgar languages were shared of their glorious victory, and some about woman. From outside, occasional gunshots could be heard. Those were from the soldiers sweeping through the battlefield as they finished off the dying arachnids. The corpses of Zerglings had been piled up orderly to heaps of 3 to 4 meters, forming a tragic meat slope. SCVs were busy going through their familiar base, seeming like shoveling rubbish, digging, moving, and burying. It seemed like such battles were common. The SCVs were extremely reactive as though extremely familiar. To the contestants, not losing any members during a defensive battle was really something fortunate. Although Magician Henrik was protected by Reef, but his frail physique had caused even the Zergling's claws to sustain fatal injuries. Even Crazy Harnik had this left hand chewed through. The good news was that after this epic battle, the party members had their reputation directly lifted from cold straight to amiable, and some were even at the respected level. This signified that they could utilize the medical and cultivation facilities in the central hall. The facility method was directly immersing the human into a raw liquid that looked like embryo amniotic fluid. Afterwards the biological properties will restore the grave and severe wounds, through catalyzing of cells at the injuries. Hence, it could even rapidly treat dismembered limbs, and only required a short 2 to 3 hours. With such developed speedy treatment, it allowed the casualty rates to restore to an acceptable degree. After a day of fierce battle, everyone's battle prowess within the party was pretty clear. Although Xian's performance was neither hot nor cold, no matter his formidable support ability, or his close combat presence as a contestant was extremely important to the party. In addition to not committing any errors, he had already been determined by the group as a core party category member. Instead, Crazy Harnick and Xiaoer both took a huge dip in their reputation amongst the party. Naturally it was them that shouted for Reef to abandon his comrade in utmost crucial moment, and received critical judgment. Everyone saw Reef as their party leader, even Tulip, who was reprimanded severely by him previously, had no objections. At this moment, a soldier ran over to transmit a message to the contestant, informing them that Commander Tommy Kevin wants to meet them. In a flash, the gloomy complexion of this irritable lieutenant colonel stood in front of them, pacing back and forth with his hands behind him. Even though I do not like you lot, yes, I admit this fact. But I have to admit, you guys did pretty fine. Not only did you rescue those morons from the Bering base, you even got rid of the crafty Hydralisk Commander Flagellum. Through that you foiled their biggest mechanism, causing the nearby arachnids to lose any further developments in the next few months. You, step forward. TN, Flagellum should be the Queen Hydralisk that reproduces more, Tommy Kevin was pointing at Xiaoer. Xiaoer's face flushed with jubilation as he stood forward. The commander directly retrieved a medal from his pocket, raising his voice to announce. This is your reward, a special award for slaying the Flagellum. Next, the commander pointed at Xian. Soldier, step forward. Xian stood forward, and indeed also received a Purple Star medal. He then realized that the giant scourge he had killed was named Skeleton Wings, and was a rather infamous character classified highly by the base. Although he didn't really deal most of the damage to it, Xian was the first to latch onto it and even saved a soldier from its clutches, thus it was deemed as an achievement. The Purple Star medal had only one attribute: buying any reputation military props had a 5% discount. It was probably the lowest rank allocation. Next, Tommy Kevin was again pacing back and forth. Just in, the headquarters transmitted a piece of news. They have dispatched strike aircrafts to provide assistance to the Roughnecks at Whiskey Base, further sending in airdrop supplies. Thus, enduring till the next morning is no problem. The South Side, Iron Cabinet, base has dispatched 3 vultures to coordinate with your operation. If nothing else arises, 3 hours later is the departing time. Your comrades should have recovered fully by then. That will be the optimal time to set out. Chapter 11, Parting Ways. Chapter 11, Parting Ways, translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. Everyone had been worrying that participating in the base defense had delayed an excess amount of time. But after hearing this pleasant news, they sighed unanimously, finally appeasing their worries. Yet the lieutenant colonel continued. Even though we achieved victory in the recent battle, our casualties aren't light and desperately lacking manpower. That's why I still wish that you don't go to Whiskey Base. I believe that the Roughnecks will certainly be rescued triumphantly. Moreover, we have huge amounts of patrol and investigations to do here. Although it's quite diversified, it is still better than plainly risking your lives at Whiskey Base. The lieutenant colonel's last line caused everyone to snort disdainfully, because this was obviously a form of compensation mission. If the contestant had suffered grave casualties and lost many members in the previous arachnid wave, they could only give up on the main mission and still get compensated with another relatively low difficulty mission. But to this temporary party, although their party size did indeed shrunk a little, they were all brimming with confidence because of Reef, this supreme MT defender. Why would they cower now? But at this moment, someone actually stood out, offering a resolute and decisive tone to the lieutenant colonel. Sir, willing to be at your service. This person was indeed Xian. He couldn't be bothered with observing the astonished faces, but bluntly continued. Although I've stayed here for only several hours, I've already fell in love with this community filled with camaraderie, unity, and honor. It is definitely an honor to fight under you. Thus, I'm not willing to travel to that godforsaken Whiskey Base. I'll not go anywhere else. Steel Whip Base is my home. The lieutenant colonel's gloomy face finally leaked out a slight grin. Xian subsequently received a notification informing a raise of 400 reputation points in this Steel Whip Base, 200 points because of his legend level. If this was the 25 charm tulip, then this value would have been raised by 500 to 600 points. Reef and Xiaoer were deeply frowning. They could tell that obviously this seaman contestant, by choosing this option, was determined to part ways with the party. The lieutenant colonel directly conducted a military rite for Xian. Your reputation is already known of previously. Due to his Legend +1, welcome to Steel Whip Base Soldier. You can take a rest first, before receiving your standard equipment from the military department. Wait. Another voice rang out. It was Mogentia's. His face was mostly covered by the battle helmet, concealing his expression. Yet once he stood out, even Reef's unfazed expression changed. Mogentia humbly offered to the lieutenant colonel. Your Honor, I'm willing to fight for you. His words were not meant for Tommy Kevin, but indeed was filled with resolution towards Sheehan. It was obvious Mogentia was more charming than Sheehan. The Lieutenant Colonel Tommy laughed heartily as he patted Mogentia's shoulder. Soldier, you've made a wise decision. Then he expectantly gazed towards the remaining contestants, wishing for another person to be persuaded. Regrettably, the other contestants simultaneously looked at Reef. Even though he had displayed his intentions of being unwilling to be the leader, based on his special status, his decision would be the final one. Even the ambitious Chiawer and crazy Harnick reflexively looked towards Reef. Reef was sunken. He had originally planned to voice out his decisions, but in that instance he remembered his fallen comrades. The fuzzy helpless expression clouded his eyes. The words on his lips were withdrawn back as he sat back on the sofa silently. Tommy Kevin was rather displeased at their quietness and indecisiveness. He snorted loudly. I'll give you a little more time to think, but only another hour. The two of you follow me. Following the lieutenant colonel was naturally Sheehan and Mogentia. He then directly led them away. If only Sheehan left, then this party's losses wouldn't be that great. But once Mogentia left, then undoubtedly the party's on-face combat powers would take a huge plunge. Therefore, the party members were rather shaken by this fact. But since Chiawer and Crazy Harnick was extremely ambitious and cunning, they immediately felt this was Mogentia's method of trying to seize power. Once everyone followed them and gave up the main mission, then naturally they would have to listen to their orders and plans. Since that was the case, Chiawer reacted swiftly and clapped his hands. I'll first state my opinion. I don't support staying. By stating his objections directly, he naturally left a firm first impression on the rest. Even though Mogentia and that seaman had abandoned us, I don't find our overall powers decreasing greatly. Firstly, my medal had earned me the assistance of 2 machine gunners. Their firepower you guys have witnessed before. Even though it can't be compared to Mogentia, it isn't too far-fetched. More importantly, we can treat them as 2 sacrificial chess pieces, a luxury that Mogentia cannot provide. My reputation can provide another machine gunner. Crazy Harnick voiced his support. If the firepower of 2 machine gunners, troopers, isn't adequate, then 3 would certainly compensate the amount we have lost due to Mogentia's departure. Next is Seaman's handy mixture of his enhancement dosages. The dosages he concocts has an expiration of 120 seconds, and looks like it can only be consumed directly after mixing. But I have this tool in my possession that I obtained from the Ironman world. It is called the Contract Freezer. Can I use it specifically for containing viper venom? Before smearing this venom onto weapons after concocting it, one has to ensure the freshness does not exceed 2 hours. After using it for so long, it never produced any particular problems. Therefore, if we can purchase some of Seaman's dosages and store it here, we will definitely be able to use it when we require it. Anyway, no matter what you guys think, I'll never agree to simply discarding 3 points of my strongest attribute and my painstakingly earned achievement points. After listening to the remaining contestants started whispering to each other, feeling that they made a reasonable point. Suddenly, Tulip gave off a chilling laughter. How would we know if Seaman would sell his dosages to us? If it was me, I'll definitely not sell. At this moment, Reef suddenly snorted grimly, standing up with an oppressive low tone. I'll find them. If he doesn't sell, then he better earnestly rejoin the party. Since we formed this temporary party, then an individual's preferences should never take precedence over the party. Chiawer raised his brows. Naturally it was better if he was the one asking. Yet Reef had previously grown accustomed to being one of the leading figures in his party. That was why he naturally exhibited arbitrary loftiness. What caused Chiawer to be more depressed was the fact there was nothing he could do for this situation. At this time, Reef had already walked in front of Crazy Harnick and sincerely asked, "You can confirm that Contract Freezer works?" Crazy Harnick hesitated before speaking. "If not, let's first purchase one to try." Reef nodded, speaking to the audience. "Everyone pass 1,000 utility points purchasing fee to main. If anyone doesn't have enough, I can loan you first before, and return after our contract ends. Everyone trusted that Reef wouldn't embezzle their minute 1,000 utility points, and all offered it honestly. Two financially lacking contestants forged up a contract with Reef. When Reef and Crazy Harnick located Sheehan, he naturally begun to try persuading Sheehan and Mojencha to continue operating with the party, but naturally the resolute Sheehan kindly declined. But when Reef suggested purchasing the dosages, Sheehan actually showcased an extremely cooperative attitude, taking the initiative to provide a mixture dosage to Crazy Harnick for free, to validate that his contract freezer was effective in maintaining the freshness of the 120 seconds duration dosage. As expected, Crazy Harnick's contract freezer wasn't a letdown as it succeeded in preserving Sheehan's mixing dosage. In the end, Reef and company walked off carrying close to 15 enhancement dosages, and Sheehan was 8,000 utility points richer. As they left, Sheehan remained solemn for a moment before turning to Mojencha. "Truthfully speaking, I never expected you would follow me." Mojencha gently replied. "Since I'm determined to make this gamble, then I'll naturally stake everything in. Sitting on the fence will lead to nothing. This logic is something I was enlightened with when I was 12 years old, gritting my teeth across the minefield to steal the bags of corn." Sheehan laughed. "Indeed, but since you are willing to follow, then I owe you an explanation. But this explanation can only be released after they depart. You still have a chance to change your mind." "I've never regretted anything," the black man Mojencha bluntly replied. "If not, I would have already gone to see the Lord." Speaking, he placed his golden Alaska underneath his head like a pillow and laid down, very quickly releasing light snores. This was a habit people who frequently gambled between life and death cultivated. They could grab any safe time to rest. If not, if they weren't killed by others, they would be exhausted to death in the end. Chapter 12, The Other Option. Chapter 12, The Other Option. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcácer. Roughly 2 hours later, 5 peculiar-looking pointy combat shuttles arrived from a distant, halting at the empty area in the central hall. It had no wheels, relying on their limited gravity hovering technology for suspension and advancing, hence its speed was astounding, completely unaffected by external factors. Such reliable Vulture aircrafts were primarily used for scouting and patrolling. Their speeds soar as high as 200 miles per hour. It is said that after installing ion thrusters, its speed can be further enhanced by 50%. At the tip of the Vulture was a sole anti-personnel grenade launcher. It is said that the newer Vulture models were even equipped with spider mine systems, where these intelligent mines can fortify their defenses. But it appeared like the Vultures stationed in the central hall weren't equipped with the technology, and seemed like a transport shuttle instead. Sheehan hid behind a metal-framed window as he silently observed Reef and the others streaming into the vehicles. Until the final 4 Vultures had hovered up and vanished, Sheehan finally sighed. "It's a pity, that party really had numerous talents." Mojencha appeared behind like a ghost, suspiciously asking, "I know that the mission carries a great danger, but I don't get why you don't support this main mission. Don't you know that failing this mission would mean losing 3 points of the highest attribute and a whole 6 achievement points?" Sheehan replied in a deep voice. "I feel that the punishments enforced by the realm isn't solely about warning contestants not to fail. Instead, I can infer a certain profound warning. I believe that you've already experienced main mission that didn't have much difficulties. Most of them inform that if you are unable to meet certain conditions, it would result in the realm covering up those loose traces. But this high difficulty mission didn't indicate such information. This undoubtedly means that this is an extremely unique scenario that will affect the flow of story. Moreover, the penalty for failure even has a cap of 6 achievement points. This no doubt implies the very possibility that more than 6 party members may meet their end, and also suggests that even Johnny Rico may not escape alive. Therefore they specifically limit the penalty of achievement points. The difficulty is on a whole new level." Mojencha wasn't convinced. "But isn't this common? More risks would mean more rewards. I believe that follow-up rewards would definitely be richer and more generous." Sheehan sighed. "But yet you neglect one important factor. That is the party's distribution. I can conceal the fact of my innate defensive ability from Reef and the others, but never the realm. What kind of mission would place 2 rare types of innate defensive ability contestants to join the same party? Furthermore, it includes 2 freakish long-distance combat beasts in you and Chiaoer. Moreover, you have always believed that I'm an unsharpened axe with limitless prospects. Mojencha was instantly stunned. In his heart he clearly understood why the two monsters, Fanu and the metals professor, had lost their lives to Xian, while he had yet to witness Xian's true capabilities. Instead, ever since he entered this world he was already considered his ally, and his low profile was utterly established under the attention of Qiaoer and Reef. Hence, Mogencha's subconsciousness naturally portrayed Xian as an extremely profound character. But actually his potential still had a certain limit. But after Xian delivered that statement, beads of cold sweat started dripping from his forehead. That's right. What kind of insane mission would require two powerful defensive contestants with the monstrous innate abilities? And further includes me and Qiaoer. Right, even certain characters have yet to display their hidden might. And when the realm set up this difficulty of the mission, it definitely takes into account the various contributions of the party members. But that damned party is still focused over its internal power struggle. Seaman, you brilliant bastard, how did you think so far ahead? Mojencha thought. Xian noticed Mojencha's expression and knew he had been convinced. He slapped his shoulder. You should be clear that the realm wouldn't come up a mission with demanding inevitable deaths. Which goes to say, even the hardest worlds provides a line of hope and survival. Which goes to say, even if we stayed in the party, we still have a chance of completing the main mission. But yet I actually have an even more crucial reason for abandoning the main mission. That is because I've found another lower risk option, yet the rewards may be immeasurable. Mojencha's mind was suddenly ignited by a spark. He slapped his thigh loudly. I understand now. You want to search for the victims of that transport shuttle. The ones that we have rescued previously from the spore wyverns. If we succeed again, though we naturally would receive greater gratitude from them, we will definitely gain more benefits. Xian nodded and continued, not only that, the realm definitely doesn't come up with useless matters. Remember when we just entered the world, when our transport shuttle was suddenly assaulted by the spore wyverns? Since the realm cannot possibly destroy our transport shuttle, why did it even arrange such an ambush? This undoubtedly tells me that if those large amount of spore cannons weren't fired at us, then the transport shuttles would naturally be unobstructed and unimpeded. Then the dispatched transport shuttles wouldn't need to detour and even bring forward our arrival, increasing the success of the rescue mission. Perhaps, fully completing the main mission is revolved around this crucial aspect. Mojencha was finally utterly convinced as he nodded aggressively. He then immediately transferred every arachnid nucleus he acquired to Xian. Xian instantly sprinted off and managed to call Jinquang over. Mojencha was subsequently rather confused at why Xian would actually find a servant that was a goblin, which was incomparably greedy by nature. But when Xian fully displayed Jinquang's 3 signature moves out, Mojencha's back was already perspiring profusely with fear. Based on this seaman's hidden servant itself, it already vastly exceeded his expectations. What more was the true strength hidden within? Since that was the case, Mojencha became more firm that his own decision was a wise one. He similarly felt a certain sorrow and empathy for Reef and the bunch. With their combination, they managed to accumulate close to 30 arachnid nucleus. Furthermore, through the dropped keys from the arachnids, it further produced another 10 arachnid nucleus. The rest included fractured solid carapace, etc., amounting to around 5 to 6 of it. According to Mojencha, such things were basic materials, only a contestant with forging abilities would be able to put it to good use. After considerations, directly selling it off to the realm for utility points would be more beneficial, if not it would also occupy excess space. Xian also didn't mind those 700 to 800 utility points. Moreover, since promoting his rank to second lieutenant, the Nightmare Imprint interspatial area had expanded greatly. He stored this object and decided not to sell, even Mojesha's ones were purchased by him. He then tossed a total of 40 arachnid nucleus over to Jinquang, allowing him to negotiate with that lady Anji. He further paid Jinquang 50 utility points for the services. After hearing the words service fees, Jinquang surged with a sly excitement and interest. He directly wriggled his butt and bluntly charged into the office. Similarly, he inherited Xian's +1 legend level, and crudely kicked open the door, yet the impacted backlashed onto him. The metal doors were all sliding doors. The lady Anji immediately stomped out furiously, but instead a teary, cringing and agonizing Jinquang appeared in her view. Learning from her previous experience, her attitude took a 180 degrees turn as she smiled widely. So it is Mr. David, please enter, please enter. Then her face turned sour as she pointed at Xian and Mojencha before ordering. "You two wait at the door, don't dirty my carpet." Xian and Mojencha watched speechlessly as Jinquang marched in with an overbearing arrogance into Lady Anji's chamber, or rather personal office. But Anji bluntly forcefully slid the door shut. Very quickly, Xian's worries disappeared. His reputation was soaring with a wildly astonishing pace. From the previous amicable, it directly rose and broke through respected and further spiraled up to the revered status. Good. Xian released a long exhalation. This was better than what I imagined. I still originally anticipated that I need to further participate in several missions before raising to revered. Who knew this Jinquang was so reliable? After speaking, he casually transferred another 100 utility points as service fees to Jinquang. Jinquang was smiling so vilely, and he even praised Xian's magnanimosity as deeper than the deepest sea. Then he skipped away joyfully. At this moment, Xian finally stepped into Lady Anji's office. He revealed the details of 2 objects he wanted to purchase and shared it with Mojencha. "My focus has always been on planning before execution. Since it's only the 2 of us acting, then we have to be as cautious as if walking on thin ice. Hence, I plan to purchase these 2 objects. Take a look. If there are no questions, then I'll go straight to the commander to retrieve the mission." Mojencha glanced through, his pupils simultaneously contracted. Name: NBC, Nuclear/Biological/Chemical, Advanced Powered Combat Armor. Grade: Special Storyline Equipment, unable to bring out of this world, automatic destruction after purchaser leaves the world, origins, Star Alliance, Sagittarius Galaxy 9th Production Star. Material: Kevlar, high-grade carbon organic fiber, cotton padding/flex. Description: powered combat suit, ensuring the life of the wearer. Equipment: U-238 depleted uranium ammunition enhancer, passive, enables the wearer maximum range to increase by 25%. Equipment: advanced life support, passive, NBC advanced powered combat armor possess advanced life support systems, providing 5 HP regeneration per minute. Equipment: stimulant, active, injecting a mixture of ephedrine and hydrobromide. Lowers your current health by 20% but increasing your attack speed by 100%, shooting precision plus 15 points and movement speed plus 50%, duration for 30 seconds. After every injection there is a 15 minutes cooldown period. Equipment: increases your defense by 2 to 3 points. Purchasing this armor requires your reputation to be worshipped in Steel Whip base. Payment of 2,000 utility points, and 3,000 reputation points. After leaving this world, defense equipment will disappear. Chapter 13, Arachnid's Internal Strife. Chapter 13, Arachnid's Internal Strife. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Elkassar. This piece of armor overall seemed to be manufactured for Mojencha. It can be rated as a top quality. Naturally, it caused his heart to thump wildly, palpitating with eagerness. And the next weapon can be hailed as a massive slaughtering weapon against Zerglings. Name: Prometheus 3 Flamethrower. Grade: Special Storyline Equipment, unable to bring out of this world, origin, Star Alliance, Fecity Galaxy 3rd Production Star. Material: manganese titanium alloy. Description: horrifying massacre tool, extremely terrifying wide-scale destruction against groups, lacking in range. Equipment: unlimited fuel. The Prometheus 3 Flamethrower can automatically take in natural energy from the atmosphere, using it as the fuel. Weakness is that flamethrower period doesn't exceed 5 minutes. Filling period equals flamethrower duration, doesn't exceed 5 minutes. Description: adorning or stripping off the weapon requires 5 seconds. This equipment requires 2 hands to operate. Once you activate the flamethrower, movement speed reduces by 50% until flamethrower duration ends or unactivated. Purchasing this weapon requires a reputation of worshipped in the Steel Whip base, payment of 4,000 utility points and 3,500 reputation points. Once you leave this world, weapon will disappear. Mojencha sighed. A pity it requires worshipped reputation to buy. From revered to worshipped, it at least requires 24,000 reputation. You're still far from it currently. Xian laughed. That's not necessary. After speaking, he located the base commander, Tommy Kevin. From there, he received several missions, inclusive of patrolling nearby vicinities, hunting several rogue arachnids. Some difficult ones included capturing a Zergling alive. After 2 hours, he complete these missions, allowing Xian to receive close to 2,000 reputation points. The steel whip base was considered one of the more advanced larger scope bases. They constructed a subsidiary radar station at the side of the central hall. Xian allowed Jin Kuang to lead the way inside the radar station. After forking out 300 reputation and 300 utility points, they managed to invite the radar specialists to pinpoint 3 locations. According to their deliberation and estimation, if the shuttle had emergency landed successfully, then it would have landed at 3 possible locations. He then went back to the Lady Anji, allowing Jin Kuang to wield his Purple Star medal in. Along with his +1 legend level discounts, he instantly purchased 2 pieces of NBC Advanced Powered Combat Armor, in addition to 1 Prometheus 3 Flamethrower. Of course, Xian purchased a worshipped type equipment while having only a revered reputation, hence both the NBC Advanced Powered Combat Armor and the Prometheus 3 Flamethrower were scaled to nearly 2 times the utility points and reputation. This was even after Jin Kuang satisfied the full charm conditions. Such impulse purchasing directly washed clean Xian's utility points and his reputation. Mo Gensha's black pupils widened hugely. He completely couldn't understand how Xian managed to purchase a special worshipped equipment while having a revered reputation status. He was only of respected reputation, don't even mention purchasing, even seeing equipments of items of top-grade, revered levels were impossible. Jin Kuang's illegal purchasing ability using high prices was a deep mystery. Xian naturally wasn't willing to divulge it. But when Mo Gensha observed that Xian's revered reputation had took a sharp plunge back to cold, he reflected critically and roughly understood what had happened. After buying these 3 costly equipments, Xian's economic situation had abruptly digressed back to extreme poverty. Fortunately, Mo Gensha stood up and firstly procured a scout aircraft. The scout was a poor version of the Vulture. It didn't possess any combat abilities, and could only contain 2 people. Its limited gravity hover technology allowed it to travel steadily over any terrain, and its power source can power it for close to 10,000 kilometers. Apart from that, Mo Gensha procured 10 military rations for a fee of 100 reputation points. Consuming it will replenish 60 HP within 60 seconds, broken when attacked. It also further increase HP regeneration by extra 10% lasting for 120 minutes. After considering the vile environment, the 2 wore a helmet to protect them from sandstorms, bringing along adequate water as they immediately set off. Due to the previous base defense, the condition of the surrounding arachnids was in ruins, hence, they felt pretty relaxed. Furthermore, vision in this Gobi desert was unobstructed, stretching out into the horizon. There was almost no chance of being ambushed. Moreover, the map they had circled the arachnids' inhabited area, showcasing the numerous dangerous regions. Hence, they could fearlessly travel for close to 200 kilometers without meeting any dangers. On this planet, water bodies were relatively sparse. What was common were grains of sand, rocks, and the naked yellow ground. Craggy stones piled in heaps. Strangely, dust particles were rather uncommon. The place was mysteriously clean, which indicated frequent large winds carrying away the dust easily. But saying that there were no traces of life was impossible. Looking closely at several seemingly looking brown rocks, one could vaguely notice they were tenacious vegetations. These vegetations appeared like a tightly grasped fist, and can only be forced open with great strength. Xian scattered a drop of water in and could clearly see it swiftly extending out, its plump leaf blades similar to an aloe vera, covering an area of 1 square meter. Suddenly Mo Gensha felt his body shudder before regaining his stability. I've lost 1 achievement point. Xian was currently peacefully starting up his vehicle. Right. Of course, achievement points wouldn't vanish without a reason. The only explanation that the bunch rescuing the roughnecks probably encountered certain difficulties. Mo Gensha frowned. If in the next 5 minutes we haven't lost any more achievement points, that means they only encountered a surprise ambush due to carelessness. But if consecutive deaths follow, this undoubtedly means they have met with immense trouble. Mo Gensha suddenly breathed deeply. Careful, there's something fishy up ahead. Xian understood Mo Gensha was fairly exceptional. He immediately became alert, turning the power of the scout to full force in preparation for escaping. After carefully traversing through several sand dunes, a huge horrific battle astoundingly appeared ahead of them. The battle could be said to comprise of many weird species of arachnids. Dark purplish blood flooded the area as it congregated into clumps of repulsive blood pools. Even the dry Gobi desert couldn't absorb their viscous blood in time. Because of the moisture provided from their flesh and blood, several dormant rocks of vegetation were fully awakened, exhibiting their fleshy leaves. Viewing this bloodbath of a battlefield actually producing traces of life gave off a really contradictory sensation. The two spied from afar, discovering that if they carefully observed, the fighting arachnids really looked rather similar. They were only distributed into a red color and a black color, naturally indicating a dispute between two races of arachnids. Sheehan cautiously piloted the scout as it revolved around the battlefield, surveying for any movements. After ensuring there were no suspicious movements, Mojencha leapt of the vehicle and adorned his battle armor. He then crouched his waist vigilantly, leaning over. Sheehan also equipped his battle armor as he surveyed behind Mojencha. He realized that if he imitated Mojencha's posture to advance, his back muscles felt terribly uncomfortable, yet it allowed one to react faster in unexpected incidents, saving a precious few milliseconds. But sometimes that could determine a person's death or survival. Such tactical movements weren't taught in the realm, but should be personally devised by Mojencha during his previous life and death experiences. Mojencha hid behind a boulder as he scouted, he then posed relaxed gesture to Sheehan. It's fine, the battle had at least concluded for a day already. Sheehan strolled towards the battlefield, feeling more apprehensive as he drew nearer. Because on these arachnid corpses, there were shockingly no traces of bullets or cannon explosions. Yet the injuries were caused by cruel ripping and rough lacerations, corrosive fluids littered the place. But more shockingly, massive burnt marks appeared in a radius of several hundred meters. Tremendous amounts of arachnids had been carbonized within the burnt region, as bright granules could be seen around them, shedding light on the frightening degree of heat of the mysterious flames. Even sand was transformed into crystals. Mojencha mumbled to himself. Don't tell me this was an internal strife between the arachnids. Sheehan's gaze flickered. Do you still remember the encounter at Steep Whip Base? Although we suffered chaotic assaults from the arachnids, their assaults were divided into a sequential order. First the flying scourges before the ground arachnids arrive. If they could collaborate their attacks, then the flying scourges would definitely be able to wreck the siege tanks at the most crucial moments. Then certainly the destruction of the base would be inevitable. Mojencha turned sullen. What you're implying is... Sheehan was resolute. I'm afraid the arachnids aren't so united as they seem on surface. At least the arachnids at the Steel Whip Base had appeared two distinct factions, they completely had no intentions of collaboration. Since that is the case, the possibility of them mutually annihilating each other cannot be struck off. I reckon the reason why the victors didn't gobble up their enemy corpses is because their queen probably imprinted some sort of gene into her battle subordinates. If they consume other arachnids bred from a different queen, then it could very possibly be poisonous to them. Chapter 14, Another Legendary Creature. Chapter 14, Another Legendary Creature. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. XRCO and Alcácer. Mojencha found it incredibly hard to believe. How could that happen? Sheehan raised his brows. This is just my deduction, but... There's one thing I don't understand, that is the origin of this war. The origin of this war? Mojencha was slightly taken aback. Right. Sheehan earnestly continued. Why would humans travel all the way here? Even the various bases here exhibited signs of unity, but are actually divided by heart. Why would they come over here away from their comfort zone to this godforsaken planet to instigate a war with the arachnids, and even compete amongst themselves? Don't bullshit and say it's for love and justice. And why are the arachnids so aggressive? Do they really enjoy the thrilling sensation of getting bombarded with ammunition and cannons? What is the underlying reason for all these? After listening to Sheehan's speech, Mojencha bitterly smiled and folded his arms. He once again inspected the corpses and confirmed the scene. It's impossible for human weapons to create such wounds, only the claws of arachnids are savage enough to cause this gruesome brutality. But this burnt mark is really confusing, even our flamethrower cannot produce such terrifying heat. At least we can confirm this was the result of an internal strife between the arachnids. In this instance, both suddenly felt the earth beneath vibrating. It was like an incomparably mighty creature was about to erupt from the deep earth. Both were contestants and their reaction swift, they immediately dived towards the side. Naturally Sheehan instantly self-harm as he activated the passive ability of his +5 monstrous fighting spirit. His HP immediately soared to 530 points. In the midst of the rising sandstorm, a huge crater cracked open from the sand, allowing a monstrously huge beetle to surface. The beetle was at least 4 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters wide. Its body appeared gray, taking a similar shape to a cockroach. It had 8 symmetrical long legs, its entire body covered in carapace with its swelling and robust joints sticking out. It emanated an aura of destruction. The beetle's head was wrapped in a thick solid carapace, its eyes illuminating a firefly green glow. When he erupted from the ground, its complex mouthparts were even chewing on the corroding corpse of a hydralisk, the body fluids dripping, displaying an unexplainable bestiality. It looked rather heavy and wild, but its 8 long legs scurried rapidly, thump thump thump, as he directly shot towards the 2 humans unbridled. Sheehan activated his endless spirited vodka passive ability without hesitation, boosting his movement speed by 28%. Although the effect would vanish at the point of attack, but as long as he couldn't be reached, that was fine. He turned around to see the gap widening behind this gigantic beetle, but after observing this creature was about to change its focus to pursue Mojencha, Sheehan drew out his shotgun as he released 3 consecutive shots. But when the metal beads of the shotgun touched its carapace, it simply produced a metallic collision sound and ricochet in all directions. Ding ding clang clang. A symphony of chaotic sounds. Although Sheehan wasn't able to deal damage to the beetle, he succeeded in drawing its attention. When Mojencha finally found a safe sniping spot, he immediately transmitted the details he probed: scorching mouth, medium injuries, junior class legendary creature species, mutated insect lifespan, 3 years height, 4.2 meters length, 6.3 meters weight, 3.2 tons strength. Points agility. Points physique, 4 points, medium injuries, perceptive sensing, 20 points charm, 0 point intelligence, 5 points spirit, 5 points remaining health, 2,736 points insect class characteristics, chitin armor LVL 5, 40% chance of absorbing 20 points of damage. Insect class characteristics, molting LVL 5, every time a creature with this ability molts, its powers would receive a tremendous increase. Special ability, submerging earth, scorching mouth can swiftly dig into the soft ground and freely move within. Special ability, tenacious LVL 4. Additional 4200 HP, every time it receives an attack, there is a 10% chance of reducing the attack by 50%. Special ability. On hindsight, when he first saw the words, junior class legendary creature, Sheehan instantly broke out in panic. Because after that hard-fought encounter with the mountain troll, the term, legendary creature, had been deeply engraved into him, something that he couldn't provoke as of now. After seeing the medium injuries tag behind, he sighed in relief. Although that meant the chances of dropping a black-grade equipment was bigger, it also meant it could definitely be taken down. Da-da-da-da, the clear gunfire of the AK resounded into the air. Naturally, without Sheehan's assistance, Mojencha begun locating weak points of the beetle. According to the current image, this beetle probably participated in the battle a day ago, probably diving into the ground to recuperate after receiving heavy injuries. Hence, today its superficial wounds were probably recovered fully, and after sensing the arrival of Sheehan and Co., it instantly drilled out to hunt for its food. Crackle. After more than 10 consecutive shots, a round finally cleaved into the left abdomen of the beetle, its blazing tip piercing in. Its plump belly twitched instantaneously, as a yellowish liquid gushed out from the bullet hole. If one clearly observed, he could tell the color of the left abdomen shell was much lighter than usual. Naturally, it was newly formed previously. After locating its weak point, Mojencha didn't stand on ceremony. Utilizing his marksmanship techniques as he directly fired his burst shot, 2 rounds pierced against Scorching Mouth's abdomen, producing a string of muffled explosion. The last bullet carried a fiery blaze, and instantly ignited the wound upon impact. Boom. A cluster of flames combusted, roasting the injured flesh crisply. Scorching Mouth was in such agony as it lifted its front legs, half standing, and released an oppressive sorrowful howl. In this moment, Sheehan suddenly sensed an unexplainable hint of danger. Because his position was comparably near the beetle, he could faintly see its abdomen swelling up, as though something was building up within its chest. While Mojencha was still expressing his abilities as he continued firing. "Run!" Sheehan yelled out. He was originally dragging Scorching Mouth in rounds, but now he had to commit his last resort. He actually sprinted towards the gigantic beetle, pushing off mightily with his twin legs. His fist proceeded to inflict heavy punches towards its perking lower jaw. An abrupt rotten blast of stench assailed into the air. This sort of intense odor was able to instantly cause one to puke. A wide curving umbrella of yellowish liquid sprayed out astoundingly from Scorching Mouth's widened mouth. As the liquid interacted with the atmosphere, it boiled up with intense combustion. Boom. A yellowish-green trail of flame enveloped its front region at a 30 degrees upwards angle. Its head was swaying to the left and right with a furious tempo, dispersing its violent flames. But at that very moment, Xian's twin fist ferociously directed its lower jaw involuntarily upwards, causing the scorching flames to engulf into the air in futile. Without Xian forcefully tilting its precision, then the fleeing Mojentia would certainly be unable to avoid the incoming deadly flames. Instead, Xian couldn't withdraw his left hand in time as he suffered the direct force of the flames. Through his nightmare imprint notification, Xian realized he suffered 136 points of fire damage. Enduring the burning pain, he made a side roll as he attempted to flee from the range of this beetle. Yet its body was overwhelmingly huge as it directly stomped over Xian with 1 pounce of its 8 long legs. Xian raised his hands to protect his head, doing his utmost to roll towards the rear of this fat beetle. A shadow cast over his vision, before a wave of unmeasurable pressure and pain enveloped him. He was directly trampled by Scorching Mouth. But he grit his teeth in pain as he pushed off against a rock, borrowing the force of impact to dodge the incoming fat ass. Xian finally had time to examine his left hand. His skin had totally been carbonized. The cracks exposed his fresh reddened flesh, causing his hair to stand on end. At this moment, the battle notification reported. You've been trampled by Scorching Mouth, you receive 112 points of damage. Subtracting defense, 19 plus 2 points, the resultant damage is 68 points. Your innate ability, Endurance, activated, your final damage received is 43 points. 43 points of damage. Xian suddenly felt that he had wildly overestimated this gigantic beetle. Currently, he still had an entire 350 HP, which meant that as long as the deadly flames couldn't reach him, anything else was impossible to really harm him. He wiped the cold sweat as he seized the opportunity when Mojentia was frenziedly firing to attract Scorching Mouth. Retrieving his endless spirited vodka, he immediately drank a mouthful before pulling out his white-grade shotgun, aiming at Scorching Mouth as he charged forward. Bang bang bang. With one breath he released his trigger fully. Mojentia's repeated gunshots had utterly shattered the left abdomen carapace of the fat beetle, hence the shotgun rounds whizzed into its flesh, triggering the chaotic expulsion of yellowish body fluids. Scorching Mouth swung around in agony, trying to enforce the death sentence on Xian. But Xian was incomparably cunning and tightly latched onto its rear buttocks. Even though Scorching Mouth was ragingly furious and repeatedly revolved its body to attack Xian, ultimately its body was overly massive. Although Xian wasn't fast enough to dodge Scorching Mouth's rear legs and repeatedly trampled onto him, his impregnable physique allowed him to endure adequately. Hence, he succeeded in stalling this gigantic beetle. Chapter 15, 3 Fists and 1 Gun. Chapter 15, 3 Fists and 1 Gun. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N., XRCO, and Alcázar. The seconds and minutes slowly drained away along with the repeated thrilling encounters. Admittedly, the life force of Scorching Mouth was steadily and firmly declining. Another volley of da burst shots, another explosion from the last bullet projectile. The rear joint of the beetle's leg suddenly distorted weirdly, stumbling backwards under the heavy pressure. As the leg tried to exert strength, instantly snap, the joint directly broke as yellowish-green fluid gushed out. The bullets persistently pounded against the thick leg, causing it to fly 2 to 3 meters out before landing. After its rear leg snapped, Scorching Mouth didn't seem like it was greatly impacted, but its turning speed had taken a huge plunge. This allowed Xian more ease in dodging. Even if he didn't manage to dodge the trampling foot, he was able to occasionally deliver resistive block effects to lessen the damage. Yet when Scorching Mouth changed to target Mojentia, the relatively agile Mojentia was able to easily shake it off when he fled. Xian seized the chance to aim towards the beetle's vile wounds as he emptied his shotgun. Even though the shotgun was a white-grade weapon, it could still be considered as lethal within the close radius of 1 meter. Gradually, its abdomen wounds expanded rapidly, inversely to its declining movement speed. But at this moment, it once again sprayed out a huge billow of yellowish-green flames. This time, Xian and Mojentia were prepared, preventing it from succeeding. But in a huge shocking twist, seizing the chance when the two humans retreated, the gigantic beetle suddenly changed its orientation, swaying its huge plump ass as it hobbled towards the sand pit it dug out from previously. It was actually trying to escape. Xian's pupils contracted in. This fat shit roasted your daddy here to this state, and trampled over him for so long, you actually think of running away. There's no way you can commit such a cheap move under the heavens. He suddenly roared loudly. Trying to flee. In your dreams. At present, Xian was still left with close to a 150 HP, moreover Scorching Mouth had already released its strongest technique, hence even if something unexpected happens he was sufficiently confident. Without speaking much, Xian patted his battle armor as he injected the stimulant into him. Xian felt a sharp pierce against his chest, before a tinge of fiery spark ignited within his body. The next moment, the tiny spark rummaged through his body frenziedly as it extended over every limb and bone. A fanatical thrill collided into his mind, causing him to release a carefree exclamation. Xian's HP instantly fell by a quarter, but his sprinting speed rapidly surged. He wasn't a speed-based person, but in this instance, the stimulant effects allowed Xian's feet to sweep through the sand dunes with ease. He finally caught up to the side of Scorching Mouth. Xian leapt up high, grabbing onto the crippled wing of the gigantic beetle, in an attempt to flip up onto its back. But at this moment, Scorching Mouth probably sensed an immense danger. A legendary creature couldn't be compared to an ordinary beast. It released an oppressive screech and violently swerved its body to the left, drifting through the sand like an off-road vehicle. Caught off guard, Xian stumbled as he was swept up into the air. If not for his steady grip onto the beetle's sharp protruding backbone, he would have simply been swept away. But inevitably, his hand was cut by the incisive thorns, the friction continued lacerating his palm until his bone could be seen, dark crimson blood flooding the area. Da-da-da. The piercing gunshots resounded again. Mogentia's MP was almost dried up after releasing the burst fire, his vision turned blurry as he slumped to the scorching sand, panting heavily. His hands jerked uncontrollably. The first bullet struck straight in the left eye of Scorching Mouth, and a green fluid exploded out as it shrieked in anguish. The second round swerved around its head closely as it smashed against a nearby rock. Boom. The rock shattered out, as the fragments was blown coincidentally underneath Xian. The third round was frighteningly precise and carried insane prediction, as it headed straight for the rocks beneath Xian. Xian felt his leg interacting with something, naturally pushing against it as the rock was kicked down. Instead, the third bullet struck in at an immaculate timing as it propelled the rock up. Xian borrowed the resounding impact as he finally flipped onto its back. Just like the human skull was the hardest bone, the carapace shell of Scorching Mouth's head was also the hardest of its entire body. Even though its HP had roughly only 400 points remaining, even though Xian was a couple of inches away from its most vital spot, yet he still felt a sense of helplessness. The gigantic beetle was wildly charging forward, a couple dozens of meters only required mere seconds. Once it dived into the sand pit, if Xian still dared to follow it, there was a chance for it to turn the tides and slaughter the human within its territory. Hence, in order to slay this hideous beetle and make a full retreat, it was critical for Xian to cherish the few seconds he had. Once the beetle dragged him into the pit, then undoubtedly the tides will overturn. Xian raised his fist up high towards the sky, it was still covered with sharp spikes. A faint glow flickered in the daylight, slowly scattering into the atmosphere. An ethereal essence floated towards his right metal knuckles, slowly the steel-spiked knuckles in his hand gradually turned semi-transparent, exactly the texture as a ghost. Ghost whetstone. The formidable object that Xian had stole from Qiao Gun previously. Upon usage, the next 3 attacks will neglect all forms of defensive abilities. Ah! The next second Xian's first smashed heavily down, a faint ethereal remnant shot out from his first as it landed. Crackly crkkkk, the sounds of thin ice splitting open resounded. On top of Scorching Mouth, incomparably thick carapace, with Xian's first as the nucleus, 7 to 8 cracks extended out in all directions. The second fist. Solid rough fragments of the nearly 30 centimeters thick carapace burst forth everywhere, an obvious wound could now be seen over its head, just like a cobweb-designed fragment when a rock was catapulted onto a car's windscreen. White viscous liquid could be seen slowly sipping out. The third fist. Amidst the agonizing shrills of Scorching Mouth, Xian's first mercilessly pounded against its head. The first was so vicious, it caused its entire shoulders to sink deep into the beetle's body, the white fluid forcefully squeezed out under the pressurizing fist. Then it wildly gushed out into the distance, projecting an image of Scorching Mouth's head turning into a white fountain. Yet the creature persisted on, pressing on fanatically as its 7 long legs scurried across the earth disorderly, churning a huge sandstorm behind it. Right ahead was the sandpit, its safe haven. Xian's eyes flickered with an icy chill. That same chill emanated onto the cold-hearted periphery of ambition, releasing a glaring glimmer as it disappeared from the nightmare imprint space. Originally resting as he sprawled over the ground, Mojentia suddenly swung his head. How is that possible? It must be a hallucination. In this damned forsaken desert, how could there be a tidal gushing sound? He quickly lowered his head, as he saw the hairs on his arms erecting upright. He murmured to himself. What a terrifying murderous aura. Back atop Scorching Mouth, a loud oppressive sound reverberated through, like the sound of a balloon wrapped in blankets popping but amplified 100 times, or the thunderous rumbling in the darkened sky. Vividly, Scorching Mouth was clearly buried halfway into its sandpit already, but after the sound its front legs suddenly started convulsing violently. Its massive carcass directly folding up as he collapsed forward. It was like an excavator trying to make its way deep into the ground but suddenly halting because of a sudden obstructing rock. In this situation, the beetle's entire nervous system had been severed from its head to the limbs. Its brain had died, but the body still fought on loyally, trying its best to fulfill the last command from the brain. The gigantic beetle continued tumbling forward, convulsing repulsive and violently before coming to an abrupt halt. Its thick burly logs gradually loosened, and then hardened motionlessly. At this moment, both received a notification: you slayed a junior-rank legendary creature, Scorching Mouth. Your reputation has been raised by 1,000 points in all human factions. Finally, Xian crawled out despondently from the sandpit. His entire body was drenched with the filthy white paste from Scorching Mouth. Rolling around in the sandpit, he ultimately transformed into a sandman, before leaking out 2 eyes, looking rather comical. Presently, he wasn't even able to open his mouth to say anything. Once he did, then an unmeasurable amount of sand would instantly fill his belly. Chapter 16, Hydralisk and Zergling Barbecue Party. Chapter 16, Hydralisk and Zergling Barbecue Party. Translated by Chua. Edited by TN and Alcasar. If an ordinary person encountered this awkward predicament, they would be uncomfortable to death. Fortunately they were both contestants. Moreover, Xian was a second lieutenant and his interspatial area of his nightmare imprint had broadened greatly. Hence, he carried huge amounts of water within, directly taking a shower right in the middle of the Gobi Desert. But after this, he was still left with 30 to 40 kilograms of water, enough to last several weeks. Mojentia had already gathered the dropped loot from Scorching Mouth. It didn't drop a key, but a clump of glowing black connective tissue. Instead of a summoned treasure chest, it swiftly swelled up greatly with inflated veins, into a bumpy purplish meat sack. Looking at it, it really seemed like the beetle's stomach. According to the theory for legendary creatures, there should be a 70% chance of dropping a silver storyline equipment or item. But before they begun battling, the gigantic beetle was already substantially injured, medium. Therefore, they reckoned that the possibility of a silver storyline grade equipment could still occur, but wasn't a huge possibility. Hence both Xian and Mojentia waited expectantly. Furthermore, this was the first time they were about to share and allocate the spoils of war. Numerous other contestant parties have triumphed over incredibly powerful creatures, yet they crumbled in the end because of internal disputes over distribution. While they were stressing over how this object was going to open, a gush of heat wave blew over and the repulsive meat sack shriveled up and split open, exposing several objects. There were shockingly 2 objects radiating a black glow. Following that, the nightmare imprint pumped in the notification: you discovered a remnant, serial number 77312 dog tag. This is a remnant from a soldier who had sacrificed his life for his country. You can exchange for rewards at any human base. You discovered an object, unknown nodule, no humans know what this is for. You discovered a component, granule high energy rapid fire magazine. You discovered a component, steel canvas black arms strap. You discovered a precious object, high energy crystal, X3 granule high energy rapid fire magazine material, number 3713 metal plastic beta mold. Category, assembling/installation component origin, Homeworld Rockefeller Company. Number 12 Refine Workshop. Item rarity, black equipment position, firearm slot weight, 662 G length, 50 mm effect, substantial upgrade of weapons precision and firing speed, determined by the complementing weapons firing speed and precision. Effect: explosive strike rate plus 1% selling price, 6,770 utility points. Description: after installing this component, you have to pay a fixed utility points fee before unloading it. While unloading, there's a chance of weapon and component being destroyed. Evaluation: it must have been a component from a terribly powerful firearm. Scorching Mouth had destroyed the rest with its acidic flames, only it was left behind. Steel canvas black arm strap. Material: blended fabric. Category: assembling/installing component. Origin: number 7 Colonial Planet. Battle Metropolis, Meters Bonwi. Military Workshop. Item rarity: black. Equipment position: weapon strap/sling. Weight: 129 g. Length: 110 centimeters. Effect: strength plus 1. Effect: increase the explosive strike damage by 50% of the equipped weapon. Selling price: 5,370 utility points. Description: after installing this component, you have to pay a fixed utility points fee to dismantle it. While dismantling, there's a chance equipment and component may be destroyed. Evaluation: fortunately this item wasn't destroyed along with its previous owner. Precious item: high energy crystal X3. Description: in any human base, you can treat this like the present world diamond and trade it. Asterisk: after scrolling through, Sheehan straightforwardly put out. The two black grade components are firearm types. If you can use it, then it's yours. I'll take the rest, but you still have to pass me 6,000 utility points. Sheehan's allocating method could be said to be reasonable. Although black grade components aren't like equipments which exhibit their potential upon equipping, these items were considered extremely rare. The rarer it was, the greater its worths. If there weren't any buyers, then the price wouldn't be high. But once someone requires it, then naturally it will reap outstanding profits. Mojencha's eyes flushed with relief as he excitedly examined the Granule High Energy Rapid Fire magazine. I already have a good gun strap, but this magazine is extremely beneficial. Sheehan refreshingly waved his hand. All right, since you like it, then take it. I'll take the gun strap. For the remaining items, my servant will probably be very interested over that high-energy crystal and the unknown nodule. The rest is yours. Splitting such a feast, naturally they took what they required and were both delightfully satisfied. After Mojencha loaded it, his Golden Alaska had a new astounding jet black magazine. It looked rather out of place, but after testing fire one would understand the domineering qualities of this magazine. Previously, when Mojencha open-fired at his enemies, his burst shots were only in bouts of 3 before pausing briefly. The reason for this was although his weapon was exceedingly powerful in attack, its negative aspect was that it greatly lowered accuracy. He could only maintain 3 bullets of precision. This was something similar to Sheehan's silver storyline accessory, Monstrous Fighting Spirit. It received an overpowered passive ability but similarly would reduce his charm but an entire 5 points. As Mojencha tried test firing now, he could easily release burst shots of 4 now. Actually releasing 5 burst shots was possible, but he still had to familiarize himself with the newly enhanced tempo. But certainly in the future, he would be able to easily deliver the maximum output. This undoubtedly suggested his horrifyingly monstrous potential. Explaining simply, when Mojencha released his burst shots of 3 previously, he required 3 seconds of rest to stabilize the gun and aim again. According to this theory, he would be able to release 20 bouts of burst fire in a minute, that is 60 bullet rounds. But with his current burst shots of 4, then every minute according to theory could deliver 80 bullet rounds. Its effect had been raised by almost a third. Of course, this was only theory, but this black grade magazine had really boosted his offensive efficiency by at least 15%. What more 5 burst shots in the future? Moreover, Sheehan honestly and courteously kept the steel canvas black arm strap and directly installed to Ambition. Firstly, it added strength plus 1, but its additional 50% increase of explosive strike damage really catapulted Sheehan's explosiveness. Rum and Songs had its explosive strike damage raised from 200% to 250%, while Ready the one-off explosive strike would be able to release a terrorizing 300% explosive damage. This battle had really drained them mentally, especially Mojencha. His innate ability, Beastly Instincts, was a passive ability and could only be activated once every time he fired 10 shots, and released the bullet towards the most optimum target in the battle. But now after his Beastly Instincts had been upgraded, it was able to be interchanged passively and actively. Once he actively activated it, it consumed an amount of MP, but his next bullet will definitely have the influence of his beastly instincts. To prevent themselves from getting ambushed by arachnids, the two found a wide spacious rock and sat over it, drinking water and resting. The black man Mojencha rather disliked the military rations they brought along. After licking his thick lips, he looked towards the distant battlefield as his eyes shimmered. I reckon the zergling's meat will taste pretty good. What do you think? Xian was taken aback, just thinking of those rotting purplish flesh caused him to feel nauseous. He hurriedly stopped him. Oi! The corpses have already been barbecued by the high temperature here for a day, aren't you scared of eating rotten meat? Mojencha disregarded that idea and replied. These arachnids have rather strong vitality. Even if their organs were pierced they could struggle at death's doors for several hours. If we wanted to, we'll definitely be able to find fresh meat. Haven't you learned about surviving in the wild? An animal's flesh shouldn't have poison. After speaking, he drew out a military dagger as it casted a bright reflection onto the nearby rock. Next he bit onto the dagger steadily, wearing a military sleeveless garment as he exposed his swaggering suntanned muscles as he waddled towards the battlefield. As leisure and carefree as going to a supermarket. Not long later, Mojencha dragged a zergling back, it was still twitching slightly. Very swiftly, he split open its belly, scraping the bones as he got rid of the filth, slicing against the meat with various methods as skillfully as a butcher. Without expending much energy, he stacked several rocks together and ignited a fire before starting to barbecue. Xian glanced at the zergling's purplish flesh and felt rather sick. But after Mojencha scattered some seasoning over, an unexplainable fragrance emerged. Firstly, he carved out a fleshy sizzling chunk with his dagger and delivered to Xian. Xian shook his head firmly as he kindly declined Mojencha. But from far, suddenly a piercing and lofty shout followed. Ah! Master, if you don't want it, give it to me. At least I can have a free meal. Xian was very accustomed to Jin Kuang's unpredictable appearing acts. When there was a battle, this fellow will surely disappear without a trace, but when there's things to gain he would surface out of the blue. Initially Xian was still worried for him getting injured, but from now he didn't care any longer. Based on this goblin's superior than rats or cockroaches surviving ability, death was really hard to imagine. Chapter 17, Poison, Cheap Pricing and Individual Taxes. Chapter 17, Poison, Cheap Pricing and Individual Taxes. Translated by Chua, edited by Tn and Alcasar. Tossing aside his greed and cowardice, Goblin Jin Kuang's equipment totally concealed everything except his teeth. Previously in the realm, after his unethical and atrocious sale of counterfeit drugs/poisons, he had earned a fortune which he used to start a buying frenzy. Xian had previously caught a glimpse that heavenly light gold potion that the metals professor had used, and the ridiculous goblin was actually carrying with him at all times. No one even knew how he managed to get his hands on it. This guy couldn't be described with logic. Mojencha already recognized this wretched-looking goblin, understanding that it possessed remarkable abilities. He straightforwardly sliced of a chunk of greasy meat and delivered it over. Instantly a huge plate appeared swiftly out of nowhere, and a clean napkin was already slung around Jin Kuang's neck, followed by a set of stainless steel cutlery and whatnot. With both eyes sparkling and a drooling expression, he indulged into the meat, emitting satisfied groans while eating crudely. For the love of gold, free food really tastes the best. Xian rolled his eyes and scoffed. Get ready for your violent vomiting the next morning. Jin Kuang wasn't deterred. Free is the most beautiful word, there is no other. Ah, mister, your roasted meat is really supreme. Chomp chomp. God, I dare to bet you don't know how great the oil drip during roasting taste. Letting it drip into the fire is such a huge waste. I hope you don't mind me using my plate to collect the oil. Mojencha laughed, his teeth setting a particularly white glint in contrast to this charcoal skin. That is my honor. Under the pretext of the word free, Goblin Jin Kuang's appetite had mysteriously grown exponentially, as Mojencha went off to collect a hide-a-lisk and begun barbecuing it. This cheap slut heartily discussed about the most delicious parts of the arachnid, while slicking more and roasting it. When Mojencha served Jin Kuang to his heart's content, he politely and honestly leaked out his real motive. This, dear Jin Kuang sir, I heard that you are an expert in concocting medicines. Jin Kuang was originally slightly intoxicated as he gulped from the wine cup, delightfully laying on the soft sand, yet once he heard Mojencha's words, he instantly became alerted and vigilant. What do you want? Mojencha very bluntly smiled. I just wish to purchase some poison for myself. How about giving me some discounts based on our relationship? Once he heard there was business to do, Jin Kwang was roused as he offered a sly smile. Yeah, sure, right, what do you use? Firearms, right? After speaking, like a magic trick, a shabby-looking laboratory was formed, test tubes, spirit lamps, crucibles, and everything essential. His hands then started to move in a very disorderly and blurry manner, as though about to showcase a performance. Xian also hadn't witnessed this act before, so he curiously observed by the side. Suddenly, while Jin Kwang was shaking a thin neck pitcher, the pitcher suddenly cracked and shattered, soaking it thoroughly as white fumes were emitted. Xian was startled. This goblin Jin Kwang was an exceptional tool. If he died here because of poison, Xian's losses would be great. Looking at Jin Kwang's pale, wretched green face while disastrously tottering, Xian rushed up to support him. Yet the miserable Jin Kwang's eyes was filled with tears as his ugly green wrinkled face twitched, and released a pitiful voice. Yet another ruined pitcher, damn. Need to use money to buy another. Xian was about to offer him emergency aid, but after hearing this twisted remorseful logic, his vision darkened as he felt himself about to faint. Instead, Jin Kwang wiped his tears and asked. Master, have you flirted too much? Why did your legs turn jelly suddenly? Your moo. Once again Goblin Jin Kwang showed of his concocting performance and succeeded this time. He mixed out a small beaker of white creamy liquid, nodding his head in satisfaction. But the next moment he suddenly fished out a huge plastic bucket filled with clear water, intending to pour the beaker of liquid into the water. Xian finally understood where did that 5% success rate of poison came from. Actually, this wretched slut diluted the black venom. But while Jin Kwang was about to engage in his deceitful acts, a distinct cough traveled in from the side. Glancing back, he realized Mojencha was squatting by the side, glaring at him. Even the thick-skinned Jin Kwang could only laugh bitterly. Kiki, this is a habit. I forgot our friendly relation, right? Look at my new product. Are you satisfied? Mojencha's eyes instantly lit up with the poisonous attributes. Black venom, altered. This is a venom specially altered by Goblin Jin Kwang. After smearing this black venom cream onto your long-range weapon, every successful strike onto an enemy will carry 15% success rate of poisoning him. Duration of 15 seconds, every 3 seconds will release a pulse of poison damage ranging from 10 to 20 points, based on the opponent's resistance. Pointer, smearing success rate of 99%. After smearing, duration lasts for 30 minutes. Warning, black venom, every pulse of poison can appear explosive, critical, strike. Mojencha directly asked. How much? Jane Kuang forthrightly replied. Just 2,000 utility points is enough. Xian was stunned, no matter what, that wasn't his servant's style. Instead, Mojencha unhesitantly begun the transaction. 10 minutes later, with his head slapped against his forehead, Mojencha was howling out in anguish over the sand. Seaman. Seaman. Why does your servant able to collect tax during a transaction? What logic? Look at this ridiculous individual tax, stamp duty fees, and even a hashtag and amp. Compensation for loss of youth. Your servant can lose his youth by concocting bloody chemicals. Xian couldn't resist laughing out. All right, as long as you get used to it. Mojencha painfully wailed. Your servant is not a goblin. He is a demon wrapped in goblin's skin. My savings. Xian unfolded his hands innocently. Don't look at me, I don't gain anything from it. You should already know how proud and pampered summoned creatures can be from Phelps and Fanu in the symbiosis sect. My servant is not your average creature, it doesn't lose out in any aspects but amplified even more. I only wish is not to get exploited by him, don't even think that I can get him to cough out his money. Mojencha understood Xian's words were real, with his teary face he rolled to the corner. After planning, they decided to first rest here a while before advancing. Originally they agreed that Xian would keep watch first while Mojencha rested, but a minute later, Mojencha was hobbling with an ashen face as he dashed towards the rear sand dune while clutching his tummy. Following that was a earth-shaking rumbling of explosions, as he slowly dragged his feet back while rubbing his stomach. Sadly, this scenario replayed every 10 minutes. And Xian might as well be the one that rested. After Xian slept for 2 to 3 hours, to his horror he discovered tragic Mojencha reclining against a rock as he panted disastrously. His body was releasing an awful shit stench, and the most amusing part came through the nightmare imprint when Xian inspected his status. This was the explanation given: health condition, worsening infected disease, diarrhea. Reason: consuming half-cooked zergling meat, leading to unknown bacteria breeding generously. Disease effects: attributes lowered by 15% until complete recovery, HP reduced by 20%, accuracy by 50%. Disease process: worsening. Xian almost broke out in a fit of laughter. After having his body digitized upon becoming a contestant, he had never fallen sick. Even the slight rhinitis, rhinitis is basically a fancy name for a cold, Google it if you're really interested, as a seaman was completely healed. He didn't expect such an unlucky thing like falling sick would actually happen. He secretly went to spy on the nearby Jin Kuang. Sure enough, this cheap slut who stuffed his face with food was infected more severely, his face pale as he huffed miserably, of course that awful repelling stench. Xian hastily checked their electronic continent map, discovering that 200 kilometers from here was a human base named Fatal Helmet. After slaying off Scorching Mouth, their reputation had rose by 1,000 points, therefore they shouldn't be assaulted randomly or bombarded by cannons. Hence, he carried the two unlucky brats back to their shabby hovercraft as flew off towards that direction. Approximately 100 kilometers later, continuous and chaotic echoes of gunfire could be heard in the distance, along with the distinct booming of the siege tank cannons. Tracing the sounds, a spiraling thick fog of black smoke greeted his sight. Back against several rocking hills, a fleet of humans were currently engaging in fierce battle with a flooding tide of arachnids. The bunch of arachnids were mostly the lowest-grade zerglings, relying on their exceptional agility and flexibility to pursue the humans. Mingling amongst the crowds of zerglings were several massive-built, bigger zergling commanders. Overgrown incisive claws extended from their limbs. Their eyes scarlet red and droplets of gooey fluid slipped out of their lips. Their claws and fangs were viciously sharp, giving off an impression of being able to tear through any armor or carapace. The fleet of humans seemed rather elite. Not only did they have close to 100 machine gunners clad in battle armor, they constructed 3 temporary forts. Moreover, they had 5 to 6 Vulture aircrafts patrolling around, and lastly 3 heavy siege tanks. Apart from that, their transport tankers were armor-fortified till seemingly indestructible, and pushed to the front lines as shields. Mojencha rested against his back as he breathed slowly while observing. Looks like the humans are in deep shit. Chapter 18, A Surge of Thousands. Chapter 18, A Surge of Thousands. Translated by Chua, edited by Tn and Alcasar. Xian could only make out, although the humans' firepower were extremely destructive, they couldn't hold off the unceasing, daunting waves of suicidal arachnids. Just a few minutes later, the arachnid assault had already pushed in a further 20 meters. If this situation continues to persist, then very well in another 5 minutes, the humans' defensive lines would be breached by the zerglings. There was a widely common knowledge: anything closer than 2 meters, the threat of firearms would pale in comparison to close combat weapons. What's more, ahead of these soldiers were savage zerglings who threatened with their merciless razor-sharp teeth. At this moment, a commander was already roaring out urgently, desperately gesturing to his back, as though asking some to retreat. Instead, the carriage protecting him didn't move one bit, yet from above consecutively marched on several people clad in white battle armor, comprising of both guys and girls. A distinct red cross was painted atop the armor, and in their left hands they held a paramedic box shaped like a shield. Its exterior could be used to resist the incoming attacks from enemies, while various medicines and tools were stored in its interior. It was extremely efficient. The head of the pack was a middle-aged man wearing spectacles. He wasn't wearing any powered armor, instead looking rather amiable and not the least imposing. The machine gunners surrounding them whispered amongst themselves nervously, before they started cheering simultaneously. Their bodies were flickering with a faintly white glow, and their shooting speed suddenly accelerated. That state was something Xian was rather familiar with. They probably were utilizing the stimulant injection from their powered battle armor. Currently, the several white armored personnels had scattered amongst the soldiers. Their hands were emanating spots of blue light, before droplets of moisture-like glow formed above every soldier's head, gently merging into their bodies. That should be regenerating their life points. At this moment, Mojencha spoke out in amazement. I've come across that information previously at Steel Whip Base. Aren't those the medics? Several humans in this world have awakened their mental powers. After a series of trainings, they will become powerful combat medics. They can use their mental powers, MP, and convert it for treatment healing effects. Under the formidable adrenaline of the stimulant injection, the arachnids were starting to get rapidly forced back, leaving a pile of pathetic flesh and blood. Originally the arachnid wave had already forced themselves close to 50 meters near the human front line, but now they were forced back to a 100-meter or so position. But at this crucial moment, the arachnids suddenly changed their formation. Primarily, they retreated like a regressing tide out of the firing range of the siege tanks. Then over a dozen commander-class Zerglings congregated together, forming into a pointed tip of a triangle formation. Naturally, with them leading the charge, the remaining smaller Zerglings followed suit behind, pressing forward ferociously with rumblings as loud as thunder. Mojencha coughed out anxiously. Those guys are in huge trouble. Sheehan observed the remaining 2 to 3 Zergling commanders left in the arachnid pack, and issued. Shit, I need to support them. Mojencha pondered. An ordinary Zergling has roughly 30 points of attack. It is said that if there's a metal or mine near their breeding ground, then their attacks can be raised to even 40 points. Their frightening nature lies in their speedy offense. But taking into consideration your special abilities, you'll indeed be quite impregnable. The only thing you need to worry is about explosive strikes. But the sheer quantity Zerglings beneath is really too overwhelming. I feel it's best to make a detour and converge with the machine gunners. No. On hindsight, converging with those guys may seem like a good idea, but it is actually more dangerous. Naturally, they would certainly push me towards the front lines. If most of the incoming rush of Commander Zerglings survive, then the pressure I will receive is greater. More importantly, the impression we want to leave on them won't be deep enough, the benefits won't be amplified. Mojencha was stunned. Unless you intend to break in individually. Sheehan earnestly nodded his head. Why not? According to the intel gathered from the Steep Whip base, the Zerglings' attacks cannot possibly break through my defense. Furthermore, as the lowest-ranking soldiers of the arachnid race, their strength lies in sheer numbers, rapid movements, and attacking speed. Thus, apart from having lower health, their explosive hit rate is also lacking. In a real battle, it is approximately about 1%. There shouldn't be a problem. Mojencha muttered. Since you've put it that way, the risks are indeed lowered to an acceptable degree. Cough cough. Although I'm sick now, but definitely receiving you to escape when you need, I'm still capable of that. But still I have to say, charging into the arachnid sea alone is something only a madman would do. The confident Sheehan replied. Don't forget I still have the battle stimulant to flee. If during that duration I can escape the battlefield and not get surrounded, then I can activate any movement speed booster and successfully make a getaway. Anyway, the arachnid's main focus beneath are currently on the surrounded fleet. The faraway machine gunners still have the protection of those medics, they won't fall that easily. If I can lessen the pressure through the side, it will definitely provide adequate support. After speaking, Sheehan started concocting a dosage of Strength of the Bear's Flesh mix, and wore his powered combat armor. Although the armor was exceedingly reinforced, its joints were particularly fortified and sealed completely. During a battle, that was fine, but wearing it during daily normal activities was really like wearing a diving suit, incomparably stiff and inconvenient. Thus, where there wasn't any danger, Sheehan didn't put it on. Next he picked up that Prometheus 3 flamethrower. Due to its limitless ammunition, when Sheehan had the time he often test-fired with it. He was long ago ripped as a melon with it, and slung it across his back before placing on his helmet, leaping off and sprinting towards the battlefield. At this critical point, every machine gunner was focusing their firepower against the frenzied charge of the ferocious Zergling commanders. Even the 3 siege tanks were combining their efforts, because everyone feared the terrifying consequences of them breaking through the front lines. But there's still several machine gunners at the ends that noticed the actions of Sheehan, who was wearing the red-hot Prometheus 3 flamethrower. They channeled their machine guns, raining the ammunitions onto the Zerglings while concurrently shouting loudly. Oh aye. Good news lads, we seem to have assistance. The bad news is that the assistance is only one person. Is he trying to kill himself? Indeed, according to these soldiers' knowledge, firebats, close-quarter combat pyrotechnique specialists, with such blazing weapons was the natural counter to the massive horde of Zerglings. Once the firebats engaged in a frontal assault, their superior AoE damage could completely massacre the incoming Zerglings' onslaught. But the prerequisite of this was that there must be an adequate amount of firebats, and there also mustn't be any Hydralisk around. If not due to their deficiency in range, without reaching the Hydralisk they would have already been corroded thoroughly by the acidic fluid jets. Furthermore, firebats have one very fatal flaw, and that is they didn't possess any defensive capabilities. Therefore in the StarCraft establishment, firebats are normally placed as an entire organization structure, only used for special and unique purposes. Therefore in these small bases, normally there weren't such specialized firebat troops in existence. Just when the soldiers thought that Xian was about to get drowned inside the Arachnid Sea, Xian suddenly halted at about 50 meters from the side of the Arachnid onslaught. His actions caused a slight ripple of disturbance within that side of the charging Zergling onslaught. Xian took another few steps forward as suddenly, 10 lesser Zerglings broke off from the rushing pack as they bared their fangs and pounced towards him. Once they entered Xian's firing range, Xian immediately pressed the trigger, spraying out 2 long over 20-meter blazing serpents as he instantly fried the 10 loose Zerglings. Suddenly engulfed by raging flames, these 10 Zerglings were set aflame as they shrieked in anguish, breaking out into frantic aimless sprints forward. With Xian's incredible 23 points of perceptive sensing, he could anticipate their frantic evading route, and completely barbecued the wild Zerglings after they only ran 5 to 6 meters out. He couldn't even leave a Zergling behind to test its offensive capabilities. Why is this weapon so powerful? Xian was even shocked by himself. Because the Prometheus 3 flamethrower was a unique weapon belonging to this world, and was disallowed to be brought out, self-destructing when the user left the world. Therefore, Xian was completely unable to view detailed information on its offensive might. But from what he witnessed now, its range of attack and damage capability may very well vastly exceeded the traditional equipment of firebats. But after considering its purchasing difficulty and price, but could only be dealt with effectively against Zerglings, it could only be deemed as an above-average tool. After drawing out another few Zerglings, Xian finally sampled the offensive capability of the Zergling. It actually reached 37 points. Looks like Mojentia was right. This pack of Zerglings probably hosted a metal ore mine near their breeding ground, hence, it explains their increased damage. But to Xian, whose defensive threshold could probably cover over 50 points of damage, these measly 30 points or 37 points similar amounted to only 1 overall point in damage. Chapter 19, Matchless Blaze. Chapter 19, Matchless Blaze. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcázar. All of a sudden, a massive incident occurred at the temporary defense line the humans established. The earth started rumbling. Suddenly a gigantic flaming beetle exploded forth, overturning a heavy siege tank in the process. Although this arachnid wasn't as mighty as that junior-class legendary creature, it was in its optimum condition. Thump thump thump. It swiftly dashed about, relying on its nearly 10-ton body weight. It didn't even have to spit any flames as it brazenly flattened and knocked everyone around. Although it finally met its fate in the end, it managed to release 2 acidic flames before falling, melting 23 people and causing a massive chaotic uproar. This was the worst situation: internal trouble and external aggression. Forget about the human casualties, yet the overturned siege tank translated to an obvious deficiency in firepower. Rallied by their vicious Zergling commanders charging in without restraints, the Zergling tidal wave behind broke out in murderous bloodlusted frenzy. The already crumbling front lines was instantly directly broken through. As the floodgates were opened, several troopers roared out in despair, tossing aside their Gauss rifles as they charged directly into the heart of the Zergling Sea. Looking like they had been drowned inside the Arachnid Sea, suddenly flickers of dazzling azure glow radiated through the gaps, instantly shredding any Zergling within its 6 to 7 meter radius. Even Zerglings 10 meters away were affected and stunned by this earth-shattering effect. Of course, the source of the glow, the troopers were instantly decimated, their corpses dissolving into ashes. Next, that high-level medic suddenly activated a striking ability, causing the Zerglings ahead to suddenly turn confused and mutually slashed at each other. The defense line was temporarily holding on, yet it was only due to the efforts of the troopers exchanging their lives for it. If the Arachnids continued flooding in, then very soon they would break in and engage in widespread slaughter. This critical situation was already imminent. At this moment, Xian realized his former plan had been ruined. If he didn't act fast now, then the entire human fleet would very well be eradicated completely. He roared loudly to the heavens, containing a ferocious insanity, as he tightly pressed the Prometheus 3 flamethrower trigger at full throttle. 2 fiery serpents slithered out swiftly, as long as 30 meters. Then he outrageously charged into the Zergling tsunami as he headed similarly towards the human's defense line. From a bird's eye view, a human the size of a rice. In a flash, penetrating in abruptly like an awl, releasing a courageous and reckless audacious grandeur, deeply penetrating into the boundless arachnid ocean. Xian did his utmost to advance while controlling his flamethrower, dishing out a scorching flaming pillar against the Zerglings. If one were to glance down from up high, it really seemed like a massive current of flesh being directly blocked by a fiery blazing dam cutting through it. Although far away the troopers were engaged in their individual bitter struggles, numerous people managed to notice a fresh red-hot movement from far. Some of the soldiers were even shocked and dumbstruck, before releasing a "whoa, so damned awesome" exclamations. But only Xian knew that in his predicament, charging forward while releasing his wildfire, naturally some of the arachnids will be able to break through and pounced viciously against him. Under such circumstances, Xian's vision was currently massively obstructed. All he could see were flames ahead, and wild berserking blurred Zergling figures sweeping through his sides. But more importantly, although Prometheus 3 flamethrower was said to be able to last 5 minutes, its intended usage was actually pretty similar to a cigarette lighter, triggering here and there and not bluntly pressing down like a machine gun. Using it mildly but constantly could only heat up water for 10 minutes. Yet with its currently excessive and full-blown spitting of flames, this weapon's effect usage duration was reduced to merely 50 seconds. Xian grit his teeth as he continued charging forward. At present, he really was showcasing a one-man show as he severed the terrifying waves of Zerglings. Wherever he passed through, he left a broad 7 to 8 meters deep burnt traces along with smoking Zerglings littering over it. Moreover, the agitated smaller Zerglings had lost their vision of the commanders and wildly clawed against Xian's back. Fortunately, the surface area of a human's back was rather limited, probably only 7 to 8 Zerglings could land a strike onto him at one go. Furthermore, their strength couldn't compare to Xian's, the chances of knocking Xian down was relatively low. In a short 10+ seconds, Xian had managed to charge into the core of the arachnid sea. Behind were immeasurable amounts of tiny Zerglings fanatically pursuing him. Finally, the lucky survivors of marine troopers pressed forward as they finished slaying the Zerglings ahead, but were immediately dumbstruck as they saw Xian, rooted to the ground in a blank distraction. In this instance, Xian roared out fiercely as he activated his stimulant. His already rapidly declining HP suddenly took a sudden dip, but next Xian instantly revolved around. His attack speed had been doubled by the stimulant. Ever since anchoring himself within the sea of Zerglings, his killing efficiency rate had soared astonishingly. After he completed a full rotation, there was finally a shocking empty plot of land around his body. But these fearless crazy Zerglings swiftly reclaimed their ground, and covered the empty land in mere seconds, once again pouncing against Xian. Xian again executed another rotation, at least frying close to 100 more Zerglings, burning out a pathway towards the human's defense line. He then borrowed this precious breathing seconds, releasing the trigger as he made a dash for it. The duration of stimulant had not yet been exhausted, his 50% boost of movement speed was still in effect. To be safe, Xian even quickly and randomly activated his sole equipment, endless spirited vodka. In this manner, Xian's speed was suddenly overwhelmingly greater than the Zerglings, as he boldly escaped from the clutches of the first 2 incoming Zerglings. The opposite excited soldiers roared out with joyous craze, their whistles and cheers went on continuously. Obviously Xian had just committed an unforgettable and unimaginable performance. If not for the cool-headed officers restricting them by the side, they would have already charged forward to receive Xian. When Xian successfully entered the range of the troopers, his health was already left with less than 150 points. Although this wasn't a critical state, the thrill and dangers of diving into the boundless Zergling sea had sapped at his concentration greatly. Because if his flamethrower had suddenly malfunctioned or the fuel unexpectedly consumed before his prediction, then even if Xian had 10 times his maximum health, he would surely be mortally engulfed and eaten alive. Consecutively, the Marines' asterisk had long ago locked onto the vicious Zerglings that were pursuing Xian wildly. They pressed their triggers, as long tongues of flame shot out. Currently, Xian's armor had already been gnawed into a shredded mess, and his body covered with deep or light wounds, blood repeated streamed out. His image portrayed a picture of an impending death. Taking the initiative, the medic head quickly scuffled through the crowd, and waved his arms towards Xian. Xian could feel a cooling yet refreshing sensation reigning over him, as though was bathing in an icy cold spring. His concentration suddenly became clear. Feeling much better, he released a long satisfied exhalation. "TN, sorry for the confusion, I'll follow StarCraft's unit name and call the Trooper/Machine Gunner-NGT, Marines from now." It cannot be said that Xian merely intercepted and stalled the Zergling tide for only 20 seconds. To the human front lines who were in the midst of collapse, it was equivalent to an injection of adrenaline. It allowed them to regroup, reorganize their formation, change their magazines and take cover behind objects. Xian was acting as an individual fighting squad. Once he fled behind the defense lines, he instantly collapsed to the ground and panted heavily. Simultaneously, several humans rushed up to assist him, and professional medics delivered emergency treatments. After resting several minutes, Xian once again slung his Prometheus 3 flamethrower and stomped to the front. Presently, his back was covered and there was nothing to fear. Furthermore, he had the aid of long-range firepower and the refreshing bonus of the medics. Xian rushed in without the slightest restraint as he begun his massacre. With a powerful ally like him attracting the main focus of the arachnids up front, the reclining Marines behind fought on with relative ease. If the Zerglings wanted to break through, it was simply too difficult. Every single meter came at the expense of a huge price. Not long after, one of the faraway Zergling commanders seemed to realize this operation was failing. He gave the command, and the Zergling wave suddenly receded like low tide. Gradually, they faded into the horizon. Only after ensuring that the Zerglings had retreated completely did the humans loosen their concentration. Several humans disregarded the filthy and bloodied floor as they sat and laid on the ground, panting heavily and puffing on a cigarette. Undoubtedly, Xian was everyone's hero. When some of them heard that Xian was an elite soldier dispatched by the homeland planet to assist here, they immediately saw the light, becoming extremely cordial and warm. Although Xian's 2 points of charm were terribly lacking, most Marines exhibited a welcome esteemed guest attitude to him. Naturally, that +1 legend level was also in effect. Although the Zerglings devastated many, it couldn't be compared to the frightening quantity of their deaths. Xian's heroic attempt had reaped him great loots. Fortunately, in these situations, drop loots could be slotted straight into his interspatial area. If not, he really wouldn't have the time to retrieve them. Xian kept 2 dark blue-grade, uncommon carapace with him, while the other random junks he exchanged for close to 3,700 utility points. It could be counted as many little drops make up an ocean. Chapter 20, Huge Advantage. Chapter 20, Huge Advantage, translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. Currently, the trend of the world now must be mentioned. Following the advancement of space navigation technologies and the discoveries of wormholes, the humans' interstellar colonies were currently edged into people's hearts like the beginning of the maritime era, Pirate of the Caribbean era. Many independent regimes of feudal vassals have been established, but of course nominally they still have to rely on their main origins, the homeland planet. Due to the segmentation of individual colonies in the cosmos universe, apart from encountering main formidable external enemies like the arachnid race, they normally do not foster mutual close ties. Just like where Xian came from, the Steel Whip base, it didn't belong to the same colonial power as this Fatal Helmet base. Hence, before validating Xian's identity, the commander remained cold and indifferent for fear of Xian being a rival. But once he declared he was from the homeland, because the homeland had no intentions of getting a slice of this planet, there wasn't any clash of interest between this planet's colonial powers. Thus, they welcomed him warmly. After exchanging formalities, this army fleet indeed belonged to the Fatal Helmet base. Their primary goal was to invite that specialist, Celtic, to their Fatal Helmet base to set up a biogenometrics research center, allowing soldiers with potential to cultivate to become medics, which will substantially reduce the mortal casualty rate in war. Xian's main objective was to seek for medical aid, and was actually able to encounter a genuine medical specialist. Naturally, he straightforwardly requested his help. Very quickly, the unlucky Mogentia and Goblin Jinquang received unique treatment and aid, probably recovering in no time. Since he attained his goal and time was increasingly tight, they declined going to Fatal Helmet base, expressing their regret to the commander. To express his gratitude to Xian, he specially gifted Xian a new suit of an enhanced model, NBC-powered combat armor. He also generously opened up the ammunitions and supplies shuttle for them to freely take. While all this were ongoing, on a rocky hill a few kilometers away, several shadows of figures appeared out. They were wearing a protective camouflaged clothing. Their sleeveless garment was drenched in sweat, obviously camping here for a long time already. The 8 human figures dispersed over the surrounding rocky hills. The place they were residing seemed to be rather inefficient, but was actually the peak vantage point for snipping. The 8 of them maintained their absolute focus, monitoring the specialist, Celtic, never once slacking off. Without any exception, beside all 8 of them was a L115A4 Accuracy International AWM, Arctic Warfare Magnum, a long-range electromagnetic sniper rifle. Such a fearsome electromagnetic sniper rifle was sold by the Holima Accuracy International company for a price that exceeded 300,000 interstellar currency. It carried lockdown capabilities, lethal strike abilities, electromagnetic coverage, bombardier bullets, and several frightening abilities. Within the flames of war, the amounts of superior arachnids who had fallen to this weapon category had exceeded over 4,000. Because of its domineering power and unparalleled precision, even the entire Star Alliance military hailed it as the Surgeon Bald. A military officer dressed in camouflage uniform whispered into his earphones. "Target has been secured, disperse." Under his command, the 8 of them started dismantling their rifle and swiftly left. Their movement mobile and nimble, filled with experience and elite training. Naturally, they should be people who have battled through life and death situations countless times. Obviously they were here to protect that exalted, Celtic specialist. Once he was in grave danger, their military commander would certainly order them to open fire. The lives of anyone else wasn't placed in their eyes. If Sheehan had known beforehand that there were 8 guys cautiously aiming across his head within the war zone, he would certainly feel gloomy in his heart. Concurrently, while accompanying the fleet, within an insignificant-looking armored transport vehicle, several famous researchers were busy at work. Slightly above them on the screen was astonishingly playing the images of their latest battle scenes. The battle had just concluded not too long ago, but the entire process had been captured clearly by the laser drones and conveyed over, giving them instant first-hand feedback. Data of various fist movements and reactions were analyzed by the main computer before summarizing into the researchers' hands. The battle data statistics and analysis is out. A researcher steadied his spectacles as he announced to the rest. The primary targeted weapon is that latest model, Prometheus 3 flamethrower, from the homeland. Currently still in battle experimenting verification phase, yet to begin mass manufacture phase. To be able to retrieve such an equipment now, his status background isn't low. According to the previous effective statistics, this elite warrior named Seaman stayed within the Arachnid Sea for an entire 31 seconds, of which he was assaulted by the Zerglings for over 100 times. But yet he is still able to miraculously escape and survive. Moreover, according to specialist Celtic's primary date personnel La Persia, the metal content within this Seaman soldier is below 5%. It's a negative that he is a cyborg existence. Another white-gowned researcher, who seemed like the men in charge here, started reading another report. Research objective: explosive strength outstanding, adrenaline secretion regular, bidigital O-ring * test feedback degree low, psychological analysis superb, other data excellent, everything is rather similar to our own elite Marines. Currently, the only abnormality lies in his resistive defense capabilities and regeneration capabilities. TN, some medical diagnosis test, you can check Google, it's pretty complicated stuff. Oh. A dignified tone was released from someone who probably carried authority for a long time. According to the analysis feedback, whenever the specimen encounters any form of damage sustained to him, his body would react with a series of instincts. Firstly, his muscles would violently shrink in, his internal organs voluntarily shifting itself, but more peculiar is that the arteries and veins would close by itself. This prevents excessive blood loss, and lessens the pain degree. Such instinctive reactions requires one to go through an extremely rigorous and harsh resistive training to take shape, yet the specimen very naturally achieves it. According to our calculations and computer matrix pattern deductions, even if the specimen gets hit with a bullet, as long as it doesn't latch onto his brain or heart, his life wouldn't be in danger. Apart from that, the specimen's regenerative abilities far outstretched an average person. After sustaining injuries, his internal hemoglobin actually can reproduce to 3 times an average person in a short time, leading to ridiculous intake of oxygen level. In conclusion, the specimen's resistive abilities are extremely astounding, his regenerative strength is similarly terrifying. Apart from that, is there anything else? Mr. Carman. The dignified manly tone sounded a little disappointed. Nothing else. Mr. Carmen's reply was a little unsure. But Chairman, we can ask Madame Amanji, see if she has any discoveries. Very quickly, another researcher, Madame Amanji, rushed over. She was probably around 40 years old, skinny, aquiline nose, her pupils slightly grayish, looking rather astute and experienced. She was also the medic who took the initiative in healing Xian previously. I've heard of the homeland, they mentioned before about a plan for genetically mutated soldiers. The specimen's abnormal regenerative abilities and resistive strength is probably one of those enhanced experimentation with genes of wild beasts. Extracting the hereditary coding from infant animals and combining it with the biogenetics of a human. From a biological perspective, hereditary gene fragments passed down for the later generations are primarily centered around enhanced survivability, and not combative by nature. The direct examples would be the infants of horses and deer being able to gallop and sprint directly after birth. But tigers, lions, wolves, and savage carnivorous wild beasts do not produce infants who can fight directly after they are born. Until here, the female researcher paused. The specimen's hereditary genes should have originated from a section of those genetic DNA fragments. Actually, such research has long been around ever since the ancient Earth era. The primary inspiration for all these originated from a case of an infant being able to survive even in vile and harsh conditions. During 1931 AD of the ancient Earth history, a careless priest went off to do his own things while baptizing an infant. When the infant's mother was alerted and reacted, the poor little guy had remained inside the ice-cold baptism basin for an entire 15 minutes. That time, the Siberian cold wind was wreaking havoc at the area, the temperature was -30 degrees. But the end results, we are all clear of that. That infant grew up healthily and matured greatly to govern the world's greatest country at that time for 8 years. His name was Boris Yeltsin. Yeltsin's rumored stories of a wolf child, or the ape child case, we don't need to explain further. Therefore, the Madame Amanji concluded, the specimen may very well be the latest generation of genetically modified soldiers. Based on our current technologies, to create a genetically modified soldier is possible, but it is hard to solve the problem of energy consumption of activating the body cells substantially. For any average person, to replicate the specimen's powerful regeneration would require an insane consumption of body energy. Not even an hour later of that function activation, the body would exhaust its vitality and die. The dignified voice remained silent now, deeply pondering before shutting his communication screen. Faced with the commander's generosity, Xian bluntly pulled Mojencha along. Although there wasn't a need for Mojencha to change his weapon, but several special bullets could still be great for him, bullet types providing shaking, penetrative, detection, illumination, etc. Xian also found a safe deposit box within the ammunitions and supplies vehicle. The door wasn't locked. Based on the doctrine that a safety deposit box would contain many precious objects, Xian instantly rushed up to examine, wherein he discovered a dozen disc-shaped weapons that most probably were landmines. On it was a warning: sample electromagnetic cloud explosive. Chapter 21, Surrender and Survivors. Chapter 21, Surrender and Survivors. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcácer. Description: sample electromagnetic cloud explosive. This is a newly introduced weapon containing immense killing potential. Currently, for some unknown reason, its launching detonation malfunction rate is high. After launching, it will deal 30 to 80 points of sound wave damage to the surrounding creatures within a 10-meter radius. Damage will be directed towards the arachnid's functionality, destroying its sense of hearing and balancing organs. Hence it will also result in a 10 seconds dizziness debuff for the arachnids. Xian had previously seen this deadly tool when several brave Marines made a desperate suicidal charge, hence it left a deep impression on him. He tried picking one up and instantly felt his hand sinking down. Even though this object was the size of a bowl, it was close to 30 kilograms in mass. Furthermore, its detonating process was complex. No wonder the previous Marines were unable to utilize it as grenades. This object was deadly to others, yet to a 530 health points high Xian, he was completely unafraid of its 80 points of damage. Although its sound waves disregarded the influence of endurance asterisk, it was still affected by resistive defense and translated to only roughly 40 points of damage to Xian. Even 2 to 3 detonated in his face wasn't fatal to him, but it could further produce an additional compelling dizziness AoE debuff effect. People would murder for this, a truly superb item. TN * disregards because endurance only guards against physical damage. Sound waves isn't considered physical according to author. Without hesitation, Sheehan quickly stored everything, not even leaving one behind. But it goes without saying what this action resulted in, the commander's face instantly turning dark as night, obviously regretting deeply the words he offered earlier. He became noticeably cold to Sheehan and gang, and instantly ordered them to leave. Fortunately, that amiable specialist, Celtic, wasn't a person from Fatal Helmet Base. Hence, Sheehan's greedy behavior wasn't related to him at all, remaining as the adoration as the prior battle's savior was still present. After hearing of their departure, he still offered some farewells. Sheehan's goal was to heal the sick. Since its objectives had been met, naturally he wouldn't go over to Fatal Helmet Base if he didn't need to. The commander's order to leave was exactly what they wanted. After their farewells, they boarded the scout craft and once again calibrated their directions, heading for the nearest aircraft crash site on the map. During the journey, in order to avoid various dangerous districts like ionic explosion sites or arachnid-infested regions, they took an entire 6 hours to reach their destination when the direct route to the crash site was only 300 to 400 kilometers. But sadly, after a long time of searching, they didn't find any traces of the transport shuttle landing here. Instead, they only came across some native creatures scavenging for food. Following the logic of security and being neutral, Sheehan and gang didn't disturb those native creatures. They even discovered a species of giant spotted Spanish fly similar to the previous flaming beetle. But this fly was extremely docile, laying inside its own crevice in the shade as it gnawed on its grass and black moss. The slut Jinquang was now glowing with health and vigor, like a crazy old man feeling like a youth. He leapt onto the fly's back carapace as he complacently waved his finger forward, riding it like a car for a few kilometers before descending, as though this savage-looking fly was something that was bred from him. Although it appeared similar to the flaming beetle, nevertheless its temperament differed more than 1,000,000 miles. According to theory, traveling through the night was an extremely risky decision. Because travelers wouldn't have the adequate concentration, and they couldn't see the way clearly ahead and their car could overturn. Fortunately, the contestants' evolved body allowed them to maintain long periods of focus. Moreover, obstacles that could overturn the scout would be rather bulky and easily identifiable. Hence, after discussing, they decided not to pause and directly headed for the next crash site, all the while churning a thick sandstorm behind them, as the scout zoomed as fast as lightning. After sprinting for nearly 100 kilometers, the distance to the next crash landing site was merely 10 kilometers away. Even though they possessed a contestant's body, they had experienced a night of continuous bumps. Their body was somewhat fatigued and their spirits worn out. Hence, they halted their journey to take a break. Both their emotions felt rather imperative. Because 1 hour ago, Sheehan accidentally realized his achievement points had plunged by another 1 point, which indicated that Reef's side had encountered another challenge. Moreover, once their side becomes utterly exterminated and the main lead dies as a result, it was quite likely everyone in this temporary party would be forcefully sent back to the realm. Since the mission failed, Sheehan and Mojentia would instantly lose 6 achievement points and 3 points in their highest basic attribute. Although that setback couldn't compare to them suffering serious injuries, moreover they each had reaped a black grade component already, but if they didn't fulfill this mission, it will still cause them to be rather dejected. After rejuvenating their minds for 10 minutes, the two wore their battle armor and made sure they were combat ready before beginning their search for the transport shuttle. In the end, from a faraway distance, they could roughly make up the rear end of the transport shuttle. The shuttle's abdomen and plowed open a hundreds of meter-long deep gorge within the desert. It was like the desert sustained a bitter scar. Lastly, the shuttle's head had deeply crashed into the rocky hill ahead. Fortunately, it seemed like the emergency landing was a success and it didn't explode in flames. It wasn't even that intense of a collision. Probably the most fatal danger for the passengers would be being drowned by the torrential pouring of sand. But as the gap between the crashed shuttle and them shortened, their faces swiftly turned sullen. Although from afar was a peaceful atmosphere, but a clear battle traces greeted their horrific vision. Thick blood and shattered battle armor, clumps of dried brown blood stains, eerie white bones were abandoned after deemed inedible. Lastly, distinct earth-yellow bomb craters and unique vestiges of the hydralisk's corrosive acid vandalized the entire shuttle's surface. Everything pointed to one thing, that an extremely violent battle had broken out at this crash site. Sheehan, who could be still classified as a battle rookie, undoubtedly Mojentia the veteran, managed to discover more clues. After ensuring that there wasn't any pertaining danger here, he scavenged around aimlessly but with an ultimate aim, occasionally finding cloth fragments underneath rocks, and a pile of bullet shells within the sand. He then, prone to the ground like a dog, sniffing around and even committed the repulsive act of licking the dried blood stains. Finally, he returned with a heavy expression as he advised Xian. They probably suffered an ambush after landing for half an hour. The raid was abrupt and violent, to the extent that they didn't even have time to carry away the supplies left in the shuttle. Even some of their heavily wounded comrades were abandoned inside the shuttle. Xian surveyed the surroundings, nodding his head to acknowledge his inference. He suddenly recalled something. How about the shuttle's pilot? Mojencha lightly shook his head. The shuttle's head had utterly smashed into the hill, likewise the pilot. Even if it avoided the hill, the head would be driven into the desert sand. Only such an action would immediately cause the shuttle to be buried inside the sand. Next, people who managed to flee were only about a dozen. If they were all ordinary soldiers, then very likely they were shredded to pieces by the assaulting arachnids within the hour. Xian sighed deeply and continued. You're able to trace their retreating path, right? Then let's go up and take a look. Mojencha nodded. No problems, but we cannot use our hovercraft anymore. Because the terrain is starting to become complex, we may get ambushed anytime. From the looks of it, our hovercraft can't even sustain one terrifying attack. Moreover, it's easy to overlook tiny threads of clues on board the vehicle. If Xian was alone, naturally he wouldn't be afraid of the arachnid's ambush. But Mojencha was afraid of the extreme terrors of two zerglings simultaneously lounging at him, hence he was naturally more cautious. The two concealed their shuttle underneath the desert sand, and Xian naturally took the lead while holding onto the zergling's natural counter, Prometheus 3 flamethrower. The two of them traversed through the remote environment, following the clear chaotic traces towards the west. Luckily, the sunset didn't carry any sandstorms, if not it would become increasingly difficult to follow the trail. After going around the missing shuttle for a round, Mojencha sighed repeatedly. Xian understood his depression. Because a shocking discovery of a pathway was found within the desert. Yet this small path was forged through various hoofprints trampling and dragging traces. From this image, it seemed that the arachnid race had dispatched an entire fleet to pursue the fleeing survivors. More frightening was the evidence of a hydralisk mixing with this fleet. Mojencha glanced at Xian, stopping his desired words from leaving his mouth. Xian pondered a moment before sincerely offering. I know you wish to advise me to give up. But you haven't considered properly. After we landed, we stayed at Steel Whip Base for a day, and roughly half a day through the journey here. Even if there was an astonishing quantity of arachnids, they would have probably dispersed by now. And the reason why there was such a massive congregation of arachnids, I reckon it's because the emergency landing caused a huge ripple of impact. If the both of us were capable to enticing the entire arachnid nest against us, luring the arachnids from its territory and incubation nest, then I believe the entire arachnid race would have long ago been extinguished. Hence I believe that any form of danger we encounter now, should probably be a scope we can deal with. Chapter 22, The Ambushed Arachnids. Chapter 22, The Ambushed Arachnids. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Mojencha reflected over Xian's words and found reasonable logic within, nodding his head and continued advancing. Actually, one couldn't blame him. Xian was an exceptionally thick-skinned badass who dared to charge recklessly into a deadly sea of arachnids. Mojencha didn't dare to be that reckless. Prudence and cautiousness were his priority. Merely 50 meters later, Mojencha strode towards the lateral side of sand. There was a distinct permeation of brown there. As he pushed away the sand to take a closer look at the brown patch, he shrugged his shoulders. Another died here. His corpse was probably eaten, God bless his soul. Xian nodded his head as he continued forward. Throughout the journey, Mojencha repeatedly managed to locate the fleeing route of the small squad. It was obvious many members willingly stayed behind to fend against the arachnids. Yet they ultimately got ravaged and consumed by the ravenous arachnids. After roughly 1 kilometer later, ahead of them remained the boundless Gobi Desert, yet shockingly, a profound rocky mountain valley so deep its tail could not be seen appeared. This ravine was as broad as 100 meters, dark, eerie, horrific, and between it contained craggy, weird, devilish-like stones. However, places that the sun rays couldn't reach was bound to have vegetation like moss growing. Mojencha gazed at the rift valley, deep with worry in his heart. Arachnids have an exceptionally keen sense of smell. If those fleeing guys wanted to rely on the complicated terrain to throw them off, they would be committing a grave mistake. Xian suddenly furrowed his brows. What's that smell? Isn't that the rotting stench of decomposing flesh? Mojencha also pinched his nose. It's coming from the ravine. Strange, arachnids normally wouldn't waste their food. Xian took big steps towards the ravine. Currently, daylight was already prevalent. He hurriedly headed towards the edge of the ravine, couldn't help covering his nose on the way as his pupils contracted. There was actually an appalling calamitous massacre smacked at the bottom of the ravine, roughly 3 to 4 kilometers away. The massacre wasn't comprised of humans, it was actually hundreds of arachnids. Their corpses seemed to have been left lying around for over 24 hours, naturally starting to decompose due to the high temperature of the Gobi Desert. When the sun came out, the rotting became more rapid. Mojencha's eyes leaked out an astonished expression. He suddenly pointed towards a hydralisk who had its head literally ripped apart, as he loudly exclaimed. Holy shit! That culprit for this ambush was actually another race of arachnids. Human weapons could never cause such a gruesome injury. Xian ignored the awful rotting stench, his eyes seemed to be outlining sketches of the event 2 days ago. The group of blood-soaked courageous soldiers, in their tragic despair they discovered this massive ravine, going all in as they rushed down. From behind, the greedy and savage arachnids frantically chasing. At this very moment, the other hostile group of arachnids was eyeing them, sweeping an ambush from their back. After slaying completely the backlands of slower hydralisks, they continued on annihilating the foot soldier-like zerglings. In that instance, Xian couldn't help recalling the place where they encountered the junior-class legendary creature, Scorching Mouth. Similarly it was an arachnid's internal bloodbath. Looks like the arachnid race were really like the humans, their factions surmounting to great figures. Moreover, the humans' internal conflicts could still be negotiated, yet for arachnids who were conflicting, the only solution was acid, claws and fangs. AK, are we still able to find the route of those fortunate survivors? Xian abruptly blurted out. Mojencha hesitated before offering. Shouldn't be a problem. He put on his helmet to cut off the stench as he stood at the edge and surveyed below. Obviously, the ravine was as deep as 30 meters high, one didn't need to wait for the arachnids to finish him off if he fell without support. Sweeping his gaze around, Mojencha discovered a gentle slope that the survivors probably used. Moreover, they even exploded off several assisting rocks on the way, probably causing a huge amount of pursuing arachnids to fall to their death. The traces they left behind was chaotic, especially the arachnids' pursuing trail was utterly broken off here. The two traversed through the overwhelming hellish stench of battlefield. The corpses here belonged to a species of black arachnids, but their wounds were smaller, perhaps belonging to the party of ambushers. Next, they immediately noticed a trail of footsteps stopping, probably the survivors halting to engage in combat. This was a narrow district within the massive ravine, providing advantageous defense and difficult offense. The arachnids couldn't easily separate themselves here, while the humans could utilize their long-range weapons to carry out concentrated fire within the narrow gaps behind cover. Mojencha glanced at the charred marks along a rock beside an arachnid's corpse. There were probably firebats around in their squad. Look, the position I'm standing on isn't bad, if a firebat hid behind here, Hydralisk's acidic spray wouldn't reach him. They need to go round this corner, but when going round the corner, the hydralisk would instantly suffer concentrated firepower from the front. The two continued forward, advancing within this temporary fort. Scattered needles, stimulant dosage, littered the ground, ammunition shells and blood-soaked bandages, there was even a small ration can. It was a huge mess. But this was a dead end. The tumbling rocks from above had utterly cut off the advancing route. Delight surged across the eyes of Xian and Mojencha. Because in this temporary fort, there were few blood stains, but more critically, zero presence of fragmented or shattered armor. What did this mean? It meant the survivors lived on. The previous scene could now be easily predicted even with their toes, due to the fact that the hydralisk were totally annihilated by the ambushing arachnids behind. The frontline zerglings were taken care of by relying on the superior advantage of that firebat. Hence, they successfully survived. Following that, the surviving remnant naturally had to face off with those ambushers. Presently, Mojencha had discovered several buried arachnid corpses, a sharp black barb tip sprouted from their bodies, and contained black scales. It seemed like that exact arachnid species from those black ones beforehand as well, except their rivals were different now. For some unknown reasons, the black arachnids didn't slaughter the humans, or merely didn't kill them on sight. If not, even if there were no human bodies around, there should still be an abundance of blood stains scattered about. What's this? Xian suddenly pointed towards a diluted green botch on a nearby rock. The sun had yet to rise fully, and the ravine was still casted with shadows. The botch was faintly emitted a fluorescence glow within the darkness, easily identifying it. Mojencha focusedly examined it for a moment, before getting a strand of hair from Xian to dip into it, because Mojencha was bald. After confirming it wasn't poisonous, he touched with his hand. After interacting, he withdrew his finger, as a long mild green sticky thread attached to it. Looks rather viscous, eh? Xian raised his brows before realizing numerous other mild green spots surrounding the rock, filled with glow. Both their knowledge of information didn't shed light on its existence. Without much efforts, Mojencha located the dispersing direction of those black arachnids. But he also worriedly mentioned that the arachnid's core creature, Overmind, could absorb a human's brain and retrieve their memories. If the black arachnids had such an intention and practice, then undoubtedly the survivors would rather be nibbled to death. To their relief, as Xian and Mojencha repeatedly discovered along this trail, the remnant not only weren't killed, they even reached an outstanding degree of freedom, for example several scattered litter as well as bits of cigarette butts. The arachnids definitely weren't creatures who were polite enough to hide their intentions and beastly nature. Hence, even the pessimistic Mojencha had to admit that the chances of the remnant surviving were currently pretty high. After traveling for 2 hours across the ravine, the two followed a narrow ramp returning to surface level. If not for Mojencha's trailing capabilities being absolutely outstanding, they would have gotten lost long ago. As they walked back up the desert, Xian suddenly felt a wave of strange sensation sweeping in. He instantly dived forward, twisting his body around as he executed a blocking action. Behind him in the air, an extremely weird creature was suspended roughly 50 meters above. From far, it appeared like a strange pair. It had brown skin, 4 long legs and 2 spider pedipalp asterisk-like feelers. Between its 4 long limbs was a wide purplish membrane connecting them into a webbing, contracting while the legs moved, yet the joint membrane could rapidly expand into a ventilator releasing repelling force, allowing the creature to easily float in midair. That's the 2 feeler-like things of a spider, you can Google it. As Xian caught sight of the creature, he instantly witnessed its 4 long legs suddenly circulating with a light greenish fluorescent. It swiftly congregated at the twin feelers, before shooting out a lump of fluorescent green mucus at Xian and company. Undoubtedly, this mucus wasn't a welcoming greeting. Both Xian and Mojencha reacted instinctively as they dodged, darting away to different sides. The flight of the mucus wasn't considered fast, allowing them to safely avoid it. But at this moment, both their eyes were widely opened. The lump of mucus was actually dividing in mid-air, from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8. Its splitting interval was even joined by a thread of green mucus. When it reached above Xian and Mojencha, it had astoundingly metamorphosed into a light greenish and glowing gigantic spiderweb, covering the entire heavens as it enshrouded down. Chapter 23, Battle Origins. Chapter 23, Battle Origins. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. You've been struck with a Queen Zerg's special ability, Capture. TN, y'all can Google the arachnid names for clearer pictures if you like. Your movement speed/attack speed declines by 50%. Immediate restoration if you escape from this invisible state. Covered in green mucus, every wrestle of movement felt like an elastic rope was binding them. Even a single step was extremely challenging and required excessive energy. Mojencha clenched his teeth trying to raise his gun to give that beast a taste of his prowess, but instead was stalled by Xian's grip. Because from a high angle by the side, another dozen of malevolent black-headed creepy crawlies had surfaced, acidic fluids brewing violently within their bodies as they portrayed a shooting posture, the thing that gave Xian and Mojencha the greatest headache, Hydralisk. If they wanted to attack us, they would have done so already. Xian calmly instructed. Mojencha nodded slightly. Suddenly, a voice penetrated into their ears, similar to the way their nightmare imprint connected with them. It didn't travel through the air nor transmitted through the ears, but connected with the mental. Upon hearing, it sounded like an aged old female speaking. SZSSS, humans, Ga, halt all your malicious movements, SSZXSSS, if not it'll be hard for me to withhold my children from ripping you to shreds. This ability, isn't this thought transmission? Xian's heart flashed with an inspiration, as he quickly attempted to reply with his nightmare imprint. Who are you? The voice immediately replied. I am the mother of the Blackthorns, Shengong. I am currently using my children to communicate with you. Mojencha was still in disbelief. children. Is your child that freak floating in the air? I don't agree with your words. The mother of the Blackthorns replied. In my eyes, Jenny's skin is brimming with sexuality, her contours are perfectly alluring. Instead, humans are the freaks. Nevertheless, I will maintain my respect to you, although it is easy to tear you apart and devour you anytime. Mojencha unfolded his hands. All right, respectable lady. We have no intentions of being your enemies. Our reason here is not to occupy territories or plunder, but just to search for our comrades, that's all. The mother of the Blackthorns responded with succinct. Follow my children, humans. You will see them soon enough, but don't take my kindness for weakness. In a flurry, Xian and Mojencha were now surrounded by a flock of Hydralisk and Zerglings, as they escorted/monitored towards the side. Gradually, a layer of thick fresh violent substance appeared beneath their feet, just like a carpet. Stepping over it felt like walking over a loose riverbank. Xian's earlier information reports had information on such a substance. Their name was creep, spreading organic matter, able to digest all nutrients and supply essential nourishment for the arachnids, aiding the organs of the arachnids' larvae or drones, to morph into bigger life forms. Under normal circumstances, such organic substances multiplied constantly and were hard to eradicate. To the arachnids, it even provided them extra regenerative capabilities. Apart from that, the appearance of creep signified one thing: this area was colonized by the arachnids as a crucial core zone. Anything that wasn't approved by the arachnids would immediately suffer the full wrath of the viciously enraged arachnids. On their journey here, Xian had noticed numerous densely packed clusters of arachnid life forms, and brown jellyfish-like substance were floating in the air. If one had to describe, it was a nerve-wrecking image of brain system, connected to a tree trunk. According to the reports, this thing was called an overlord, probably another species in the arachnid race. It doesn't possess any offensive capabilities, but acted like a human's factory. It can incubate and provide nourishment resources for the arachnids. To know if an arachnid community was huge, one just needed to observe how many overlords there were. Apart from that, because overlords utilized their perceptive sensing to gauge the environment, it didn't have eyes but could detect every invisible life form within its radius. Xian and Mojencha didn't walk for long within the arachnid nest, but could see from a distant hill depression, several military tents were scattered along its edges. A soldier currently sitting on a dried rock while puffing his cigar noticed Xian, instantly jumping up in surprise. Whoa, friends. Don't tell me you guys are also survivors from the air crash. Even though Mojencha's charm wasn't high, it was still maintained at an acceptable level. Hence, the common interactions was still pretty accessible. Haha, in fact the opposite, private. We have specially come to confirm your conditions and try to bring you guys home. That private laughed loudly. Mate. Honestly, this is the funniest joke I've heard in nearly 48 hours. Mojencha sighed. If I were you, I wouldn't speak like that to your life saviors. Life saviors? That private asked suspiciously. Mojencha fished out that pilot's special harmonica out from his chest. If Lieutenant Colonel Dundee was still alive, then he'll know if my words are true or false. That private immediately asked in amazement. Don't tell me you are that officer that chased away those spore wyverns. That expert who could use a machine cannon to deliver such precise attacks. The black man Mojencha obviously wouldn't express an Easterner modesty. He naturally raised his brows as he brandished his personal golden Alaska and proclaimed loudly. Of course. If not for that cannon's handle having such terribly grip like in 60-year-old Granny's chest, I would have directly splattered those huge buffoons into pieces. The private gazed at Mojencha with adoration. He hastily ran back into the tent. Several minutes later, many soldiers started streaming out of the tent, falling in as two orderly files and bowed their erected bodies in respect. Concurrently they declared loudly. Our gratitude to you. Sergeant. Sergeant is Mojencha's military rank in the realm, and also understood throughout all words. Mojencha replicated their formalities, before a lieutenant colonel with his left arm wrapped in white bandages stood out. His expression stern as he extended his hand towards Mojencha. I am Pebbles Special Forces Captain, Lieutenant Colonel Dundee. Many thanks to your heroic actions and thank you for your courageous act of rescuing us today. But frankly, I really don't wish to see you guys coming here now. Because this situation here, I'm afraid, is a lot worse than what you imagine. Mojencha extended his hand out to shake. "Ho, Lieutenant Colonel Dundee. Before we set off, we already knew it was going to be an excruciatingly challenging journey. Please don't be too worried. How about telling us about the current situation instead?" Lieutenant Colonel Dundee turned his head to glance at the fully equipped Sheehan. "And he is?" Sheehan stood forward, raising his voice. "Special Forces Second Lieutenant, Seaman, at your service." "Sir." "Seaman." Dundee recalled a little, his eyes flickering. "I seem to have heard of others praising your bravery before." This was the advantages of a +1 legend level. Although his charm was low, but with this solid first impression, it naturally made his interactions and engagements much easier. Following that, the lieutenant colonel dejectedly stroked his hands as he paced back and forth, before firming his head in resolution. "All right, then I'll just explain our current situation fully. Firstly, I need to inform you of the reason between the conflicts of the human race and arachnids. It certainly isn't like what those nonsense like conquest, environment, conflicts, survival the politicians debate about, but it's for an ore. A natural resource that is extremely rare even in the entire universe. A crystallite superconductor ore, unobtainium, ED, it's because it's unobtainable, sorry, couldn't help myself." As he spoke, Dundee retrieved a rock that looked like unobtainium. This crystal was silverish blue, its surface brimming with metallic brilliance. But more awe-inspiring was that it could actually float on its own, 2 centimeters from the palm. This is that unobtainium that those stinky brats hail as Pandora. Its performance exceeds all human-made superconductors. Under 15-16 degrees Celsius, China 2761 degrees, temperature, it can maintain its superconductor performance. The superconductor also contains an ultra-powerful anti-magnetism energy, that under 1 billion Gauss, 100,000 Tesla, magnetic field intensity, it can still maintain its superconductor properties. This is 1,000 times more powerful than any earthly material. At present, the economy of the Star Alliance is on the decline. Every kg of raw ore of unobtainium isn't lower than 40 million American dollars. Please note, that's just the raw mineral that hasn't been purified. Mojencha dropped his jaws and replied. "Whoa, Lieutenant Colonel. I'm getting dizzy by those figures. I feel like just hearing that figure can pressure me to death. It's that same blissful suffocating death under the pressure of a big-chested lass." Dundee sighed and continued. "Pandora crystals, refined by the ore, is known as the most perfect energy. What uranium or petroleum, it completely cannot compare. Hence, there are people that traverse through the universe in search of it, and are even willing to pay any price. The Pandora crystal's only flaw is that apart from the humans, many other alien species also desires its stored capabilities. This includes the arachnid race, and also the reason for our relentless war against them. And also the sole reason for the hostile barriers between our different human bases, and the disharmonies between the arachnid colonies." Chapter 24, Brood War. Chapter 24, Brood War. Translated by, Chua. Edited by, T.N. and Alcasar. After listening to Lieutenant Colonel Dundee's explanation, Sheehan and Mojencha finally saw the light. No wonder the entire planet had such a peculiar conflict. Naturally, when humans encountered arachnids, both parties would fight against each other. But without the presence of an alienated race, no matter humans nor arachnids, both were united in appearance but divided at heart. They all had their personal motivations for war, and constantly wrestled internally. Mojencha abruptly interrupted. "Then for every human base, they are all constructed on a Pandora ore mine." Dundee nodded. "Even the arachnid bases are the same." Sheehan suddenly chipped in. "What do the arachnids need these minerals for?" Dundee choked and coughed violently, before speaking. "Only with the aid of the ore's internal energy can they survive and propagate. The Pandora crystal ores are akin to our daily bread and butter, moreover the arachnids' hunted prey can only make up their salads and flavor seasonings." "Whoa. So these arachnids are thinking of using us, salads, to help them search for more bread?" Mojencha interrupted. "No," Lieutenant Colonel Dundee honestly replied. "This empire of blackthorns, arachnids are extremely fortunate. They have already found their own heavenly banquet, and astonishing reserves of Pandora mineral ores. Bluntly speaking, based on the sheer quantity only, it should be at 1/10 of the entire planet reserves, adequate for these arachnids to harvest for another 10 years. When their overmind frantically absorbed the energies to mature and even expanded the entire tribe, a disaster occurred. 3 nearby covetous tribes sensed the impending threat and became green with jealousy. They banded together and launched a coalition against the Blackthorns tribe. Actually, such actions, according to the laws of the jungle, are exceedingly commonplace. The ultimate conclusion of the battle was shocking. The Blackthorns were infiltrated all the way into their core mother nest, with casualties immeasurable. However, by relying on the immense amounts of Pandora crystals for their indomitable regenerative capabilities, and an unending breeding stream of new foot soldiers, they managed to completely crush and laid waste to 2 of the enemy tribes. The 2 opposing tribes' overmind were taken and absorbed by the Blackthorns' overmind. Overmind? Mojentia asked curiously. What's that? Lieutenant Colonel Dundee earnestly replied. That is equivalent of the queen bee or the ant empress. Its capabilities is entirely devoted to controlling the entire arachnid tribe, its development and evolution direction, and possessed an insanely formidable thought capability. Simply putting, it is the brains behind the entire arachnid tribe. The mother of the Blackthorns that guided us here is primarily in charge of breeding and some base functions. Of course, every arachnid tribe will only have 1 overmind. If there is a second, the 2 overminds would wrestle aggressively against each other, and break the entire tribe into 2 factions. Sheehan silently absorbed the information Dundee was pouring into them. He continued listening. After the Blackthorns' overmind had absorbed the enemy overminds, it fell into advanced hibernation due to consumption overload. The final, thick liquid, tribe seized the opportunity and amassed their remaining strength, initiating an all-out skirmish against them. Because the Blackthorn tribe was still in the midst of restoring their defense, the thick liquid tribe managed to successfully infiltrate into the core zone, and kidnapping the hibernating Blackthorn overmind. Hence, the entire tribe became like a dragon without its head, only capable of relying on its system defenses to fend for itself. Author's note: some of you may be unsure of the capabilities of the overmind. Citing an example, the mother of the Blackthorns would be the equivalent of the StarCraft base nest while playing the game StarCraft. Then the overmind would be the equivalent of the human behind the computer, controlling the units in the game. If the player was captured, then the base's self-defensive mechanism would still be in effect. The established patrolling units/offensive commands that the players had set beforehand would still follow according to their latest orders. However, without the player they would become extremely inflexible. For now, the thick liquid tribe would constantly breed out new forces daily to engage in wild assaults against this place, trying to find a weakness to capture and occupy this Pandora crystal or mine. Moreover, the main function of the Mother of Blackthorns is to reproduce and not to dictate the battle. Her mental powers are only adequate enough to mobilize only a third of the new forces for battle, and her tactics would be relatively rigid. Hence, after discovering that we were locked in battle with the thick liquid tribe, she spared us but wished for our help against the thick liquid tribe. Furthermore, once the mother dies, then the thick liquid tribe can very easily control the entire area and buildings. Our deaths would be guaranteed. Wait. Sheehan suddenly interrupted. I have an important question. Where is the overmind of the Blackthorns? I noticed you saying it was kidnapped but not killed. Lieutenant Colonel Dundee was slightly startled. That I don't know, but I can confirm it was taken. At this moment, a throb emerged within everyone's thoughts, followed the voice of the mother of the Blackthorns. Mosey is still alive. After swallowing the 2 overminds, it has successfully attained the basic requirements of evolving to a Dark Iron Lord rank. Even if it doesn't evolve successfully, its power is at least 2 to 3 folds of the thick liquid overmind. An absorption between overminds isn't like what you think, ravaging the physical body, but it is absorbing its level of mental energies. The thick liquid overmind wouldn't kill it, instead it will do its utmost to protect Mosey's body. That weak bug will surely enslave Mosey, and slowly drain its mental force, before using its brainwaves to slowly attempt to absorb the mentally exhausted Mosey. Because the disparity between their mental force is so wide, the entire process will definitely persist for above 120 hours, Sheehan calculated in flash. That means that overmind, Mosey, can still endure for another 2 to 3 days. His thought process started to swiftly churn up. Suddenly, an unexplainable gloomy sound terrorized the entire base. Its sound was like the rumbling of an aeroplane as it ascended into the sky. The 10 over-survivals leapt up in shock, swiftly grabbing their weapons as they started putting on their battle armor, obviously preparing for combat. Even though they hadn't recovered from their injuries, their movements were extremely nimble. Mojentia was a little stunned. What, a battle? Go. Lieutenant Colonel Dundee shouted towards the soldiers as he equipped on his battle armor, as well as his C-14 Impaler Gauss rifle. Lads, you guys take a rest. We will be back after wreaking havoc to those scum arachnids. Mojentia was about to suggest something, but several enormous elite zerglings appeared, and swiftly but fiercely mixed within the bunch of humans as they ferociously charged away. Mojentia didn't even have the time to say anything, he only glanced towards Xian. What should we do now? Xian instantly ordered. Obviously we have to follow, at least Dundee mustn't die at all cost. If we can receive a mission from him, then at least we wouldn't have to worry about being expelled from this world if the other side is exterminated. The pair swiftly raced after the rest. On the way, they witnessed numerous amounts of prune-colored organism structures, or organs. The shortest was as tall as 2 to 3 stories, evil and monstrous, covered with thick arms of veins and arteries at the top. It was secreting various kinds of gooey fluids, emitting growling and hooting sounds. The atmosphere was drenched with a peculiar smell. Within them, the largest core structure was the place where humans hailed as the mother nest. Its exterior was like a majestic and towering flesh hill, as tall as 5 to 6 floors, occupying 1 kilometer. Its surface was covered with ridiculously thick prune-colored veins. Several hundreds of table-sized mauve-colored, 6-legged beetles were excavating a nearby rocky hill, before gathering its stored crystals as they repeatedly traveled to and fro from the mother nest and the hill. The beetles had a unique mouth system. Firstly spraying acidic fluids to dissolve the solid rocks, before using its teeth to chip at the rocks, finally collecting the excavated crystals. Apart from that, amongst the crystal was another resource called vespine gas, a yellow-greenish substance that was also harvested by them. These things were not like the crystals to the arachnids, it wasn't an essential mineral to survive, but was a crucial element for them to morph into advanced units. According to Xian's knowledge, these beetles were the production units of the arachnids known as drones. Their offensive capabilities were weak, but their importance was ranked above all armed units. The surroundings of the mother nest was distributed by 7 to 8 gigantic layers. The layers had roughly the same composition as the mother nest, except for its smaller volume and inferior capabilities. They had only one function, and that was to breed larvae. These things were like the embryos that the mother nest could pour hormones and energy into it, morphing out various kind of military arachnids. After the mother nest is destroyed and with a substantial period of maturing, the layers can be used to replace the mother nest's capabilities. Normally, the mother nest would be able to produce 15 larvae, while the ordinary layer could only produce approximately 5. The intense battle signal was released from a place not far from the mother nest. As the Xian and the rest sprinted to the front, they witnessed incredible amounts of arachnid units idling lifelessly where they stood. They couldn't sense the intense battle that was erupting at most 500 meters away, and evidence of the missing overmind. Chapter 25, 5-Minute Bloodbath. Chapter 25, 5-Minute Bloodbath. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N. and Alcasar. Thump 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 thump. Xian and Mojentia stomped heavily, as the carpet mucus, creep, substances splashed rigorously. Occasionally, the jellyfish-like overlords would descend onto the carpet ground to absorb nutrients. Apart from every structure having to be constructed on this repulsive carpet, the carpet's other important value is to break down and decompose any fallen organic matters, and extract the dissolved nutrients. All in all, the overlord acts like a fruit tree, the Pandora crystals acts as the sunshine provided to it, while the carpet provides its organic substance and minerals. Combining the two, the overlord produces the primary resource needed to breed more arachnids. Hence, an experienced veteran will be able to assess the total force strength of the arachnid tribe through the amount of overlord present in the base. After halting their sprint at a nearby slope, from a distant valley, they could see a magnificent battalion of zerglings and hydralisks marching towards them. The marching zerglings and hydralisk had an obscure green glowing from their body surfaces. With saliva and mucus trickling down, initially one couldn't tell the difference between other zerglings. Yet when comparing to the Blackthorn tribe's zerglings, there was a stark contrast resulting in an easy distinction. In contrast, the Blackthorn defense line was depressingly sparse, evidently the Blackthorn mother's control over their forces was pretty limited, the amount of arachnid units dispatched here was vastly inadequate. Fortunately, its defense structures had their own authority privileges. Amidst the sparse blackthorn arachnids, stood roughly 20 queer and grotesque arachnid structures scattered through the region. These structures were at most half a meter tall and occupied a car-sized area. Razor-sharp tendrils pierced out of their surface. From far it appeared like a blooming, flesh-red demonic flower. Once an enemy approaches within 100 meters, its crimson-long tendrils would swiftly pierce deep into the ground, tunneling through before erupting out from the ground underneath the enemy's feet, cruelly impaling their opponents' bodies. These tendrils were extremely deadly. Under normal circumstances, a zergling could only withstand 2 blows, while the hydralisk only 3 blows. This was the special defensive mechanism structure of the arachnid's hive, named sunken colony. It ravages their opponents with their agile tendrils within their attacking range, and possessed extremely high HP. This defensive line was situated near the exit of the valley. Once the enemy forces charged out of the valley, there wouldn't even be time for them to regroup into their battle formation, before the relentless tendrils started drilling in. There was completely no way of approaching without avoiding the terrifying assaults of the sunken colonies. Gradually, the thick liquid fleet drew closer, as an intense close-quarter combat broke out between both parties. Concealed around the sunken colonies, the blackthorn arachnids sensed their aggressors as they turned berserk, fiercely engaging in their barbaric atrocities. At present, the front lines could be described as a carnage meat grinder. The atmosphere was polluted with a repulsive arachnid fluid stench. Lieutenant Colonel Dundee and gang were frenziedly opening fire. These hand-picked special forces had a combined firepower not inferior at all to the sunken colonies. It was no wonder the mother requested for their help. The assault had persisted for over 10 minutes, reaching its crazed climax. The fallen arachnids over the creep carpet was rapidly being dissolved by it, having its body nutrients absorbed before transferred to the numerous organ structures. Hence, if one's defenses were impregnable, one could maintain their matchless superiority. Still, the Blackthorn's overmind was absent. Masses of troops were still idling around at other regions. Thus, the battle conclusion starting to slant towards the overwhelming size of the thick liquid tribe, that advantage in numbers compressed the Blackthorns to the brink of collapse. Suddenly, under the vicious advances of 3 zerglings, one of the blooming sunken colony reached its critical point, ultimately exploding as blood plasma filled the sky, before splattering everywhere else. Following that in succession, 2 to 3 more sunken colony followed suit as they exploded consecutively. The front lines were devastated as it started to be pushed back. Yet at this moment from afar, a dozen mining drones rapidly scurried over, swiftly digging into the ground and started incubating star. An immensely wide cocoon object was taking shape slowly over the ground. The arachnid form of building/constructing in human context, tightly following that, the mother of Blackthorn's mental transmission rung within the humans' minds. 5 minutes. I just need 5 minutes to rebuild and reinforce the second line of sunken colony defense. Help me earn just 5 minutes. After hearing this, Sheehan received a notification from the Nightmare imprint. You've been roped into a district storyline, Arachnid's power struggle. Arachnid's mother nest, mother of Blackthorns has issued an emergency mission, 5-minute bloodbath. Do you wish to accept? Yes/no. At present, Sheehan had begun experimenting ingeniously. He didn't select no but instead replied. I request for my servant Jean Kwang to receive this mission on my behalf. Undoubtedly, this mission would definitely raise the reputation/impression within the Blackthorn tribe. If Sheehan had directly accepted the mission using his unfortunate 2 points in charm, that would be disastrous. But if that cheap slut Jean Kwang were to do it, then he could utilize his forced 50 points of charm treatment to receive the mission. The disparity between the two was as if groping an A-cup beauty or a D-cup beauty. The Nightmare imprint transmitted a simple reply, your servant must accept this mission within 10 seconds, otherwise default abandonment of mission. According to usual, the timid, scaredy-cat Jean Kwang would want nothing to do with danger at all. He would never appear in this war zone. Yet after days of interactions with him, Sheehan was extremely confident of his weakness. He suddenly cried out in a puzzling tone. I seem to have dropped my money. That wretched old Jean Kwang suddenly popped out from a random crack on a boulder. His eyes twinkling with the $ sign as he yelled. Master, you need my help. AI, where's the money? Sheehan immediately transferred 5 utility points over. Without a doubt, the money-faced Jean Kwang quickly completed the trade. He had 0 delay when dealing with money. Cut the trash, help me accept this mission. If not, then refund the cash to me. Refund. Master. You definitely mustn't say such a taboo word to goblins. Goblin Jinquang flared out with rage. Even if the universe perishes, a refund will never happen. Xian continued hastily. Hurry up and accept this mission, I'll give you another 5 utility points after that. Instantly, Xian received the notification. You've accepted the emergency mission, 5-minute bloodbath. Accepted by Servant Jinquang. Obviously, the mission content was to hold the front lines for 5 minutes. At present, the front line was already crumbling apart, even the Pebble Special Forces members were caught in an awkward predicament of having to fist fight with the enemies. But at this crucial moment, the unique crackling gunfire of the AK resounded out. Mojencha's golden Alaska spat out its glaring blaze. His latest 5 consecutive burst shot had started to exhibit a dazzling, magnificent performance. The first fiery bullet casually jet past the cracks of 3 to 4 zerglings, accurately piercing into the head of an enemy hydralisk. The hydralisk lost its balance as it toppled over. Ongoing nearby, another allied flesh-red tendril drilled out from the ground, impaling through the skull of an enemy zergling and continued mercilessly into the sky. The hydralisk's head was the same as that zergling impaled by the sunken colony's tendril, an instant decisive death. The second and third bullet curved and landed on the granite cracks on the nearby rocky hill. The rocky wall instantly erupted with granite fragments, but triggered a small-scale yet violent landslide. The massive tumbling boulder fragments crushed at least 20 hydralisk at the bottom half of the valley. The impact of the fourth bullet viciously severed through a zergling's claw. Milliseconds before that happened, the claw was 10 centimeters away from ferociously swiping past Lieutenant Colonel Dundee's face. The claw was instantly mutilated, as purplish fluid spurted out. Pa! The claw landed onto a tendril, its incisive claw carving deeply into the flesh. One could imagine how immense the amount of force the claw was carrying previously. The fifth bullet struck against the nearby rocks as well, but ricocheted and precisely found the bunch of incendiary ammunition the Pebble Special Force member had left behind previously. It instantly exploded, at least taking down 3 to 4 zerglings with it. These 5 collective bullets not only slayed its enemies, it rescued someone. One could say that every bullet carried an awe-inspiring significance, brimming with creativity and deadliness, immaculately exploiting the enemy's weaknesses. Xian in turn started triggering his shotgun against the few zerglings charging ahead, repelling them back in successful repetitions. An enemy hydralisk hiding behind retaliated with its acidic fluids. Xian could only roll and take cover behind the rocks. If even droplets of the acid were to reach him, it would have swiftly corroded through the battle armor. Even if Xian claimed to have the thickest skin, he still wouldn't dare taking the lethal acidic jet of the hydralisk head on. That was purely courting his own death. He panted for a moment, bending his back as he sprinted towards Mojencha, earnestly commending. Old Mo, if you continue to hide your true powers, then our mission will definitely be a failure. Mojencha was shuddered with a chill. He sighed and asked, "How did you know?" Xian fumed out with, "If that AK-47 is really your trump card, then you wouldn't have been bragging it as an inelegant-looking, golden ornament, but would instead think of ways to prevent unwanted attention from others. Therefore, you're obviously trying to direct others' attention towards your golden Alaska. But you're neglecting another aspect. We are the only 2 over here. What are you hesitating for? Don't you trust me?" Chapter 26, Retaliation in Steel and Fire. Chapter 26, Retaliation in Steel and Fire. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcácer. Mojencha sincerely replied, "You're correct, I am indeed hiding my true capability. But I reckon even by activating it, we still can't defend against all these crazy arachnids." Xian surveyed through the battlefield again, and replied, "It isn't as bad as you think. The thick liquid tribe is an arrow at the end of its flight. Your view of this endless sea of arachnids is frightening, I'm sure, but they most are clearly small zerglings. Once you can eliminate another 20 hydralisks, then we can link up with the Pebble Special Forces to suppress the remaining hydralisks with firepower. Moreover, my resistance against the zerglings, I think you should have confidence in that. This mission is indeed possible." Mojencha stared intently towards Xian. "Okay." After speaking, he kept his golden Alaska and slowly retrieved out a broken short spear. Suddenly, without any prompting from Mojencha, the short spear suddenly shot out with a dazzling glow. This glow shone with silvery resplendent. This unimpressive-looking short spear, twisted out a scarlet blood flag, flying upwards over the battlefield like an undaunting blaze. Xian's pupils contracted in. The murderous and domineering aura emitting from the short spear was actually above ambition. Even if Xian couldn't see through its origins, he knew it definitely was no common object. Mogensha was kneeling on the ground, murmuring some words to himself. "My comrades, I offer to you my admiration and tribute." The short spear floated into the air, releasing a buzzing trembling sound. "Quick, seek your foe." Mogensha's thick lips was vibrating, as devout and sincere like a voodoo cult disciple. "I have determined the hydralisks ahead are an enemy of steel and fire." The short spear automatically swiveled in mid-air, its pointed top emitting with a glaring brilliance. "Slaughter without pardons." Mogensha roared berserkly. This was his native aboriginal trademark warcry before starting an onslaught or hunting a prey. "Ahli Agwu." "TN, sorry I got no clue what this means, probably some warcry," the short spear jolted out with a thunderous boom, leaving behind a compelling roar. "For Sparta." Xian deeply inhaled in. Is this short spear one of the main weapon belonging to a warrior from the 300 Spartans?" That blinding silver glow dispersed out. One by one, the hydralisk within the thick liquid tribe exploded into meat paste and green fluids. The glow bounced through 5, 10, 15 hydralisk. The short spear was like lightning, zapping through the hydralisk crowd. Yet Xian noticed several elite hydralisks were only heavily wounded by it, and barely survived. He could also tell this short spear with its terrifying lethal assault should only be able to activate once. If not, just based on its sheer destructive potential, if used on a contestant, nobody would be able to endure such a succession of lethal punctures. After slaying 13 hydralisks, Mogensha slumped onto the ground, panting heavily. His expression was incredibly hideous. Xian hurriedly tossed over the endless spirited vodka, yet Mogensha didn't receive it. After a brief paralysis of his body did he regain his mobility and pick up the wine cup to drink. Only then did his face luster regained a little. Xian probed curiously. "Are the consequences of using that weapon so huge?" Mogensha grinned bitterly. To activate its particular ability, it directly exhausts one's entire MP. In addition, 1,000 utility points or 1 potential point. After usage, 5 seconds of paralysis, and also a 20% probability of failure to activate. Fortunately, Lady Luck is shining on us this time. Mogensha looked up Xian with meaningful longing. "TN, sounds gay lol, instead seaman, that ability you're hiding. I wonder when I will be able to witness it." Xian laughed. "Link up with Dundee, get them to pressure the remaining hydralisks. As for my killer move, you'll see it soon enough." After speaking, Xian put on his helmet as he slapped the flamethrower in his hands, aiming ahead as he charged in. Twin fiery dragons soared out with blazing fury, enveloping an entire patch of Zerglings. Lieutenant Colonel Dundee's squad already lost their firebat during their escape. Upon seeing the familiar fire dragon blazing, they really thought their fallen comrade had revived and returned to protect them. This time, with the coordination of his allies, Xian received far lesser pressure when charging in. Hence, he could effectively utilize the flamethrower, regulating the usage of his flamethrower on the left and right, allowing substantial periods to allow the 2 flamethrower pipelines to cool down. Hence, he greatly enhanced the usage duration of the flamethrower. The fiery blaze rolled forth, every scorching outburst directly engulfed at least 5 to 6 Zerglings. Suffering under the immense torture of the blazing flames, they suffered continuous damage as their HP dropped radically. As long as a Zergling was engulfed by the flamethrower flames for 3 seconds, the persistent flaming damages continued to fry them to death. However, their death wasn't instant, managing to endure for 5 to 6 seconds before perishing. Moments before its impending death was the moment it would deliver last-ditch fatal strikes against the flamethrower user. For an ordinary firebat, even with the covering support of his allied forces to suppress the speedy Zerglings, they could at most deal with 20 Zerglings single-handedly. If not, the frenzied retaliation of the dying Zerglings could really cost his life. Furthermore, that theory was based on an advantageous terrain for the firebat. If it was a flat spacious terrain, where the Zerglings are dispersed in all directions, then the situation would be completely perilous. Even 5 to 6 Zerglings could finish him off. But exchange with Xian, a monster who would resist the incessant assaults of the Zerglings, against the sea of Zerglings, he could still be like Zhao Zilong *, slaughtering his way in and leaving in one piece. The Zergling's dying retaliation felt like tickles if it didn't deliver an explosive strike. One could observe the firebat Xian, navigating his way to and fro, weaving left and right within the battlefield. Occasionally, he borrowed the protection of the remnant sunken colonies as breathing space. In no time, he fearlessly attracted the Zerglings, and eliminated a huge portion of the overwhelming majority of Zerglings. Tn*, a powerful general in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. 5 minutes sped by just like that. In a flurry, Xian received a notification. You successfully completed the emergency mission, 5-minute bloodbath. Your goblin servant Jinquang is the representative of this mission. Goblin special ability, Haggling LVL 15, is effective. Tn, just a refresher, Haggling LVL 15 provides a huge chance of receiving preferential treatment similar to one who has a maximum charm level. Your default will be taken as this world's greatest charm value, 50 points, when receiving/completing missions. Your reputation is directly raised from cold to amicable within the Blackthorn tribe. Your achievement points +2 in a flash. Xian was smiling from ear to ear. Alas, I'm finally being treated as a charming man. It was even accomplished with the upper limit of the world's charm. A casual raise from cold to amicable, it leapt across an entire reputation level. Instead, for his partner Mojentia, who similar received 2 achievement points, his reputation only rose from cold to neutral. Tn, refresher for reputation levels. Hostile, cold, neutral, amicable, respected, revered, worshipped. After an overhaul clearance of the remaining Hydralisks, Xian not only completed his mission, but even held the crumbling frontline defense. There were still 2 sunken colony erected miserably over their position, but their wounds were gushing out blood, as though they could fall into critical state any second and resolve into a pool of meat paste. Fortunately, they were also considered a branch of organ of the arachnid nest. After the carpet had decomposed the corpses, absorbing the nutrients and directing it back to heal the wounded organ. Hence, they received quite an impressive regeneration speed. Not only them but the wounded arachnids were the same. However, in this front line, the arachnid creatures that were dispatched by the mother were only left with a measly few, looking outstandingly pathetic. In the midst of the battle, one of the members of the Pebble Special Forces died. He was initially severely wounded before the battle, and during the battle, he suffered the directal wrath of the Hydralisk's acid jet. It corroded through his broken helmet, naturally killing him on the spot. Such a situation happened too quickly. Even Mojentia, who could exhibit clutch rescues during the chaotic battles, was completely unable to rescue him. Until now, these soldiers had already witnessed their comrades falling one after another. Hence, every one of them was rather depressed, as they sat down in the blood puddles and smoked on their cigarettes, wrapping their wounds and injecting antibiotic. Xian located Lieutenant Colonel Dundee. His expression wasn't kind. Lieutenant Colonel, I want to criticize your commands. It has a huge problem. You guys are obviously long-range fire support. Why are you bent on guarding here? The hill range behind is a good firing position, and is elevated by 5 to 6 meters up. If the Hydralisks wanted to target you guys, they would definitely have to first face upwards. If that tactic was used, firstly the wild savage Zerglings must make a huge detour, or break through to reach you. Secondly, when the Hydralisk aims upwards and release fire, its precision would greatly reduce, resulting in your chances of survival increasing leaps and bounds. Lieutenant Colonel Dundee was silent, but his expression terribly ugly. Xian continued, fueling the pain. If your decisions were thought through, then that brave soldier wouldn't have to die for nothing. After listening, Mojentia swept through his surroundings before standing up, further aggravating the situation. What he says isn't wrong. No matter what, this current ground is definitely a killing zone. It is completely not suited for defense. The arachnid's thinking is hard to comprehend, yet it is hard to believe that a military commander that has gone through rigorous training and strategies cultivation to make such an obvious mistake. Chapter 27, A Thread of Hope. Chapter 27, A Thread of Hope, translated by Chua, edited by Tn and Alcasar. After listening to Xian and Mojentia's berating, a private stood out brimming with disappointment. Lieutenant, we do know that this spot isn't suitable for combat. But, the Mother Nest had already commanded us to protect the Zergling spawning pool below. If we really retreated to the place you mentioned, then the spawning pool would be exposed to the enemy's attack. It won't be able to hold up. Once that crucial structure is destroyed, the mother nest wouldn't be able to breed out zerglings from the larvae. Furthermore, she wouldn't be able to spawn out the new sunken colonies. That scenario to us would be the true calamity of calamities. After hearing his explanation, Xian finally understood. By itself, the spawning pools didn't possess any breeding abilities. Its existence was like a male's testicles, specially secreting the zergling hormones, before transmitting it through to the mother nest. Moreover, such a crucial organ structure like the spawning pool would require the special bodily fluids of the overmind to create. Hence to the Blackthorn tribe currently, it was an endangered structure. Once destroyed it cannot be rebuilt. At present, the mother nest can only reproduce out offensive-natured units like the zerglings and hydralisks. For advanced genetic mutated species like the queen zerg, she was unable to mass produce. Moreover, her current mental abilities could control only roughly 300 zerglings, streaming them to the battlefield. However, for the hydralisk, she could only control 100. Once she loses the capabilities to spawn zerglings, it would have been dangerously unimaginable. Her array of defense would be left with 100 hydralisk and the similarly long-range defense structures, the sunken colonies. One could imagine using such a defensive task force against the waves of zerglings and countless hydralisks of the thick liquid tribe. It really could be deemed as what that private said, the calamity of calamities. Without the unending cushion of zerglings, how would they construct new sunken colonies? Even a freak like Xian would eventually be withered away slowly and die. The Prometheus 3 flamethrower had wondrous power and unlimited firepower, but no matter how sparingly it was used, the longest it could persist for was 5 minutes. After that 5 minutes, it requires at least another 5 minutes to refuel itself before being effective again. Once the battle persists for over half an hour, during the cooling down periods of the flamethrower, the sheer overwhelming quantity of the thick liquid tribe would be enough to raise the entire base to the ground. The audience sunk into silence. Looking from their perspective, retreating meant death while staying also meant death. The only difference was dying early or dying later. The audience was coming to terms with this fact. Mojentia suddenly broke the silence with his deep voice. Since most of the Blackthorn tribe's arachnids cannot be mobilized now, why not we secretly sneak away? The Blackthorns still have to settle their internal rebuilding. The troops dispatched against us may not necessarily be enough. Lieutenant Colonel Dundee's eyes flashed brightly. That's right, then you guys can escape. Xian's understood his underlying meaning, immediately asking. How about you guys? Lieutenant Colonel Dundee helplessly shook his head. He started unbuttoning his shirt, revealing a nasty cyan vein underneath. A red oval elliptic tumor grew over it, its surface sickeningly glossy. Do you still remember that hovering queen zerg? That is a special arachnid species. Apart from its special ability, capture, which is close to crippling a person's mobility, it can also nurture tiny parasites and place them onto their enemies. These small parasites provided vision to the queen zerg about everything going on with the inflicted victim. Therefore, we are doomed from escaping. As long as the queen zerg wills, the parasites breeding on us can kill us anytime. This isn't my first thing witnessing this vile plot. Frankly, trying to get rid of it is too difficult. To eradicate it, the best chances would be to kill the inflicted victim. Xian and Mojentia wouldn't give up on Lieutenant Colonel Dundee. Xian glanced at Mojentia, suddenly uttering out. Those sunken colonies delivers an extremely solid defense, why didn't the mother of the Blackthorns build more of it? As his words faded, suddenly the metal transmissions of the Blackthorn mother rung in. My current mode is only an I-class, primary base expansion. Although the creep carpet covers a relatively large area, it has already reached the limits of nutrients it can extract. Hence, it is impossible to support spawning more organ constructions. Currently, building 21 sunken colonies is already the extreme limit. Aside from that, Mr. Dundee, I don't deny that they're parasites leeching off your body. However, once you fulfill the agreement between us, not only will it cause you no harm, it can also eliminate the cancer in your body. Isn't that right? Dundee inhaled deeply but didn't deny it. After a brief pause, he turned to Xian and helplessly replied. You should already know the current perilous state, it's not too late for you guys to leave. Those damnable bugs have ceased battle for today but they'll be back tomorrow, you have enough time now to leave. Remember that specially made harmonica by Jeter, the pilot? Although it seems old and obsolete, it is actually a secret signal device. It can signal a hovercraft to pick you up, but remember you have to distance yourselves 30 kilometers before activating it. If not, Jeter won't be able to bypass the bombards of the anti-aerial spore cannons and land safely. One more thing, please pass on a message to Jeter for my family. Vanessa, I love you, forever. Simultaneously, Sheehan and Mojentia received the notification. You've obtained Lieutenant Colonel Dundee's emergency mission, verbal message. Mission objective, escape the Blackthorn's base, pass on his last words to his family after returning. Do you wish to accept this mission? Yes/no. Once rejected, unable to receive it again. Clearly this mission should be a compensation in case of failing the main mission. Low difficulty and relatively high rewards. After this mission is completed, Sheehan and co. would be able to mend a portion of their lost achievement points if the main mission failed. Even the penalty of that basic attribute points may vary will be compensated within the rewards. Mojentia was about to accept, but instead he noticed Sheehan deliberating, as though he had no intentions of accepting the mission. His heart surged with anxiousness. Seaman. Don't for the sake of gaining a little you lose everything. It's a lost cause over here, it's impossible to attain victory even if we stay. The Think Liquid tribe is becoming more and more daring. So what if you can resist Zerglings? Once that tribe sends out 20, no, even 10 Hydralisk against you, you'll be obliterated. Sheehan's eyes was locked in conflict, he hadn't uttered a single word. Slowly, he suggested. I still feel that even though staying behind is particularly challenging, there's still a chance for a turnaround. Mojentia frowned in urgency. Such a despairing situation, how could there be a turnaround? Sheehan then earnestly asked Lieutenant Colonel Dundee. Sir, I don't wish to give up, can I have some time to gather information? Anyway, the Thick Liquid tribe still has to replenish their forces before attacking tomorrow. Lieutenant Colonel Dundee nodded. All right, by midnight tonight, you can still find me for my pocket watch. But after that time, then it would be too dangerous outside already. Mojentia finally heaved a sigh of relief. There was still roughly 7 to 8 hours before midnight, it should be adequate time to lay some groundworks. Sheehan proceeding towards the soldiers, assisting them to wrap up their wounds and even allowing them to drink his endless spirited vodka, for the heavily wounded, which effectively eased their pain. Under such circumstances, whatever Sheehan inquired of naturally came easier and smoother. After obtaining first-hand information from the humans, Sheehan started to scribble on the ground with a twig, frowning profoundly as he did so. Unknown what he was planning, but after a while he massaged his temples and finally sighed exhaustively. Suddenly, he called out. Mother of the Blackthorns. I want any information that you have currently. Especially on the Thick Liquid tribe, the more the better. Her transmission swiftly radiated into Sheehan. We have previously captured several Thick Liquid tribe members, hence we do have a pretty detailed information. Yet your scope of authority is inadequate, similarly your reputation, you do not have the rights to his information. Sheehan continued. Let your Queen Zerg infect me with parasite. That way you can pass on the information right. The mother of the Blackthorns hesitated a moment. The Queen Zerg has feedbacked, she is unable to infect you and your comrade. Sheehan impatiently pleaded. Then hurry up and share the information with me, if not I'll immediately leave with my friend. I have no interest in accompanying you to your death. You've seen already, without us holding off those vicious Zerglings, I'm afraid the entire Thick Liquid tribe will wreck your entire spawning pool. Next, your entire base will be ravaged and torn into shreds by those crazy beasts. The mother of Blackthorn sank into deep thought for a while. Fine, there's a mysteriously grand aura, legend level +1, emitting from you. I don't understand how a human actually possess such intimidation, even your body resistance and strength can be compared to those ultimate ultralisk arachnids. But you must remember, if you dare to commit atrocities against us, Lieutenant Colonel Dundee and the rest will perish. TN*, you can look that up on Google. It's a heavy assault beast for the Zergs, Sheehan snorted as he started to read carefully the detailed report the mother of the Blackthorns transmitted over to him. After reading, his eyes seemed to have been set ablaze by divine fire. Not far away, Mojentia could hear a muffled exclamation. It seems, this affair is well worth doing. Chapter 28, Ploy. Chapter 28, Ploy translated by, Chua, edited by, TN and Alcasar. The next morning, Blackthorn tribe base. An unparalleled tragedy, innumerable mutilations and dismembered chunks flooded this tiny valley before quickly disintegrating. An awful dense odor, an intense suffocation polluted the air. Distinctly seen, to construct more sunken colonies, the mother had even forsaken a huge portion of the tribe's base organs, supplying nutrients towards the surrounding newly constructed 50 terrorizing sunken colonies. On the contrary, at least 5 layers as well as organ structures had withered away due to insufficient nourishment in the Black tribe base. What was more depressing was that the spawning pool had been directly focused by the thick liquid tribe onslaught. Undoubtedly, the enemy's overmind had discovered that fatal flaw, commanding today's assault objective towards the spawning pool all without restraint. At this critical juncture, the Blackthorn arachnid reinforcements were late with keeping up. Hence, when the thick liquid tribe was still left with 3 Zerglings and 5 Hydralisk, with their final efforts, the spawning pool had finally been damaged to its critical point. Boom. It exploded into a snowfall of blood flakes, utterly dispersing into the atmosphere. The thick liquid battle objectives have ultimately succeeded. Even if their remaining forces couldn't even survive the next 2 minutes, and were totally shredded into meat slices by the sunken colonies. But no doubt, the Blackthorn tribe would be unable to produce any more Zerglings in the future. They were unable to construct any more sunken colonies. The long-awaited victory for the thick liquid tribe would finally conclude with its next full-force campaign. The thick liquid tribe will never have a chance of returning. After wiping his sweat and blood, Sheehan delivered his resolute and decisive words to everyone. Mother Nest, according to our plans, every time you assemble a squad, 12 units, of Hydralisks, then immediately order them to begin assaulting the thick liquid tribe. The mother of the Blackthorns transmitted mentally. You re-sending them to their deaths. Sheehan gently replied. That's correct, we want to send them to die. Following the original plan, after your 4th wave of Hydralisk squad, we'll set off. At present, even if there are only 2 layers left, but because of the abundant reserves of unobtainium, within an hour the mother of the Blackthorns followed Sheehan's request and dispatched the 4th wave of Hydralisk. Sheehan finally stood up, looking calmly at Mojentia. It is time for us to set out. Success or failure depends on now. Mojentia sighed heavily. Even though I feel your plan is a possibility, I still think it's absolutely insane. Once there are any deviations from your deductions, then we'll all die tragically and without a proper burial site. Mojentia humbly smiled. I have 80% confidence in this. After speaking, he shook his head as if haven't fully expressed himself. Adding on a little. At least. After finishing, Sheehan shouted out loudly. Blackthorn mother. Send your children over. Very quickly, a dark brown jellyfish-like overlord drifted over. They had seen this thing numerous times. It could fly but didn't possess any offensive capabilities. It could supply nutrients to other arachnid creatures, and can detect invisible units. Yet this dark brown overlord was indeed a rarely seen genetic alteration. It was called Shinshu. Not only was its volume increasingly massive, it had 2 additional abilities over the other overlords. Firstly, was its faster flying speeds. Next was like the transport shuttles of the humans. It could pick humans up with its tendrils, and shuttle them around at rapid speed. Shinshu's strength was immense, probably being able to lift 2 heavy siege tanks of the humans. But there was limit to its capacity space. At most it could store 8 Zerglings. Translated that to humans, it could carry 6 humans. Amongst the 6, Sheehan and Mojentia obviously made up 2. Even though Dundee wanted part of the intense action, Sheehan calculated the risk of this skirmish and came up with the excuse that the main base required an in-charge. They selected 2 members from the remaining soldiers, an expert in grenades and explosives, Adam Savaska, and another called Baiz, a heavy firepower expert. The last 2 passengers were 2 elite Zerglings. These 2 elite Zerglings were survivors from the latest intense blood war, slowly maturing to their current state. Their basic attack was 2 folds of an average Zergling, and possessed 300 HP. Exceptionally savage. As they rode on Shinshu and floated up, the previously kidnapper of Sheehan and company, the Queen Zerg Jenny, also quietly tailed them from behind, until they got to their destined location. Within a 100-kilometer radius, there wasn't a single arachnid tribe that had a mother nest capable of advancing into a 2-class base. Therefore, this mini-aerial squad only had to avoid the long-range aggressing Hydralisk on the ground. There was 0 possibility of a single threat in midair. Shinshu's flying speed was speedy, they hid within the enormous Overlord umbrella shade, but was still able to feel the chilly wind cutting in. Because the arachnids sensed their opponents through smell and heat, vision was not significant. Hence, the secret operation was conducted during daytime. Everyone, humans or Zerglings or the Overlord, similarly smeared the body fluids of the dead thick liquid tribe creatures over themselves. Even if this method may not be effective, according to Xian's plans, even an extra meter they could infiltrate in would be worth it. Because in those crucial moments, a meter or even half a meter can mean life or death. Not even 20 minutes of flight later, ahead of them was the primary base of the thick liquid tribe. Xian communicated through the Queen Zerg Jenny to guide Shinshu, directing it to hide within the back of a mountain peak, before starting to carefully inspect the situation. Due to the thick liquid tribe not having suffered a single aerial assault before, the precious overlords were all condensed and focused on supplying nutrients for production, instead of scattering about to conduct surveillance on the base surroundings. Of course, within the roads and paths of the thick liquid tribe, there were densely packed as well as scattered Zerglings strolling about. There was absolutely no chance of sneaking into the base from the ground. Indeed, Xian had identified and was planning to exploit the thick liquid tribe's weakness of their negligent aerial surveillance. Thus he was able to devise this small-scale elite infiltration plan. Mojencha gazed down from above, breathing in the chilly air as he glanced at Xian's expression with deep wonder. The two other Pebble Special Force members had a similar expression on their faces. Because the entire scene they were viewing currently was completely identical to what Xian described several hours ago. Hydralisks were few in numbers, but Zerglings flooded the streets. More importantly, beside the mother nest was only a single sunken colony. Xian shrugged his shoulders. Don't look at me like that. Although this scenario seems rather irregular to view, the conditions before could easily deduce such a scenario. Mojencha shook his head. I don't believe you. You definitely possess some sort of powerful long-range investigation ability. Xian laughed. Since you don't believe me, then how about I ask you some questions? Mojencha replied. Go ahead. Xian continued. Through the statistics of the thick liquid tribe's previous 2 days of assault, are we able to obtain the rough size of their attacking fleet? Mojencha nodded. That is a basic quality of every Solidar. Xian continued. How many units the thick liquid tribe produce in the day itself, they will dispatch it out for battle. This is confirmed after nearly 3 days of consecutive battle. Hence, we can infer the daily military output of the thick liquid tribe from the quantity of their attacking fleet. This is pretty simple, right? Mojencha nodded. That's correct. Xian continued. There are only 2 factors restricting the arachnid output. First is the unobtainium quantity, and the second the quantity of produced larvae. Through the Blackthorn Mother's report, the thick liquid tribe only occupies a middle-sized unobtainium mine. Its mother nest hasn't reached the 2-class base yet, hence the drones collecting the amount of unobtainium ore should have reached a saturation state. Hence, under such a saturated state of collecting that resource, we just need to solve a very simple math problem. How many larvae do the thick liquid tribe incubate and convert daily into fighting troops, combined with the rate of larva spawning of the layers in the Blackthorn tribe, we can calculate roughly how many layers do the thick liquid tribe possess. Mojencha was finally starting to figure out something. Xian then sketched out in light shades as he spoke. We already know, there is a limitation and balance between the amount of offensive organs as well as the reproduction organs of a I-class mother nest. If not, the Blackthorn tribe could have easily constructed an impressive array of sunken colonies to surround and protect their base. From that deduction, since we can obtain the relative amount of layers the thick liquid tribe possess to spawn their larvae, naturally we can predict the amount of sunken colonies in the base. Regarding why the thick liquid tribe are frantically trying to spawn out Zerglings, the reason is fairly simple. Xian curved his lips as he shrugged his shoulders. I wanted them to do so, that is why they did so. Mojencha's face contained no expression, yet the nearby Special Forces soldiers exposed a disbelieving expression. Even the distant Queen Zerg Jenny transmitted an aggressive and hostile mental transmission. No one is able to hypnotize or disrupt an overmind. Even the weakest overmind contains a needle power far greater than what you humans can think of. Chapter 29, Spore Slaughter. Chapter 29, Spore Slaughter. Translated by Chua. Edited by Tn and Alcasser. Faced with both humans and arachnids questioning, Xian basked in the attention as he laughed and complied to their questions. If I intend for you to clutch your nose, the most effective way isn't to drag your hand to your nose but to directly punch your nose. Similarly, to lure the thick liquid tribes over mind to do my bidding, it definitely isn't by forcefully hypnotizing it. Until here, Mojencha's face suddenly leaked out an astonished but enlightened expression. I understand now, just now when the spawning pool was destroyed. In actual fact, that was a ploy between you and the Blackthorn's mother. Xian lowered his voice. That's correct. Spawning a hydralisk consumes the amount of crystal needed to spawn 3 zerglings, and this doesn't include the added expenditure of Vespene gas. I believe everyone here knows, under normal circumstances, 2 zerglings are enough to slay off a hydralisk. Such a shallow logic is definitely clear to the thick liquid tribe's overmind. Therefore, under the pretext that the Blackthorns can only spawn out hydralisk, an entire army of zerglings would be hitting the nail on the head. Right here, Xian paused for a moment, letting them absorb in. We need to first consider, after our spawning pool was destroyed, the thick liquid overmind would have already deemed the Blackthorn tribe settled in the pocket for its future plans. Absorbing the Blackthorn overmind, Mosey, would also have been inevitable. Following that, the next thing it will consider is how to evolve or advance itself, and how to evolve the entire mother nest. Then, it is only proper that it would do its utmost to conserve and build its resources to upgrade the mother nest to 2 class. Thus, with these 2 factors in mind, without reasonable doubts, there isn't any need for hypnotism, forceful control, enticing, but we just needed to construct massive amounts of sunken colonies to ensure the safety of the Blackthorn mother. Then one last tiny matter, inexplicably giving up on the spawning pool. Naturally, the thick liquid overmind would be delighted to follow according to our plans. You see, this train of logic is extremely simple, right? Nobody answered Xian, because they, including the Queen Zerg, was speechless. Xian's words were extremely clear to understand, it wasn't at all complicated, yet he was able to establish the link between these tiny clues and traces together. This definitely requires critical forward thinking as well as extensive imagination. Xian was obviously pleased with his audience's shell-shocked reaction. He raised his voice as he built on his momentum. Hey Queen Jenny. Previously, through the information shared to us from the mother nest, it didn't mention what will happen to a tribe after all the Pandora crystals have been harvested dry. Don't tell me it's starving to death. Queen Zerg Jenny feedbacked a transmission over. Of course not. Before the mine is harvested dry, we will continue to explore the planet for other sources of Pandora crystals, and then establish a base there. Then after the mine is harvested dry, the subsidiary base will become the main base. Oh. Xian seemed to be ignited with interest. Then what if the new ore is too far away? The Queen Zerg Jenny explained. After the Overmind and Mother upgrades to 2 class, the Overmind can command the Overlords to load up those mobile troops. Every organ structure will shrink and become a dehydrated giant embryo and be transported away by the Overlords. Lastly, the Mother will evolve into a powerful hyperdrone and be transported away. After arriving at the destination, the hyperdrone Mother Nest will directly transform back into the 2 class, or higher, Mother Nest, and occupy the new crystal mine, before expanding out the creep carpets, as the Overlord plants the embryo organ structures back onto the carpet. The entire process would require only 1 hour. As for the arachnids like us, only when spawning do we require the Pandora crystals and Vespene gas. After spawning, we will rely on the Overlord to absorb nutrients from the carpet and pump it to us for survival. As for the Overlord synthesizing our minerals/nutrients, the amount of consumption of Pandora crystal energy is almost negligible. After the Queen Zerg had answered Xian's question, the entire space within the Overlord fell into complete silence. After a brief moment, the heavy firepower expert, Baez, hummed out unconfidently. Lieutenant, how long do we have to wait in this damned meatball? Do you know why I allowed the Mother Nest to dispatch an unending stream of Hydralisk to die? That is because I want these thick liquid tribe arachnids to become familiar with the unceasing calls for battle. I want this to become a habit within their state of mind, so they will turn numb soon after. Then when the real danger arrives, their reactions may very well turn sluggish for an additional 1 or 2 seconds. Xian gazed into the horizon. Now, the time is ripe. When the next wave of Hydralisk reaches, that will be infiltration opportunity. Everyone, immediately smear on the body fluids gathered from the thick liquid tribe. The mother of the Blackthorns faithfully executed her side of the arrangement, sending a squad of Hydralisks for a suicidal mission every 15 minutes. Her control of 12 hydralisk was rather smooth with more room to spare, doing their utmost to spray left and right, causing a huge commotion as she attempted to dwindle the enemy forces. Because the mother of the Blackthorns knew this was the final chance for life or death, her performance was incredibly patient and composed. Initially, the thick liquid tribe's overmind concentrated its efforts to counter her every move, directing his army to retreat and advance to minimize casualties. But after repetitive skirmishes, it no longer wasted its time on such cowshit matters, bluntly sending a swarm of zerglings to forcefully overpower those intervals of tickles. Although the resulting casualties were more, but victory was swifter. This was like a millionaire not bothering or starting an argument with a toilet auntie over the 10-cent entry fee. Once again from the distant desert horizon, the figures of the Blackthorn hydralisks slithered their way in. Another batch of suicidal hydralisk was here to harass them again, or the misleading cannon fodder hydralisk had arrived to confuse their enemies. After the jetted to death 2-sentry zerglings, a flock of an entire 3 squadrons of zerglings were shuttling towards them. Their merciless aggressive onslaught carried a pressurizing ferocity. The thick liquid tribe had at least respawned hundreds of zerglings so far, this in addition to its previous stay-back security force, yet the occupied area of this tribe was still exceedingly tremendous. Just solely those massive lairs used to breed out larvae, numbered close to 13. The occupied area for these lair organs were equivalent to a huge building. With such a distribution, the defensive forces were naturally sparse and unremarkable. At this moment, an enormous overlord circled one round before floating towards the thick liquid's mother nest. Under normal circumstances, the overmind would be residing in the undermost layer of the mother nest. That was also the accumulated reserves of the Pandora crystals. The overmind could exploit its formidable mental energy to directly harness the energies within. According to convention, if it wanted to imprison the Blackthorn overmind, most likely Mosey would be locked up within that strictest secured perimeter. Throughout the course of the Overlord's journey, it startled several patrolling zerglings and hydralisks. Instead, after a series of careless sniffing, they returned to their patrolling without a thread of concern. Regrettably, such luck only persisted until 50 meters away from the mother nest. In any arachnid tribe, the 50-meter radius of the mother nest is considered as the forbidden zone. Only the overmind and its special elite guards could entree, any others would never be permitted to approach it, even an accident would be slaughtered without considerations. Although there was only one sunken colony here, its position was terribly strategic as any creature intending to approach the mother nest would instantly suffer from its wrath. Even though it was unable to attack the aerial overlord, an elite hydralisk by its side had begun swelling up its cheeks as it aimed towards the sky, releasing out that scorching green acidic jet. Concurrently at the mother nest's only entrance, weird starch serum was shockingly ejaculated out. Rumble rumble, 20 vile-looking tremendous zerglings burrowed out from the ground, shaking their bodies as their tails swayed threateningly. Bearing their razor-sharp fangs, they raced towards Overlord Shinshu as they snarled thunderously at it. These 20 elite zerglings were the products of genetic mutation, be it offensive or health points, they were not in the least inferior to the 2 zerglings on Xian's side. Suddenly dispersing out, as they dashed towards the mother's nest bottom entrance, tightly sealing it off. Consecutively, every zergling in the entire base started to turn berserk, as they sprinted towards the mother nest to assemble. It was obvious the thick liquid's overmind had sensed the enemy. Its rage was spilling over, desiring for its underlings to tear these bastards who dared to covet after its life. Then, personally draining their brain juice. Even though the incoming acid from the elite hydralisk was several folds deadlier than the average hydralisk, one mustn't forget, Shinshu was similarly a mutated elite overlord. Its flight speed had been raised exorbitantly, it had only one goal, safely delivering its passengers towards the entrance of the enemy's mother nest. As for dealing with those 20 elite zerglings coupled with that sunken colony, it wasn't for Shinshu to wreck its nodules, its brains, about. Just a measly 50 meters, actually felt like a bitter long stretch of 5 kilometers. If not for Xian's earlier ploy succeeding, and directly caused the entire thick liquid base to be devoid of newly spawned hydralisks, even an elite overlord like Shinshu would have been shot down 100 times by now. On the contrary, the fate of that elite hydralisk was more pitiful. After it released 2 jets of greenish dark acid, a lump of darkness whizzed in from afar, indeed it was that elite queen zerg, Jenny. Her abdomen contracted, consecutively shooting out a rapid lump of darkness, spanning hundreds of meters in a second, as it pierced straight against the elite hydralisk. The elite hydralisk stood rooted, but in mere seconds, its body was rotted to the core. From it, 2 gigantic 6-foot bugs crawled out. The twin bugs were far more sinister looking than ordinary Zerglings. Yet their movement speed was slightly inferior. Chapter 30, Formidable Overmind. Chapter 30, Formidable Overmind. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasser. Such a horrific ability that could rapidly dispatch that elite Hydralisk. That was the Queen Zerg's special ability, Broodling Spawn. Despite the fact the Queen Zerg didn't possess offensive abilities, it was the only creature that could instantly demand death by injecting a tiny fission spore into the enemy. That spore will then mature and grow within its target, and it could even penetrate thick armor and pierce into the enemy's internal organs. These spores treats the sacrificial victim as fertilizer. In a mere seconds, it would nurture into a pair of parasite. Once the parasites erupts out from the sacrificial victim, even an overlord would be instantly killed. Naturally, that ability cannot be used frequently. Even a rare elite like Jenny can at most release it twice before triggering a half-an-hour cooldown period. It cannot be used against organ structures, and also contestants like Xian were the other exemption to these spore parasites. Obviously, they would be exempted from such an OP instant kill ability. At this moment, the thick liquid Overmind was experiencing the huge deficiency in aerial defense, quickly ordering the larvas in the base to begin breeding into Hydralisks. Sadly, a distant lake cannot solve a dire thirst. The spawning time for the Hydralisk would require another 10 minutes. At this point in time, Shenxiu was already hovering above the entrance of the mother nest. The fully equipped, optimum conditioned Xian leapt down without hesitation, taking the lead as he fell towards the 20 elite Zerglings. Once Xian landed, he would have to face the fury swipes of at least 7 to 8 elite Zerglings, and even suffer the onslaught of the sunken colony. The degree of damage of the elite Zerglings and the sunken colony definitely cannot be compared to those ordinary Zerglings. No matter how tough Xian was, he definitely wouldn't last through 10 seconds. But firmly lodged between his hands was shockingly not that Prometheus 3 flamethrower, but a deep dark plate-like object. Electromagnetic cloud bomb. A dazzling blue radiance flashed out, piercing everyone's retina. The 20 elite Zerglings, upon sensing Xian's leap, fanatically swarmed towards his impending landing. Instead, they ate the 80-point soundwave damage of the sample electromagnetic cloud bomb directly to their face. Their hearing was devastatingly impaired, obviously rendered crippled by the 10-second stun debuff. What was worth mentioning was that Xian had never anticipated that his ride, Overlord Shenxiu, would also be affected by the cloud explosion. Fortunately, being a rare elite without offensive capabilities, its defense, HP, and resistance towards abnormal effects was extremely outstanding. Hence, he even managed to resist the stunning effect. If not, it would have really resulted in an unforeseen disaster. Thus, at this moment, Xian only needed to withstand the onslaught of the sunken colony. The offensive might of the sunken colony was pretty impressive, but to Xian it was still within an acceptable range. But 2 seconds later, Shenxiu's other passengers descended as well. Because they were cooped up within Shenxiu and unable to attack, after landing they immediately announced their arrival with guns blazing. Of course, they kept the objective in mind as they swiftly charged into the bottom entrance of the mother nest. After roughly 10 seconds later, Xian once again performed a suicidal charge towards the elite Zerglings, detonating another electromagnetic cloud bomb. Presently, he had self-inflicted explosions against him twice, while constantly tanking the incessant onslaught of the sunken colony. His HP was starting to turn critical. Fortunately, he swiftly dove into a passageway ahead of him, escaping from the vision of the sunken colony, finally freed from the tendril barrages. Every mother nest's body composition was virtually the same. It was the same logic as the same human organ would be similar across different humans. Before he attempted his mission, he had long ago familiarized and practiced within the Blackthorn's mother nest. Hence, at this moment, it was like a walk in the park. On their way, the explosive expert, Adam Savaska, laid out defenses as he installed his terrorizing explosives one by one. Even though this was the interior of the mother nest body, and releasing a wide-scale explosion effect was impossible, its effects would still be incredibly disruptive. The route to the deepest depths of the mother nest was seemingly endless, laced with numerous pinkish heart valve-like objects. They were terribly obstructive, tightly knitted together, forming door-like hindrances. These valves were extremely resilient, even with the desperate clawing of the elite Zerglings and additional crazed bombarding of firepower by Baes, they only managed to tear open a minute gap. If they weren't well informed, then these damned valves would have wasted a huge deal of their time. Luckily to save the Overmind, the Blackthorn mother had forsaken her pride, as she regurgitated every single mystery regarding the mother nest to Sheehan. Therefore, to confront this stumbling block, Sheehan rushed up but didn't attack the valve. Instead, he heavily smashed a punch onto the besiding flesh-soft wall. Sheehan's current strength wasn't poor. In addition to his gene mixture, he at least had the brute strength of 2 to 3 matured wrestlers. With his fist smashing deeply into the soft wall, at the minimum it would sink in 20 to 30 centimeters deep. That valve suddenly vibrated violently, instantly withering away like a dehydrated plant. The crowd pushed through, but after Sheehan's punch lifted off, that valve once again swelled up healthily. The boom of repeated explosions resonated into their ears. Naturally, that was the sounds of Adam's explosive being triggered by the pursuing arachnids. Ahead of them, they could already see the unique sparkle of the Pandora crystals, prompting Sheehan and gang to quicken their pace. They suddenly rushed out from this narrow vein-like channel, their eyes twinkling with panoramic brilliance. They had finally reached the deepest hall of the mother nest. Apart from the 2 elite Zerglings, when the others witnessed such a scene, they were instantly shocked. This scenery vaguely resembled the nightmare realm, flesh-red walls and faint dazzling sparkles. The only difference was the massive grape-shaped vasculars along the walls, incessantly channeling multicolored nutrients and minerals upwards towards the breeding rooms. On the west side of this massive hall was an array or organized heaps of crystals. A drone was continuously shifting the crystals into a nearby digestion pool. That digestion pool was able to successfully harness and divide the immeasurable energies residing within the crystals, before channeling it into the various vasculars within the digestion pool, and then transport it out to nourish other organs. What stunned Sheehan and the rest was a gigantic cage at the west side. The cage appeared to have been weaved together using a deathly pale ligament from a certain creature. On the interior of both sides of the cage's red wall were densely packed bowl-sized holes. Boiling green fluids threatened to spew out, but seemed to be stopped by a formless energy screen. But the green liquid continued to bubble violently, an occasional drip would escape and splash onto the fleshy ground. It was like concentrated sulfuric acid, emitting off the corroding sound and a terribly sickening stench. It even burned out a concave depression. At the front of the cage was a fleshy red giant bug that looked like it was drenched in mucus, looking increasingly similar to a drone. Yet it completely stayed in position without a single movement. There was a long sorrowful wound across its head, like a time bomb had went of and fried its head. Its pinkish flesh and transparent body fluids were streaming out everywhere. But in the middle of the cage laid another fleshy gigantic bug. This bug was grayish-black in appearance, its surface was covered with wrinkles and its skin fairly lax. It really looked like a feeble old man that hadn't drank water for days. Over its head was a block of small black crystal, as though embedded in. One could see its body shuddering gently, even its main vasculars was clearly sticking out from the middle of its head, swelling distinctly over the skin's surface. From such a scene, Sheehan could easily infer the recent unfolding of events. The thick liquid Overmind had realized that protective mechanisms couldn't withhold this surprise ambush from the enemy. Its vicious nature was aggravated, attempting to activate the mechanisms to slay the imprisoned Overmind, Mosey. Probably because Overmind Mosey had been imprisoned for so long, it looked as if it was as its last breath. Hence, the thick liquid Overmind had become careless, and was actually sentenced to death on the spot by Mosey's mental energy or a certain attack. It looks like the thick liquid Overmind originally wanted to absorb the Blackthorn Overmind, but in turn became the absorbed victim. Such was the terrifying might of the Blackthorn's Overmind, even its indomitable will had reached such an extent. Not only that, Blackthorn's Overmind Mosey was using its personal mental energy to construct a barrier, preventing the holes beside it from discharging out its acidic green fluids. Such valiant patience and formidable mental prowess, it was no wonder the tribes nearby felt threatened, and collaborated together to plot against the Blackthorn tribe. Currently, the 2 elite Zerglings had frenziedly pounced forward, using their sharp fangs and claws to practically tear apart the ligament-weaved cage, howling out in vicious cries. Yet their yield wasn't great, and once those acidic fluids splashed out, undoubtedly they would sacrifice their bodies as meat shields. The Blackthorn Overmind Mosey's body trembles were becoming increasingly violent. Sheehan couldn't care less anymore as he adorned his flamethrower, pressing the trigger as he swept forward. No doubt that fleshy dude would suffer from the fiery heat, but the ligament cage imprisoning it shouldn't be able to withstand the blaze. It was definitely better than having acidic fluids slowly rotting away its flesh after its mental energy had worn out. Chapter 31, Zergling Commander. Chapter 31, Zergling Commander. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N. and Alcasar. Under the oppressive flames from Xian's flamethrower, after several seconds, a huge hole had been burnt out from that incomparably tenacious cage. The two elite Zerglings charged in head first, using their crown as they tried to push against Blackthorn's Overmind Mosey's buttocks. But Overminds move in a similar pattern to snakes/slugs, requiring contractions and friction against the ground to advance. But Mosey was still focusing his mental power wholeheartedly, and apparently wriggling a little was also out of the question. Upon observing the situation wasn't good, Xian immediately signaled everyone else to rush up to help push this fat bug. With everyone's cooperation, they finally managed to push the astonishingly heavy fleshy bug out of the danger zone. After escaping the danger, Mosey instantly slumped to the ground, appearing like an amusing pile of flabby black fats. It was like a level beyond exhausted. The floodgates were unleashed over both sides, acidic greens gushing out, releasing a piercing odor and white steamy fumes. It corrupted through the ground, forming a deep crater filled with acidic soup. Chunks of undigested flesh swirled around within. At this moment, Xian alerted their attention towards the earlier channel which they traveled through, loudly exclaiming, "Careful!" As his shouts echoed out, an elite Zergling the size of a small calf dashed out furiously, blood streaming out of its ear holes. Its entire body was charred with burnt wounds, indicated it passed through a series of intense explosions. That elite Zergling dashed with remarkable pace, sweeping in like the wind, taking an unexpected leap towards the besiding flesh wall, pushing off the wall as it easily but skillfully rotated in midair, ingeniously evading the oncoming firepower from Adam. Baring its fangs as its claws danced towards the Blackthorn Overmind, Mosey. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters in the next second, it would be ravaging insanely against Overmind Mosey, clawing apart its outer skin and sinking its sharp fangs into Mosey's flesh. But at this moment, Mojentia had swung into action. Da-da-da-da-da. A series of gunshots erupted. The Golden Alaska working hard to spit out flaming tongues. 2 fiery bullets lashed against the Zergling's waist, sending it tumbling 2 to 3 meters ahead of its planned landing spot. Simultaneously, a bullet struck against its stretched-out claw beforehand, preventing its attack from landing onto the Overmind. The final 2 rounds pierced mercilessly into the elite Zergling, causing it to overshoot Mosey, and heavily crash to the massive bowl of acidic soup. The mournful hulls of the Zergling cried out. Even with its elite physique, it was immediately dissolved by the tortuous acidic properties. Even its solid bones weren't spared. Finally, it sank desperately into the swirling soup. Xian yelled out loudly. The thick liquid's Overmind is already dead. This means that the only principal control for their units is left with the mother nest. According to the Blackthorn Mother's usual traits, it means that the hostile waves against us now will be definitely limited. There wouldn't be a state of unending hostile resistance. Adam Savaska. Xian commanded. Yes, sir. Adam Savaska stood out. Don't participate in the battle, don't ever forget we're still stuck within the mother nest's body. Your mission is to engage in destruction, and more destruction. The more the better. Looks like there isn't a tunnel on that side. I wish to see an even bigger and deeper depression in front of me. Also, aren't those suspending vasculars above our heads extremely irksome to us? Consider it done, sir. Adam slapped his backpack, smirking as he chewed on his chewing gum. You have good taste, sir. Destruction is my specialty. Xian nodded. The other, let's block up that channel. Right, Mr. Mosey, you also don't wish to die at this point in time, right? Get your 2 underlings to defend with us, until we directly destroy the thick liquid's mother nest. Blackthorn Overmind Mosey slowly summoned his energy, wriggling its fat body towards the corner of those heaps of Pandora crystal. Mosey then transmitted an energy message towards everyone. Thank you, my friends, your request will be implemented. Furthermore, please earn 10 minutes for me, that is enough. Simultaneously, the 2 elite Zerglings obeyed Xian as they charged towards the channel entrance. 5 minutes later, Xian and gang had already annihilated the reinforcements of 5 elite Zerglings and 1 Hydralisk. These arachnids should be the Forbidden Zone guards, hence their explosive strength was greater, and similarly dropped 3 blue keys. A pity, nothing good came out of it. When they glanced over to Mosey, the crowd got a huge shock, because the mountainous heaps of Pandora crystals were actually evaporating at breakneck speed. That fat slug Mosey laid over the floor, looking rather meek and adorable. Yet the mental energy it emitted carried such frightening strength, displaying a misconception of the crystals evaporating in the human's point of sight. Under such fearsome mental prowess, the Pandora crystals dissolved rapidly, supplying starry specks of energies into Mosey's body. Mosey's body swiftly turned ample and bright, actually giving off a sparkling and illusory pure appearance. After that illusion persisted for about 1 minute, Mosey's body started to morph, becoming black as it swiftly hardened into a tremendous chrysalis, peacefully affixed onto the fleshy ground. The chrysalis was scattering out bubbles of blue how. Under the influence of the brilliant halos, Xian and gang received a notification. You're under the influence of a Dark Iron Lord Overmind Ring of Light. Your attack speed increases by 5%, attack power increases by 5%. Arachnid allies under this influence will receive 2-folds enhancement of that effect. Arachnid foes under this influence will receive 2-folds weakening of that effect. Another wave of thick liquid tribe Arachnid had charged in. However, with Xian's side receiving a bonus while their enemies were being weakened, the battle had become much easier. Moreover, successive explosion sounds announced Adam's smooth mission. The interior of the mother nest occasionally released frenziedly violent twitches and vibrations, which felt like earthquakes to Xian and company. Not even 10 minutes later, cracks started forming over Mosey's chrysalis. Mosey was actually evolving at such a time. But this was also pretty reasonable to Xian. In the Blackthorn Overmind's perspective, it had already slayed and swallowed 2 other Overminds, accumulating profound energies to engage in its next round of morphing. Sadly, it failed after being interrupted previously. Moreover, it managed to successfully counterattack and absorb the thick liquid Overmind, and further assimilating in a generous supply of Pandora crystals. Naturally, it was greatly prepared to break through in one go. In a flash, incessant sounds of cracking emitted from the tremendous chrysalis, visible chunks of shattered black carapace peeled off repeatedly, exposing forth the new shape of Mosey. That brat was still as fat and bulky as before, with a big belly. Yet its body surface now had a remarkable layer of shining black carapace, releasing an illusion of a sparkling diamond. From hindsight, it looked like this fat bug had once again enhanced its defense by several folds. Furthermore, 3 pairs of thick bulky legs sprouted out from Mosey. It really looked like a 100-fold amplification of a dung beetle. Its movement naturally received a massive upgrade. Under Mosey's command, the 2 elite Zerglings swiftly returned to its side, starting to lick and gobble up the scattered shattered carapace shells. While gobbling it, their bones constantly cracked and fractured loudly. The naked eye could clearly see its speed transformation. During the process of eating, an elite Zergling suddenly collapsed and twitched. Repeated protrusions elevated its skin from inside and subsequently deflated again. Then, with a thunderous crack, its distorted bones punctured out of its trembling body, as light green body fluids gushed out from its countless wounds. It was clearly a death from a failed mutation. Instead, the other elite Zergling continued heartily engulfing the carapace shells, occasionally releasing muffled barks from its throat. Its body composite was swiftly swelling up, its exterior bones gradually taking shape. In the end, it even cleaned up the corpse of its fallen comrade. Ultimately, it morphed into a shocking mutated arachnid, its entire body covered with red bones. From its appearance, it looked like the horrendous vicious mutation of the Zergling, a mighty raptor. Its name was also hailed as the commander of the Zergling, looking like it belonged to a legendary class creature. With such a monstrous freak guarding the channel entrance, any desperate attempts by the mother nest ended in futility. Ordinary Zerglings or Hydralisk to this demon was mercilessly slayed with one claw. Even an elite arachnid would be crushed overwhelmingly. Once the elite arachnid forces were wiped out, ordinary arachnids that were dispatched hereupon seeing this ferocious commander Zergling, they trembled in fear, only able to exhibit 1/10 of their potential. After Adam Savaska had wreaked complete havoc inside the mother nest, the waves of arachnids finally ceased. Obviously the mother nest had taken immense internal injuries, and sunk into a dormant state. After this scene, Xian and the rest begun their counterattack out, naturally with the commander Zergling leading the foray. Although the sunken colony at the entrance was still loyal to its origins, the entire thick liquid Arakid fleet had lost its coordinating master in its Overmind and the Mother. They were completely unable to withstand the formidable aura of the upgraded Blackthorn Overmind Mosey, and dispersed in fear. That sunken colony only required a minute to burst into a blood rain. Chapter 32, Purchasing Mercenaries. Chapter 32, Purchasing Mercenaries. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcácer. When the conditions were right, success follows naturally. The matters from now were smoothly accomplished. The mother of Blackthorns was still faithfully dispatching waves of Hydralisk to harass. Yet when the thick liquid Overmind was slain, its tribe sunk into uncontrolled defense mode, completely ignoring those harassing Hydralisks. When the hegemon Mosey announced its domineering presence, the authority was instantly transferred back from the mother of the Blackthorns. The squad of Hydralisk slithered into the thick liquid base, successfully linking up with Xian and the rest. Without much effort, the mother nest of the thick liquid tribe was destroyed. Proceeding from there, the Queen Zerg Jenny floated over. At present, even though the thick liquid tribe still maintained a huge reserves of arachnid units, under the imposing grandeur of the tyrannical Overmind, Mosey, they were completely scared stiff and held zero notions of rebelling. Hence, they offered no resistance against the elite Queen Zerg. Jenny hovered over the largest lair in the area, before her body condensed into it like a parasite. That lair had halted its incubation of larvae, and started to morph into the shape of a mother nest. It seemed as though the entire thick liquid tribe had located its main pillar, congregating around that particular lair. 24 hours later, that lair perfectly metamorphosed into another Queen Mother. However, it was now considered as the subsidiary base of the Blackthorn tribe, under the discretion of the elite Queen Zerg Jenny. The entire tribe of arachnids converted their allegiance, as they came under the wings of the Blackthorn Overmind, Mosey. At this moment, Xian and Mojentia could finally sit down and relax. Especially Xian, after such a nerve-wracking series of events, he seemed rather composed throughout the battle, but he knew of the catastrophe waiting for them if one variable went wrong. Reclining against the wall nearby, he fell into deep sleep. Similarly, his companion Mojentia had also consumed much of his mental strength. Originally wanting to take a slight nap, he also couldn't resist the fatigue as he sunk into deep sleep. Time sped by rapidly. Only when the Blackthorn Overmind and the Queen Mother, mother of the Blackthorns, had reunited, did the notification from the nightmare imprint jolt Xian and Mojentia awake. You've completed the district hidden event, Emergence of the Blackthorn Tribe. You received the Blackthorn Tribe's friendship. Your reputation within the Blackthorn Tribe has been raised to revered. You can now purchase allied mercenaries from the mother of the Blackthorns. The two were overjoyed, immediately investigating their loots, discovering a list of purchasables from the mother of the Blackthorns. Within it encompassed a range of purchasable mercenaries. Zerglings, Hydralisk, Overlord, drones. These 4 standard units were accessible. Multilisk, Spore Wyverns, Scourge, Sunken Colony, Queen Zerg. These 4 units were also available, but the purchasing quantity indicated 0. This was because those 4 advanced arachnids required for the Blackthorn's mother and the Overmind to both evolve and construct the relevant advanced organ structures. After a series of relevant genetic research, would they be able to breed out these advanced arachnids? Of course, all these hired mercenaries were prevented from carrying out of this world, and they were the average type, not the elite strains. Mojentia glanced through the menu, suddenly gasping in shock. Seaman, did you notice one thing? Xian answered. Is it the price of the drone? Mojentia muttered. That's right. To purchase one working drone, it actually requires an entire 5,000 reputation points, and 2,000 utility points. This price is far beyond that of the Multilisk and the Queen Zerg. Xian nodded lightly. My military rank is higher, let me investigate what is really going on here. After a brief pause, Xian abruptly frowned. F*********. To inquire actually requires 500 utility points. Let me see. Your drone will not be permitted access out of this world, no constructing abilities, it will die after you leave this world. During your period of stay, your drone can harvest Pandora crystals and amass as your personal wealth. You can use it, sell as utility points, or process it. In a flash, Xian and Mojentia sunk into deep ponder. If we really traded, the valuation of the drones indirectly exceeds 5,000 utility points, and what was the valuation of the Pandora crystals? How many crystals can a drone harvest? Both of them weren't even clear about when they would have to leave this world. Hence, if they really bought the drone, it would be a huge gamble. If Xian and Mojentia had managed to earn a leading position within the temporary party, they would at least have some backing to take this gamble. Regrettably, they didn't even have the principal cash to gamble. More importantly, Sheehan had considered another crucial problem: the current list was only purchasables of the revered reputation. They hadn't even gotten a chance to view the worshipped rank purchasables. Moreover, Jinquang, that cheap slut, may be ineffective against the arachnid race, hence, Sheehan wasn't qualified to preview the Blackthorn Mother's mercenary list. Not very far away from the mother nest, the Special Forces Marine Baise greeted them. He seemed as though he had been waiting for a long time, probably under specific orders. The Pebble Special Forces were now recognized as allies of the Blackthorn tribe, hence they received much freedom. Of course, they were still restricted from entering forbidden places like the mother nest. This was unlike Sheehan and Mojentia, who had obtained such a privilege from their valiant and courageous attempts in rescuing the Blackthorn Overmind. Baise saluted respectfully and spoke. "Sir, Lieutenant Colonel Dundee has matters to discuss with you." Sheehan humbly greeted. "What matters?" Baise earnestly replied. "After getting wind that the Blackthorn tribe had colonized this entire region, we returned back to the crashed shuttle and dug out a piece of equipment, allowing us communications with headquarters. Headquarters also replied us, I guess it should be matters about that which Lieutenant Colonel seeks to discuss." Sheehan and Mojentia glanced at each other and nodded, their eyes brimming with delight. This was because during their latest battles, their achievement points had once again deducted by 2 points. Undoubtedly, Reef's party had once again encountered huge trouble. 2 more lives were lost. Once their mission fails and Johnny Rico dies, then perhaps they would be forcefully transported back to the realm. If they were able to receive another side mission from Dundee, then definitely they would be able to drag on for several days. The 2 of them headed straight for the Pebble Special Forces tent. At present, the entire Blackthorn tribe was bustling with activities. Strange enormous organs were being spawned out, some larvae being hastily bred into drones to harvest more crystals. In actual fact, the tactic Sheehan suggested to the mother Blackthorn was indeed rather painful. Not only vicious to the enemies, it was similarly destructive to oneself. In order to deceive the thick liquid tribe, apart from the mother nest, 2 other layers, and the hydralisk den, hydralisk spawning organ, the rest were all densely packed sunken colonies. Their numbers added to 50 according to Sheehan's discretion. That was planned so that even if the worst-case scenario were to occur, the base could at least tank for 3 hours under the full-blown onslaught of the thick liquid tribe. The consequences of that was inevitable tremendous casualties to oneself. Moreover, for the mother nest to evolve, she needed to fulfill conditions of having structures like the Zergling spawning pool, etc. Hence, it was reckoned that the mother nest needed several hours to fulfill her evolving conditions. After that, a longer period was needed for the mother nest to thoroughly complete her evolution morphing. Fortunately, the thick liquid tribe was colonized by the Blackthorns. Their reserves of Pandora crystals had been squeezed dry by Overmind Mosey, and the rest carried back to the main mother nest. The arachnids from the thick liquid tribe would also inherit the crystals, being a part of the Blackthorn tribe now. Naturally, the resources available were plentiful now with the 2 combined pool of resources. Hence, the Blackthorn tribe could recklessly expand in celebration, because even a wanton squandering of resources would not bring about an economic crisis. Following the trail of the arachnid's viscous creep carpet, Sheehan and Mojentia headed over to the Pebble Special Force tent. As the tide rises, the boat floats. After Overmind Mosey was rescued, their status changed from cannon fodder into allies. On the way, any arachnid that passed by them would sincerely prostrate themselves onto the ground, expressing their reverence towards them. Many arachnids were assisting in the spawning of organ structures, occasionally spurting out repulsive fluids. Frequent mournful shrills echoed into their ears. The setting was really a nightmare for those mentally weaker souls. Probably because of that reason, the Pebble Special Forces tent was relocated out, stationed on a dry hillside not far from the arachnid base. This area was merely few meters from the arachnid's creep carpet. Honestly, although the arachnids were a savage and carnivorous race, being their ally provided great benefits. For example, detestable poisonous scorpions, sand snakes, or scourges would never come within the radius of this intimidating base. Just the creep carpet alone was enough to chase them far away. Even the cannibalistic savage creatures would also choose to keep away from the arachnid's base, preventing themselves from unwanted trouble. Moreover, the overlords were patrolling diligently 24/7, they would never allow a lapse in security, extremely vigilant in identifying any potential threats of ambushes. This undoubtedly allowed the Pebbles team to loosen up, not even requiring a sentry for the night. Chapter 33, Unexpected Internal Enemies Chapter 33, Unexpected Internal Enemies translated by, Chua edited by, T.N. and Alcasar. Lieutenant Colonel Dundee had always looked rather dispirited, but now he was filled with vigor. Before Sheehan and Mojencha arrived, he was pacing back and forth in front of the tent with a huge expensive cigar in his mouth, its mild fumes spiraling up. It looked like their search operation had reaped ample rewards. Upon seeing the two, Dundee spat away his cigar as he warmly invited them over. Beautifully done. Lads, because of your mission's success, the Blackthorn tribe has extracted the parasites from us. Come, let me introduce you, this is Pilot Malin. His bravery saved us, and God's grace followed suit. After conducting a rescue search on the shuttle, we actually found him buried under tons of sand, but was miraculously surviving on the automatic lift support system from the shuttle. Pilot Malin was looking rather weak, currently lying down on a makeshift military stretcher. His face was white and his body frail, trying to flash an amiable smile towards Sheehan but ended up coughing weakly. Sheehan and Mojencha simultaneously offered him a humble bow. People who were facing death but still considerate of their comrades, were deserving of the utmost respect. Following that, the two discourteously sat down for a meal with the soldiers. Cream of mushroom soup, complemented with meat and bread, along with the delicious turkey sandwich. Combining them, they at least ate 5 portions of a soldier, before they rubbed their stomachs in satisfaction and leaned against the nearby rock, squinting their eyes against the sun. At this moment, Sergeant Tander, who was operating a portable computer, suddenly yelled out in joy, delivering the computer directly to his lieutenant colonel. "We're connected, sir, but we need your higher authority verification code." Dundee nodded, his face stern as he hammered in his secret code. A notification appeared on the screen, prompting him to repeatedly authenticate with his relevant information. After a while, he then passed the computer over to Pilot Malin. Malin similarly typed in his code, and even offered several words. It seemed like their superior required more verification. Not long later, Lieutenant Colonel Dundee probably received his instructions, as he nodded incessantly before terminating the connection. Dundee pondered for a moment before raising his head, his face was riddled with mysteriousness. Those scum higher-ups are expressing suspicions on our current status, because up till now, we are one of the rare group who were able to negotiate with arachnids and survive. They feel we are under the control of the Overmind. However, to the homeland, this planet's development rate is vastly lacking behind other colonial planets. They don't even have a direct subsidiary base here. Even the link between the Steel Whip base is purely a partnership relationship. Hence, this is a rare opportunity for us, and they want the Blackthorn tribe to express their sincerity first. Pilot Malin weakly asked. "What sincerity?" Dundee replied. "Malin, you are a pilot, you should be very clear. Currently, beneath the Golden Flight Channel to Planet P, there are 6 spore colonies installed by the arachnid. Any human aircraft that passes through will suffer from intense aggression. Coincidentally, the 6 spore colonies are situated 400 kilometers east of here. If the Blackthorn tribe is sincere in collaborating with us, then they should assist in destroying them, using it as proof. We will then freely gift 20 heavy siege tanks to aid the Blackthorn in defense. TN** spore colonies are the anti-air defense of the Zerg, seeking spores at hovercrafts. You can Google it." Consecutively, Sheehan and Mojencha received a notification. You received the side mission, eradicating the spore colonies. Mission difficulty, B+. Mission content, within 72 hours, destroy at least 1 spore colony. Mission description, every extra spore colony destroyed, you will receive additional rewards from the humans. Do you wish to accept this mission, yes/no? If the mission ends in failure, penalty of 2 points of your highest basic attribute and 10 achievement points will be deducted. You have to make your choice within 10 seconds. Seeing the mission difficulty, Sheehan and Mojencha's eyes contracted in. It was a B+ difficulty. Up till date, this was the hardest difficulty that Sheehan had encountered. There wasn't anything else comparable. Moreover, failing the mission would incur such an appalling penalty. At this moment, Mojencha had started to slightly shake his head in rejection. Observing their current status, they had already reaped quite splendid benefits. They had risen their reputation to revered amongst the arachnids and their purchasing options were wide. There was no reason to take on such risk. B+ difficulty mission, the penalty for failure is indeed terribly high. Sheehan was stumped. Instead he called Jin Kwang over and got him to accept it on his behalf. Then he spoke to Mogensha. This is my own decision, it will indeed be a huge gamble. You should choose based on your own decision. Mogensha naturally slumped his shoulders helplessly as he chose to reject the mission. He was always a person who preferred stability. All formidable gunmen would always have relatively good patience, if not their brains would have gutted by opponents long ago. After rejecting, he felt a tremendous relief over him, as he couldn't help glancing at Xian with pity. In his heart, he reckoned this seaman's flaw was his gambling nature. If he were to join a party in the future, he would definitely avoid that. After accepting the mission, Xian instantly received a reputation boost from the human race. Strangely, his reputation also increased amongst the arachnids. Probably because the Blackthorn tribe would also reap certain benefits from the destruction of the spore colonies. His reputation increasing simultaneously by 1,500 points for both parties. Xian also received the privilege of mobilizing the Pebble Special Force for 2 times, before he sat onto the ground and got lost in his thoughts. After half an hour, Xian suddenly frowned. Do you recall before we arrived here, we passed through the bloody battlefield between 2 arachnid parties? Mogensha nodded. Yup, that's the place we slayed the legendary creature, Scorching Mouth. Xian shook his head. The great doubt lies in that. But as he finished his sentence, from far in the sky, several clumps of shadow flew out abruptly. The shadows were blur from this distance, but after Dundee used his binoculars, his face instantly changed. Not good. The Blackthorn tribe's overlord is being assaulted. Xian and the rest soon realized. Those shadows were several mutalisks, spore wyverns, wildly pursuing 5 to 6 Blackthorn overlords. These mutalisks were experts in the air, their physique was much smaller than the previous ones they encountered in space, yet their threat remained unwavering. With a chilling screech, they spat out lime-green spores, even rebounding to others when they landed on their targets. Fortunately, the overlords were quite spaced out amongst themselves, if not the spores would have dealt devastating effects. Even though the overlords were trying their best to flee, they weren't like the former elite overlord Shinshu, their speed was much slower. But once the mother nest could evolve into a 2-class base, then these overlords' speed would receive a gigantic boost. But before that, the mutalisks were at least 3 to 4 times of their speed. Naturally the overlords couldn't escape. One by one, the overlords exploded into mist of blood, ultimately leaving with one overlord who succeeded in reaching the base. The mutalisks were relentless, continued to breathe out attacks against it. But when these vile and vicious mutalisks charged towards the last overlord, a threatening string of gunshots pierced through the air. It was indeed the Pebble Special Forces who couldn't just watch as their allies were being slain, setting up a tiny ambush as these mutalisks foolishly flew into their trap. The searing bullet flames swiveled through the air. At present, no matter which mutalisks, they all couldn't be compared to those massive and overbearing ones in space that attacked the transport shuttles. Yet they were still huge 5 to 6 meters beasts, their wings spread out to a distance of 4 to 5 meters. The firepower of the Pebble Special Forces was in no way inferior. In a flash, one of the mutalisk was slain under the torrents of sharp metal. Yet this agitated the other mutalisk, triggering them to disperse and targeted them instead. But at this moment, a faint white glow enshrouded the bodies of the Pebble Special Forces, along with a rejuvenated sigh. This was result of injecting their stimulants, lifting their speeds instantly to the peak. They swiftly congregated together in a wide circle, as they fiercely fired in separate coordinate directions against the incoming onslaught of the mutalisks. Such a formation looked similar to a blooming flower scattering its spores in all directions. In a flash, 2 more mutalisks were slain as they exploded into grotesque blood paste. Still, they possessed the fearless insanity of arachnids, frenziedly pressing on towards Lieutenant Colonel Dundee. Although Dundee had injected his stimulant, which may have catapulted his speed above the mutalisks, but still he had to retreat while releasing fire. This lowered his speed greatly, as several deadly lime spores simultaneously crashed down onto him. Several holes on his battle armor were instantly formed by the corroding lime spores. Chapter 34, Black Brothers Vomiting Blood. Chapter 34, Black Brothers Vomiting Blood. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N. and Alcasar. Fortunately, Dundee's battle armor was special, hence it could withstand huge amounts of damage. Instead, another mutalisk seized the opportunity when he was distracted to dive towards him. It would have definitely been disastrous if the collision connected. Luckily, with a blurred flash from the side, twin hands like pincers struck out and gripped onto the mutalisk's neck. Twisting, the figure nimbly mounted precisely over the center of gravity of the mutalisk, causing the poor creature to release a mournful shrill, fluttering aggressively as it hopelessly crashed forward. Dust filled the air. The mutalisk struggled with intense ferocity. Yet the figure over it remained steadfast, raising his fist as he heavily pounded down. It gave off an air of an unwavering, majestic superiority. Nearby, another mutalisk realized things weren't going so well, trying its best to flap its wings to flee. Instead, the clear, crisp da-da-da gunshots traveled over. The first round struck its left eye, the second and third drilled into the nearby rocky wall. Sparks exploded out, followed by crumbled fragments bursting in all directions, before a massive boulder was released down, directly smashing down onto the mutalisk. Seconds later, sticky blood streamed out from beneath the boulder. 3 minutes later, the mutalisk underneath Xian had utterly lost consciousness. Red scars could be seen distinctly over its abdomen and wings. It was rather obvious, probably a symbol of its native tribe. This shape of this scar seemed to look extremely similar to the arachnids at the battlefield, where Xian had encountered Scorching Mouth. Mogentia had even retrieved one of the arachnids to barbecue, hence Xian was able to accurately deduce. That relentless overlord had probably reported to the mother nest. Numerous anti-air counters, the hydralisks, were swiftly slithering over, beginning to take positions around the vantage points of their base. Almost instantaneously, Xian and the rest received the Overmind's mental transmission. "My friend, it seems that you've caught a hostile. Can you bring it to me?" Naturally, Xian would fulfill his request, dragging the unlucky mutalisk towards the mother nest. After Overmind Mosey had evolved and grew out his own carapace, he no longer cooped himself up within the heavily fortified mother nest, like in the past of his I-class days. He would occasionally patrol around the base personally. Hence, they met up at the west side of the base. Xian directly tossed the half-dead mutalisk in front of Overmind Mosey. Mosey commanded his underling to press the mutalisk down, before burying his head as it started to tap into its memories using his own brainwaves. Until the unlucky brat could no longer resist the pressure, its head directly splattered into blood and juice, seeping into the ground. "We have a huge problem. Overmind Mosey's voice was filled with a fluster. He raised his stocky forelimb and waved it. An organ structure beside them instantly disintegrated, causing a terrifying and strange map that was constructed with living cells to appear in front of them. Then Mosey started to explain. "My old enemy, the Redliner tribe, has also managed to colonize several other tribes around it, and raise themselves to a 2-class base. The Pandora crystal mines they occupied are mostly barren. It isn't enough for them to harvest for long. Moreover, the Redliner tribe has always been my arch-nemesis. On face value, our Pandora crystal mine is already the most abundant and alluring trigger. But beneath that, it is also that our animosity between the tribes is bone deep. Hence I predict in a short time, we'll definitely engage in an all-out, death war." Xian took this opportunity to raise his internal suspicions. "Previously, when I was making my way here, I came across a battlefield. The arachnids involved were a tribe of black arachnids, and another tribe of arachnids with a distinct red scar. The black arachnids seem to belong to us. Is it possible it is related to this animosity you speak of?" The Overmind Mosey's shiny carapace split open, as gigantic glossy wings fluttered out, displaying its impatience. After a brief moment, the mental transmission arrived. "That was an elite squad that I dispatched out. If not, the thick liquid tribe would have never had the chance to kidnap me. I never expected the Redliner Overmind to hide its strength so well. Although the forces he sent out consisted primarily of ordinary units, there was actually a uniquely new yet formidable unit within its mix. It completely annihilated my squad. A new unit." Xian's heart was moved. He roughly understood, but allowed the Overmind Mosey to continue his transmission explanation. "Our Queen Mother is able to absorb the genes from some native creatures, and create new models of arachnid units. These units may not suit warfare in a space environment, but its destructive nature definitely complements its native home ground. The mother nest of the Redliner tribe had managed to absorb a spotted fly, and mutate it into an enormous flaming beetle. It is extremely powerful. Of course, it consumes a terribly huge amount of resources, and the chances of spawning is relatively low. Xian asked. "Then why can't the mother of the Blackthorn absorb and create such units?" The Overmind Mosey patiently emitted his transmission. the territory we occupy isn't a native habitat for those spotted flies. Hence, there is a limit to what we can capture and experiment on. But because this place contains such a lucrative Pandora crystal mine, we will definitely not give this base up. Therefore, on the aspect of researching genetic coding, we are indeed lacking. According to the information I've acquired, the Redliner tribe had already upgraded to an 2 class base 3 days ago. They currently possess close to 10 flaming beetles. Furthermore, they are currently amassing their forces, preparing to launch an all-out assault against us. Hence, we desperately need your help. As much as possible, we need to delay the Redliner tribe from attacking. After receiving this information, Mojencha suddenly felt a strange inkling that he had landed himself in serious shit. When the Overmind Mosey had finished explaining, indeed so, he and Xian received a notification. You have received a side mission, Blackthorn Tribe's Predicament. Mission difficulty, B-. Mission content, come up with a method to delay the Redliner tribe from attacking. Mission description, the Blackthorn tribe requires at least 48 hours to fortify their Class 2 base. You must win 48 hours for them. Mission description, after 48 hours, for every additional hour you drag on, you will receive additional rewards and score. The maximum cap of these additional hours is 4 hours. Your current reputation within the Blackthorn tribe is revered. Unable to refuse this mission. If the mission fails, you will be penalized by your highest basic attribute dropping by 1 point, your achievement point dropping by 7 points. Wait. Mojencha heaved in shock. His eyes leaked a certain despair as he asked. Respected Overmind. Where is the base of the Redliner tribe? The Overmind Mosey swiftly responded. You'll definitely be able to locate those scums 400 kilometers east from here. This Blackman Mojencha's vision darkened, as though he was about to vomit blood. Xian suddenly recalled that black lacquer-like object. It was that unknown nodule, dropped from the junior class legendary creature, Scorching Mouth. Furthermore, the description of it was, no humans knows the use for this. But, every creature within the Blackthorn tribe wasn't humans. Wasn't that a huge hint? Thinking of that, Xian instantly handed the object over to Goblin Jinquang, permitting him to let his abilities shine, and gift it to the Blackthorn tribe. Jinquang delightedly accepting this mission, he took great pleasure in being able to haggle especially for such a valuable commodity. Not too long later, Xian received the notification. Your servant Jinquang has offered Scorching Mouth's genetic kernel over to the Blackthorn tribe on your behalf. Your servant Jinquang's special ability, Haggling LVL 15, is effective. Your gift is received by the tribe under the condition of a maximum 50-point treatment. Your servant Jinquang's hidden ability, Extortion and Amp, Blackmail, is effective. The Blackthorn tribes reserves have been lessened, the Blackthorn tribe's secret collections has been lessened, the Blackthorn tribe's loots have been lessened. Blackthorn tribe Overmind Mosey and the Queen Mother are extremely grateful to you. Your reputation has risen by 10,000 points within the Blackthorn tribe. Witnessing Jinquang's wicked smile as he turned his ass around to flee, Xian felt a compelling sympathy towards the Blackthorn tribe's amassed reserves. After 10 seconds, Overmind Mosey transmitted another mental transmission. My friend, many thanks for your support. The mother nest has already perfectly compiled the genetic sequence to morph out flaming beetles. Roughly 10 minutes later, we can start the spawning process. The only flaw would be that it consumes a massive amount of Pandora crystals and abundant Vespene gas ores. Xian heaved a sigh of relief. To the Blackthorn tribe, they possessed an astonishing amount of Pandora crystals, one that could cause others to be envious of their wealth. Once they activated their drones to start working, they would definitely have ample resources for this. Therefore, since they now had such a powerful unit in the Flaming Beetle. Besides, the aggressors would have to amass their forces and travel an entire 400 kilometers over here, while the defending tribe could instantly direct fresh spawned units to join the battle. Hence, they naturally had the superior advantage. The chances of successfully defending would increase greatly. Part 4 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.